You are the champion. You're so sharp, the whole server only has one set, golden armor. The young man smiled complacently. He laughed so much that he fell off his chair and stuck his teeth in the net. The young man shouted loudly, "Father, my limited edition Galaxy S6 Iron Man, it's all over the screen," but then he smiled and rubbed his head and said, "No care, I'm just kidding about finding a new one." At this moment, the phone vibrated. The guy frowned. Who was texting here? On the broken phone, the 3 words "pay" appeared on the screen. The young man frowned, picked up the phone and said, "This guy really knows how to time his demands for real money." Then. He walked towards his bed and said, "Let's go get some money. An app that allows us to play games and dream at the same time." From the headphones came a sound of lucid adventure. "In that world, you are number 1. The man smirked. Entering another world, the skinny boy from before had turned into a fiery red-haired man and said, "I'm back." As he walked, he laughed and wheezed, doing the quest. Everyone around saw him and immediately started talking. "It was that bastard. He took my quest. I know that bastard. He said he was bored so he stood in the way for 3 hours so I couldn't do the quest. Last time he even took over all the monsters I killed. That dumb-faced bastard was ranked number 1, damn it." Hardcore leveling warrior smiled and rubbed his nose thinking, "Chickens, just sitting there coveting dad's armor." As he walked, he twirled his hands in delight, full of satisfaction and deliciousness. He kept drooling a lot, and everyone around him could only watch. At this moment, a boy with a cute and innocent face appeared and said, "Great master, please give me 10 coins, this boy's name is level 3 chocolate potato soup." Everyone saw that and was shocked. He was asking that devil for money. This guy was a clueless newbie. Hardcore leveling warrior closed his eyes and said, 10 gold coins, 10 gold coins, then he looked in his armor. Everyone was shocked when they saw that. Hardcore leveling warrior immediately took out a huge bag of money, making everyone gasp, thousands of gold coins. The potato soup boy excitedly said, "Thank you, thank you." But immediately, the hardcore leveling warrior immediately threw the boy away and said, "God, I hate new recruits who always ask for favors. Everyone is even more scared right now." He killed the newbie too. Then everyone looked into the distance. It was Park, the NPC guard was running back. This NPC Red Eyes said, "I will arrest the red player. The red player is a murderer, the player who kills other players in the game." But at this time the hardcore leveling warrior gives the money bag to him, NPC. Everyone gasped again. He bribed that devil. In the end, they could only blush with jealousy as they watched the hardcore leveling warrior walk away and silently cursed, "I will keep an eye on you." At this moment in a small house, a voice rang out, "Last time you borrowed 20 million, right? If it were you, I wouldn't have to worry about anything. I would be the one to handle it if it was an SS rank mission." "That's right, this smiling man is the Heart Heater lone boss." Heart Heater said to his assistant, "Rim, coffee and papers." Rim silently accepted the order. "Dodge master." Heath Hitter asked again, "So, how does it feel to wear the armor you bought with my UCAR money?" Hardcore leveling warrior smiled proudly and said, "Isn't it great?" The other person replied, "Well, this is just in case, but..." Heath Hitter smiled dangerously and continued, "I hate stupid people the most, and borrowing money and not paying back is the most stupid type. The fingers of idiots, you probably know what they are." Heart Heater won't let me say it, it's normal, put the quest here. Heart Heater still kept a bright smile and said, "Well, first of all, I hope you can do a subcontract with me, you keep forgetting and borrowing money from us." "Rim, show me the contract." Rim received the order, took out a piece of paper and gave it to the hardcore leveling warrior and reminded, "Here, read it." Hardcore leveling warrior is silent. Then he punched Rim a few times and said, "Brat, giving documents to a customer with one hand like that." Rim quickly covered himself, "What the heck?" Hardcore leveling warrior decisively signed the paper saying, "Don't be so cheap, Heart Heater, I am a hardcore leveling warrior, I am the best, do you understand what it means? Signing so many papers like this is nothing, so please give me the quest." Heart Heater smiled and signed right away without reading the content. "You're quite brave, aren't you?" He began to explain, "The SS rank quest, the reward is 40 million gold coins, if converted to real money it would be 20 million. The King of Cobalt said that he was because of an enemy that was constantly attacking merchants." Hardcore leveling warrior remembered and faced a monster that said, "Merchant, that's interesting, then, ignoring that, it must be a special enemy, huh?" The monster opened its mouth wide and turned towards the hardcore leveling warrior. Hardcore leveling warrior clicked and heard it say in the Imigi's mouth, "I got you, bastard, all over my body are deadly toxins." He listened from the monster's mouth, which was using force while listening to the demon continue, "Die you stupid person, no matter how lucky you are, you won't be able to resist my poison. Please quickly become food for me." Hardcore leveling warrior smirked and said, indifferently, gossiping about something, "The snake stirred." The Imigi looked in shock at his body being repeatedly slashed. How is that possible, my deadly toxin, huh? Immediately its entire body broke into hundreds of pieces. Hardcore leveling warrior looked at the monster's corpse and said, "It was as weak as a piece of stale noodles, how could it be spewing blood like that?" Hardcore leveling warrior stretched and said, "Done, too soft, now let's go get paid." He opened the control panel and wondered why he couldn't press complete quest yet. On this panel it was still clearly written that the quest had not been completed. Hardcore leveling warrior was angry, bang, blood all over his armor, it turned out to be in vain. "Do you know how much it cost your father? This thing is worth 100 million. After the armor was cleared, the hardcore leveling warrior continued to be happy, delicious, his health was clean, transformed, his armor was too great. But at this moment, a bright ray of light burned his entire body. In the distance, many people were looking at him with pride. "Ha ha ha, it was successful, hardcore leveling warrior, we were just waiting for you to lose your strength." Some people wondered, was he dead yet? Immediately he was stopped and said, "You idiot, we used 20 strings of magic on him, no one can be beaten like that and live." But at this moment Hardcore reached out his hand. "Hellfire," he said. Immediately a spark of fire rushed forward. The other group of people dodged and were stunned. There was no way that skill was Hellfire, it was a witch's skill. What sect does this guy belong to? Some people are worried, "Oh god, Zackle, and even Sailhuman, the guild leader, just got a spell and the entire front line is already there." The blue-haired guy shed tears of hatred and said, "I have poured all my strength into this plan, you hardcore leveling warrior, you, Grumble, that bastard is out of breath from the previous attack." This guy immediately called 500 brothers. "Come on, let's attack. Take out all your mana or weapons and whip him, let's play with him to death." Hardcore leveling warrior looks ahead, the best, hardcore leveling warrior, the only player to max all parameters. He looked forward and said, "You chickens, how dare you hold up your father's armor?" The other guys still hesitantly rushed forward and said, "Come on, let's steam match together." Hardcore leveling warrior simply dodges one attack, then tries to avoid the group attack station. In the terrified eyes of his opponent, the hardcore leveling warrior took out a sword and rushed forward. He used the Moonlight and Thunder sword style. His opponents did not understand what this guy was planning to do. But immediately, the scene before them was horrifying. Those villains were slashed away by a hardcore sword. Standing before the chaotic crowd of corpses, Hardcore exclaimed, "Too chicken." Then a sound rang out. Hardcore turned his head and said, "I thought it was too much, what kind of a Miggy joke?" Behind him, a super huge Mgi appeared. He said, "You die and draw a circle to perform a blood sacrifice, and finally turn into a zombie dragon. No wonder this quest belongs to SS," he frowned. At this moment, the chocolate potato soup kid somehow appeared in the crowd. Hardcore said, "Behind your back, your father knows someone is awake, but any kind of attack is useless." Hardcore did not turn around and said, "Dad is busy so please forgive him, while Dad is still merciful, collect the rim paper and run away." Seeing the potato soup still rushing up, Hardcore said in surprise, "The new soldier from just now, how the hell did a high school kid dare to jump at you and attack like that? It's useless." In front of that seemingly useless sword, Hardcore raised his hand. But at this moment, the sword had passed through his hand. Hardcore was stunned. His hand was pierced by that useless sword. The potato soup boy turned into a different person. This person said, "You don't think you will always be number one, right?" Hardcore looked at his hand in shock. What was that? Immediately a powerful attack came. The hardcore leveling warrior thought, heaving blood, he couldn't avoid it all, just like this. That soup boy turned out to be a beautiful girl, no words, judgments, dodging attacks, all of that. In the end, it's just luck, isn't it? In the end, he fell into his own trap. Hardcore leveling warrior is indignant. "Who are you, whore?" The woman heard Hardcore call her a whore and immediately threw her fist at him. She said, "Is it okay to speak so rudely to a lady?" The attacks continued to fall. Hardcore said with a bruised face, "What are you doing? How dare you play with me? The woman held the hardcore leveling warrior's head and said, thinking about it, you didn't suffer any damage from your equipment, right? That equipment, take it off. While hardcore did not understand what clicking sounds continuously rang out, hardcore was horrified, armed with his equipment. The sound rang out, unequip the Night King's treasure sword, the sword of the seven truths, unequip the golden fire dragon boots, unequip the memory of Ryugi Jinguben, unequip the belt of the third king, has unequipped the 16th set of heroic swords. Naked hardcore shouted loudly, his equipment, wow, bang. The woman immediately hit hardcore, be quiet. Hardcore is still shouting, I will kill you, your father is a top-ranked hardcore leveling warrior, restart and he will tear you apart, no matter who you are. The woman smiled and said, even if you don't want to, you will know soon enough, because from now on, you will hunt me to the ends of the earth. Hardcore leveling warrior shouted loudly, bark something at that guy, give me back my equipment. Calm woman, father, so scary. What now, it all belongs to me, besides, isn't it about time that thing awakens? The hardcore leveling warrior is trembling. Behind him, the giant Imagi was waiting. The woman finished, then, good luck, yes, I heard, once you die. All indexes will return to 1, right? Hardcore leveling warrior was terrified, how could that be? The woman smiled, leave your equipment to me. Hardcore leveling warrior still curses, pirates will punish you. But before he finished speaking, his head was taken off. Another place, in the capital of the Eastern Kingdom, Yopi land. Busy sounds rang out, come on, get in line everyone, please get in line. Everyone held up the meat skewers and said happily, finally eating, bear. Happy and kind woman, I have been cultivating in the mountains for the past year, and the food I crave the most is, this, the specialty of Yopi land, Yopi grilled skewers. The owner said, the next one, code number 82, happy girl, only 5 more people left. The girl happily thought, the eggplant dish with 5 distinct flavors combined with extremely delicious dragon meat, and also mixed with super shrimp, is one of the 5 best dishes of Lucid Adventure. The girl was excited, it was me next. The shop owner also said, thank you, here's your change. Then, next, the 87th customer, the last one. The girl happily said, yes, it's me. But right at this moment, a big man pushed forward and took out a bag of money and said, I'm sorry, this should be enough, boss. This guy smiled complacently and said, sorry ladies, I have come a long way to come here to eat this and that. She angrily said, hey, I want to die. The man's name is contemptuous, why? The girl threw a gold coin up and said, that's for the grilled skewers, and for me to beat you up. Immediately, she threw a palm at the man. He was shocked, this strength. The girl pressed once, and the guy was immediately thrown away. The girl defeated the man, then picked up the grilled skewer and said, you had to wait a whole year to eat it. Finally, she satisfied her wish and took a bite, it's worth shedding blood to eat. In just a few bites it's gone. She regretfully said, wow, it's delicious, I want to eat more. At that moment, she suddenly heard a noise in the distance. You mean, fighting. Don't know what it is. She hesitantly approached, then looked ahead in surprise, there, that was. A red-haired man was being lifted upwards. On this side, the hardcore leveling warrior who no longer had armor was frantically punching forward. But no matter how hard I punched, I couldn't hit the rabbit in front of me. The rabbit immediately raised his hand slightly. Immediately, the hardcore leveling warrior was in pain as if his bones were broken, he was thrown away and his health dropped sharply. He rolled around under the grass. Hardcore leveling warrior thought painfully, just yesterday I was still number 1, and now. At this moment, someone suddenly noticed, over there. Hey, are you okay, healer, come over here, newbie. The hardcore leveling warrior was lying there saying, go ahead, you don't need to. The man frowned and thought, are you asking someone to help you? But this voice is so familiar. Apparently, probably. The man grabbed hardcore leveling warrior's head by his hair and lifted it up. Hey, look up and see, hardcore said with a pale face, you didn't listen when you said it. The man laughed, aha, no wonder this rotten voice sounds familiar, so it's you. As he spoke, the man gently tied hardcore to a pole, everyone around him also smiled evilly and approached. At this moment, the blue-haired guy from before smiled friendly and said, healer. You have to rehabilitate him properly. Hardcore laughed nervously, if you're going to cure me, then act a little more like a doctor. Why is it like this? Is it because of the scroll I took away? Please release it, I'll give it back immediately. But at this time a sound rang out, rebounding. Hardcore didn't understand. What is this? Immediately the blue-haired guy hit Hardcore hard and laughed and said, if I let you die, you will be thrown out of the game. Hardcore was in pain when he heard the other guy continue. He couldn't exit the game with just a few hits. Immediately his hardcore was restored. He looked around in confusion. The blue-haired guy smiled and said, look how many people want to contact you. Indeed, the group of people in front of them were excitedly rushing towards the hardcore that was continuously recovering. After a while, the blue-haired guy asked, then, everyone has fought to their heart's content, so if you're smart, just pack up and let us see you again, you know. This time, hardcore only dared to curse in his heart, you 30, just wait, if dad recovers, you will all die. After everyone had gone, hardcore collapsed to the ground. But at this moment a sound of recovery rang out. Hardcore was surprised to see himself bleeding. He quickly covered his face and said, don't fight anymore, isn't that enough? A sound rang out, hey, I don't know who did this to our customer. Hardcore looked forward in shock. Heart Heater looked down from above and smiled and said, wow, I really can't watch anymore. He smiled friendly and said, I heard the story, I heard you are poor now. Hardcore immediately raised his hand and said no, it was just a temporary mistake, but Heath Hitter interrupted, I don't care what the reason is, then he ordered, Rim. Rim immediately lifted Hardcore up high, he continued. Haven't I told you, what I hate the most are idiots, and you are the idiot who borrows money and asks for an extension, the dumbest of idiots. The strangled Hardcore heard Heart Heater continue, he also knew that this was not just a debt in the game currency could affect the real world, he didn't know, because he was a valuable customer, treat with us so I will. Immediately, the girl from before threw the skewer away and rushed forward. She immediately attacked towards the Rim. Rim angrily pulled out his sword. The woman stood in front of Hardcore again as if wanting to protect him. Rim shouted, who are you? But the girl just pulled out her sword. The two sides fought each other without mercy. The woman blushed and said, he is important to me. Hardcore failed, lying there thinking, who is this? A year ago, Hardcore Leveling Warrior was ranked 3rd at that time. In the midst of the Great War that the Red Players Nightmare Guild caused, in the war known as the beginning of all wars. Sora thought again, he cut down countless people in front of me and saved a single person. Hardcore Leveling Warrior said at that time, you are like this because you are weak. Be strong, okay, then use your sword to cut the ropes that bind you. Sora fell to the ground. The Hardcore immediately spoke up, hey, sorry. Sora blushed and said, it's okay. I thought to myself as I watched him walk away, I must become stronger. Returning to this moment, Sora rushed forward and punched each other continuously. At this moment a sound rang out, does the Hardcore Leveling Warrior have such strong comrades? Chu Tianj immediately said, General, I told you, it's impossible. But the so-called general still reached out and said, that's enough, Chu Tianj, give me the weapon. Chu Tianj sighed and took out his weapon and said, if you cause more trouble, the Emperor will definitely scold you again. A spear was taken out. Chu Tianj said, well, I like how you don't mind that, General. The general smiled and said, looking sadly. I came to hunt rabbits and found a tiger that had lost its fangs. He smiled, his whole body exuding aura as he spoke. The two of us will meet again, Hardcore Leveling Warrior, I will repay the old debt to you, and die. Hardcore Leveling Warrior heard this and was startled and cursed, his mother felt sick and lay down. He immediately pulled the sword to the ground, leaving behind the guy whose body was cut in half by the sword. All the buildings behind were also shattered by the general's attack. The general is even more excited, so you have dodged the first beheading, let's see if you can dodge it again. Heart Heater looked at him, frowned and said, something unexpected happened, Immediately, the pile of papers in the Heart Heater's hand easily blocked the general's wound and said, actually, I just told Rim to scare him. I really didn't expect him to suddenly get so excited. Rim still half bowed his head and said, I have nothing to defend, Master. The general immediately smiled and said, you seem arrogant. He continued to rush forward and said, you also have strength, so how about this? In his mind he thought, use 100% of your ability here. Heart Heater laughed and said, ha ha, how can I withstand General Quan Vu's full force beheading? Quan Vu smiled, so you know my real name huh, so what will you do? Heart Heater smiled and raised his hand and said, do I have a choice? The only way is to remove the edge. Immediately, I don't know when an animal appeared and immediately grabbed the ground where the Heart Heater, Rim, Hardcore and Sora were standing. Quan Vu said in front of the monster, okay, I just need to let go of my eyebrows and that's it. The Heath Hitter in the monster's mouth waved and said, well, tell them I said hello. Once finished, the monster immediately left. Quan Vu looked up at the school and said, so that is the dragon that is often mentioned. Chu Tianj said, doesn't it take a long time to give penalty points? Quan Vu said, stop it, I will be punished by the emperor, right? The monster was flying at high speed. Past an entire battle amid the surprised sounds of the soldiers. What is that? Enemy vehicles, attack, fight. Hardcore leveling warrior inside the monster's mouth is in pain. Oh, it hurts, I really don't know. Sora blushed and said, I'm very heavy, I'm sorry. Rim also fainted, Heath Hitter said with a smile, because it was too fast so I had to use this method. At the Dragon Mountain dispute area, the monster transported them all to a small house and then released them. Heart Heater immediately said, follow me. Hardcore was surprised, is it Mountain? Heart Heater, this is. Heart Heater turned around and said, I will make you an offer that you cannot refuse. Hardcore said, so, I'll go too. Sora immediately replied, of course, I will protect Hardcore leveling warrior Nim, we promised. She happily said, and we promised to talk freely with each other, why are you keeping it from me? Hardcore immediately replied, yes, that's right, yeah right. In his heart, he secretly felt guilty. If this little girl knew that she didn't remember anything, she would throw herself away and be chained. Inside the house were several small dogs running out. There was a scream in the room, is it coming? Heart Heater respectfully, yes sir, the person in the room said, is the rim broken in half again? Rim is crying, I have nothing to defend sir. In the room, a person holding a small dog said, are you a hardcore leveling warrior? Hardcore didn't answer but thought to himself, speaking like a superior to a Heart Heater like that, this guy is not the average guy, at best he must be the leader of some domineering guild. This person continued asking, I heard that you are the first person to max level this game. Hardcore is confused, is there anything? At this moment, the person in the room revealed himself as a small boy, he said, please level me. After listening, Hardcore immediately asked, what benefit would it bring me to help you? The boy immediately replied, money. Hardcore asks again, how much? The boy was silent and then replied, 1 billion. When Sora heard the word 1 billion, his jaw dropped. Hardcore, on the other hand, smiled contemptuously, my sister, my master thought I was a chicken with red claws and broken spurs. Heart Heater turned around and asked, so how do you calculate our debt? Hardcore immediately replied, I said I would pay it back as soon as possible with interest. Sora listened to it and admired it, so cool, he's really cool of the peak. Hardcore leveling warrior held out his hand and said, what's up, Heart Heater, don't you do business based on trust? If you can't trust me, why don't you cut off a few of my fingers? Heart Heater chuckled, it seems like having your head cut off before wasn't enough for you. Wouldn't the pain be transferred directly to real life? Do you have a sponsor? I think I heard about it. Are you planning on playing that way? Hardcore also curled his mouth and said, who knows, it's just a baseless rumor. At this time a sound rang out, the Hardcore recognized it, force me to log out, he said, I'll log back in first. The other boy also comfortably said, relax, I'll wait, but hey. Hardcore leveling warrior before leaving, he heard that boy remind him, be careful. Then he immediately disappeared. Return to reality. Hardcore opened his eyes and discovered that he was being carried away by 2 tall gangsters. He gasped, what the heck? The man immediately said, he's awake. The Hardcore still tried to struggle, releasing the dogs. The other guy heard that and immediately told his juniors, what are you doing? Let him go. Immediately the other 2 guys threw the Hardcore and fell to the ground. Hardcore just asked, cough, did Chairman Kim give you orders? These 3 guys immediately said, your brain is out of order, you think Chairman Kim is your friend. They looked at those supercars and said, everything you eat and sleep is invested by the president, aren't you a noob now? What are you going to do about the upcoming competition at the arena? You know the president made a big bet for you, right? Closing the cell door, this guy smirked threateningly, before getting your old level back, don't ask to get out of here, understand, if you want to go back to your old place, then quickly get your level back. Hardcore sat in the room with his mouth closed. Well, if I had $1 billion, would he let me go? Ha ha. Thinking about $1 billion. Hardcore immediately realized there was something strange in the room. What was it? Looking at the pile of water in the room, the Hardcore cursed loudly. That crazy guy, what does he think people are made of? Back 3 years ago, Hardcore, or in real life called Ethan Gong. Arrested on the rooftop, a man calmly drank water and said, Ethan Gong. I am living trash. Being grabbed by the neck and pressed towards the railing, Ethan Gong said in fear, yes, what is there slowly? This guy threw the glass of water down and said, people must keep their promises, if they keep breaking promises, they are no different from trash, right? The glass of water was still falling. He asked, tell me again, I heard how many floors high is this place? Kyung Tae, 5 floors, right? The subordinate immediately answered, it was 4 floors, sir. The man happily replied, if there were only 4 floors, you wouldn't die, but you'd be mentally retarded, you'd be lucky, 1 more floor and you'd be dead. After speaking, he immediately pushed Ethan Gong. But just when he thought he was about to fall, the man grabbed him and pulled him back. Ethan Gong begged in fear, please don't kill me. Please give me a little more time, I will. At this time the man also ordered, Kyung Tae, release it. Ethan Gong watched in surprise as he was released. The man took out a piece of paper and said, you said you practiced the game, right? Sign your name and put your hand up here. On the rooftop, he continued, if you sell that nutty gum, can you make 80 million won? I think it's also difficult for snack companies to do it, right? You know Lucid Adventure, right? Ethan Gong timidly replied, I heard that Giga company recently created this weird game. The man replied, currently there is no cash transaction, but sooner or later, there are about 10 million people playing now, so I think the currency of this game is quite valuable, you see that right? He smoked a cigarette and smiled and said, in my opinion, it's a good bet. If you want to help me, what better place than in a place where you can make the most money? He said, I will provide you with a supply house. Ethan Gong was stunned, supply house. He smiled and said, you need to pay your debt, right? Work for me. Back to the present, Ethan Gong cursed while drinking water. What he meant was that as long as he knew how much money he brought back to him and what kind of body he was in, he didn't care, that damn old president. At this moment, there was a sound outside, please shut up. It turns out there are many other cells out there, they said, I thought I was the only one in here, stop making noise, let me go, I want to go home, shut up. Are you crying again? Ethan Gong was surprised and approached the door and asked, are you guys also playing Lucid Adventure, outside? He replied dejectedly, yeah, damn it. Ethan Gong heard that and immediately smiled and thought, good, this bet is playable, so he immediately asked, guys, what are your nicknames? A moment later, Ethan Gong returned to the game. He was surprised to see Sora happily eating and drinking with the other boy, and Rim had his body reattached by the heart heater. The other boy asked again, do you accept this? Hardcore Leveling Warrior said carefully, before I answer, you warned me before about the danger, how did you know? You belong to Chairman Kim's faction. The boy replied, why should I tell you, I am definitely not on the same side as Chairman Kim. Hearing that, the Hardcore immediately said, you have to pay me more. The boy asked, how much? Hardcore raised his hand and said, 3 billion. The other boy smiled and replied, 3 billion, okay. Sora was stunned by this price deal. In the end she chose to stay silent and eat. Hardcore immediately said, we will go leveling, you have 3 minutes to prepare. Sora, do you want to come with me? Sora immediately said happily after hearing that, I will go too. Together they arrived at the capital of the Eastern Kingdom of Yopi land. The boy was surprised, this is Yopi land. Hardcore covered his face and replied, we're going into a dungeon so we'll need to prepare a few things. Sora went to the medicine store to buy me a lot of medicine. I'll stop by the bank to get some things. Sora replied, okay, so what about him? The boy also said at this time, hey, there you are. Hardcore turns heads, what? The boy calmly said, actually I only heard about how strong you are from the heart heater, I don't know how strong you actually are, and I'm quite a cautious person. Hardcore asks, so what? The boy pointed to one side and said, prove it to me. Hardcore is confused, right now, how? The boy closed his eyes to think. Sora said on the side, Hardcore Leveling Warrior Nim has no need to prove his strength to him. The boy didn't pay attention and said, aha, that guy is probably okay. That guy over there, please defeat him for me. Hardcore is silent. Then he smiled, him huh? Hardcore leveling warrior smiled proudly and said, look closely, I will show you how I fight. The leader was now holding a sandwich in his hand with a happy expression on his face, it looked so delicious. At that moment, a hand appeared and smacked him on the head. Hardcore smiled and said, hey bro. The sandwich also fell to the ground because of this action. Hardcore smirked and asked, do you know how much pain you had last time? The guy next to him looked worriedly at their guildmaster. Immediately a hand reached towards the Hardcore. The Onion leader cursed angrily, your brain has been soaked in the toilet or something, do you think I can't kill you because I'm in a village? Hardcore smirked and said, you can't because you don't have the skills. The enraged leader strangled him even harder. The junior was worried and wanted to pull the leader out and say, Guildmaster, leave, the guards are coming, but the leader didn't listen and insisted, let go, I have to let him sell salt. On one side, Sora was angry and wanted to take out his sword, that bastard, dare to touch Hardcore leveling warrior Nim. The boy next to him also wondered, he said he would show me, what he meant was to see him being beaten, why? Hardcore then said, if you want to contact me so much, why don't we do an official park game? The leader laughed when he heard that, is it an orthodox park? Hardcore grabbed his hand and smiled and said, yeah. Let's fight for whatever we want. Orthodox park. Unique fighting format that allows players to kill each other in a village, under the protection of the government and fighting gods, a contest of strength. Everyone is talking, Hardcore leveling warrior will win right, there is no way, haven't you heard that Hardcore is now noob? The rules are given, 1, even if you kill your opponent, you will not become a red player, and players will make demands for what they want. 2nd, at the competition place, the NPC returning to the competition will automatically be summoned and will act as both a witness and a judge. Here, the NPC returning to the competition is Daikon. He asked, what do you want to win if you win? The leader did not hesitate to answer, what I want is a Hardcore leveling warrior to delete his character and leave this game forever. The person behind also agreed, the Hardcore just laughed and deleted the character. He immediately replied, if I win, I want all your stat points. The leader angrily said, are you kidding, in an official park match you can only bet lives or assets. The Hardcore just smiled and looked at Daikon. Surprisingly, Daikon immediately said, I agree, based on the sect characteristics of the Hardcore leveling warrior player, it can be done. The Dragon Boy silently thought, his sex characteristics. Hardcore provokes the opponent, he is afraid of facing someone at level 1. And all the indexes are 1 star, it's true that the process is not real. Immediately, a fist appeared, the Hardcore was immediately thrown away. Hardcore fell to the ground and was surprised, this guy. Normally it's already that strong. The leader said, just because of your careless way of playing, do you know how many people have quit the game after being injured by you? I won't touch you right away, even though you need a funeral. Hardcore stood up, pulled out his knife and said, shut up. He rushed forward, the Onion leader smirked, with that blunt sword. Immediately, the leader easily dodged the attack, not knowing that the Hardcore was frantically counting from 90 in his head. The Onion head punched hard towards the Hardcore and shouted, it's for all of our guild members who quit the game because of you, then right now. The leader used recovery skills on the Hardcore again. He thought, it gradually counts like a sandbag like last time. He immediately stood up and wanted to fight, still counting in his heart, 91, 92, the leader said, it's not over yet. The guy is angry, I have to hit you at least 100 times to satisfy this anger. People around were talking, hey, who did you bet on, that guy with blue hair, what age can that noob win? The door was closed he. Sure enough, the leader here is beating the Hardcore to death. A man suddenly appeared behind the Dragon Boy and Sora said, oh, what a match. I mean, that's a Hardcore leveling warrior, I heard his level was reset, hey. He asked the two of them, who did you bet on? Sora doesn't understand, why bet? The boy immediately said, what, you look like you're at a high level, this is your first time seeing a park battle. Seeing that, he immediately explained that those who choose to attend the match can bet on who wins. The winner can receive gold and experience points depending on the amount of gold bet, but there is a certain betting limit. He looked forward and said, see that window, that boss is completely dominating. He wondered, who should I bet on now? Then he wondered, why don't you bet, my money is full. Sora replied, I don't have any money to spare. Over here, The hardcore was breathing heavily. He had reached 98 and said, "You idiot, you should know who you are fighting with. Do you really think you can win against me?" The leader immediately shouted, "Shut up." Hardcore thought to himself, "It's up." The leader's next move, the hardcore dodged it. The leader looked in surprise at the hardcore rushing towards him, then he easily punched the hardcore and laughed scornfully at it. "You're so happy that you're so lucky to have dodged a shot. Hardcore is beaten to death." The cool leader walked towards the hardcore and said, "Ending the movie." Everyone on this side exclaimed, "The outcome of this match is so obvious, so boring, it's really noob CMNR." But at this time, the boy next to Sora spoke again, placing 100 million on the hardcore leveling warrior. He smiled and said, "I only want noobs." Right at this moment, the leader raised his fist towards the hardcore and said, "It's over, I will let you disappear from this game forever." Right now, from the hard side, Core swung an attack. This attack went straight towards the heart shape on the onion leader's forehead. He was stunned, paralyzed. Hardcore smiled and said, 100. Immediately, the onion's body flashed with electric sparks. He screamed in pain. The knife in the hardcore's hand is the same knife that killed him before. The onion guy collapsed and still tried to speak, "You stupid boy, one day I will die." But before he could finish speaking, a foot hit him in the face. The onion leader ran out of mana and fell to the ground. The hardcore kicked him and then spoke and barked. Immediately on the sign clearly appeared, the leader had lost. The hardcore not only won but also received more than millions of gold coins. Referee Dakin shouted loudly from above, "The ultimate finisher, the winner is the hardcore leveling warrior." He stood next to the leader's body and said, "The winner and the betters will be rewarded now." The chests appeared one after another. Dakin continued, "Hardcore leveling warrior, you can only choose one, your level is too low to own them all." Behind everyone except Sora, everyone was sad. The hardcore calculated and said, "I just need lucky points. Which one should I choose?" At this time in Yopi land, the center of the palace, a sound rang out, "Well, a bunch of despicable people." A man looked contemptuously at the monsters in front of him and said, "You guys said we should stop fighting, but instead you went and planted assassins in the palace." "This person is General Tak." Tak angrily asked, "Who sent you?" Assistant Lime behind him reminded him, "General, behind you." Tak also knows that, "I know, it's annoying." He immediately turned around and attacked the monster behind him. While playing Tak and talking, Uncle Yopi said he would come. And when would he get here? Tak fought too hard and now he regrets it a bit. "Oh, that was a mistake, I shouldn't have killed him." Right at this moment, two people appeared behind them and said, "You're causing trouble again, you speculum." Tak said angrily, "I told you not to call me that, but you zombie bitch." "Hey, uncle, why are you so late?" The zombie bitch shouted, "Your idiot killed the hostages, right?" "What, but my uncle?" "This person is the advisor Poo-Poo," she said, "This person is the king of this country, show some respect." It turns out that the guy from before is the king of Yopi land, named Yopi. He scratched his head and said, I came to watch this interesting match, so I'm late, sorry." Tak was so angry that he picked up Yopi and cursed, "If he was going to be late, he should have told you in advance. Do you know how long I've been waiting for you?" Poo-Poo shouted loudly, "Stop this crazy guy." Tak said loudly, "These guys are not ordinary people, they were probably sent by the Empire, maybe they intended to secretly stab us during the truce." Yopi thought for a moment then laughed and said, "Brown, that's not true." He continued, "To assassinate us with this level of assassination, no way, they can judge it themselves." Tak said again, "So are they planning to provoke us to start a war, new war?" Poo-Poo replied, "That's just pure inference." Hearing that made me even more angry. "So what exactly is this?" Yopi rubbed her face and replied, "I don't know, maybe they are trying to cause trouble." He threw the bag back for the little slimes to hold and said, "That guy is more squishy than I originally thought." "I don't understand, uncle, what are you talking about?" Yopi replied, It's the person I vaguely saw earlier." He smiled smugly and said, "It looks like it will be very interesting." Poo-Poo accepted the order, "Yes, your majesty." Yopi said, "Monitor the people from earlier, if there is anything new, report to me immediately." Apu replied yes. Back to the present, Hardcore asked the other boy, "Hey Dark, are you really buying these things at a good price?" "Dark boy, you're not good enough to protect me with a sword, are you?" At this time, the screen appeared, Black Magician Promotion Quest. The quest chain includes, enter the Dark Magic Dungeon Tower, and chat with the Black Magic NPC Doim. The reward is 30 experience points. Hardcore immediately said, here it is, accept. The three of them moved forward, Dark surprised. Something appeared on the map. Hardcore reminded him, don't show off your newbie look, kid. Dark asked again, your level is the same as mine, let's forget about that. How did you win before? Hardcore just said, you don't need to know. Dark was silent then replied, so what if I say I won't give you money? Hardcore, this brat is full of anger. But in the end he still answered, you use a secret toy, that sword generates crit after 100 slashes no matter what. Sora said respectfully, rare equipment, truly hardcore leveling warrior is different, but Dark is boring. He asked again, so in the end he relied on items, right? Hardcore wanted to curse so much. Sora said for him, Dark, you must have skills to use equipment effectively. She said again, put it aside, you must be very rich. Dark, you offered the hardcore leveling warrior a huge price without any problems at all. Dark asked as he walked, do you guys know Giga? My grandfather is the president of Giga Company. Sora was stunned. Giga, the #1 company in the world. Hardcore is speechless. This guy must have been fed diamond mosquitoes when he was born. Dark recounted, that was the day my grandfather decided to write his will. Hardcore was surprised, what about the will? On TV he looked very healthy. Dark explained, he recorded it when his health was still good, came back, after summoning all the family members into one place, he said. Everyone has a Lucid Adventure account, right? Please log in tonight, I'll write my will there. Dark continued, and after finishing speaking, he still has not recovered consciousness. According to the doctor, his remaining time is a maximum of 3 months, but in the Lucid Adventure Friends screen, it shows him still logged in, but I can't afford to meet him yet. After listening, Hardcore frowned and cursed, what a crazy old man. Dark also said, so it can be said that his consciousness still exists somewhere in the Lucid Adventure. After chatting for a while, the three arrived at their destination. Right outside the door, the Black Magic NPC greeted, welcoming everyone to the Black Magic Dungeon Tower. Who will do it? Dark immediately said, I. Doim replied, with a party of 3 members, okay, let's go inside. As soon as the door opened, Doim continued, but I'm not sure you can get through. The 3 didn't hesitate to step in. Hardcore proudly said, what, do you want me to clear this prison tower in 3 minutes? Sora admired the truth, but Dark just complained that the wind was too loud or something like that. The 3 were still talking. And what stats did he get from the box before, right? What was it, that thing? The door to hell is closed. In a far place, there was a man waiting outside. A muffled sound rang out. Are they there? The Indian skinhead replied, yes, exactly as you said. He reported that even a heart heater wouldn't be able to do anything in the prison tower, so I will carry out the order. Immediately, the Indian skinhead disappeared. Dark looked at him in surprise. In his ears were pitiful cries. It turns out Sora and the Hardcore are frantically fighting monsters. Sora, at his level, is slashing wildly with his sword. Hardcore is still the same as when fighting with the leader, just count to 100 and use the skill to destroy all the monsters. In the end, the 3 stood indifferently looking at the corpses of the monsters lying around. A living monster angrily said, you, adventurers, you have already completed the request, okay, just leave me alone. Hardcore smiled evilly and said, you know how to speak, okay, I will forgive you. In another place, the blonde man was communicating with his subordinates. He asked, have you liquidated them yet? The Indian skinhead replied confusedly, not yet. The blonde man asked in surprise, what, if it's due to the dungeon's security problem, you can use your skills to penetrate, isn't there something going on there? The bald guy replied, it's nothing, it's just. But in the end, this guy just cried and said, it's okay, I'll handle it well. Hahoo, how can you say that the greatest assassin in the world is afraid of zombies? The blonde reminded, that's what he wanted, no mistakes allowed. The bald head immediately replied, clear. Inside the dungeon. Hardcore went first and Sora and Dark went after. Dark exclaimed, what kind of leveling up mission is this difficult? Hardcore heard that and replied, this is easy, don't you know? Dark said angrily, how easy is it? How can a beginner defeat 100 zombies? Hardcore is speechless, you are truly a complete new player. Do you know how many combat players there are in Lucid Adventure? Only about 30 or 70% of the rest choose merchants or ordinary farmers to enjoy everyday life. Leveling up tasks are difficult, and this game does not require you to fight to level up, or to satisfy himself. He asked, Sora, what is your promotion mission? Sora heard that and remembered and smiled and said, it seems like killing 1,000 werewolves. It took me about 2 months. Hardcore exclaimed, "That's better than mine." Hardcore concludes, "In this game it can be said that no one but me can complete the leveling up mission I received, do you understand?" They came to a door, this was the second floor. In the room, a super huge monster appeared, an NPC sat on its back and said, "You're new, Borgova." He continued, "The people from last time were bored, they died immediately, can you play with us?" A series of quests appeared, this time to complete the requirements of the second level of black magic, to destroy Borgova. The NPC immediately jumped down and shouted, "Come on, Borgova. It's time to play." Immediately, this monster opened its mouth and blew a huge stream of fire forward. Sora immediately gained momentum and jumped up to avoid the fire. Conveniently pull both Dark and Hardcore. She exclaimed, "Fire, what a bother." All three immediately landed. At this time Hardcore calls Dark, "Hey kid." Immediately his chipped knife was placed in Dark's hand. He said, "I have already swung that sword 99 times, looking for the ideal opportunity to scoop it up." Dark is worried, Me, if you give me this, how can I fight?" The Hardcore then angrily cursed, "You idiot, don't turn your back to the enemy." A Borgova's hand appeared, Sora quickly raised his sword across his hand to block the attack, the Hardcore still looked at Dark worriedly. The NPC in the distance happily said, "Ah ha ha, it's won." Medusa's curse, Borgova's punch had a lot of magic, in front of them, Sora was turned to stone. Hardcore thought, "No, I relied on her powerful strength, the loss was unexpected. Well, now I have to use this sword." After thinking about it, Hardcore told me to avoid it for now, and when I have the chance, I will contact you. The NPC on Borgova's back saw this and was surprised, "Hey, what a martial art." Dark and Hardcore were running around behind the monster. Hardcore thought, "The kid is slower than the mean one, thanks to the leader's stats, I can temporarily use him for now." Hardcore pulled out the sword from his waist and whispered, "Pray to God, please give me a good product." In the end, the result did not disappoint either of them. Dark cursed, "What was the point of pulling that scabby sword out?" The Hardcore was in pain, spitting out mother's cooked rice. The long sword was chipped, 6 attacks, it was an ordinary sword sold in every store, because it was chipped, the attack index decreased. Dark angrily said, "What are you doing, you idiot, did I hire you so we can do this?" A fist continuously rushed towards them, the Hardcore ran and warned that kid, "Just stay there and talk and then go and kill him." The NPC said again, "Hey, what are you guys doing, running around like that is so boring." Then she commanded, "Borgova, be violent." Immediately, sparks emitted from the monster's mouth. Dark continued to run and curse, "So what's going on? If you just keep running like that, there's nothing you can do. Why did you say you would clear this prison tower in 3 seconds? The Hardcore cursed back, "Shut up, it's your fault, Dad's plot has failed." At this moment the monster suddenly lowered its lower legs. Turns out he wanted to jump up. Dark was still cursing, "Useless idiot, you're fired." But before he finished speaking, the Hardcore quickly ran back to where Dark was preparing to be crushed under the monster's feet. The monster finally landed. Dark knelt down not understanding, What is that?" He looked to the side in shock, seeing that the Hardcore had been trampled to the ground in order to save him. Dark was surprised and touched, he was. Hardcore immediately said frankly, "I need money, if the tenant dies first, how can I receive the money?" NPC is angry, bored, "It's over, Borgova." The monster received the command and immediately charged forward. Standing in front of the monster, the Hardcore smiled and said, "Hey, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, kid. Let's boil it." After hearing it, Dark regained his composure. The monster was about to pounce and saw something was wrong. It turned out that its legs had been cut off some time ago. The NPC was stunned, "The blackening magic has been broken, how is that possible?" She immediately rushed towards Borgova. Dark also suddenly jumped up, in his hand was the Hardcore knife. Immediately the knife slashed down, a huge electric current appeared. The NPC shouted in shock, No, Borgova." But the monster was already lying directly in the yard. The NPC turned around and said in hatred, "Bastard, how dare you?" But right at that moment a punch came out from her head and knocked her mask off. Sora had broken the curse, she said angrily, "How dare you attack the Hardcore leveling warrior lord?" Luckily, the mission chain recorded that they had completed the second mission, and the last mission was to complete the requirements of the 3rd floor of the Black Magic Prison Tower. Hardcore lay on the ground and laughed, "Hey kid, help your brother up, why are you messing around there, why don't you buy a bunch of pills? Dark also remembered, he took out a bottle of medicine. Finally, the bottle of medicine flowed down the hardcore's sticky head. He angrily said, "That's enough, don't spill it anymore," then called Sora again. Hardcore asked, "Sora, you haven't killed her yet, right?" Sora replied, "Yup, I only injured her, not killed her." Hearing that, he immediately ordered this NPC to be tied up. The NPC said indignantly, "Thinking about being defeated by someone like you." Hardcore looked at her and smiled, "But the zombie boss on the first floor had already told me everything. He told me to be careful with your petrification spell." He thought back smugly, "Just a bunch of stupid brats. Before finding anything, I killed the monster." Hearing that, the NPC was furious. "That stupid zombie," the hardcore continued. After giving him a few drops of holy water, he spat out all the information. After that, the NPC girl suddenly blushed and said, "What are you doing?" Hardcore smiled evilly, took out a feather and then frantically tickled it and said, "And that guy also told us that your weak point is the seeds." Hardcore thought, a true professional must do everything, something to get information. The evil hardcore said to this NPC, "Spit out everything you know about the third floor to me." Sora and Dark looked at the hardcore frantically doing bad things and could only remain speechless.
The NPC still tried to say, "I don't know." I said, "I don't know." The hardcore immediately continued tickling. The NPC laughed and said, "Ha ha, I just know it's a demon lord, I just know that's it, ha ha." At this moment above their heads, a monster exclaimed, "It was too noisy below."
In another place, Heart Heater laughed and said, "My lord." He single-handedly stopped the monster next to him and said, "You still like to joke around like always." Then he changed his attitude and said seriously, "If you do this, what will my position be like? Can you immediately apologize to me?" The black market trader Kushum next to him said, murderous aura, hell, I came to do business." Heart Heater, "Stop threatening them, nya." Heart Heater said with a smile, it seems my feelings are a bit strange momentum." Lord of Cobalt Castle, sad smile said, "Really, Heart Heater, just a joke, just a joke. I thought you'd practiced a bit while you were here, so I prepared them, if you feel unwelcome." He gave me a friendly smile and continued, allowing me to excuse myself and apologize. Heart Heater cursed under his breath, "Damn cunning snake." Kushum said for them, "Enough talking, nya, let's do business. Do you have any money, nya?" Sad smile replied, "Of course, but we need to see the item first." In his hand, Kushum was already holding a chest. Opening the chest, a sword full of dark rays appeared. Kushum said, "The goods are here, don't hold it, nya, the curse is terrible." Sad smile trembled happily and said, "One of the 39 swords that the master blacksmith had created, and this was the 38th. He did not hesitate to pick up the sword. "Hey, this curse is real, this power," Kushum said in shock. "Are you not afraid of the curse?" Sad smile smiled proudly and said, "If I have this, I can do it." Kushum looked at him like a pervert and said, "Grandfather, aren't you afraid of the demon lord's curse?" Returning to the main character, Sora happily looked at his hand and said, "This is the ideal equipment. It's Medusa's melee arm, defense 25, special skill is a small chance to use magic when touch the enemy directly." Hardcore was speechless, opened the chest and said, Only the gloves are good goods, the rest are all waste." Dark looked back and said, "There are a few more items." He picked up a pair of torn pants and said, "This defense point is fine. What about this one, sister?" "Those are Borgova's pants, defense is 130, level limit is 30, the only precious pair of pants, the best that Borgova has." Sora immediately pointed at his pants and said, "My pants have a higher defense point, they are black dragon steel pants with a defense point of 230, the pants are meticulously crafted with black dragon scales, seems to be the product of a costume fanatic." Dark was speechless. Hardcore spoke again, "Why are you showing off like that?" The unspoken saying of the MMORPG genre, the more exposed the female character is, the more powerful she is. They continued to climb up. The hardcore told Dark, "Hey kid, to swing that sword 99 times before going to the third floor, exactly 99 times, Dark said, "Don't act like that." Then he got curious, "But hey, Demon Lord, how strong is he?" Hardcore speculated, "Well, there are tons of Demon Lords in this world." He recalled saying, the newly born Demon Lord was only a little stronger than the Borgova from before, but the guys at the level preparing to be promoted to Demon King were different. They were at a completely different level that even I had to struggle with, and when confronted, we can usually tell how strong they are based on the size of their horns. Hardcore also said, to see how strong the Demon Lord on the third floor is. Dark saw that and asked, "Why, are you scared?" The three of them stood in front of the third floor door. Hardcore said, "Hey, it's likely to be much harder here than on the second floor. If you keep talking like before, I won't be able to save you." Dark remembered those people and immediately said, "Okay, take care of yourself." The door slowly opened. Hardcore, Sora and Dark Terror. "Oh," they shouted loudly, "why did they eat the food Mom cooked? What's going on?" Sora thought, "Trap, inside a dungeon." Dark was surprised and said, "There, that's the summoner." In the distance, a long-haired demon said, "Hey, you humans. That person is the Demon Lord." He smiled and said, "Why are you guys so late? I got tired of waiting so I eliminated him." "What black magic or what? He just keeps talking about things I don't care about." Hardcore thought carefully, "Gay, this guy is much stronger than the Borgova." The Demon Lord smiled and said, "Hey human, are you strong?" Immediately, the Demon Lord appeared in front of the Hardcore and waved his hand. But at this moment a puff of smoke appeared. It's Sora standing between the two of them. She said, "Hardcore leveling warrior Nim, let me tank for you." Hardcore is not a girl. Then, "Leave it to me, kid, bring out the buff bottles." The Demon Lord smiled and said, "Female warrior, you are strong and fast. Not bad, you guys are good enough to be my sacrifice. With you, my mission will be completed." Behind him appears an ego mission with a series of question marks behind. Hardcore reminded Sora, "He is not an ordinary person. Be careful." Hardcore realized and thought, "Boss monster, there is an ego quest. What kind of hole is this guy?" In the end he told Dark, "Kid, to prepare to unleash that ultimate skill." The Demon Lord smiled and pointed up and said, "It's okay to supplement, but that's fine." His hand pointed straight ahead. Immediately the bottle of holy water in Dark's hand was broken. The Demon Lord said, "I don't like holy water, it makes me sick." Sora, Hardcore and Dark were silent and said, "Come on." The first attack, Sora took the lead and rushed forward. The Demon Lord calmly looked at her and said, "That fighting spirit, I like it." At this moment, a huge explosion occurred again. The Demon Lord was still intact. His hand held Sora's sword and said, 50 points. Sora was also surprised. The sword was frozen. This guy was incredibly strong. The Demon Lord laughed and said, "Aiming at my neck like that, are you stupid?" Sora immediately let go of the sword. She switched to using physical attacks, continuously attacking and punching the Demon Lord's face. Sora then lifted his leg and used his familiar leg kick. The Demon Lord was thrown away, and the sword was also spared. The Demon Lord exclaimed, "You abandoned your sword to use martial arts, ha." At this time, the Nosebleed Ghost Lord said with a dark face, giving him a 0 rating. Sora continued to swing his sword forward. The Demon Lord then said, "Those who do not immediately fail." When he finished speaking, he raised his hand. The king thought that this game was very good, but then he was startled and frightened. Sora had activated the special skill of Medusa Melee Gloves, Petrification. She thought, thanks to the buff she could perform it with 100% effectiveness. A series of Medusa snakes enveloped the Demon Lord. She screamed loudly, turning to stone. The Demon Lord frowned at them and said, "Humans, this game." Sora happily said, "Hardcore leveling warrior Nim, the plan is successful, come on, let's attack quickly." But at this moment, a giant fist appeared in front of it. The still living Demon Lord grinned and waved his hand, knocking Sora away. The guy commented, "How despicable, die." Looking at Sora who had lost most of his blood, Dark was worried. The Hardcore was also surprised. The spell was also ineffective. This guy already knows the way to give birth, guys. In the past, a woman just raised her sword and said, "Hey Demon Lord, is that all you can do?" The scene in front is ruined and desolate. The Demon Lord with the long horn collapsed and said, "I am defeated." He closed his eyes and let fate say, "Take action." The opponent swung his sword repeatedly. A long horn appeared in her hand. She said, "What can your head do?" "The horns are filled with hatred. They are much more useful to me than your head." Blood flowed from the wound. The Demon Lord looked ahead in shock. He shouted loudly, "That woman, kill me. Continuing to live after defeat is a disgrace to my clan. Kill me, if you can't do it." The Demon Lord immediately rushed forward and said, "Then I will kill you myself." The woman calmly said, "If you want that." She waved her hand. The swords behind her immediately rushed to attack the Demon Lord. Finally she said, "I will take your remaining horn as well." The Demon Lord collapsed with bloody wounds. she said, "Is this the so-called last moments of an idiot who has never failed? What a hideous scene." The Demon Lord no longer had horns on his head, he couldn't believe what had just happened. In front of the Demon Lord, the woman said, "Well, you will be sealed somewhere anyway, maybe if you continue to survive, you will meet me again." Returning to the present, the Demon Lord frowned and said, "You will be the final sacrifice." In front of the three people, he said, "Die quickly, you weak creatures." Dark silently looked at this person. At this moment, the Demon Lord had already rushed towards them. The hardcore prepares to swing his sword but still quietly thinks, oh my god, oh my god. Luckily the sword was drawn, then, cooled down. It was an improvised sword with 2 attack points. The special skill was that every time the sword was drawn, it would transform into one of the swords in the world, will regenerate every 10 minutes. Facing the fist that was about to pounce, the hardcore silently prayed, "Please, give me a good one." The Demon Lord has come very close. Finally pulled it out. The sword is sleek with 1 attack power. The sword is crafted with a material that feels pleasant to the touch, a special product from the Jelly Village. The special skill is to block attacks close range attack once. The scene before my eyes was extremely awkward. Hardcore meaning, beans, grass green, bro. The sleek sword is continuously acting adorable to seduce the Demon Lord. But in the end, it received a deep fist kiss in return. But luckily the Demon Lord was weakened by cute things. He blushed and said, "You guys probe carefully, you know my weakness is cute things, you guys are more difficult to deal with, I think so." The Demon Lord rubbed his wrist and said, "How dare you use your sleek sword to attack me?" Hardcore worriedly said, "Wow, spirit sword, I need to pull out a spirit sword, if I can hold it until it cools down, then." Dark looked at both sides a bit worried. Indeed, this side the Demon Lord has already unleashed his power. He said, "Let's end it, you trash." Dark now had to rush forward and think, "I have to use this thing." In his hand is the Goblin King's agreement pendant, the pendant linked to the Goblin King. The special skill is to increase strength depending on the prices paid, but it can only be used once. The Demon Lord had already swung a giant ball of power. But no matter how big the ball was, as soon as it touched the darkness, he was thrown away. Dark surrounded by golden light, he said, completing the contract. The Demon Lord was also surprised, "You were able to knock it out." Then he laughed even louder, hey, interesting, interesting. Dark remembered what Heart Heater said, he could only use it once, so it should only be used when in the most dire need. The Demon Lord continued to charge. Dark also took a prepared stance. The two sides rushed at each other. Dark was able to touch the Demon Lord's fist. The two sides fought like cats and dogs. Hardcore, as the audience thought, the Goblin King's pendant. If it's that strong, then that kid. He was speechless thinking, how much did he spend? A few billion. This guy wanted to give birth wrapped in diamonds, not wrapped in anything. Looking up at the two people who were still fighting, the Hardcore exclaimed, "But, thanks to that, I was able to take advantage of this time." The Demon Lord still had a crazy smile and fought. He shouted, "Weak," then he raised his hand and hit the Dark. Dark thought, the power was surging. So this is how the strong feel. Huge explosions rang out. The Demon Lord clasped his hands and said, "So, there's only one left." But at this moment, a fist rushed towards the Demon Lord's face. Dark knocked the Demon Lord away. He said, "The first time I hit someone in the face. But the feeling is not very refreshing." After hearing this, the Demon Lord became angry. He slowly stood up and said, "That was truly such a low-class attack that you..." Not even trying to hide it. Standing before them, the Demon Lord told Darkness, "I admit, that you are worthy of a fair duel with me." Dark also rushed forward. He thought, his attack was effective, one more, just one more. But the Goblin Spirit said, "You have 10 seconds left for the fake you paid, KK, Dark mood drops, what, the buff is about to run out." Dark and the Demon Lord continued to fight. The Demon Soul was still counting down, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. At this time, the golden aura gradually disappeared. Even when there were only 2 seconds left, the Demon Lord was still as strong as before. Dark thought, can't avoid this attack. Right now the time is up. The Goblin Soul bids farewell to Dark. The Demon Lord's attack was only a centimeter away from Dark. But at this moment his arm was cut off. It was the Hardcore that slashed him with his golden sword. He said, "The goods have arrived." He smiled proudly, "This is the legendary Spirit Sword." Dark was silent and then spoke, too slow. Hardcore thought again, with so many spiritual swords, this one came out, how boring. Hardcore put his sword on his shoulder and said, you held out well, kid, and now, this stage is yours. The Demon Lord angrily shouted, snarl, damn it. His severed arm flashed with light, the Demon Lord shouted loudly, there will be no way I can defeat him. In this place of death. His hand flashed with the power of a super huge blue aura, confronting the small golden light on the Hardcore's sword. A blue flame flared up violently. The Demon Lord gasped and looked forward, his severed arm had turned black. But at this moment the Demon Lord said in shock, what, did he escape? The Demon Lord said even more angrily, if that's the case, your position is too clear. He looked up and said, sure it was above, but then he was surprised, why, not there. At this moment, the Hardcore loomed towards the Demon Lord and said, behind your back, you idiot. The Demon Lord immediately turned his head and waved his hand, saying, damn it. Hardcore rushed forward and said, it won't be long, he thought, the sword's inherited status allows him to borrow stats from an angel. He said to the Demon Lord, it's over, Demon Lord. The Demon Lord was silent, then he laughed loudly. On the ground, a stream of red fire slashed straight down to the ground. The Hardcore stood in front of the Demon Lord's body and said, phew, the quest is over. But at this time, the sword in the Hardcore's hand also lost its yellow fire. Hardcore stuck the sword into the ground, looked at it thoughtfully, then turned away. Dark wondered, why don't you take the sword back? The Hardcore said, it's no longer usable, it's been sealed forcibly, it's Kubaba's spirit sword, the attack point is 90 with a demon killing limit of 999, the sword is imbued with the power of the Kubaba fighting angel, once you have defeated the enemy it will be forcibly sealed, the cooldown period is 99 years. Right now a notice board appears. Dark was surprised, ahem, I've been promoted to a dark magician. Then Dark realized and said, wow, suddenly I have a ring. The ring suddenly exuded the power to absorb the soul of the Demon Lord's body. Then in the ring, Dark saw the Demon Lord who had lost one arm lying in it. Hardcore said in surprise, oh ho, your envoy is a beast. Dark wondered, envoy, that is a summoner's ring, can only be used by dark magicians, intelligence +5, the ring bonded to your spirit, cannot be traded. Dark looked at the notification that appeared and said, there are also new female skills, which one should I upgrade first, summoning, cursing, hardcore analysis, given the current situation. At this time outside the dungeon area, a sound rang out, rock on. A gun rang out, establishing the target to be eliminated. A robot appeared continuously attacking the dungeon, aiming, completing the signal, stabilizing, executing elimination. The Indian skinhead laughed and said, it seemed like it was going too far, he thought, if he couldn't get in then he would destroy the entire tower. Looking at the dungeon that had become a pile of rubble, he spoke, completing the destruction. In the rubble a blue light appeared. The bald guy slowly went down, exclaiming, oh my god. He slowly looked around and said that he must take the head back as a hostage. An arm appeared in the rubble, he slowly turned over the rocks, that side was so good, so shy, so perfect. But at this moment the bald man was surprised, what is this? It is not my target. Right at this moment something brushed across the bald man's cheek, he was surprised, an attack. A pleading voice said, please step back. So that green stuff is slime. The slime slowly turned into a woman, it was Assistant Lim, she said these were guests of the king of Yopi land, King Yopi, under her body were Sora, Dark and Hardcore. The bald head remained silent, then pulled out his gun and said, I also have my reasons. I'm sorry but it has to be. The sound of gunfire rang out straight towards the four of them. But at this time the Indian skinhead was shocked to realize that his artillery was riddled with holes. Lim said now, when I attacked you before, I locked all the exits in your weapon. She calmly said, this is your last chance, stay back. Dark wondered, who was that? Hardcore also shook his head, don't know. Sora now opened his mouth in surprise, we can breathe. Hardcore thought, training a body to do this trick, the owner must have been waiting for his mother's cooking. The bald guy said with a disdainful smile, backing away, in front of a slimy monster. He immediately rushed forward and said, I don't just have cannons, there are a million ways to deal with a useless monster. You will regret daring to stop me. The man swung his sword and attacked straight towards Lime. The bald guy chuckled and said, hee hee, you're really so weak. But then this guy was surprised to see that the slime had disappeared. Lime took the sword back from the bald head and said, "You really don't understand, there's too much space for me to penetrate into the category of mechanical people like you." A loud explosion rang out. Lime slowly approached the three people. Dark, Sora and Hardcore silently looked at the person in front of them. Lime now smiled. She said, "Come, the king is waiting for you." Now at Giga Empire's third castle, the capital Totoris. A sound rang out, "So, what was the result?" The person next to this guy replied, "We sent a class A assassin, but due to unexpected factors," the other guy replied, "Has it failed?"
Chief Standing Officer Kim Jang-suk knelt down and said, I have nothing to say, Vice President."
The old man said in fear, "I absolutely did not think that they would interfere." The more he talked, the more scared he became. Please forgive me." The Vice President's personal secretary did not hesitate to use his foot to slap Kim Jang-suk in the face. She said contemptuously, "Why don't we fire him, this waste of a salary employee?" Behind him, someone replied, "Stop, Secretary Kim, you just came back and you already want to be fired, or something." Secretary Kim blushed when she heard that. The Vice President calmly said, "If Yopi Land has decided to intervene, then this matter will progress faster. Send a foreign delegation together, we will go to Yopi Land immediately." This time in the capital of the Eastern Kingdom, Yopi Land, a sound rang out, "This place was still as trashy as ever, this rotten land too." The speaker is the Giga Empire, Director Park Bu-jang said contemptuously, "I really don't understand, these Yopi people." Looking around, he said, "Here we treat NPCs as if they were equal to other players, even though they have almost no artificial intelligence. How could that be possible?" Also belonging to the Giga Empire, Vice President Light reminded Director Park, "We are in enemy territory, be careful what you say." The entire group slowly walked back. Light reminded everyone, "Today we are not here to fight." At this time, a girl approached and pulled Park Bu-jang's shirt and said, "Tourists, would you like to own a beautiful flower bud of Yopi Land, just 1 coin?" Park Bu-jang looked at the girl with deathly eyes. He said simply, "Die," then swung his hand to attack. A huge explosion rang out. Park Bu-jang said contemptuously, "It's disgusting, to think of them directly touching people like that, this city really is." But luckily for that girl, General Tak arrived in time. He had a few wounds on his hand and said seriously, "That motherfucker, have you lost your mind? I caught you in battle, fucking thing." Tak continued, "I came to greet you idiots, and you treat one of our citizens like that." Tak Crazy Fairy raised his hand and said, "You're dead, you bastard." Tak waved his hand and ran over, saying, "I didn't like you from the start, a maggot like you needs to be punched 96 times 69 times before his brain can wrinkle." But at this time, Tak was stopped by a red chain. Tak shouted angrily, "Get out of here, you trash mage." Light calmly replied, "General Tak, are you planning to attack a foreign monk?" Light said with a serious face, "Do you know what it means? Are you willing to take responsibility?" Tak shouted loudly, "You're babbling about something. You guys are the ones who attacked first." Park Bu-jang said, "I just attacked a useless NPC." Tak got even angrier and said, "Is that so? THX your mother." At this time, Yopi is behind me, telling me to stop. Welcome to Yopi Land. Tak was silent and then shouted, "That motherfucker attacked one of our citizens. Are you letting it go?" Yopi only said, "The girl was not injured. My hand was only slightly scratched." "Nothing." Tak shouted loudly, "What if I don't protect her in time?" Yopi was silent. Behind him was Lime and Poo. He said, "If that's the case, then I won't let it go." Yopi's eyes were no longer joking like before. The people of the Giga Empire remained silent and said nothing. Yopi calmly said, "That's enough greetings, please come inside, ladies and gentlemen." At this time at Heart Heater's pawn shop, people were gathering there. Heart Heater says, "Congratulations, boss. Here's the start of a real adventure. Take out the food and say, here's a celebration cake." Dark took it and said, "Oh, thank you, but it looked a bit strange." Rim cried hearing that. Sora was very happy. "Thank you for the treat." Each piece of cake was cut to share with everyone. Dark said as he ate, "But I have leveled up. What should I do now?" Hardcore replied while eating, "What else is there to level up?" Heart Heater calmly replied, "Now you have a sect, and having gained a few levels, I think it's time for us to go to the village and buy equipment." Heart Heater continued, "And since your messenger can also be equipped, go with him." Dark also raised his hand and said, he reacted. Dark raised his hand and said, "Leaving the old muscle man." Sora, Hardcore and Rim silently waited for the situation. In front of the dining table, the naked demon lord appeared and said, "Why do you call me master?" Dark couldn't believe it either. Dark's demon spirit slowly said, "My name is Ray Lazia, you call me Lazia." It continued, "My failure in the war meant my submission. I may have tasted defeat, but it was a worthy fight in which I gave my all. One more thing, my master, I will become stronger based on your energy, that's why I have this appearance, quickly become stronger." Heart Heater and Dark are speechless. That's so cute. Sora blushed and threw Lazia a roll of cloth and said loudly, I'll buy some clothes first." Dark also said, "Okay." Right now in Yopi land at the Great Hall Conference, Pua said, "Because of that reason, the three of us were absent." Yopi was silent then said, "Okay, let's get to the point." Park Bujang said, "You completely destroyed one of our gladiators, but he was just an ordinary detective. I want to ask you to accept responsibility for this overreaction." Lime remained silent and said, "I warned and took a defensive stance many times, but then your fighters attacked us first. This was just self-defense." Park Bujang heard that and snorted and said, "Are we here to talk to that NPC thing? King of Yopi, what are you doing?" Yopi just said, "Please apologize for my colleague's mistake in eliminating one of your people. In exchange I will allow you to exploit the mine near Teto Castle." Yopi said harshly, "But, if you ever call her that NPC thing again, I will slit your fucking mouth." Park Bujang remained silent and said nothing, only daring to curse in his heart, "Crazy man." Light also said, "Director Park, be careful with your words, forgive his rude behavior, King Yopi, just leave my business alone for now." Light held his chin and said, "I have much more important things to discuss with you." He continued, "The reason why both sides agreed to a truce was because the influence of nightmares was constantly increasing. The more players there were, the stronger the nightmares would be, and if they let it continue, the whole world would die, will be surrounded by nightmares, and it will lead to the game ending." But, thanks to the contributions of both kingdoms, the nightmare had continued to increase, and now it had fallen asleep. As for the Giga Empire, we have repaired most of the castles, so operations are back to normal. However, the small to medium territories near Yopi land, I heard, are still in the process of recovery. Light said sternly, "This is the best time for anyone to conquer Yopi land as its influence has been weakened." I couldn't help but rush up and say, "You bastard, how dare you speak like that?" But I was still blocked by the red chain of the magicians. I angrily cursed, growled, "This thing again, damn it." Light continued, "But war will not happen, if you agree with me on one condition." Yopi just hummed. Light stood up and said, "Stop meddling in Dark's business, it's my family's business and doesn't concern anyone else." He slowly approached and said, "I hope. I will think carefully about this." After it was over, he and the Giga Empire people slowly walked out of the room. Their backs looked as if they had no clear purpose. Right now outside, the hardcore said, "What, you don't have any money?" Dark said, "When I fought this demon, I spent all my wealth on that demon pendant." Hardcore was worried, "Hee, what about your share?" Dark smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will have money for you soon." From above a voice rang out, "Carter Han." Dark was startled and turned his head to think, "My real name, who is that?" Dark was surprised to see Light approaching. He said, You Gunsu." Light said with a black face, "Don't call me brother. Have you forgotten what my father said? You are banned from playing Lucid Adventure. You brat, who hurts you should live with it. Just like your father." Park Bujang immediately said, "I'll kill him, Vice President." Light just said, "No need, leave him alone, he doesn't deserve to be killed." Sora was angry when he heard it. "What a cunning thing," Hardcore speculated, "are those people the ones running the Giga Empire?" Hardcore thought, "The kid in the middle, on the surface he looked like he was being protected, but it is not protected." For a moment, its protective aura looked like that of one of the highest rank. Dark stood there silently. At this time, a hand was placed on Dark's shoulder, howling. Dark turned around in surprise. It was the Hardcore. Hardcore smiled confidently and said, "There's nothing to worry about, I already have a superhero on my side." Dark was silent and then said, speaking loudly, "He was only level 15. Hardcore turned around and said, "Because he didn't know anything, he would soon realize his greatness." Sora admiringly followed him and said, "You only need to flick one shot and you're done. Those people are Hardcore leveling warrior Nim." The Hardcore replied proudly, "Hey, of course," Lazia just hummed. Dark looked at them silently, then the boy smiled, "Hey, wait for me." Funny voices rang out, "Good morning, ding ding ding." It turned out that this sound was the phone ringing. the woman sleeping in bed squinted her eyes because of the sound of the bell. Another sound rang out, Sora, wake up for breakfast. This is what follows the world of dreams, which is reality. In the modern bustling city. At Smile Manufacturing, headquarters, Smile Dismantling number 1. On the outside, it looks like any other skyscraper, but it's hidden. Hidden deep below is the underground world of Lucid Adventure, a factory deep underground. On the lower floor, B13F, the last room is the hardcore leveling warrior's room. Ethan Gong was sleeping when he continuously heard the phone ringing sound coming from his headphones. He frowned angrily, what the hell, it looked like shit. Outside, the other guys also said, good morning hardcore leveling warrior, ha, you're awake. Ethan Gong rubbed his head in pain, what's the morning, compared to the top floor, this place is no different from a shithole, right? Ethan Gong sat up and wondered, I'm hungry, I don't know what to eat today. Then he panicked, green beans with pennywort, biscuits and mackerel again. Ethan was so angry that he kicked the pile of food and said, how can eating this pile be enough for Dad to plow, mow, kick to relieve stress? Annoyingly looking at the box of mackerel rolling on the ground, Ethan Gong was silent for a moment. In the end, Ethan Gong still dipped crackers into the box of mackerel and said, at least I got mackerel with vegetables. I admit it's okay to eat. After eating, Ethan Gong let out a long belch. Somewhere else, preparing to go to the station. In a crowded bus with people sitting, Sora looked bored in real life and thought, oh my dad fell asleep, all the seats are gone. She happily thought, I overslept yesterday, but in return for the night, I finally got to party. She thought while looking for a place to sit, no matter what you say, it's really popular. Now everyone is focused on Lucid Adventure. A sound rang out outside, this was the Tower of Smile intersection. Sora also got out of the car. In the distance there are two guys chatting with each other, have you heard any news? I heard that hardcore leveling warrior, that first rank guy has been exposed, by the way your news is really slow as a turtle. What do you know? Sora thinks, Lucid Adventure virtual reality game, allowing players to participate while dreaming. And because of its endless freedom, it has been dubbed the second world, without age or gender discrimination. The whole world is going crazy for this game. As soon as Sora entered the store, a sound rang out, sister, I'm here, just in time Sora. She changed into her uniform and started cleaning up, then, let's begin. As she packed the goods, Sora mumbled, hardcore leveling warrior is much better, she thought, because the popularity of the game affects the real world. People with higher rankings in the game are treated with the same treatment, are idols and often appear in commercials, so they stand out. Not only that, but based on your ability in the game, the amount of work you do will be able to increase. Sora charged the customers, a total of 8,901, next to her were several students having fun, let's talk to each other, let me pay, as long as you drag me into the Lucid Adventure, okay, calf, just call me if you have anything. Late afternoon came, Sora said goodbye to the convenience store. Stopping to wait for the bus, Sora sighed, I've been seeing a lot of customers today, so tired. She looked around again and thought, everyone looks so tired. Probably because they also play Lucid Adventure, I don't know how they look in there, she was confused. Somewhere else, a blonde woman said, this is really strange, young master, why do you want to eat convenience store food? This person continued, I secretly bought it so it was trash, but the boy sitting on the sofa just said, I'm hungry. The beautiful blonde woman smiled and said, have you ever eaten it? The other boy immediately replied, never. The other person immediately instructed the boy, holding both sides like that, you see, the boy next to him asked again, how is my grandfather? The woman gave the boy rice balls and said, you are asking if the president is in this world, or in that world. Looks like we realize who this kid is. Dark was silent, then gnawed on a rice ball and spoke, both of them. The woman said, in the hospital he was still unconscious, and in the other world he was missing, everyone in the Giga was looking for him. So what about you young master, you came out, what's up? Dark held the milk carton and said, you mean seeing that, still? Following Dark's vision, a few dark shadows appeared in the room, the boy said, I'm still seeing this, anyway, it's not something that can be treated. Dark threw the milk carton away and said, this is the curse that fate has arranged for me. A message notification rang from the phone, can you go online now? Dark exclaimed, well, maybe compared to this world, that world. The next second, Dark was online, Sora saw him and happily said, you're here, Dark. Hardcore also smiled and said, you're here, kid. Heart Heater and Rim were also there to welcome you. Boss, you're here. Dark asked, what's the matter, why are you calling me urgently? Heart Heater brought everyone inside and went inside and said. After everyone was settled, the Heart Heater said, first of all, let's take a look at this place, all the equipment that everyone requested before logging out here. Hardcore, Sora and Dark were all surprised at this speed. Heart Heater put his hand in his vest and said, also, the main reason I called everyone today. An envelope appeared in his hand. Heart Heater continued, it was because of this, a secret S-class mission from someone. Hardcore said in surprise, it's an S-rank mission, and it's also a secret system, who would assign such a high-level mission? Heart Heater continued, not only that, this mission also seemed to contain clues that the chairman had left behind. When Dark heard this, he showed surprise and interest. Rim poured tea and said, Master, this is Earl Grey tea as usual. Heart Heater read the book and smiled and said, thank you, it smells so good, let's have a cup and then go collect the debt. Heart Heater thought, I'm over it, the boss and those idiots have been gone for quite a while, I wonder if they're okay, after all it's a secret level. In the end he said, let it go, it's a bit, don't worry, there's an idiot hardcore leveling warrior with them. At this time, in the prison tower, Level Up leaves. On the 12th floor, the hardcore is holding a sword in a defensive stance. Everyone was present. The hardcore shouted, Lazia, let's attack. Hardcore and Lazia took a stance and prepared to attack. In front of them, a tall figure appeared and said, I really love moments like this. He said with an evil smile, the restlessness of the moment before I slaughtered the lowly. So this is a red player, not an NPC. He slowly pulled out his sword and said, to taste that, I won't park you right away, how about that? The red player immediately slashed continuously and said, which part should I cut off, the arms or the legs? Let's see, cutting off the head would be better, that's not good either. It's not good, it's better to just cut it all off. Hardcore immediately frowned at this situation. The red player suddenly leaned towards the sword and said, elongating. Immediately, the blue sword in his hand grew 100 meters long. This was a spear of bamboo. Hardcore immediately raised his sword. It was difficult for him to use his lowly sword to block the attack. He shouted loudly, he was pale. The sword changed direction and stabbed straight into the wall. Demon Lord Lazia is also preparing to attack. Hardcore also said, his weapon is locked, take advantage of the opportunity. Lazia immediately jumped up. In his hand, a stream of green power appeared towards the opposing player. The other guy smiled evilly and said, no way, you guys are thinking too simply. Then he ordered, cut it short for me. Just as Lazia reached the opponent, the boy was suddenly surprised because this guy had already run away. The hardcore was also surprised and thought, did he shorten his weapon to avoid Lazia's attack? He is more skilled than he thought. Is it possible that size manipulation is his personal characteristic? At this time, the red player has rushed straight to the hardcore. He opened his ugly mouth and said, the game is over. The hardcore is now facing this demon head on. Right now, the hardcore suddenly released gold coins. Time went back to 5 hours ago. The hardcore happily said, done, the 5th floor is clean. The leveling sound kept increasing. The hardcore said, the reward for the 5th floor is experience points, that's quite good, we've reached level 30 already. Dark looked around and said, our goal is to destroy all 20 floors of this prison tower, and at the same time capture the red player in this prison tower, right? Hardcore glanced at the mission board and said, what a nonsense, we have to hurry up, once you level up, it's best to upgrade your skills and stats right away. Hardcore quickly clicked a button on the notification panel, checking the skill. On the notice board that appeared, the hardcore analyzed, the level limit of the lucky coin had been lifted, and with just this alone, I had enough fuel to cover the front of the yellow shirt. Hardcore held a coin in his hand and said, personal characteristics are also unlocked at level 30, right? Dark wondered, personal characteristics, what is it? Hardcore was shocked and said, what a fool, Heart Heater hasn't been taught to you yet. Hardcore explains, in Lucid Adventure, you can decide your own race and profession, swordsman, gunner, healer, etc. Of course you have to pass the level up test. However, personal characteristics, it is something that is randomly selected based on character creation. Dark said confusedly, not understanding anything. Hardcore again, it's an ability we receive regardless of race or profession. For example, usually mages aren't skillful, but if we have the personal trait of craft, then we can become a magician who shoots skillful magic arrows, And if my character has martial arts characteristics, I can become a fierce monk who uses healing and martial arts at the same time, and that's it. Core was also surprised. It seemed like he had become a vague chess teacher touch. Dark asked again, what is his personal characteristic, but the hardcore did not answer and said, who knows, be lazy, even if you say it, you won't be able to, you idiot hi. Hardcore thinks, the difficulty of this dungeon will gradually increase with each floor, the basic principle of operation is like that, but isn't this kind of secret quest too easy? Hardcore remembers, this is clearly from that Yopi to us, but letting us plow it will do him no good. Dark then said, hey, how to check personal characteristics, what about yours Sora, what is it? Sora was silent and then said, I didn't know. Hardcore was stunned, you're so high level and you still don't know. Hardcore thought angrily, seriously, this bunch of noobs. Finally, the three continued to go to the higher floors. The hardcore concluded, there is an equipment that helps you determine your personal characteristics. It is not a normal equipment so you have to buy it. Now worry about clearing the tower, this prison is all ready. In a dark corner, a group of people talked to each other, the same group we saw in Yopi land, that equipment. As long as we steal it, we will no longer be bored with anything. At this time, the three people, Hardcore, Dark and Sora, had advanced to the next floor. As soon as the door opened, a monster appeared. That was a super giant deer man, level 40, who guarded the 6th floor. Dark said in surprise, wow, it seems like the difficulty has suddenly increased. The Hardcore also said at this time, get away. Hardcore waved the gold coin in his hand and shouted, lucky coin skill. He thought, heads will be buffed, tails will be shoveled. Hardcore slams his hand down. Then he opened it, and sure enough, it was heads up. Hardcore smiled and prepared to draw his sword and said, as expected, he was extremely lucky. The spade stuck out its tongue and said, please go back. Hardcore stuck his sword into the ground and said, bye baby. With one swipe, the Hardcore easily cut the human deer in half. The dangerous people of this floor were quickly dealt with by the Hardcore. He turned his head and said proudly, not a pro yet. But at this moment his foot suddenly touched something blue. Hardcore immediately fell into a trap. He was hung up high and shouted loudly, tramp, what is this, a trap, the boss has already been taken care of.
Dark smiled smugly, Sora worriedly said, Hardcore leveling warrior, I will save you.
But now they've both touched the switch. Immediately 2 ropes covered the bottom, a sound rang out, aha, you bunch of locusts, as expected you are no match for this game. All 3 are tied up with a strange rope. Hardcore angrily said, hey, untie yourself, are you kidding me? This guy, do you hear me, do you know who I am? A voice rang out, of course I know, Hardcore leveling warrior. 3 strange people appeared on the screen, the one in the middle said, I am the holy thief Kynes, now we ask you to hand over all your equipment, especially that short sword. Sora struggled to pull the rope out, growling, this thing is too tight. Dark angrily cursed Hardcore leveling warrior, that's how you do business, we're caught in a trap, Hardcore is also trying to untie us, I'm not the detection type, hey, those guys, what about if you don't untie it quickly, do you want to die? This time he even used his teeth to bite it out and thought, is it a magic stone trap? It seems to be a high-end trap that blocks movement. Dark speculated, could they be the red players in this dungeon tower? Indeed, their mission is to defeat the red player who appears in the prison tower. The Hardcore shouted loudly, is the target of our mission, you are the group of red players, right? The mage girl wondered, what does he mean by that, Kynes? Kynes laughed and said, hey, it seems like that. The leader of Kynes chuckled and said, it seems that the rumor about our gang has spread to the neighboring villages. He introduced, that's right, we are the famous Red Gang, if you obediently cooperate, we will spare your lives. Hardcore gritted his teeth and said, what's wrong with you, we're just a bunch of brats, we don't have anything to take away, let's get angry. Kynes said sharply, your short sword. Kynes just told me, I saw you use it in the official park match in Yopi land, it's definitely not a normal item. Kynes smiled triumphantly and said, if I owned such a unique equipment, I would definitely win any prize. Seeing that the Hardcore didn't say anything, Kynes walked closer to him and said, now. Try visiting the inventory of the famous Hardcore leveling warrior. Immediately he raised his hand and shouted loudly, activating the map skill. Hardcore swearing, growling, damn. Hardcore thought to himself, is it playing the 6 map move? Kynes looked at his information board and said, "Don't you classify it by group? Here it is, the sword is paralyzed." Kynes said with satisfaction, "Okay, just a small request for the short sword," he shouted loudly, activating the item theft skill. Immediately, an object appeared in his hand, but it's not a precious sword. But deer horn, good for the body, is a raw material that cannot be sold. Kynes was angry, dumbfounded, couldn't he just do it? "Hardcore, you jerk, your skills are just as bad as yours," Kynes cursed angrily. "Shut up, think I'm some kind of toad, your father is Lord Kynes, the fastest guy in the entire Yopi land." Hardcore smiled and said, "Ah, so he comes from Yopi land," he smiled. Hardcore suddenly said something, then immediately the rope was torn into hundreds of pieces. Kynes was stunned. Why, how could this guy know the code to unlock the store's secret? The Hardcore immediately counterattacked and attacked Kynes. Sora and Dark were also untied. Hardcore smiled and said again, "Why are you so bewildered like a cross-eyed dog, son? Are you wondering why Dad knows how to solve the mystery?" Kynes gritted his teeth angrily when he heard the Hardcore say, "A few weeks ago your dad was still sitting at the top of the entire game, son, how could he not know the secret decoding codes in the shop? If you want to tie me up, you'll have to follow a master tying magician." Hardcore raised his hand and said, "Hey, if you want the sword so much, then let's do it now." Hardcore orders, "Let's compete in a 3 wisdom duel, if you win, I'll give the short sword to Mamfi." Dark angrily cursed, "Hey noob leveling warrior, what if you go out to fight and your bet is overturned, you lose your equipment too, what kind of stupid game are you planning to play again, you idiot?" The Hardcore spoke softly, "Listen carefully, they are on the same level as me, that high-level thief is playing tricks, showing that they are just a bunch of chickens who specialize in setting traps to steal things. Besides, we still have a high-level warrior, Sora, on this side, so the advantage is more in our favor." Hearing that, Sora immediately blushed. The other 3 guys were silent for a while. Kynes decided, "Okay, let's fight." Hardcore smiled and said, "Then, to call out the NPC to compete, they had to shake hands." Kynes and the Hardcore stepped forward one after another. Hardcore smiled thoughtfully, I'll set them up for a duel, then I'll swallow all their stats, a perfect performance." He proactively raised his hand to speak. The competition was fun and peaceful without any disturbance. Just as his hands were about to reach out, Kynes suddenly smiled and said, "Come on, Alpacaman." Immediately, the Hardcore was startled. The half-human, half-monster name also rushed up as fast as lightning. The healer Alpacaman clamped down on the Hardcore. Kynes said proudly, "Alpacaman's strength is unmatched, your strength has no chance, son." Kynes smiled and said, "Let's repeat the old scene. Activate rummage skill." The short sword was back in Kynes' hands. He said proudly, See, now it belongs to Dad." But at this moment, Sora appeared behind him and said, "Don't hesitate, give it back quickly." Kynes was startled, but right now, Kynes is surrounded by magic. A voice from the hat rang out, "You stupid idiots, total idiots, lazy idiots, stupid chickens, they are enemies, kill them all." The girl below, Wizard Oz timidly said, "GM Dong, you don't use those words anymore, okay, words, that kind of thing, it's not good, I don't like it." But the hat still cursed, "Say it louder, she's timid, she's stupid, she's single, she wants to be famous." Oz hears it and cries. At this moment, Dark also took action, activating the rot skill, heading straight towards the Alpacaman. But it seemed that this guy wasn't too seriously injured. He turned around, then immediately attacked straight towards Dark. Dark said in fear, "Ah, sorry." At this moment, the Alpacaman physician's face was blown away by a blow. Sora promptly came to save both of them. GM Dong still cursed loudly, "Your Odadish coin was injured, what are you doing? Use magic fire to burn them all." Mage Oz worriedly thought, is this the right thing to do? What if they get hurt? Can you use a nicer word? It echoed in my head. At this moment Oz raised his stick high, a fireball appeared. Hardcore put his hands on his hands and cursed, "How dare that hairy guy," he thought, "is this a passive state due to broken bones? My body can barely move." Sora also realized that Hardcore leveling warrior Nem was not done. She immediately ran back. GM Dong was pleased, burn them all to death for me, do you hear me? Why don't you burn them?" Oz said an apology and raised his stick. Magic fire flared up. Immediately a fireball headed towards the Hardcore. He thought, "This time I'm done with it." But then like a flash, Sora ran in front of Sora, as if she wanted to embrace this attack. Everyone was stunned. Back in the past, Kynes thought, "We are prepared for anything." Kynes nodded to everyone and slowly approached. The sound also rang out, "Oh yes, who will their opponent, the red team coming in, be?" Then Kynes was stunned. MC also rang, "Fresh money players, they are famous for being brutal, cashing mania team. I heard that if you sell their equipment you can buy a whole house." Now that the spectator players have finished placing their bets, now to see which team will win, the match begins. After a while, MC panicked, wait, what is it, Team Kynes, how were they destroyed?" Cashing Mania's pedal hit contestant Kynes right next to his head. Did he miss on purpose? Kynes angrily thought, if only I could get a critical hit. The guy opposite smiled complacently and said, "Wow, I was worried because I heard that you guys are a strong team in the tournament, but why are you all noobs? It's just like people say, rumors say, I believe, spend your life." Kynes angrily said, You won because of the items you spent money on." The other person immediately said, "I paid for the item. Isn't that the way to use items in the RPG genre? You probably didn't buy anything because you didn't have the money, you bastard." MC also said, "He was cursing before he died." Kynes, as expected, equipment is much more important than skills. Everyone below also shouted loudly, stop him immediately, get rid of him. Mother knows that I won't put money on Kynes, he's a bad dog." Kynes lay flat on the ground, looking at the other person who was slowly approaching and said, "Let's end it here." A power came straight at him. Kynes screamed in pain. In the end, the MC concluded, Team Kynes was defeated by the powerful power of equipment. The team that won the quarterfinals was the Cashing Mania team. Kynes heard that and thought, please equipment, rare equipment, that's right, if I have rare equipment. Back to reality, Hardcore thought, I'm done this time. But Sora rushed forward to block him. Hardcore suddenly saw a bunch of bones flying. Sora rejoiced, Dark. Dark said panting, it's very dangerous, you idiot, he thought, high-level magic really consumes a lot of mana, I'm out of mana. Sora waved his hand happily and said, I'm alive, thanks to you, thank you. Dark panicked, his hand is on fire, you idiot. Sora quickly waved his hand. Hardcore bowed his head and thought, as expected, this girl is very useful, thank God I brought her along. Is that magician using magic higher than her level? Could it be its personal characteristics? He said thank you to Sora and thought, put it aside, the problem at hand. He looked forward, firstly his unique item had been stolen, secondly, because of that. Hardcore thought, it no longer has a reason to bet with me, no matter what, I still need it to bet with me. The Hardcore used his sword to prop himself up and thought, it's too slow for me to level up like normal, at this rate I won't be able to keep my contract with him, and I won't be able to find that girl, so he immediately said, heck, you dare attack me. At this time, Kynes said again, hey Hardcore leveling warrior. I will use this short sword well for you, because I am excited so I will spare your lives, if you know how to go away, or if you want to die at the hands of a red player like me. Hardcore said, damn, I can't stand this childish game anymore, he thought, now I will make him crazy. So the Hardcore laughed and said, if you want to lie, you have to put your brain in it, you idiot, you're really such an incompetent child. Kynes gritted his teeth and said, what, retarded, if I spare your life, do you think I'm an idiot? GM Dong next to him also conveniently joked a few words. Hardcore took a pill and said, before you said that if you have that equipment, I'll win no matter what tournament you play, right, you cow, red players can't participate in tournaments, that's normal. Kynes said angrily, what? Hardcore signaled Dark and Sora behind him and continued, who do you think you are fooling? Do you think that talking like that can outwit a hardcore leveling warrior like me? He said with a disdainful expression, it was enough to see that your bones were soft during the tournament, and you probably didn't want to get stronger properly, so you decided to steal other people's items, with the hope of getting lucky and reaping benefits. Kynes heard that and immediately shouted angrily, was he lucky? Hardcore thought, the provocation worked, now let's tickle some more. He shook his head and said, that's why you're like that in the first place. I've seen a lot of people like you, people who live their entire lives miserable because they can't do anything on their own. Immediately Kynes appeared before him like a god. The short sword was not a second away from her. Kynes smiled and said, if I wanted to kill you, I would have done it the moment I met you. Hardcore is also surprised, a thief who specializes in speed. But right now a sound rang out, Kynes. Wizard Oz advised, okay, let's go, you've already stolen his rare equipment. But the Dong above was provocative. That's right, you idiot, what if you fight him and you lose? What if you're mentally retarded? Recently you even lost to a squirrel. Kynes pulled his sword back and said, don't you dare call someone weak. Then, oh, I heard you. Hardcore laughed again and said, I have never seen a thief crawl like you. Are you a slug? Okay, if you want to tease him then go ahead. Dark behind him thought, why are you teasing him so much? Hardcore continued to say, you're so hungry for a useless item, that's why you're following me, and you must want to get rid of it because if you fight me you won't have a ticket. Fine, get rid of the bad thing. Kynes became even angrier and started cursing again, shutting up, you only have a mouth, right? But at this moment a hand rushed out. It was the alpacaman doctor who stopped him. He gently shook his head. Kynes was silent then said, okay, let's go. Hardcore said again, hey, how about this? Hardcore takes out the fire salamander engraving with 320 magic attack points, special skill attack with fire element plus 300. And an angel's tome with 250 magic attack. The special skill is summoning a low-level angel with a healing chance. Hardcore speaks loudly, it's amazing, isn't it? Indeed, Wizard Oz and Dong were looking at the item with longing. Hardcore smiled and said, it's a unique item for your team's healers and mages. I'm jealous, it's attached to me so it can't be traded, but through betting we can exchange items, this is okay. Kynes frowned and thought, this guy has two unique equipment that others crave. Well, instead of finding items for himself, it would be better to upgrade them for the whole team. But then Kynes pointed straight and said, I knew it when I saw it, you were planning on equipping those unique items to defeat me. Ha, I won't fall into the trap, it's so obvious that you're planning to trap me. Immediately the Hardcore took out all the equipment on his body. Hardcore laughed and said, I got rid of all the rare and unique things. Try, I only have mediocre items, I don't need to steal items like you. Try, are you still afraid, son? I'm humiliated. Kynes is angry, you son of a bitch dare to tease me. He immediately dodged the alpacaman's hand and shouted loudly, hey, let go, he's really pissing me off, I don't know why you want to fight so much. Kynes immediately shook Hardcore's hand and said, but I will let you taste the tears of hatred. As soon as my hands touch your face. A beam of light appeared between the two people. Immediately, an NPC about competition appeared. This is Daekun's younger brother Sha'av, he said, who asked me to challenge him. Hardcore is surprised, Sha'av, where is Daekun? Where is your sister, why did you come? Sha'av was silent then said. My sister has been quite busy lately, with the tournament coming up, people are fighting more often these days. He stood above and said, for me this is very boring, and I also have a cold. Then, put up a mortgage and the winner takes it all. Name yourself and tell what you want when you win against your opponent. Kynes immediately said, I, Kynes, will receive 2 of his equipment if I win, the Fire Salamander and the Angel's Book. Hardcore like last time laughing. When I, Hardcore Leveling Warrior fought if you win, I'll take all of that noob stats. Sha'av immediately pointed and said, the reward has been locked and received approval. Then, there are a few things that are not up to standard but since I don't want to waste my effort, I will let it go. Immediately in front of the two people a toolbar appeared. Sha'av shouted loudly and said, I'm tired so whoever loses, let's get it over with. Then, the match begins. In Kynes' hand is a paralyzed sword, a waste product of a master blacksmith, attack point 1, with an enchanted hidden skill that cannot be determined. Sha'av was thinking from above, oh, a legendary level weapon versus a rare level weapon, ranked by weapon, the thief has the advantage. The Hardcore's weapon is a lucky longsword with attack power of 24, luck of 4. Hardcore thought to himself, it didn't know about the conditions to activate the hidden skill. The Hardcore immediately approached and shouted. Even if you were equipped with an item like it, it would be a waste of money, you don't even know how to use it, you dumbass. But Kynes immediately used super speed to dodge the attack. Hardcore thought, as I thought, he is a thief with expertise in speed. Right at this moment, Kynes appeared behind the Hardcore and said, you, Hardcore Leveling Warrior. Hardcore immediately turned around to block the sword and said, do you think I stole this short sword without knowing anything? Kynes said, the effect is to penetrate the defense and the key point is enchanted, no matter how strong you are, you will immediately suffer a critical condition. Kynes raised his sword and said, and the activation condition was the 100th strike. Hardcore was surprised. Kynes said again, you're wondering how I know. Kynes proudly said, I'm a thief, not only can I steal items but also information. My child, when you steal this and that, you have to pay attention to stealing information too. This Atom is an item that I've been looking for forever, do you know that hardly anyone can use it better than me, now look here, the exclusive thief skill. Kynes immediately used light footsteps and ran around. Hardcore is amazing, it also has exclusive skills. Hardcore looked around thinking, an annoying player, where is it? At this moment, a sharp knife appeared. Hardcore thought while blocking the attack, I can block a single attack. Then the Hardcore was stunned and was knocked away by the Ken guy with a knife. Hardcore thought, can it do 3 attacks in just 1 attack? Its personal characteristic is chain attack. Kynes jumped high and landed. The blurry figure said, 3 times the attack, if the first attack hits, the next attacks will hit with 100% accuracy. Kynes said proudly, this is just warming up, why are you so precious? If that's the case, why are you still making trouble? Your level and parameters are far behind mine, you know. Hardcore immediately stood up and said, that means I'm missing my stats, if that's the case. Hardcore shouts, I just need to borrow it, Sora, we are allies, right? Sora confusedly replied, yes. Hardcore immediately activated the borrowing skill and said, then lend me your power, I will quickly repay it. Sora blushed and said, you want to borrow my power, why did you ask so suddenly like that? Dark was speechless, why is her face red? Sora shouted loudly, I will lend you my strength and magic. Immediately, the Hardcore's body was filled with a green aura, he smiled and said, thank you very much, loan terms and conditions, contract established. Kynes said, it's useless. Then immediately use super speed. Kynes jumped high and heard the Hardcore speak again. I will return the same amount of significant profit value. Hardcore slashed his sword to the ground in a long line and said, along with that. A dirt road exploded. Kynes easily jumped up and dodged. He smirked and said, do you think those rocks can hit me? Kynes prepares to throw his sword straight towards the Hardcore. But right now his hand touched something. Kynes was startled. It turned out that the Hardcore had used something to block the 2 people. He immediately threw that thing at Kynes, but the opponent promptly dodged it. Kynes thought, this is not its power, he asked, are you using some bug? Hardcore smirked and said, bugs, skilled kids always complain about bugs and hacks, it's because you're weak, cow. Sora thought, those skills. It's the one I showed him on the first floor, he copied it exactly. Sora admired, Hardcore leveling warrior Nim was different, Dark next to him didn't understand anything. Kynes now held the short sword in his mouth, made a hand gesture and said, I didn't want you to see it, but I will show you my secret technique. Hardcore still doesn't understand anything. Then saw the opponent activate the ultimate thief skill, Kajibunshin no Jutsu, every identity is real, he shouted loudly, now I will be able to attack 9 times every time I attack. Sora was surprised, the clone skill was something I had never seen before. The Hardcore thought, was he planning to use his sword to get a quick finish? Kynes smiled triumphantly and said, triple attack and triple me, do you think you can defend yourself, Hardcore leveling warrior? Kynes is like the old Hardcore, slashing while continuously counting, but the speed is much faster. The Hardcore had difficulty blocking these attacks. Kynes smiled triumphantly and said, you can't block it, right? Hardcore surrounded by 3 Kynes heard him say, at this speed, how can you keep up? He shouted loudly, die you dog. Hardcore thought, it barks a lot, its combo attack skill is really annoying. The Hardcore swung his sword and thought, but if it's like this then I can still survive. But right now he was hit by Kynes' attack. Kynes was hitting and teasing, he was so lazy, how could you touch me at that speed? The Hardcore reasoned with the wound on his cheek, but, no matter what he did, he wouldn't be able to prove it, he missed some of the most important details. At this moment, the Hardcore raised his sword and said, you've made me so bored, cow, can I surrender? He smiled and said, even if you rely on weapons, you will still lose, it's better to surrender quickly so I can still breathe in your stats. All 3 Kynes did not hesitate to say, what the heck, surrender, dream on. All 3 guys immediately moved. All 3 simultaneously attacked the Hardcore on both sides. Then the short sword poked the target, a spark of electricity rang out in all 3 directions. Sora shouted worriedly, Hardcore leveling warrior. Mage Oz is happy, Kynes has won. But now they were surprised and asked why his blood didn't fall. Kynes was stunned, no way, the fatal blow had clearly been hit. At this time, the hardcore smiled triumphantly and said, "Before playing, you should look carefully. Show me a trick and then dig a hole for yourself, kid." It turns out that the hardcore was able to summon a replacement bone demon. Hardcore immediately stepped back to gain momentum and then moved forward. A series of attacks came. The hardcore said loudly, "I told you, I will not lose to a guy on a plate." Immediately a clone was defeated. Kynes was surprised and said, "Ha, can he borrow skills?" Shav commented, "Kynes has lost 33% of his health. Let's end it quickly, I'm tired." The remaining two Kynes gritted their teeth and said, "Grrr, what the hell?" Dark reasoned, "It felt like it was sucked out of him at that moment. Did he borrow it when he received the medicinal liquid from me?" Hardcore speaks loudly, with some attitude, "That's one of my skills, I only borrow stats but also borrow skills." Hardcore smiled smugly and said, "Relying on weapons, stealing items, this cow, if you want to use something, you have to use it well. That short sword is an item that has no use for the first attack, your 100 is a waste, my dear." Kynes was so angry that he gritted his teeth and frowned. Hardcore continued, "But you only have one clone left, so how do you cut 99 more times?" Kynes shouted loudly, "Shut up for me." He kept moving. Kynes used lightning speed while shouting loudly, "No matter how much you gossip until Tet, you won't be as fast as me." Then the guy appeared behind the hardcore and said, "I just need to hit your weak point and that's it, kid, die." Kynes said as he poked forward, but the hardcore used his hand to block the sword and said, "I told you, that short sword is useless." His other hand grabbed Kynes' neck and said, "Even if you stab me 100,000 more times, it will always only cause 1 point of damage. My arms are numb, but compared to breaking your neck, it's nothing." The hardcore immediately uses force to push the opponent hard. On the information board, it was clear that Kynes had less health than the hardcore. He coldly said, "Now only the subject remains, right?" Hardcore looked at the guy opposite Kynes and said, "You have no chance of winning, why don't you just give up?" Kynes said, "Diden, this is a scam, this is a scam, it's cheating, it's hacking, right? It's definitely cheating. How could it borrow someone else's stats and skills? It's not fair, it's cheating." Hardcore doesn't understand, cheats, isn't fair. Hardcore calmly analyze, "Do you know how many strong fictional characters there are besides me? This game is unfair from the beginning. It automatically sets your personal abilities right from the start. Create a character, as if you don't know that if you die once, all your stats will return to 1. Kynes angrily said loudly to Shav above, This match is invalid. The conditions given are completely unreasonable. Shav, this match has been unfair from the beginning. Why don't you judge fairly?" "Yes." Shav calmly replied, "That means you won't fight anymore." Kynes doesn't agree. He thinks, "I will accept later. This match is invalid. What kind of fighting style is that? You are using a bug, right?" Shav directly concluded that, "According to my judgment, player Kynes no longer intends to continue fighting." Shav this time directly attacked Kynes from above and said, "For insulting the name of God of fighting, and for leaving the competition without any reason, I will punish you with a limit of access." Kynes doesn't understand the swearing. Limited access, what the hell is this game? In another place, a voice rang out, "Your Majesty, why did you give them the secret mission?" Poo analysis, not only are they low level, one of them is also a debtor. To assign a secret mission, you have to spend your stats and experience, right? Sitting on the dragon's back, Yopi crossed his arms and said, "It's true that I gave them the quest, but after all, it's just his quest, and that group will soon stand out in the near future, just wait." The two flew around in the sky and said, We're late again, that's why I said we should go earlier, Your Majesty." The place they went to was Teto Castle, an allied country of Yopi land. Yopi on the dragon's back said, "By the way, I'm the king, you should stop nagging me, it's okay to just have virtual meetings, riding the feathered dragon is fun but," Poo explained, "virtual meetings will always interrupted and monitored by the Giga Empire. I heard they recently increased the number of people working in that area." Ipu said tiredly, "It's so annoying." Apu advised, "Please take this seriously." As soon as they opened the door, they heard sounds. "You're late again, Yopi." In the room there is Ahi's King Claist, Rand's Lord Kokone, Adayuu's Lord Jirahara, Teto's Lord Moonshik. King of Arugo Padong, King of Bonzark Charisma Kim, King of Bear Land Baphomet Lion, and Lord Cobalt, Sad Smile. Finally, the King of Yopi Land, leader of the Eastern Bloc of Allied Nations, Yopi smiled and said, Sorry, then let's get on topic." Baphomet Lion said, "I'm busy and why are you calling me?" Is it important? Speak quickly. Yopi smiled and replied, it's important, it's extremely important. Yopi said frankly, yesterday I met the president of the Giga Empire, and also had the opportunity to talk to him. All the lords of the kingdoms heard it and were shocked. Yopi continued, to be honest, I was also surprised. He came to my office, asked for a few things and then left. I tried to track him down, but in the end I failed. A lord asked, request, what did he ask of you? Yopi replied, I can't tell anyone about it, it's not that important, besides, the important matter I talk about. It is the president who will personally participate in the mock fighting arena. One person was surprised, he personally passed away, why? Yopi replied, I don't know, why, I guess because it's interesting, he is a strange person. The other person replied, confess taste, fine. Yopi said, other than that, we gathered here today to calculate for the future. If we have a chance to capture the chairman, then we will have an advantage in making a deal with them. Turning back at this time, the object in Kynes' body fell out. Shav said, here is the reward, at this level you can only get 2 chests. Hardcore replied, only get 2, huh? So take that and that. The chest opens, the hardcore is fun, delicious, powerful. Power and precision poured straight into him. Hardcore is satisfied, now it's time to return skills and stats, I borrowed it along with the lyrics. At this time, the hardcore also gives power back to Sora and Dark. Both were surprised. Sora said, I got my strength back, I just feel like I'm stronger than before, is this the profit? Hardcore replied, even if I had its power, I wouldn't have much left after repaying your debt with interest. Only then did he realize, wow, you guys haven't changed yet, or do you want to fight me too? Alpacaman and Wizard Oz immediately flashed, the hardcore even waved goodbye, hey, we should at least play a round, it's so boring. Hardcore turned around and called, Sora, kid. He put his equipment back on and said, let's continue with the quest, but the hardcore also thought and felt a bit sorry for that short sword. At this point, all the floors were easily dealt with, the 7th floor was able to kick the wolf away, and the 8th floor. Dark flies away the dragon, the 9th floor Sora wins the pig competition in who can eat the most. At frequency 10, Dark also summons Lazia to deal with monsters. The 11th floor was also quickly processed. Both dragons and snakes ascended into the clouds and reached the 12th floor. Hardcore said, okay, now let's deal quickly, let's go inside. The door to the 12th floor was opened. In front of them, the monster of this floor was dealt with by a strange person. All 4 people were shocked, is that the player? The other guy turned around, you guys. Dark angrily said, who the hell is this? Stop taking your experience points and leave immediately. The person waited silently and then sighed. Immediately Dark was attacked. Hardcore saw that and immediately panicked. Going back to just now, the monster on the 12th floor didn't even have time to finish laughing before it was slashed repeatedly. It fell to the ground, the red player quickly sat on the monster and gently did something, well, now he was eating. Even though he is a murderer, he is still hungry like everyone else. In the mountain of corpses that guy created, this is the 2nd time I've logged in. But since it's been so many days and that killer still hasn't logged out, he probably doesn't have a job in the real world. Disgusting, what he's eating isn't food but a corpse. Seeing this guy glance at his face, the person speaking was scared, have I been discovered? But it turned out that he was paying attention to the flood. The person hiding breathed a sigh of relief, phew, it seemed he hadn't been discovered yet. This guy silently wrote on the paper, please listen, Mr. Diary, this might be the best story I've ever told. So I can't die here like this. The red player used his sword to chase away the fallen, the other continued to write, many days had passed and he still hadn't logged out, his eyes were getting redder and redder. I finally remember who that murderer is, Mr. Diary, he is a wanted person in the village, I believe he is a sadist called a player, if I remember correctly. He killed the people who traveled to the prison tower and ate them so he could get their stats. Right now that guy was looking at something and said, it's okay to look at it. The guy was hiding in fear. It seemed like there were no more bodies left for him to hide in. Could it be that the game ended here? At this moment, the prison tower door opened. That guy was surprised, Mr. Diary, a new group has arrived. Time went back to when Dark was stabbed by a long sword. His blood sprayed onto the ground, Dark trembled. The red player said, first pray after a long time, I will play first and then kill you, but the sword only penetrated the boy's arm. His shout shortened, the sword immediately retracted, Dark hugged his arm in pain. Hardcore shouted, Lazia, let's attack. The mini demon lord hummed and took a stance. The red player smiled triumphantly. I truly loved moments like these, the restlessness of the moments before I slaughtered the cowards. The sword in his hand immediately attacked straight. The hardcore was nervous, hesitating, the boy was pale. Lazia rushed forward but missed. He said, the game was over. Hardcore dodged the other guy's sword attack and quickly threw the coin, thinking in his heart, bowing to the sky with his face up. The coin rotated many times on the ground and then stopped. And then the hardcore despaired, fell down, and was crushed. Immediately, the red player demon rushed forward to attack the hardcore, making him gasp. It was very difficult for the hardcore to dodge the attack just now. He shouted angrily, let go of this dog, let go. The red player was stunned. I couldn't sink my teeth into him. This guy stepped back and cursed, damn, what kind of armor is so strong? The hardcore said, biting it without losing its teeth, the teeth are so hard. Hardcore then answered, this armor is made of dragon scales, you think teeth are effective on it? The red player was shocked. Hardcore was also a bit worried. If he had used a sword instead of teeth, I would have been fatally injured. It's been a long time since I've been face down. The other person then laughed and said, I finally remembered, you are that guy called Hardcore Leveling Warrior or something, right? I don't know why, but I heard that you have deteriorated recently. This guy smiled triumphantly, pointed behind him and said, I will take your life and add you to my super collection. I don't eat the heads of famous people, I just collect them like this. He pointed to a skull and said, this is the master of a certain guild, and that is the elder of some village. Hardcore thought, he is a virtual autistic person, he must be insane. Hardcore reread the mission sequence and thought, it will be very difficult to capture him alive. Hardcore raised his sword and said, you're a total loser in the real world, right? That's why you're killing people in the game, don't your parents know? The red player heard that and immediately became silent. Then he dodged the hardcore's attack and said, I'm not a child. The red player easily kicked the hardcore once and said, trash. The hardcore was kicked and sent flying to the ground. This guy continued, are you talking about real life? Yes, this place is much better than that septic tank. Even if I tear you apart, I just need to face the fact that I'm a red player. Sora immediately attacked his brothers. The red player quickly blocked this attack and said, also, this power. With just his sword, he easily knocked Sora away. He said, besides, how can I experience it in real life? Sora was thrown into the sky. Next, the hardcore and Lazia continued to attack. This time, two people fight at the same time. This red player could easily use a sword to kill both of them. The red player looks down from above. The guy smirked and said, you weak bastards, who should we eat first? Right at this moment, the dark boy suddenly appeared behind him. The red player turned around and raised his sword to speak. Little brat, you want to eat first? This guy grabbed Dark's head and said, okay, let's see what your meat tastes like. At this moment, Dark shouted, eat this. He immediately activated the rot skill. The player's face was red and covered with a stench. He covered his face in pain and screamed, my face, it's burned. The red player's face turned into horror like a true monster. He screamed madly. In front of everyone, he shouted, I have to kill you, I will use these hands to tear you apart. He knelt down and said, it hurts so much, my perception of reality is too high. I will make you suffer as much as possible. The red player looks like an NPC in a horror game now. He immediately shouted, activating the brutal skill. Immediately he unleashed 1001 super powerful slashes. The hardcore used his sword in defense and thought, is he really a player? But that form. The red player looks even more like a devil. Hardcore is worried, just like a nightmare. That guy continued to attack without hesitation. Sora immediately pulled Dark and Hardcore to avoid the attack. Hardcore hastily said, that's not something we can handle right now with our current level. If this keeps up, the game will be over. At this time, because he was too hasty, Sora accidentally caused Dark to fall. Dark lay across from the demon and thought, is it over? The boy closed his eyes tightly, waiting for his end. But right now, a series of red alarms appeared on his body. The red player shouted indignantly, damn it, wait there. Before leaving, he shouted, I will kill all the bastards, and in the end, the player was forced to log out. Dark was surprised, what is that? Is that a player too? At this moment, a rustling sound rang out among the pile of corpses. A little girl appeared and said, "Group of hardcore leveling warriors, right? Thanks to you guys I'm alive." Dark said cautiously, "Who are you?" The girl with the diary and the big backpack pushing the glasses said, "My entire group was taken down, so I had to pretend to be dead and hide among those corpses." "Ah, now is not the time for this. That red player just logged out because it took too long." The girl sighed and said, "Oh my god, I'm right, I'm BYU. Nice to meet you. This person is the author of the comic Yopi Land." Hardcore then said, "Wait, if he passed the time limit and was forced to log out, then," BYU replied, "That's right. After being forced to log out, we have to wait an hour in real life to reconnect." BYU pushed his glasses and said, "After 7 o'clock lucid adventure time, he will come back here." Everyone was surprised to hear that. Standing in front of the dungeon door, the hardcore concluded. So, because he didn't know how to open the door to the 12th floor, he killed everyone who went to the 12th floor and had the key. BYU replied, "Yes, but this door is a bit special. When hunting monsters below, you can collect deer horns, right?" Hardcore immediately took one out and said, "Oh, I have a bunch of them." Then BYU took it and pointed it at the gate and said, "Point it at the door like this and put it closed to enter." Right in the middle of the gate, a trembling mouth opened. Hardcore was surprised, it moved. Immediately, the gate's mouth bit the horn. Dark said incomprehensibly, "The door is eating horns." Immediately, the door was opened. BYU tell everyone, in 7 hours he will be back, we need to get out of here before it happens." She turned her head and reminded, "Hurry up, must speed up the progress, I know the instructions of this whole tower." Then 6 hours later at the 9th floor bridge. BYU sat down and opened his book and said, "The clearing conditions were a bit boring, but we've passed 18 floors, great, it's time to make a strategy." The hardcore behind quickly said, "Hey, wait a minute." BYU kept saying, "We have to hurry, there's not much time left." Hardcore angrily pointed at BYU and said, "Wait, I didn't have time to ask because we were busy clearing creeps, but who are you?" BYU hurriedly said, "Meaning to die, now I see, I haven't said it yet, let's see where to start." Then she immediately activated the storytelling function. "Well, I originally came here with a guild master I knew to investigate the scene. At that time I was just an ordinary dungeon explorer. From the first floor I heard a lot of information about the prison tower we were going up. The guild master seemed to have experience in clearing this prison tower. He eventually told me the story of his escape from the prison tower, and in the process I wrote it all down into a comprehensive guide. We completely didn't expect to meet the red player on the 12th floor. Luckily I was able to hide among the bodies and log out multiple times while pretending to be dead, in the end." She raised her head and said, "Your party has arrived." Hardcore understood, rubbed his chin and replied, "I see." BYU took out his watch and said, "Forget it, we really need to speed up, our time is less than an hour, he is about to log back into the 12th floor and will chase us, wanting to get out of this level of prison, we must clean until we reach the top level." At the staircase BYU analyzed, the boring part of the dungeon was this, the earth talisman or escape spell had no effect. The hardcore immediately replied, "Okay, what are the conditions for clearing the 19th and 20th floors?" BYU flipped through the audiobook to see what I wrote down. Then she panicked and said, Blood got on and lost a paragraph in the book." Hardcore heard that and said boredly, "So now we just need to go up there and find out." BYU was surprised, "Are we going to the 19th and 20th floors without any information?" BYU rubbed his head and said dejectedly, "Oh, high floors like this usually take 10 to 20 hours without instructions, sometimes weeks." Dark said again, "Don't complain." BYU turned to look at him inexplicably. Dark continued, "If he caught you, then you just need to fight him." BYU said in fear, "Yes, that's right, but that red player." At this time, the hardcore went directly upstairs. He said, "Come on, kid, Sora." Hardcore turned around and smiled, "Do you think a hardcore leveling warrior like me would lose to a noob like him?" He smiled confidently, "Just wait and see, I'll definitely have to give it to the kid." Hardcore immediately opened the door and shouted, "Come on, the 19th floor." BYU shouted in surprise, he really went in without any plan." Hardcore smiled and said, "You can improvise." Inside the leafy prison tower on the 19th floor. A monster awaits. Hardcore immediately covered his mouth. Dust, no, spores from the pile of mushrooms. "That monster is the guardian of the 19th floor, the fallen leaf spirit," he said. you can't come closer, please, go back quickly. Hardcore immediately drew his sword and thought, Leaf Soul, the type of death that hates fighting. Hardcore proudly said that was delicious. Then immediately moved closer, but just then the leaf spirit suddenly disappeared. Hardcore said in surprise, what kind of ghost is this, does he control spores? Sora was stunned, the spores were gathering to form a human shape. Indeed, the leaf spirit activated the guardian skill of the Forest of Illusion. The pile of spores gradually gathered into the shape of humans. The soul continues to activate the skill of materializing enemies. Dark was shocked, you, master of swordsmanship. He rolled his eyes and thought, that character is you. The leaf spirit shouted orders. Attack and chase away the intruders. Immediately the other two characters rushed forward. BYU quickly opened the audiobook. The guardian of the Forest of Illusions, I think I wrote it down here, are spore golems. Golems are created in the shape of those whom the summoner considers strong. They only resemble the shape but the stats are those of the golem. Hardcore thought while fighting, even so, these monsters. They are really strong. Sora also rushed into battle. Dark thought, if that's the case then the target should be the summoner. He immediately activated the skill to summon 3 skeleton monsters. Hardcore thought while fighting, now that I've leveled up a bunch, it's easy to defend, I'm sure these guys are at least level 40, should I try it? Immediately, the Hardcore shouted loudly to open the skill window. He took advantage of the loophole to look towards the information board and thought, has the restriction ended yet? That skill is perfect to use on this group. Then he happily exclaimed, yes. Over here, Dark is ordering the skeleton monsters, come on, my skeleton monsters, attack that leaf spirit. The leaf spirit immediately shouted loudly, protect me. Immediately the spores turned to deal with the 3 skeleton monsters. Seeing my brothers crumble, Dark was angry, well, my bones. The leaf spirit happily said, this swordsman is so strong it's fictional. On this side, Sora is fighting with the female spore. She activated the octagonal beheading skill. Then cut the golem into hundreds of pieces. But immediately, this female spore regenerated intact in just a few seconds. Sora was hit back again. She thought, no matter how many times they cut them, they will regenerate themselves. At this moment a sound rang out, everyone avoided, everyone backed away. Hardcore has flipped the coin, he smiled proudly and said, it's delicious. Dad burned the whole world, it turned out to be heads. The sound immediately rang out, supplement, your magical power has increased. Hardcore raised his hands and shouted loudly, using Hellfire skills. A fire appeared, BYU surprised, magic, Sora said with a smile, finally. Immediately a super huge flame appeared, this was high-level fire magic, Hellfire. The fire quickly burned the 2 spores, the Hardcore immediately shouted, that is the core of the block monster, Sora, give it to you. Sora this time with just one swing of his sword, he cut that core in half, she exclaimed, it was too easy. The core was split in half. The leaf soul immediately raised his hand and said, I surrender, I have run out of energy, I don't want to be split in half anymore. Hardcore quickly said, Sora wait, the leaf spirit also said, what's going on, even if you get to the 20th floor, you still won't be able to win against the master. BYU hurriedly said, everyone, we don't have much time left, he's about to come back. Hardcore calmly said, don't worry, I've decided. Hardcore turned around and said, I will fight that murderer, but the chance of winning is only 50%. Hardcore pointed at the leaf soul and continued, however if we use him, we will have a better chance of winning. Hey, if I give you mana you can restore the cube monster, right? Having said that, he did not hesitate to use the energy transfer skill. The leaf spirit was stunned. Hardcore continued, I won't attack you, but you have to call those block monsters out for me. Okay, now prepare to fight him. In a dungeon with many different elements, in a strangely silent space, suddenly there was a strange sound. BYU held the watch in his hand and said, he is coming. Sure enough, a familiar glowing sword appeared from the crack in the door, the long sword beamed into the room. Everyone is 100% alert, it's him. The door opened, a hoarse sound rang out, the higher the reality mode setting, the more realistic the feeling when you tear someone else apart. A pair of evil eyes appeared, the red player continued, I thought I was going to die when my face melted, it was so real, just because of pure anger I almost lost my face. His face was no different from a monster, he said, so I was thinking, you guys need to experience my pain, which one should I let go of first? At the beginning it was just out of curiosity, the red player asked the person next to him, why did he use an item like that, but that person only replied, what does it matter to you? Then he smiled and said, then die. Immediately that long sword took the life of the person next to him, he thought, the more people he killed. When playing, the excitement increases, when I got tired of killing noobs outside the castle. Guy has received a notification, you have gained the meat eating skill. Pray, he swallowed their juice and then tried it, a player's corpse has never tasted so good. Ah, this game is not just about grinding levels or doing quests. At that time he thought, what fun. Instead of that meaningless life. He smiled, this was much more interesting. After once dealing with a player. The red player has put on that guy's armor, he thought, much better than the real world. This satisfaction is as if this world were real. It's too much fun, until you've killed enough people, the notification sound rings again, you've achieved the killer sect. Back to reality when this guy is facing the hardcore. Dark with Sora, hardcore thinking, it's moving forward. The red player continues, activating the rage skill. Immediately, consecutive slashing attacks came out, Sora, Dark and Hardcore quickly covered their bodies to protect themselves, Hardcore thinking, furious, he really is a murderous maniac, isn't he? So let's start our strategy. The red player is now no different from a monster walking on all fours. After gaining momentum, he immediately rushed up. Sora realized his goal and immediately drew his sword to protect Dark. Sora knocked the man away, thinking while fighting, a series of normal attacks. The red player does not flinch and immediately continues to play. Sora's arms, thighs, and face were all hit by the blow. She fought and thought, only fighting a few blows with him and she was almost out of blood. But this is exactly like the hardcore leveling warrior Nim mentioned before. At this moment, the red player rushed in front of her. But at this time, Dark promptly activated the bone wall skill. Sora dodged and happily said, thank you Dark, hardcore leveling warrior Nim as planned, let's change places. She remembered her mission, wounded him a few times and then switched places with the hardcore leveling warrior Nim. Meanwhile, she would use the recovery potion and switch places with the hardcore again. She is confident that if we change places continuously, we will definitely have a chance to win. Red player name is silent. Then pulled out a bone and said, bone, okay. Sora is calling Dark, give me some potions. Then she suddenly felt a pain in her chest. A stream of blood flowed out, the bone summoned by darkness pierced her chest. Sora said in shock, you, using bones, as weapons. Sora said weakly, sorry, I was careless, hardcore leveling warrior Nim. Then she was thrown away by the black player demon sword. Hardcore shouted, no, Sora. Look at the injured Sora and the person named red player approaching. Hardcore swearing, damn it. The red player is approaching, Hardcore swallowed and thought. Because of that, my whole plan fell apart, damn it, there's no other way, now I have to resort to plan B. Dark also worriedly said, hey, what's going on, hardcore leveling warrior, just like this, Hardcore immediately said, stop being tricky kid, we'll use plan B as planned. The red player licked the collapsed sword and said, it died too soon, and anyway, I will eat all of your corpses. Hardcore immediately said, Leaf Soul, leave it to you. The Leaf Soul immediately activates the skill to materialize the enemy, the guardian of the illusion forest. The Hardcore gives the command, attack. The two rock monsters immediately rushed forward. The Hardcore shouted loudly, this time, I'll die, ganking the group is the only way to die. Faced with two attacks at the same time, the red player easily used his hands to stop the two monsters from kicking him. He easily smashed the two of them. But at this moment, he turned his head back in shock. From within, the rock monsters activated the trap. It's emitting green light, the red player doesn't understand this. The stone soul remembered when the hardcore gave him a stone and said to put this in the golem. He immediately asked, is that a trap? Immediately the red player was surrounded by something. Hardcore laughed and said, what the hell are you asking? It's a trap to catch you, he thought. Even Sora couldn't use his strength to break it, luckily it worked. The hardcore immediately rushed towards the red player and said, eat. He gritted his teeth and said, this is for it. Revenge for Sora. Hardcore immediately slashes his sword straight at the red player. The guy lay down on the ground. The hardcore looked at him and breathed a sigh of relief, phew, bringing him back to the village like this would complete the quest. Hardcore calculated that if he wanted to take him away peacefully, it seemed he would have to cut his leg tendons. But at this moment a strong sound rang out. It's pretty good. The red player's name is not dead yet. At this moment, an extremely strange laughter emitted from his body. Dark and Hardcore were shocked to see that he wasn't dead. The red player said, "Hardcore leveling warrior, since you became a noob, you've been completely different." Hardcore immediately raised his sword to slash one more time and said, "If you want to commit fraud, go to jail and do it, son." But then he was taken aback. The red player's crazy eyes widened. He said, "That way of attacking, that kind of trap, it's ridiculous." Sure enough, immediately, the red player easily destroyed the trap created by the stone soul and the Hardcore. He looked down at them with disdain. "This poor control is nothing to me. To someone like me who has overcome control, it's nothing. Do you want to use something like that to catch me?" Then a strike rushes straight towards the Hardcore forearm. He screamed loudly in pain. At the same time in reality, at Sora's house. She was startled and screamed loudly, then woke up. Sora gasped. She looked at the phone worriedly and said, "No, if it wasn't for me, the plan would be." Sora held his head in worry. The whole group, no, the Hardcore leveling warrior will lose his life because of him. She couldn't help but think, it will take another hour for me to connect again, please don't let anything happen. After an hour, Sora held the phone and whispered, hurry up, please live." Sora immediately jumped on the bed and closed her eyes. After a few seconds, the notification sounded. Sora Nim was logged in. She opened her eyes. Sora sat up and shouted, "Hardcore leveling warrior," only to see herself lying on the bed. Next to her was darkness and Rim. Sora was surprised. Is this the Heart Heater's house? If we're here, then think we've been defeated and returned to the village. Rim immediately replied, no, clearly the mission had been completed. Sora opened the notice board and was shocked. You're right, I've gained a few levels. Wait. She immediately asked everyone, what about Hardcore leveling warrior? Dark was silent, then said, don't mention that damn name again. Sora didn't understand. What do you mean? At this time, Heart Heater appeared and smiled and said, you're home, Sora. The Hardcore leveling warrior has gone. Sora asked confused, gone? Dark, what did he mean by that? Dark heard her ask and just remained silent. At this time in reality, the two brothers at the prison were talking to each other again. So what about that? What if you can't pay the debt? What a brain thing to put on display. In the cell, the Hardcore leaned against the wall and sighed. Outside the conversation is still going on. Men will have their organs removed and sold, thrown on ships, beaten and thrown out to sea, and women will not be able to do anything else other than being sent to prostitution. Hick, it's getting to that point, Star. That person immediately replied, there were originally 7 or 8 people here, now there are 3 of us left, it's just that we still have value in the game so we can still survive. Ethan Gong listened to what they said but remained silent. If the time comes when they see that we are no longer valuable, we may wake up and not know where we are hanging out, we must pay the money on time. Ethan Gong looked at the wall thinking, his guarantee paper, not much time left. He silently thought, will he really die? Now is not the time to be picky anymore. Hot rice, cold rice, everything is done. For now, we have to quickly finish that boy's quest first. Returning to the game world. Hardcore screams in pain, it hurts too much. Dark cursed loudly, this money-hungry guy too. The red player was very satisfied when he heard that, continued to play Hardcore and said, great, that's it, come on, scream again, shout louder. The red player scooped up the Hardcore and grabbed him by the neck. He pointed his sword and said, so weak, is it true that you were once a ranked player? Hardcore thinks about the future, having his internal organs extracted for fish bait. No way, now if I fail again, I will have no chance of redeeming my debt. Hardcore frowned and thought, now is not the time to be picky anymore. Hardcore sighed, no need to use it, then he immediately opened the information panel. In the other person's incomprehensible eyes. The Hardcore immediately summons a lucky coin and then tosses the coin. The coin flew in the air and landed on the Hardcore's arm. That player said with satisfaction, that's right, that's good, you have to writhe before you die like that. Hardcore tried to pray, turn over, then he tried to look down and wait for the result. Right now the red player knocks the Hardcore away. Hardcore with his face in darkness, his arms began to transform. The red player was startled, what, it's, hand. BYU was also surprised, the black equipment chest was already used. But if you use it right away, there will be side effects. Hardcore with healed hands facing the red player thought, how can this armor be so hard and breakable? This guy is also very good, if that's the case, let's see what this will do. Immediately, the red player uses bamboo spear in succession. The attacks rushed towards the hardcore at lightning speed. Hardcore ran and cursed, why so much? A spear poked the hardcore, he cursed and saw his grandparents. Immediately, tens of thousands of other spears also pierced the hardcore. He vomited blood from his mouth. But then, one by one, each spear was pulled out of the body by the hardcore. What he said was serious, not joking. Hey, bull-headed, fox-skull, shrimp-brained guy. My current ability has increased 77 times, that's not enough for a cup of coffee. The red player immediately rushed up and said, it's just because I don't want to send you on your way yet. The glowing sword continued to point out, but this time the hardcore used his hand to directly break the sword. As he fought and spoke loudly, my strength also increased 7 times. The red player was stunned, no, that couldn't be possible. The guy was beaten until he rolled on the floor. Yoon made a loud sound and broke the whole wall. But the red player immediately jumped up from the rubble. He shouted even more frantically, I am the embodiment of electric light, the more I suppressed it, the stronger it became. Hardcore pulled out his sword and said, his words were deafening, who wouldn't know? The guy said madly, that's enough, you go away, hardcore leveling warrior. Hardcore immediately said, it's too noisy. He passed by the red player, cutting off his limbs with a sword style, moonlight thunder. The red player cursed loudly, damn it. He shouted, where is the address of the colored house, let's go and fight, you bastard, the hardcore said again, even if I told you, you wouldn't be able to get there, you crazy person, hey Dark, your heart heater's detention item, do you bring it with you? Dark immediately took out something and said, this, the hardcore nodded, there it is, throw it at this guy. Dark exclaimed, this looks so much like a Pokemon, inside the bottle is the red player's name. Hardcore said as he walked, with this, the conditions of the hidden quest will be cleared a bit, so hurry up and there's the last floor, it's a shame there's no Sora. Hardcore mumbled as he walked, the kid seemed to still be energetic, but it couldn't last long, he had to solve this level quickly. Arriving at the door of the top floor, the hardcore said, we finally reached the last floor, let's go in. The door slowly opened, inside was foggy and misty. They had an audience with the tower guard, Nok Yong. Hardcore and Dark saw the person in front of them and were shocked. A man riding on Nok Yong smiled and said, finally reached the top floor. This person is the Sword Master, the president of Giga Group, Han Gun Jae, he said, it's finally here. Dark silently looked at the other person. Then he raised his voice and asked, is it really you? Gun Jae put his hand on his nephew's shoulder and said, it's been a long time, Gun Woo. Then Dark immediately grabbed his grandfather's hair and said loudly, this old man, he's having so much fun here, do you know our family's current situation? Dark said angrily, leaving you alone like that, you know what to do Nanfo. After a while, Dark finally said, that's how it happened. He said, if you really do that, then I know what to do. At this time, Gun Jae stood up again, making Dark startled and said, hey, where are you going? Nok Yong also looked up in surprise. Gun Jae thought, did you just discover it? He immediately walked up to Nok Yong and said, Gun Woo. Must take a trip to see. A portal suddenly appeared, Gun Jae said, follow it, the remaining answer you should find in this world. An announcement sounded, the prison tower master had left the tower, the 20th floor had been cleared, all the floors would have been cleared. Before leaving, Gun Jae and Rim smiled and said, if it were me, I could do it. Dark angrily ran back and said, if you keep talking vaguely like that and then leave, what should I do, take me with you, this old man. Hardcore saw that and immediately cursed, this idiot. He quickly picked up the pile and said, if you run away within the party's range, everyone will be warped, Dad hasn't collected the items yet. In the end, all three of them were wrapped in that blue light. Heart Heater recounted, the boss and hardcore leveling warrior had been warped to Yopi land, and the chairman was missing. It seemed like the hardcore's skill had affected the boss, so the guards immediately appeared and chased him away, captured. If caught by the guards, the quest would be disabled, so the hardcore left the party and ran away alone. Heart Heater continued, hardcore only left one sentence to see you at the Congress in 2 weeks. Sora continued asking, "That's it, where is BYU? Heart Heater replied. She intended to wait for Sora to wake up, but in the end she left. The boss, after receiving the president's message, didn't want to make a fuss. As he chewed his candy, it seemed the hardcore leveling warrior thought that the fastest way to get ahead was through competition. He explained that you can level up through competitions at the conference, and there are also many bonus items and items of all kinds. There was even a country that promised to provide bonus items. I was surprised to hear that. A country. The boy thought, participating in such a big conference, would he be able to survive? But, Gun-Su and the others will probably attend too. Sora put his arm around the boy's shoulder and said, "Hey, I'm just thinking about something. There's only one thing we have to do now." She was determined to train hard before meeting hardcore leveling warrior Nim again, first practicing some personal characteristics. In the neutral area, the Temple of the God of War, where applications for combat congresses were received, a few sounds of surprise rang out. Wow, is that a real sword? Really big. According to legend it is real. The truth is that the sword was used by the god in battle, but the truth about that battle is true or not, only those who participated in it know. Sora looked around and said, "But there are so many people here, why are they all fighting?" Dark also looked around. Sora warned the boy, "Dark, you are so absent-minded, what if you get lost? I can't see a boy like that anywhere." Dark replied angrily, "Don't underestimate children. When have you been so absent-minded?" Sora asked Heart Heater, "It's an official match, but why don't we see NPCs coming to compete?" Heart Heater explained, "At the Temple of the God of War, when there is a dispute between players, there is no need to have NPCs compete, sacrifice to structure." He explained that the fighting conference would be officially held soon, and right now it was just a show for showmen who like to show off. Heavyweights are actually rarely present at this time, only a few people come out to warn their real opponents that they are really strong. Sora broke down, "That's how it is." Heart Heater advised, "We came here today to observe and learn, not to register." Sora was surprised, Don't register." Dark also wondered, "Why is that? Are our abilities not enough to participate?" Heart Heater said frankly, "Sorry, boss, but if it stops at that level, you won't even be able to pass the preliminary round. If you get in, you'll only be a stepping stone." Sora angrily said, "What, we beat that red player, we can't be that bad, right?" Heart Heater crossed his arms and said, "If that's the case, then okay, after all, hearing something is better than seeing it." He pointed forward, "There. Let's watch a match, then we'll discuss it further." Everyone is gathered around to watch the two fight. Heath Hitter explained to them, "That big blue devil was level 70, his stats were also at an amazing level, his items were also wild beasts, and the brown shirt over here was level 49, a human race, the people and even the equipment are ordinary." He smiled and said, "It's boring to watch, let's bet, just one gold coin is enough." Sora immediately replied, "Okay, I bet that green-skinned devil wins." Then, Sora was stunned, why?" The sword fell to the ground. She screamed in disbelief, "Why did the blue devil lose? It was so unreasonable." Heart Heater proudly said, "Okay, the gold coin is mine." Then he explained, "Did you two see the skill that the brown shirt guy used?" Dark replied yes. Heart Heater analyzed, fists were continuously thrown, some shadows seemed to surround him behind him. "That's right, that skill has clearly never appeared anywhere in the Lucid Adventure game before, it seems like it's his own skill, Dark doesn't understand." Heart Heater continued, "This guy's personality is probably the opposite type. Just like what we witnessed, it was really this type of object. As for the target personality type, the player will be able to possess a set of skills and abilities reserved for them. The first time I met her we also met such a player." Sora also remembered, "Oh yeah, that long-bearded guy." Heart Heater continued talking, "We will compare, that green-skinned guy if I'm not mistaken, possesses this type of personal characteristic index. He belongs to the Asmodean race, a race that possesses an innate magical element, but in the last battle, he used close combat skills again. Of course because all of his stats were at a higher threshold than his opponents, and so the brown player took advantage of his personal characteristics to overcome that stat gap." Sora and Dark had a headache, there were so many complicated things that my brain couldn't keep up. Then she continued asking, "Do you know about our personal characteristics?" Heart Heater analyzed, "Now that there is a hardcore leveling warrior here, he will definitely shout these idiots at the two of you. Yes, with this type of stat skill, it will show up as soon as you are still young, novice. In the case of a personal characteristic that is a type of profession or subject, it must not be revealed until level 40, of course, one must also go through certain specific tasks to know it." Heart Heater said again, the two of you don't seem to be in the skill and stat type, you've looked at the skill table, right? They both nodded. He then continued, so it's either the type of sect or the object. It seems that finding the corresponding conditions to recognize it is not an easy task. Heart Heater mumbled out of words, if it was within 2 weeks, then luckily there was only that guy. Dark wondered, who? But Heart Heater didn't say anything but just said, follow me, for things like this you have to find someone with expertise. Sora was sad, so you won't register, Heart Heater replied, if you can't show your personal characteristics, the two of you won't be approved for registration. This time in the Dragon Mountain dispute area. A group of mysterious people shouted, damn, that bastard went up Dragon Mountain, he disappeared right here. The red shirt guy said, let's spread out to search. Another guy was startled and covered his nose and said, it stinks, boss, it's the earth dragon shit, looks like there's a dragon nearby. This guy thought, he can't act arbitrarily in Dragon Mountain, if he gets caught, he will be the one to die if he accidentally encounters him. In the end, he ordered, okay, let's withdraw, once we get to the Dragon Mountain, it won't be able to escape. Erase the traces and go back. The two jumped high and left this place. Seeing that the group had left, a new look emerged from the pile of dung. Heart Heater crawled out of the pile of excrement angrily, those tough guys were like leeches, they chased me all the way here, the beans were so stinky. Hardcore said as he walked, this is your brother's place to roam, there are no dragons left to hunt at this hour. The Hardcore exclaims as he walks, and even though the dragon shit is a bit stinky, its smell helps repel the nearby monsters. He looked around, let's see, just somewhere, he finally found it, this place is the hidden entrance to hell, the Atonement Cave. Hardcore remembers, this is where I first met Heart Heater when I was still level 1, the key to hell was in his hand. A place for us to atone for our mistakes, he said he would use it one day, but he didn't expect that he would need to use it now. Hardcore used the key to open the door and muttered, I have to thank you anyway, Heartheater. He smiled confidently and walked in and said, there's only 2 weeks left until the conference, you monsters wait there, I'll weigh the whole map. There is also an appendix classifying personal characteristics, level 3, the skill is the same as the red player's name, the stat that accounts for 70% of the number of players is the same as BYU. The type of skill and type of stat are often shown in the early stages of playing the game, the advantage its purpose is to help you choose the appropriate career sect with enhanced stats. At level 2, there are sectarian occupations that account for 25%, this type of occupation allows you to own additional occupations in addition to your current occupation, however, to own another occupation, you need to satisfy the conditions, hidden event is given, this is the personal characteristic of hardcore leveling warrior. Finally, the first level, the object accounts for 5%, the object type is based on the type of symbolic character or object, myth, great man, hero, and Mandarin figure that appeared in Chapter 2, as one of the people who possesses this type of personal characteristic. Unlike other types of personal characteristics, you can be creative and possess your own skills with this type. It turns out that there is another type, which is the 0 level, Transcendence, and the game's transcendent form includes the characteristics of all levels, and very few players are known to possess this characteristic. This time in a small alley in Yopi land. At a black market store, Kushum store. Heart Heater slowly walked into the shop. Kushum was startled when he heard the bell ringing. Heart Heater, what are you doing here? Kushum said as he ate his fish snack, I also know how it works Nyan, today is not the day we meet, Kushum is a black market trader. Heart Heater said frankly, I didn't come today for business. Behind him were Sora and Dark, he continued, this time it's a personal request, I want to unlock personal characteristics for my boss. Kushum was surprised, he said. Right at this moment, from the stairs came a cheerful voice, saying hello, look who's there. Heart Heater heard this voice and immediately sweated. Dark and Sora also looked in the direction of the voice. A happy cat girl came up and clung to Heart Heater's hand, isn't this the pompous romantic Heart Heater, what's up, I came to meet you, that's right, Heart Heater replied confusedly, well, not really. This is Kushum's sister named Ola, she said, I'm free today Heart Heater, let me ride your dragon. Kushum behind reminded his sister, stop it, you're not free right now, he came today because of that job, Ola angrily replied, shut up, you pig-bellied cat. Then she turned towards Sora and Dark and said, so about Miyu's personal characteristics. Yeah, the smell is really new. She stood up and said, you've found the right person, but there's a fee. A date with a Heart Heater would probably be fine. After hearing this, Heart Heater immediately refused. Gee, absolutely not. But Dark immediately nodded, of course. Make him scared, ha, what? Ola immediately became happy. Oh hey, it's a deal, please come with me. Heart Heater is miserable. Why did you agree? In a #1 restaurant in Yopi land called Bistressed, Ola looked at his partner and asked, girl. My name is Sora, right? Sora didn't answer her but was focusing on looking at the menu with hungry eyes. Dark also exclaimed, wow, just looking at this place, every dish is delicious. Ola said excitedly, so you're the one who wrote your personal preference for eating in the profile. Sora, you can call it whatever you want. Sora then blushed happily and said, what, really, as you like, according to my wishes. Ola nodded, yes, it's part of the practice, besides, it's paid by Heart Heater after all, but. Sora immediately happily picked up the menu and said loudly, picking up the entire menu. The menu included 327 dishes. Heart Heater did not hesitate to write in the debit book, a total of 1,550 gold, the debt of the hardcore leveling warrior. Even the pig chef was startled. Baby pig, this girl's love and demands were unbelievable. The chef said angrily, this is the first time this has happened. My #1 chef team will accept your challenge. A series of delicious dishes were served. Sora ate and teased, that's all, keep going. If you just want to eat, you will be implicated. One by one, trays of food were brought out, all of which were eaten by Sora in just one note. The chef was shocked and gasped, maybe she would really empty the refrigerator. Next, Ola looked at the pile of plates and said, maybe you're wondering what we're doing here, because her strength lies in the art of eating. After listening, Dark was extremely surprised. Ola continued, I can smell her personality, and yes, I can smell her personality, don't ask why, I don't know. Over here, Sora still ate like a hungry tiger, devouring 326 dishes in a row. The pig chef looked at the pile of plates and was startled, squealing, is it clean? Then he immediately took out a huge plate of food and said loudly, but what about this dish, the Golden Tower, even you can't surpass it. Sora trembled and drooled as she looked up. The chef laughed proudly, she should give up. But who would have thought that Sora would smile and talk happily, looking so delicious that it makes me want to bite my tongue. Immediately the girl took the spoon and made a move. The chef was stunned, what a joke, look at her, he couldn't believe it. Each spoonful of rice was continuously poured into Sora's mouth. A few minutes later, the golden star of the Supreme Tower was gone. Sora said with satisfaction, it's so delicious. The surrounding chefs also had to applaud her in respect. Chef Pig was moved to tears, what an amazing talent, but he still had to pay. Sora had just finished eating when for some reason a blue power appeared on her body. Dark was extremely surprised. Ola calmly said, now you understand, right? She has unlocked the trait. Sora was also extremely surprised. The bulletin board also rang, your current sect is voracious, you have received a new skill, Rosetta Blade Flavor. The notice board appears, the voracious sect. The voracious sect eats to enhance all of its abilities. The Rosetta style plate, through food consumption the player receives stat rewards. Sora reads and experiences, I'm surprised, what is this, eating makes me stronger. Ola stood up and answered, that's right, eating will help you get stronger. Dark said in disbelief, that's it. At this time, Ola approached Dark again and said, then one person, Miu, and you, she explained, especially your smell. For example, Heart Heaters have a dangerous smell. He is an extraordinary person. But you, little boss, Ola commented. There's something very different about you. Dark was shocked when he heard it. At this time at the bar near the temple of the god of war, the gladiator's tomb. This place became crowded during the registration period, where two groups of people gathered. One is people looking for teammates to join a 3-person party, as the tournament is based on a team format. And those looking to hire contestants, human hunters. At this time one person said in surprise, oh, that is, it is Sheila, he possesses the characteristic of substitution, and at the same time possesses high stats, one of the popular characters. The person who spoke was Four-Faced Park, also a human hunter. He commented that it seemed he was not the only one targeting him. There were a lot of people who signed up to participate, and a lot of human hunters came to hire them, basically from a different perspective. This was a competitive hunter. Four-Eyed Park is a human hunter of the Barley Guild Alliance, in addition to the Giga Empire's human hunter Rabbit. And the human hunter of Yopi Land, the Melody Monkey. At a dinner table, everyone was talking, it was Mr. Sheila who gave it to me, so generous. The person opposite immediately replied, "Oh, it's nothing, I have 300 of that dish." Right now a bottle of water was placed under their table. Rabbit smiled and said, "It's Sheila, the hero of Bonzark, it's an honor to meet you." Sheila didn't quite understand but still replied, "Yeah, so shy." Rabbit smiled approvingly and said, "You are truly a humble hero, I have something to give you, it is Krnyagno 1919, the #1 drink of the Empire." But before he could finish speaking, another person jumped in front and said, "Oh there, it's Sheila." Melody Monkey smiled and said, "Sheila, do you remember me? You saved me during the Bonzark War." Sheila also remembers, you Melody Monkey, right. Melody Monkey tried to push Rabbit away while shaking Sheila's hand and said, "I came to meet you, my hero, so have you decided yet? Come join our guild." Sheila confusedly replied, "No, not yet." Tone Monkey continued, "What is he hesitating about? We have 2 great beauties waiting for him, they are very fond of him." Rabbit got mad and pushed the Melody Monkey to curse, "A beautiful woman, a mollusk and a zombie, yes." The 2 of them grabbed each other's collars and cursed continuously because, "What now, do you want me to pull your teeth? If you continue, I will pierce your ass with an entire banana tree," Sheila said tiredly. "This is a huge punch." While the 2 of them were cursing, Park Four-Faced walked over and took out his business card to invite me to come to my guild. Sheila directly refused, as long as the preparations for the tournament had already begun. Bar. At another place. Hardcore slowly entered the dungeon. Going deeper and deeper, eventually the Hardcore encounters a challenge. He was surprised, a mirror. At this moment, a voice rang out from the mirror, "You cannot avoid your sins forever, I am the soul of the mirror, I was imprisoned here by an evil dragon. Come here and face your sins," it said. Hardcore said confusedly, "What nonsense," he thought, "I have never seen anything like that." But at this moment the mirror suddenly flashed. Hardcore quickly covered his eyes, when it was time to open his eyes. He was startled. In front of him were countless people, the voice rang out, "We are your sins, we are your reflection. They say, defeat us to cleanse your soul." The Hardcore angrily cursed, "Stop talking and talk to the idiots." His mind was confused, "What the hell is this? This is just a game." Immediately the Hardcore activates the lucky coin skill. Then he swung his sword and rushed upward. Those reflections also did not hesitate to rush forward to face their master. The next afternoon in Yopi land, 2 dragons flew in the air. Dark had the wind blowing into his face and continuously cried out. Dark quickly said, "Do we have to ride the dragon? Sora has already unlocked the village's features, but my hair is completely messed up." Ola smiled and said, "It's a field trip, boss." Dark silently cursed, "Musty, you can ride a dragon if you want." Heart Heater comforted her, "She is trustworthy, boss." He explains, "She is the one who has unlocked the Yopi King's characteristics, she knows what she is doing, she is enjoying the moment, but that doesn't mean she is not doing her job." Finally, they landed on an empty piece of land. She immediately said, "When we got there, let's land." One after another, the 2 baby dragons landed safely. Dark said as he straightened his hair, "We have gone this far, so what should I do?" They have gone quite far from Yopi land. Ola said, "Little boss, your personal trait I think is a rare one, a good match will unlock your trait." Dark doesn't understand, "Is the match good? I've played a lot." Ola explains, "Those battles are not enough, kid, you should fight a stronger opponent, only then will your characteristics be unlocked. And an opponent much stronger than you is here." Dark looked around worriedly, "So that's why we're here, but I can't see anything anywhere." Heart Heater stepped in front of Dark and said, "Well, it's time for me to step in, boss." Dark was stunned, "Ha, why you? He's your opponent." Ola smiled and replied, "That's right baby boss, he is enough to unlock your personal characteristics, now get ready to fight." Dark was shocked, "What?" Heart Heater unlocked the energy and said, "Well, you should be ready, boss." Dark thought, thinking back, I had never seen him fight. Heart Heater's face was no longer as gentle as before. He said, starting, Dark realized, this, he is completely different. The 2 begin their match. Dark immediately activated the skill to summon 5 skeleton soldiers. He thought, damn, I need to find his weakness. Looks like it's a real game, so let's play. Dark continues to activate the skill of equipping the skeleton monsters with magic weapons. Heart Heater calmly raised his hand and said, that's a good skill combination, boss, I'm really surprised. Heart Heater thought, I know he can be better, he's just testing me. just as the skeleton monsters were preparing to attack me. Heart Heater just shouted. Then with just his bare hands, he easily slashed the armed skeleton monsters. Ola shouted, "Stop playing around, you need to unlock his features." Heart Heater replied, "Okay. Dark gritted his teeth, "Monkey father, it was of no use. So how about this?" Dark immediately used the skull staff to shoot out power. Heart Heater calmly commented, "Well, it was a bullet." Immediately, as soon as that power touched the Heart Heater, it immediately disappeared. He said, "Okay boss." Dark was angry, direct magic attacks were also ineffective, so angry. This time the Heart Heater decided to make a move. He raised his hand. A fire appeared in his hand. Heart Heater said, "Now it's over." Dark thought, "Don't panic, block the attack first and then take advantage of the opportunity." Dark immediately activated the stone golem summoning skill. Heart Heater looked at it thinking, "Why is solemn stone?" Dark thought, "He is taking me lightly, this is an opportunity, you order." The golem covers me. The giant golem stood between the two of them, but right now the Heart Heater was no longer in its original place. He jumped up high and aimed down and said, "He covered a lot." Dark looked up in shock. Heart Heater warned, "This will probably hurt a bit, boss." He used dragon magic, fiery breath, a giant beam of fire shot towards Dark and the golem. In the end, the golem collapsed. Heart Heater turned around and said, then second, that's a bit too much. Right now Ola nervously shouted, "Heart Heater, that is." Just as the Heart Heater was caught off guard, Lazia jumped out from the golem. It attacks the Heart Heater's face directly. Dark was under the golem thinking, "I was able to hide under the golem's body thanks to the previous bone hole." It turned out that Dark had calculated, he was inside the golem the whole time. Heart Heater laughed and said, "I have to admit I was surprised." He smiled and thought, "This time you really fooled me, I'm proud of you boss." Lazia was now preparing to continue attacking. The Demon Lord thought, "What are you laughing at, man, eat this." This time the Heart Heater raised his hand. He was able to easily grab Lazia's head, then easily throw the boy away. Heart Heater looked in that direction and said, "But you need to try harder than that." Heart Heater says, "I'm doing this for you, boss." Dark hid under the golem, thinking, "What should I do?" "You're worried, he's unreasonably strong, you're done." At this time, the Heart Heater used his foot to hit the ground. The ground shook directly, it was the dragon technique that shattered the ground. Dark ran out in time, he gritted his teeth, almost missed. At this moment, the Heart Heater flashed like a bolt of lightning. He smiled and said, "Boss, this is not personal." Dark now opened his eyes wide. Heart Heater used his hand to pierce Dark's body.
Dark was stunned. I couldn't even see, was this the end?
The bulletin board rang, the Dark player was dead, the Dark player's personal characteristics were activated. In another place, the Hardcore is still frantically killing monsters. Hardcore thinking, "These guys, they're trying to parody me, my attack and style." He swung his sword and shouted loudly, "Do you think you can be like me, by imitating me?" Hardcore said with a smile, "A bunch of idiots." He said as he hit, "If they try to imitate my movements, I can change it." He thought, "I just need to burn everything in the room with hellfire. It's just that with this range, I'll get stuck." He was beating and cursing, "Put it on the plate." Hardcore bowed his head, breathing heavily. Looking at the dead reflections, he looked around, it was over, his points were crazy. At this moment, a sound rang out behind him, loud and sharp. Hardcore startled and turned his head, "Which one?" From the mirror this time came out a Hardcore that looked exactly like him. He said, "Now is the real challenge." He laughed and said, "Those shadows are just shells, I'm the real sinner." Right when the Hardcore was raising his sword and preparing to fight, the Hardcore in the mirror said, "Calm down, put down the line." Immediately the monster went behind the Hardcore and said, "Don't try anything, I'll slit your neck easily." Hardcore was stunned. The monster from the mirror smiled and said, "So, from what I see, you are a gambler." With a crazy smile he said, "Well then, how about we play a little game?" Hardcore doesn't understand, "What?" The monster smiled and said, "With your personal characteristics, it seems that it will help you escape from here, with your gambling skills will help us circumvent the rules of the game." He continued to say, "With him, I will have a chance to escape from here, and you will have a chance to cleanse your soul." The Hardcore asked, "So if you win, you will get out of here, and if I win, my soul will be baptized?" He immediately replied, yes. Hardcore looked at the monster and thought, with his domineering moves like that, I should avoid fighting and use my luck. I'm a gambler, I have to live up to my reputation. Hard smiled and thought, completely random means there is an equal chance, so there's no way I'll let him win, he said with a smile, then, whip you. The monster smiled evilly and said, so what are you waiting for? Whatever game you want to play, choose it. Hardcore opens the information panel to look at it, slowly, let me take a look, then, it goes. He took out 3 dice and said, attack and defense. The monster thought, well, dice, you idiot. He's proud, you won't have any chance of winning in this game, kid. Hardcore held up 3 dice and said that the other games weren't very good, and the monsters agreed. Hardcore explains, they were originally steel dice, but not anymore, I didn't mess with them, you can read my memories so you know I'm not lying. The monster agrees, yes, they are clean goods. Hardcore continued, first, if you can erase my guilt, I need you to prove it. The monster smiled and raised his hand and said, don't believe me, okay, I can take your memory out. Immediately it used the spiritual consciousness mirror, the memories of the hardcore were slowly drawn out. It continued, then hid those memories one by encrypting the data on the game server. It continued, and after that, no one except you and I can access those hidden memories. Hardcore was shocked, manipulating memories. Hardcore replied, okay, I already know that type of ability, before starting I have something to ask, why were you locked here by the dragon? The monster narrated, I poked his girlfriend and he was immune to my skills, enough of the trick, let's play. But the hardcore said, what's the rush, it's not possible like this. The monster raised his hand and said, why are you so tense, relax, brother. Hardcore said seriously, so if I win, how can I guarantee you won't manipulate my memories? The monster was silent and then said, what do I have to do? Hardcore smiled and said, if you can really read me then you must have seen it, this is my guarantee. He shouted, summoning the moderator, which was a judge. This creature watched the game carefully to ensure the rules were followed correctly. The monster rubbed his head and said, well, I don't care. The moderator spoke, the Atonement cave location, the hardcore leveling warrior participant, and the soul in the mirror. It asked both of them, what are the rewards and terms? The hardcore said loudly, my reward is to hide my sins with the power of the soul, which he cannot use while playing. The soul in the mirror is also say, if I win the hardcore leveling warrior will take my place in the cave, that's all. The moderator immediately said, the rules have been established, but remember, whoever breaks the rules. He used a hammer to hit the ground and said, look closely, I will smash that person's hand, understand, don't cheat. They both nodded, it was clear. Attack and defense dice are the toys of Yopi land children, but this time there will be serious consequences. The moderator continued, we added health points to the game, HP reaching 0 means game over. Now the common rule, first the dice are classified separately, white dice decide whether to attack or defend, odd numbers are attack and even numbers are defense. As for the remaining 2 dice, the higher number of the blue dice will calculate the magic attack or defense point, the larger red dice number will calculate the physical attack or defense point. If 2 dice of the same number, the damage will be doubled. If 3 dice of the same number are drawn, the damage will be tripled. For example, a hardcore leveling warrior rolls red 3 blue 2 white 3, attack, and the soul in the mirror that rolls red 1 blue 2 white 2 will be the defense. The magic defense of the soul in the mirror is useless against the hardcore leveling warrior's physical attack of 3. If the soul in the mirror instead rolls red 3 then the damage taken will be 0. If both roll attack, both will take damage. If both roll defense, they must roll again. The moderator looked at the 2 and said, it's not too complicated. He shouted loudly, so let's start the game. The soul in the mirror smiled and said, I already let you choose TR so I will choose to roll the dice first, okay. Hardcore is not stingy but says okay. The soul in the mirror rolls all 3 dice. In the end, the soul in the mirror got white 3 attacks, blue 5 high and red 2 low. Moderator announced, odd white with higher blue, total 5 points of magical attack damage to the soul in the mirror. It's the hardcore leveling warrior's turn to roll the dice, the odd white with the higher red, a total of 4 points of physical damage attack for the hardcore leveling warrior. The moderator above announced that the hardcore suffered 5 magical damage, the soul in the mirror suffered 4 physical damage. In the end the hardcore had 25 points left, and the monster had 26 points. The next turn, the referee asked the soul in the mirror to roll the dice. In the end it got red 6 high, white 1 high and blue 2 low. Hardcore is red 2 high, blue 1 low and white 4 defense. Finally, the hardcore leveling warrior takes 4 physical damage with a piercing attack. Hardcore gritted his teeth in pain, he had 20 points left. The moderator continues, next turn, whoever wins first, the soul in the mirror continues to fall. As a result of consecutive rounds, the soul in the mirror gets 6 points of attack and magic damage, and the hardcore gets 2 points of defense and physical damage. Hardcore leveling warrior takes 6 points of magic damage, finally he now has 14 hit points left. Hardcore bowed his head and panted. The soul in the mirror laughed and said, "Are you really a gambler? Look at me, I'm the one who's called a gambler." Looking at the hardcore with his head bowed, he scoffed, "You're hired for your own reflection, it's pathetic, you have no chance, kid, give up early." Hardcore remained silent as he continued, "You're done with the movie. He keeps talking, I can read all your thoughts and memories, you think you have a ticket to pass me, son, stop dreaming, you're already stupid from the start." Hardcore stood up and looked at him and said, "I bark too much, do you want to put a muzzle on? I'll help you with a ticket." The soul in the mirror smiled and said, "Okay, let me send you off to Nyet Tan first." It continued to roll the dice. The moderator announced, "The soul in the mirror had 5 points of physical damage attack." The hardcore calmly replied, "Let me show you a little trick." He rolled the dice and said, "Never show your true ability from the beginning." Moderator announced, "Hardcore leveling warrior gains 3 magic damage defense points." The hardcore leveling warrior suffered 6 physical damage. The swords from the monster's side continuously attacked the hardcore. Hardcore smiled and said, "Soaking onions can be used as a strategy." The hardcore's remaining points are 8 points. The hardcore said, "To lure the opponent into looking down on you, they will lie and not be on guard, that's when I will win." The soul in the mirror said contemptuously, "Ha, you're done playing." Hardcore then pointed and smiled and said, "Just one shot, I will scoop you up with just one shot." The soul in the mirror chuckled crazily and said, "If you lose so much, you'll lose it, what can you do with 8 HP, I still have 26 HP left." He immediately threw the dice and said, "There is no way I can lose to you, I will bury you with an entire field of onions." The moderator announced that the soul in the mirror had 6 points of magic damage defense and was completely immune to magic attacks. The hardcore continues to roll the dice. The moderator announces, "The hardcore leveling warrior rolls 2, but it's a set of 3, roll again and add the last 3 numbers to the next turn." The soul in the mirror was stunned and said, "It's just luck, but that's all there is to it." Hardcore did not answer but continued rolling the dice. The dice roll around in the air. The soul in the mirror thought incredulously, "What, you can't win against me?" But he's not as confident as before, what if something goes wrong? The dice, still flying in the air, gradually tossed down. The monster said proudly, "The 4 attack points are too soft, not enough to scratch my itch." But right now the dice comes into contact and rotates correctly, the final result. Moderator announced, "Hardcore leveling warrior rolled 3 4-point balls, 6 plus 12 for a total of 18 points. The soul in the mirror couldn't believe it, how could it be 3 times in a row? Hardcore smiled confidently and said, "Betting and gambling, there is no way to know what the outcome will be." The monster couldn't believe it and thought, "No, it's okay, I have 6 points of magic damage defense, if it launches a magic attack, my 6 points will take care of it." The 3 dice continue to roll in the air. The moderator continuously announced, "Set of 3 pills, reroll and add, again set of 3 pills, reroll and add." The soul in the mirror was stunned, What, how could it, 5 times in a row, make a triptych?" The moderator continuously announced, "The hardcore leveling warrior continued to pour, the total was 124, current turn, 6 points of physical damage attack." The sword in the hardcore's hand is as big as a tower, this is the power of 130 physical attack points. The soul in the mirror then thought, "What, no way, there is no way I would be locked in a cave." It immediately used the technique to activate the spiritual consciousness mirror. The monster proudly smiled wildly and said, Hee, I just need to use it and that's it, I can change the outcome, and I win." The moderator immediately turned on the fraud detection mode. It angrily said, "Did you just violate the rules?" The moderator immediately used the hammer of justice to punish cheating and then got angry. "I warned you about cheating, you like to be beaten, don't you?" The soul in the mirror was stunned, my skill was ineffective against him, no one had ever been able to block it. The moderator still cursed, "You bastard, I will gradually crush your hands, didn't I tell you that, huh? The monster lay down on the ground and quickly begged for his life, please, stop, I'm sorry. After the moderator, the hardcore leveling warrior immediately raised his giant sword and said, this, my true personal characteristic, absolute luck. The soul in the mirror doesn't understand, it's just a little bit more to escape. A huge light emitted outside the dungeon, a notification rang out, the hardcore leveling warrior still had no points. 2 days later, the last day to receive registration for the tournament, at the Temple of the God of War. In a bustling city with people passing by. Dark silently sat in a corner and cursed, damn guy. What took so long? He said, all 3 of us need to be present, otherwise they won't accept us. Sora was also worried, what if he didn't arrive on time? Dark thought, time is running out, all the training I've been through. Sora panicked, what should I do? The tournament only comes once a year, so don't worry. Dark immediately said, calm down, he'll be there in time. At this moment, an armored person appeared and said, please, sorry, it seems you guys need an additional member, right? Dark looked at the sky and said, the sun is about to set, we have to hurry. No way, Dark immediately said, it's hopeless, he was accepted, but at this moment a sound rang out, eh? Sora and Dark turned around in surprise. Hardcore leveling warrior with a dusty body laughing and talking like a silly boy. He smiled and said, do you remember my brother? Hardcore smiled and patted Dark's head, ha, it seems like you're very happy to see him. Dark cursed angrily, where did you go, you bastard, you bastard. Dark continued to curse, do you know we almost didn't make it in time? Hardcore immediately said, okay, go quickly, there's no time left. Before the tournament, there is always another equally fierce competition, happening not only between participants. At the Temple of the God of War, the central market is bustling with joy. Big events like this tournament attract a lot of people, of course, including the merchants who flock to them. They all have the same goal, to see who is better. From handmade weapons to high-level trophies, there is everything, so this market was formed and developed because merchants gathered in increasing numbers each competition season. Sora was surprised, growing up, I have never seen so many shops. Hardcore immediately replied, that's right, everyone is here, let's go, first we have to go shopping for you. Sora was surprised and asked, oh, is that necessary? Hardcore immediately replied, yes, the clothes you're wearing are too weak for your level. Is there a level 70 person wearing level 40 clothes? Sora said curiously, I still don't quite understand. Hardcore explains, look at her, her armor durability is so poor, she needs to buy new gear right before the tournament starts. He looked into the distance and continued, you have to hurry or people will steal all the good stuff. Hardcore commented, it's time for you to upgrade your items. Good items can shorten the level difference by about 10 levels. The unwritten rule of that RPG game is now, believe me, changing items as she will like it right away. Sora compromised, that's all. Hardcore said, first buy armor. Sora replied okay. Hardcore heard her like that and smiled and replied, what's wrong, are you afraid of money? Rest assured this kid will pay it all. Dark was angry, say something again? Sora said confusedly, it's okay, I can pay, I'm just used to wearing clothes like that. She took out a bag of money and said, look, I sold a fair amount of farming equipment, a total of 1 million gold. Hardcore was satisfied and said good, only Dark thoughts, not much. Hardcore smiled and said, that's more than enough to buy good things for her. Okay aunties, let's go buy some things for Sora. As soon as I went, I was surprised, there were so many people, oh there was even a banner there. Hardcore reminded the boy, pay close attention to which shops sell good things. Sora looked into the distance and said, oh this place looks delicious. Next to them is a stall selling weapons. Sora said, everything is brand new and beautiful, buy it here. But the hardcore turned around and said, don't go somewhere else. Dark didn't understand and asked, why, with all these delicious products left? Hardcore reminded them, listen you two idiots, good wood is better than good paint. He explained, it's true that the products look nice, but they're all just regular ones. If you want to die looking as beautiful as a beauty queen, buy those things, and when you go to tournaments, choose things to fight bosses or dungeons. Hardcore looked around, finally he commented, oh. This place is okay. Sora and Dark followed and asked, where? Hardcore pointed towards a bright green frog stall and said, here it is. The golden frog smiled and said, welcome to the golden toad shop, what do you want to buy? He thought, finally someone opened the store. Dark looked at the yellow toad and said, maybe this place isn't there, it looks boring. Hardcore scolded you idiot, can't you see that the shop is good? Even though these items look dirty, they are not sold anywhere, they are all empty dungeon goods, no matter how hard you search, you can buy some rare items. The yellow toad happily said, yes you are right, I have traveled all over Lucid Adventure. Dark still said, I think this toad sells waste goods. Hardcore bent down and asked, hey shop owner, is there any good armor for women? If there is gold, he immediately replied yes, you have come to the right place. The yellow toad looked at Sora and said, I have a very delicious dish for this beautiful lady. Sora is happy to hear that. The toad took out a small bikini set and proudly said, this is the black succubus armor, a masterpiece that is both beautiful and convenient, you can wear it now to keep warm. Sora angrily beat the golden toad, this bloody pervert. Hardcore and Dark blushed looking at that bikini. The yellow toad said, why, the clothes are so beautiful. Sora cursed, don't dream of me wearing that, shut up you pervert. The yellow toad had no choice but to say, then I'll show you something else, Gamora's crazy fire armor, the ice armor spirit from the ruined dungeon. This time Sora was also quite satisfied. The yellow toad immediately said, because I am a beautiful lady, I will give you a special discount, these two items only cost 10 million. Sora immediately slapped the frog again and said, happily pretending to ignore it. Yellow toad has difficulty speaking, but I still have to do business, even though it pains me to say this. The perverted red-eyed frog said, if you really want these two items, put on the succubus outfit and I'll reduce it to 1 million. Needless to say what the final outcome was for Sora and the toad. Finally, the yellow toad regretfully said, I sincerely apologize to you, I did not mean to sexually harass you, I only sell 2 sets for the price of 1 bottle. He continued, in return, Sora prepared to take a defensive stance and asked, what trick are you playing again? The yellow toad cried and said, can you be my friend? I don't have any friends because I'm busy worrying about making a living. Sora said emotionally, okay. Finally, the yellow toad happily thanked you, this is my id, feel free to send a message. Hardcore thought, like this, 300 of my friends would also want it, even Dark would have to think, Sora is so naive. Sora happily said, the armor is so beautiful, I like it. Hardcore also said, the armor and boots are done, now go buy the sword, let me see if the goods can be found. The golden toad immediately took it out and said, yes ladies and gentlemen, please take a look, are they all special products? Hardcore looked at it and asked, where does this stuff come from? Yellow toad replied, are they all from high-level places sir, near Teto City or Banshark, these items are found far away from villages, I also have a few items dropped from special bosses. Hardcore was suddenly shocked. Then he pointed at something and said, hey, where did you get that? Yellow toad wondered, oh, which dish? Hardcore replied, that's that dish, right behind it. Turns out the hardcore was pointing at the tiny sword stacked behind the huge pile of swords. Golden toad remembered, I don't remember anymore, a strange man gave it to me, it was impossible to determine what it was, even if I used special tools, and I couldn't get it out, I thought it was probably just a sculpture or something. Hardcore showed an unbelievable expression, then he smiled and thought, he was tricked. Hardcore immediately said I would buy it, but unexpectedly there was someone who wanted to buy it with him. Hardcore angrily cursed loudly, what the hell, this is my product, who dares? Then he got even angrier. That's a great gamer, old friend of Hardcore Leveling Warrior, he said, wow Hardcore, long time no see, what are you doing here? I can't believe you also appeared in this place. He patted Hardcore's head and said, you're older now, time passes quickly. Hardcore said angrily, what, let go of your hand. He smiled at him and thought, I finally know how to make friends. He smiled and said, ha ha, nice to see you again. Hardcore angrily said, don't care, this sword is mine, go away, but the lucky gamer said, it's still late, hey Toad, I paid more, how about it? He looked back and said, my sword is a great deal, a member of my guild is participating in the tournament, so I need a good sword, Toad, I will pay you more. The yellow toad saw the money and immediately said, no need to explain anything further, sir, pay as much as possible. Yes, exactly how much extra do you pay? Right at this moment a third person appeared and said, that sword, get away, it's mine. Hardcore became even angrier and said, what else is this? Get lost, it's mine, but the woman just said, Toad, how much do you want? I'll pay how much. This is the person from the Giga Empire, the 9th Lord of Bromorton City, Han Sua. The girl holding the sword said, Ego, this sword changes shape depending on the nature of the person who owns it. I didn't expect that. I can see it here. Kim, pay me for it. Yes ma'am. Hardcore was angry. Damn it, we saw the sword first. But the greedy toad, the great gamer, also sighed and said, no problem, she's from the Giga Empire. Dark also recognizes this person. The yellow toad held the money and happily said, he is very happy to serve customers. But now Han Sua was stunned. What is this? She tried hard but couldn't, angrily said, I can't pull it out. Sua orders Kim, withdraw. A big swordsman has a billion strength, but no matter how hard he tries, he can't pull out the sword. Kim replied, sorry ma'am, I can't pull it out, it seems like the sword is rejecting me. Hardcore also remembers, that's right. That sword chooses its owner. The great gamer called Fondue, an apprentice swordsman of a small guild, come and try to draw, kid. Hardcore also asked Sora to withdraw it, she has the swallowing attribute. Sua also called up his senior subordinate, swordsman Kokomori. All three stepped forward, the ego sword, the moment that decided who would be its owner. In another place, the golden toad happily said, holding a pile of gold, I don't care who can withdraw it, just pay quickly. Swordsman Kokomori goes first. She said, let's get it done, if you earn well, you'll know how to recognize your master well. Come on, this sword is mine. But as soon as she said it, Fondue shouted again, so fast, Auntie, who gave you the right to withdraw first? He said, I will come first. Kokomori calmly replied, so who let you withdraw first? Besides, we already paid, and she immediately touched the sword. Fondue immediately approached and wanted to fight with Kokomori and said, I said I'll retreat first. You should go away, woman. She said coldly, I think this brat needs to be re-educated. Fondue is angry, this Giga bitch wants to play with me. Sora in the middle said confused. She said, you two should not fight before participating in the tournament, doing so is against the rules and you will be disqualified. Kokomori whispered, did you hear me clearly, boy, if you're smart then step back. Fondue was angry but couldn't do anything. The yellow toad stepped forward and said, that's right, you shouldn't fight, so let's play a game of rock, paper, scissors to determine the winner or loser. He tiredly said, honestly I also want Lady Giga here to pull out the sword, but rest assured I will play fair, and sell the sword to whoever can pull it out first, but I have to add that I still hope Giga here pulls out the sword, okay? All three cautiously took stance, 1 2 3. Dark on one side lamented, what a waste of time, doing all kinds of things just to pull out an old sword, but the hardcore thought, the ego sword, is an extremely potential sword, kid, it strengthens itself, according to the owner, this sword can be used in one shot or just used as a meat cleaver, depending on the person who owns it. Dark wondered, why don't you try it? Hardcore explained, sorry, this item can only be used by swordsmen. Dark looks forward, is that so? Sora was standing in front of the sword. Hardcore reminds her, Sora, first use your energy before withdrawing. Sora pumped his energy into his hand and slowly touched the sword. In the end, no matter how hard Sora lifted it, he couldn't pull the sword out. Sora cursed, damn it, I can't get out, even if I have gold, I'll say okay, next person, come on Giga team, if you can withdraw it, pay quickly. Kokomori thought, that's a cute sword, let's see if you can withstand my aura. Dark and Hardcore were also surprised by the other person's aura. Hard thought, her aura was so strong, I got goosebumps. But then Kokomori thought in shock, what? Why doesn't it respond to anything? She thought, well then, look here. Immediately a huge amount of gas appeared. But in the end, Kokomori pulled his hand away from the sword and said, okay, I give up, the yellow toad said heartbroken, ha-hoo my money, next invite you little swordsman. John Doe smirked and said, don't think money is good, look at your brother, he's the same as me. But at this moment, the sword suddenly broke. Everyone was stunned. The yellow toad held his head in pain, thinking, it's over, the beautiful girl with the good car has disappeared into thin air. John Doe was quickly upset, what was this? The yellow toad cried and said, give me back that monster. Hardcore thought, that Giga girl, she must have destroyed the sword, if she couldn't eat it, she would kick it over, what a bitch. Han Sua said, Hayes, I really didn't expect anything, after all this is a lowly marketplace, let's get my money back, what, no other valuables can't do that, but she said, I sincerely apologize but if the sword is broken then why buy it? The yellow toad sat down on the ground heartbroken, At this time the hardcore said, "Hey Toad, we will buy that pile of slime." "Did you say that because you stopped those guys and got beaten up, you mean you bought these shattered hopes and dreams from me? I don't care anymore, just take it as you please, leave me alone." Hardcore still said, "No, you need this money, I will pay you," but Toad is still depressed. "You are very nice, but what about my beautiful girl?" Sora was sitting looking at the mess, then she was startled when she saw the pile of slime suddenly move. It turned into a slime-like lump. The two looked at each other without understanding. At this moment the slime exclaimed again, "Mother." Sora heard that and blushed and called everyone, "Mom, hey come here and look, this bunch of slime called me Mom." The slime jumped onto Sora's head and said, "Mom, Mom, hungry, food." She was scared, "Don't climb up there." Golden Toad and Hardcore were stunned. Dark was also startled, "What the hell is this? That slime is eating up all those swords." The heartbroken yellow toad cried loudly, "No, I need to fish for food." He shouted, he was eating that extremely rare sword. "That sword is even more rare than a special weapon. Stop it, why is it me? Calm down Hammer, you guys are dumb dumbbells." Dark immediately said, "Let me pay, how much is the total?" Sora also felt sorry for him and said, "I'm so sorry, please pay him." At the pub near the temple, the warrior's grave. Hardcore said, "I've finished buying equipment for you, everything is already in the heart heater, I can't believe it's tomorrow's competition." Sora also said, "I'm so nervous." Dark silently looked around. "You heard someone talking about something, I heard that this tournament is all arranged." A big guy exclaimed, "Dude, Giga has already bought almost half of the contestants, no matter how much we fight, we'll lose, let's play with Giga, they pay very well, you guys know how rich they are, right? What, come follow us." The people around were shocked to hear and then replied, "If you follow then follow, so what should we do now?" The big guy immediately smiled and replied, "Just give me your personal information, I'm sure you'll make the right decision." Hardcore also heard it and was shocked. The big guy said, "In tomorrow's qualifiers, you two can only attack non-Giga teams. Giga spent a lot on this tournament, just do as they say and you poor people will have a lot of money. I don't know why Giga spent so much money this time, because of the prize, okay never mind." Hardcore commented, "A bunch of loudmouths." He thought, if they're telling the truth, we have to act immediately. It would be great to just pretend to follow Giga and secretly stab them, but our team is dark so we can't do that. Moreover, we cannot get through this hurdle. Hardcore held his head and thought, why am I always working with these chickens, working alone and then taking care of those bastards myself, damn it, I hate working with others. At this time the Hardcore also said, "Dark, Sora listen, we need allies to be able to pass this round." Dark doesn't understand, ally. Hardcore is right, don't say you don't know what an ally is. He explained, because the Higas are so numerous, we have to find parties that are not in the same group as them, and we have to find them as soon as possible. On competition day, the sounds rang out, wow, so many people attended. It's twice as crowded as last year, I heard it's because of this year's prize. What is this year's prize? I don't know, but it must be terrible. The announcement sounds, the qualifying round begins in 10 minutes. An acquaintance appeared and said, "Remember carefully, I am here for only one reason. This is the Bamboo Man, a swordsman sentenced 7 times, released after completing a prison reform program," he said, which was to kill a hardcore leveling warrior. Oz and Alphacommon stood in front of him listening to his instructions, "And don't you two mess it up, or I will hang their heads along with the hardcore leveling warrior." The Bamboo Man thought to himself, "Hardcore leveling warrior, I will chew your head off. I will make you pay for daring to send me to prison." NPC Park's assistant PKM spoke up, "Everyone, it's almost time. Contestants need to confirm their participation and register for the party." "Done, thank you for your cooperation." The groups are traveling together in groups of 3. The notification rang out, the Dark player had logged in, he quickly ran after the Hardcore with Sora. Dark quickly said, "I'm not late, right?" Hardcore saw him and immediately said, "You're on time, we have to go register now." Dark now asked again, "By the way, what's going on with your allyship?" Hardcore replied, "You mean what happened after you suddenly escaped?" Dark replied, "So what, I have to live too, who is like you?" At this time, the park fairy came up and said, "Hey, I see you haven't registered yet, please register or you will be stripped of your right to participate." Hardcore immediately said, "Just register." Dark still wonders, where are our allies? Hardcore remembers, yesterday, after Dark logged out. Hardcore said to Sora, "This kid can just get out like that, never mind, there's no need for him anyway." Sora wondered, "But where can I find allies?" She asked, "How many more people are needed? Come on, tell me clearly," but the Hardcore just said, "Asking too many questions." He explained, "We have a sufficient number of parties, about 4 groups including our group, too many, we can't manage it, it's easy to be spied on or betrayed." Hardcore advised, she went to the heart heater to ask his opinion, and took the equipment by the way. Sora didn't understand why I had to do all that work, but the Hardcore said, "Okay, thanks, see you tomorrow." After Sora left, the Hardcore opened the information panel. He said, "It's been a long time since I used Messenger." A sound rang out, something, "Are you a hardcore leveling warrior? How are you?" Hardcore replied, "I want to ask you a favor, where are you?" The person replied, "Dwarf Motel, come play." Hardcore agrees. "Somewhere else," that guy exclaimed, "Wow, I never thought that guy would call me, what's going on? Tomorrow is the tournament, what a shame." At this time the great gamer hears outside sounds, he smiled and said, "Let's see what he wants, maybe I should buy more beer." The cool gamer opened the door and said, "Hello, come in." But as soon as the door was opened, he was attacked by someone. He was stabbed in the stomach with a sword. The great gamer gritted his teeth in pain. The Hardcore has now arrived at the Dwarf Hotel. He exclaimed, looking shabby. In room 225. Great gamers speak up, Hardcore leveling warrior, why? Blood streaks spread across the ground. The great gamer said, "No. You are not a hardcore leveling warrior, who are you?" This side the Hardcore has entered. He refused the gnome's invitation and said, "No need, I'm just coming to see you." Hardcore slowly go up the stairs. The gamer asked again, "You're from Giga, what are you guys planning to do?" The other person said, "Shush, it has nothing to do with you." He raised his sword and said, "Die." But at this moment a sound rang out, "Oh, is that crazy guy in there?" This startled the perpetrator. Great gamers see that opportunity is here. He instructed, "Go up and search, take down that bastard." The gamer has activated a special skill, the water dragon attacks the other guy. Hardcore opened the door just in time to see this scene. Hardcore quickly approached and asked, "What's going on? Who is that guy? Are you okay?" He replied, "I was stabbed by him, because the paralysis knife the system sounded a notification. You have been stabbed with the extinction dagger, the 3rd stab will kill you forever, all stats are halved in an instant." During that time, gamers exclaimed that the debuff was so magical. Hardcore doesn't understand, why did that guy do that to you? What does he look like? The great gamer said, "He looks exactly like you, I think Giga is up to some trick, give me a kick." Hardcore swore then pulled up the great gamer. A spark of electricity flashed. He cursed in pain, this pain, even if it was just a game, was too real. Hardcore heard that and was surprised to think, does the paralysis effect come with light? If it had an effect on even a high-ranking guy like him, it's very possible that it was my stolen paralysis knife. No way, that knife, the person who stole it couldn't have come to this world yet, hell, most likely. Returning to the present, all the players were surprised to hear the sound of the speakers above. A sound rang out, "It's time, everyone please pay attention." Battle NPCs Shav and Dakin have appeared. Shav said, "I told you to go, then go quickly, you're almost late." See, Dakin didn't let him talk. "Has everyone arrived yet? This afternoon will officially start this year's tournament. Let's fight." The 500 brothers below were extremely excited. A man appeared and said, "Hello everyone, the tournament has started, don't forget to leave a like, share and subscribe, thank you." Everyone was shocked. "Look, it's Umai, wow, famous BJ Umai is here." Famous BJ Umai smiled and said, "Thank you for watching, today we will directly participate in the tournament, in the meantime, let's take a look at the list of the strongest teams. Are you ready? Okay, let's go." Umai commented, "Oh my gosh guys, look at that team, seriously the biggest team I've ever seen, Giga's vice president, Lucas Hahn, along with his elite duo, I think this time it's done, estimated combat ability is SS level." Next, Umai said, "Look over there, that couple on the roof is a member of the Swag, Fondue and Choco BB Guild, I don't see the last member, where is he? I also heard that Choco BB is very badass. Estimated combat ability is class A+, Umai continued, the Healeraiser's healing ability was so good that they could revive the dead, the estimated combat ability was A+ level, and that was the trio with the rarest traits, They had an aura about them, unbelievably mysterious and magical. Estimated combat ability is A+ level. Next, there will be a party with werewolves, vampires and Medusa with A+ level. Even top players from Yopi land will participate. This tournament will be great, ladies and gentlemen. The estimated fighting ability is level S. And finally, Umai introduced, the hardcore leveling warriors party was also the best, but now has been dethroned. Now he is nobody. Don't pay attention, ladies and gentlemen. Their party estimates the ability combat is level C. The hardcore angrily chased after him. Umai immediately said, I take back what I said. He was both anonymous and rude. Daikon interrupted and shouted loudly, listen, I will explain the rules of the game, I won't say it twice. It's simple, just run to the finish line, she explained. The destination is at the battlefield behind the forest. The monsters in the forest want to tear you apart. Daikon pointed and said, it's up to you whether you cooperate with the parties or not, just reach your destination before sunset. Shav also said, the rules are simple, but because this year is too crowded. So we added some new rules. With surprised eyes, Daikon continued, each party has 25 points, the other friends can kill other parties to steal their points. Only the first 23 parties with 100 will be able to continue, the first team to finish will be rewarded with some advantages, while the last team will be penalized. In other words, you must take down at least 3 party. When everyone heard it, they were shocked. Shav continued, for those of you who have trouble understanding, remember to read the handbook I sent to your inventory. A beam of light rang out. Shav said, I have marked the finish line with that beam of light, prepare, get ready, start. 500 men immediately rushed forward. In the center of the forest, Lucas Hahn's party was silent. Then he said, you don't need to hide. When the other party heard that, he was stunned. Gunsu immediately commented, I have to admit that you guys did well. Another party used the refractive mist hidden technique to follow those people. A sound rang out, knocking them down with needles. Secretary Kim immediately punched and destroyed their stealth technique. Yopiland's Black Op team with S-level combat ability appeared. The guy in the middle said, it turns out hiding doesn't work against you guys, it doesn't matter, you guys have to die anyway. The magician used fire magic, the magma burned, and the guy on the left also used a giant hammer to attack. Lucas Hahn was silent. Then he opened his eyes, used a special skill, and cancelled the attack. He used attack magic, divine light, and power to directly penetrate those people. The magician and monster were stunned. The leader was also scared. What is this, the 3 of us, dying like that, how is this possible? In another place, Dark called, hardcore leveling warrior. You asked, let's fight, why do we keep running around? Hardcore immediately replied, shut up, we have to wait for them to fight each other. Hardcore thought as he ran, what happened yesterday, who is that hooded assassin, daring to pretend to be me and cause trouble? He's definitely in this forest, that bitch from before, she's definitely involved in this. Sora also shouted loudly, hardcore leveling warrior. She stood in front of the 2 people and said, really, that's crazy. They were also shocked, damn, they're Higas, damn it, get ready to fight. A voice rang out, Carter Han, is Bujang. Hardcore reminds the 2 to observe carefully. Park Bujang said, today I won the lottery, deal with him. The man stretched out his hand and continued, if we deal with him, we will both be rewarded and promoted at the same time. He used high-level fire magic, great fire, then said, stand still and die. A giant stream of fire appeared above the green forest. In the gloomy atmosphere, the people from Giga were still there. Park Bujang frowned and said, you scum, how dare you block my magic? It turns out Dark used a combination technique, summoning golems and bone barriers to create a golem barrier. Dark shouted loudly, who makes you think I'm a scum, be more polite. Park Bujang said, polite, are you kidding, Dark angry, bastard. 2 people next to Bujang rushed up and said, Manager Kim, it's our turn. The 2 main assistants are Assistant Kim and Employee Hong, they both have the same goal of killing Dark to get a reward. Where they weren't paying attention, Sora was already preparing to draw his sword, and the hardcore had already flipped the coin. Somewhere else, a sound rang out, oh my god, this is so loud, it's so scary. The stickman immediately said, you should have been able to detonate it like that, your magic was weak, did little damage, and even let people run away. He threatened, if you disobey me again, I will put your head in the collection. Wizard Oz and Dr. Alpacaman cried in fear. At that moment, A sound rang out in front of them. Oz said in fear, What is this? In front of them was that famous Sheila player. His system sounds, you are stabbed twice with the extinction dagger, the third stab will cause permanent death, all stats are reduced by half. Sheila said in shock, Why are you unharmed, who are you? Opposite him was the man who tried to kill the greatest gamer yesterday. Sheila threw a bottle of water to her teammates and said, Hey, drink this, it might help. But then the system rang, player orange candy disappeared forever. Sheila shouted loudly, No. He angrily said, You bastard, this dirty cheat user. The person in front of him still said nothing. A face similar to the hardcore appeared and said, Die. He used the moon blade towards the Sheila guy. Sheila said in pain, Stop. The announcement also sounded, the player Sheila disappeared forever. Before leaving, Sheila also said, I will report you. Alpacaman and Oz were stunned. What? I have never seen an effect like this. If you normally die in the tournament, the NPC should come pick up the body. Oz worriedly thought, This is the first time I've seen a corpse disappear like that, then disappear forever. It's too dangerous, let's run. But at this time the bamboo man said proudly, Haha, finally reunited. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Oz thought in fear, This crazy guy, we have to run away. The bamboo man jumped up and said, Come on you bastard, the decisive moment is here. Hardcore leveling warrior, I have to kill you. The guy opposite doesn't understand anything. The bamboo man chuckled and said, Say goodbye to your head, hardcore leveling warrior. In the present, a sound rang out, Hey mean Jew, why didn't you come play yesterday? A group of friends were talking to each other. The tournament was great, my mother wouldn't let me, she was afraid I'd get addicted. Had I heard the news about Sheila? No, what's the news? His account has been deleted by hackers. What, really? She held her phone to read the news and everyone was talking. Yesterday everyone was talking excitedly. Look, it's impossible. The three of them walked and talked. He even wrote an article about that case. Don't look at it. That first post, Yopi, the name sounds funny. He seemed very upset. On the phone, a lady wrote, Hello everyone, I am one of the participants in the tournament yesterday, and I want to warn everyone about a hacker wandering around the game. When I was in the forest with my party, I saw someone killing someone. Then suddenly a guy with red hair and dirty-looking pink eyes came out of nowhere. Then he used a knife to slash 2 or 3 times at a member of my party. Just like that, killing her will cause her character to be erased, while her defense is over 1,000, etc. So I'll go straight to Giga headquarters to join the protest. Not only Sheila but a number of other people also commented. Mine was also deleted, so damn it, that's right, let's go reclaim our character. The student said, I think they'll really do it. I have to share it now, it's getting more and more interesting, let's see what happens. This time at Giga Games headquarters. The players are protesting and saying, We need answers, why isn't the company doing anything? Call the manager out here, damn hackers. The security guard quickly said, Calm down, I'm just a security guard. But the crowd was still very angry and said, So what, we just like to scream and protest. At this moment, a person stepped out from the crowd. The girl was actress Lee Duna. She said, I'm the only one who called in advance, I want to meet the server admin right away. She said, I have an appointment with the server manager here. In other words, Sheila has an appointment with the manager here. Everyone in the office is holding their heads. I'm dead, why is a movie star coming now? We're done, she'll spread the news. The manager said, Calm down, just let them all in. We can solve this case, the higher-ups have approved it. An actress Duna and everyone, please come this way, thank you. Cups of tea are poured. A person sitting in the middle introduced, Thank you for coming to see us today, I'm server manager Lee Won-sik. At this time, someone banged on the table and said, Have you ever managed your own server? Some people angrily said, My money, time and effort are gone, give it back, I make a living as a character in the game. Miss Donna said softly, Hey, calm down a bit. She told them, I know how you feel, but be a little civilized if you want to be compensated. She turned around and said, Mr. Lee, please explain about that mysterious character. Manager Lee said, First let me apologize about this incident, we are trying our best to resolve it. He bowed his head and said, But I regret to inform you that deleted characters cannot be recovered, so we will provide adequate cash compensation and maximum support to other people's new characters. Everyone heard him continue, Yes, that's all we can do, we don't even know if we can find the source of this hack. People are still angry and say, I need my old character to make a living, are you kidding me, restore my character. Mr. Lee continued, we will pay each of you 10 million won. In return, I hope everyone keeps this a secret. Sign this paper and we will transfer the money immediately. Everyone read the paper in surprise. 10 million won, and my new character could join Giga's guild. But now the Duna said, no, I don't need the money. Manager Lee was surprised. Duna continued, what if this incident happened again? She analyzed, what I want is for you to present this hacker to me, and I don't want to hear a refusal. If not, I will let the whole world know how useless you are. Manager Lee said, like I said, we are trying our best, please be patient and believe in us. We're sending our best people to fix this. Return to Lucid Adventure, Forest Area. This is the time when the Hong staff and Kim manager prepare to rush into life with darkness. Hardcore smiled and said great, well, a stupid guy goes against an even dumber guy, let's fight guys. Dark and Sora also entered serious mode. Dark summons the spirit beast Lazia to fight with manager Kim. Sora uses the sword Ego to confront the Hong staff. Hardcore smiled and confronted Park Bu-jang and said, whatever, take me down if you're good. Park Bu-jang gritted his teeth and cursed, damn scum. He summoned the fire beast, the fire snake salamander and said, I have heard about you, you have brought upon yourself the appropriate consequences, to be more precise, you are a tumor that needs to be destroyed. He thought, I will destroy you with my own hands. He continued to activate the fire snake's blessing skill. Hardcore thought, the blessing of the fire snake, is he planning to burn down this whole forest? Hardcore just said this, you haven't finished speaking yet, four-eyed guy. Do you know that I am the embodiment of terror? On this side, the staff did not exclaim, wow Sora, what a strange thing, even the Ego said, Mom, it hurts so much, what game are you playing? Employee Hong attacked and said, sorry but I want the bonus, let's finish quickly. Sora replied, it's still late. Ego still screams, it hurts, Mom, I'm so scared. Sora thought, damn, this sword is like a stepchild, it can't be used. She took a temporary stick and put Ego back in the bag. She thought, why does the hardcore leveling warrior insist on buying this sword? The employee Hong thought, ha, you're joking, but that's enough of a joke. This guy activates the supersonic speed skill to attack. The sword easily passed through Sora's cheek. Her blood splashed out and flew towards the Ego sword. Sora was stunned. The slimy kid looked at the blood and thought, Mommy is injured, how dare that guy? It immediately identified the bad guy and jumped up, opening its mouth with 1,001 teeth. The staff was stunned. But the next second, Ego was able to swallow that guy into his stomach. This is Ego's special skill, swallowing. Sora looked at the boy in surprise, horror, horror. The announcement rang out, Hong died, Sword Ego leveled up, Sword Ego reached level 2. This side, Manager Kim commented, that spirit looks strong. Lazia was silent and didn't say anything. This guy spoke again, quite complimented you for blocking my punch, but what about this? He activated his family skill, sending a series of rocket punches towards Lazia. One attack the Demon Lord couldn't dodge, the boy fell down. Behind him, the giant golem silently waved his hand down. Manager Hong said proudly, let me show you my magic. Then an arm appeared behind him, tightly grasping the golem's handful of earth. He smiled and said, my strength index is the highest in the team, so this big golem is just like a feather to me. Manager Kim easily tossed the golem around like a toy. He threw it hard on the ground, the golem was destroyed. He said proudly, great, the reward is mine. Dark thought, damn, I have to use banned goods. Dark ordered, Lazia come here, let's fight. The moment Manager Kim rushed forward, the two of them were surrounded by power. Dark has activated the Kun import skill. The other guy still shouted loudly and gave up. But at this time, Dark and Lazia have merged into one. This is the activation of the Great Devil and Dark Witch mode. In the sky, several fallen winged, one-eyed slug-eared monsters appeared flying in the sky. In the forest, the match is still going on. Umai spoke up, hello everyone, we just destroyed that whole party, and already have 100 points, let's get to the finish line, let's see how the other parties are doing. The people around are this famous BJ's party. He reported directly, Healerazer's team was about to have enough points, that's right, heals are so terrible, even your mother can play this game. Team VIP Yopiland is still as cool as ever, it's obvious that they won, the current score is 100. Should we have that Halloween team, let's see who's embarrassed, they already have 100 points. The camera monster has also gone to the bamboo man's place, Umai commented. A group of chickens fighting with a red-eyed player wearing a hat, it seems to be the hacker. The hacker was startled when he saw there was a camera. The bamboo man shouted loudly, "Hardcore leveling warrior, you are definitely dead." After speaking, he rushed forward, the two attacks intersect. A shocking scene happened, the hacker's small sword easily blocked the bamboo man's attack. The bamboo man was stunned and thought, "You bastard, dare to block my sword, let's see if you can block this attack." He shouted, "You're dead," then activated his personal skill, the sword extended. But that long sword couldn't reach the hacker, who jumped up. The bamboo man didn't understand, how could he avoid it, so close? He shouted loudly, "You dare to play tricks on me, that cheater." But the bamboo man also felt, something was very strange. Why? The so-called hacker cried out, detecting Class B obstructions, destroying them immediately. On the other side, Manager Kim is constantly fighting. The guy said while fighting, "Sir, please give in and give me the reward, come back cute." He rushed over and said, "Come on, it's not fun." An attack that heat shot straight up but Dark dodged. He commented, "Talking nonsense." Dark cut Manager Kim's arm off with just one foot, he cursed and shut up. Manager Kim was shocked, "This is my hand, this brat." Immediately from that severed arm, he used an energy cannon. Manager Kim looked up in shock and thought, "No way, he was so different from before." Dark's Lazia said, "Master, quickly cut off his head." Dark replied, "I'm trying, I'm still not used to this state." Lazia advised, "Cut off his head." Manager Kim said, "I intended to save this move for the finals, but there was no way." His body suddenly emitted a bright light. Dark looked up in surprise. "Hong Manager has become bigger, has increased to mode 2, you brought it on yourself." He said, "I'm already strong. Switching to this mode is both strong and fast. If you have money, you can buy money." Immediately, Kim Phi's manager arrived like a god. Dark was surprised and commented, "He's fast." Manager Kim also said, "You can't fight like this." He rushed towards the darkness in a circular path and said, "Speed, strength, I will kill you without a body, it's over." Dark immediately activates the Deja Vu skill. His eyes suddenly flashed red light. Dark thought, "I can see his movements." Manager Kim kept saying, "You're definitely dead," but Dark loomed over his head and said, "Sorry, but I'm still faster and stronger than you." With just one blow, the Needle Manager's head fell out of his body. Right now, Dark and Lazia did not have enough mana, so they interrupted their skills and separated, just in time. Hardcore said, "Looks like you're the only one left." Park Bu-jang cursed back, "Shut up you low-class guy." He activated the Flame of Extinction skill and said, "I alone can take care of the three of you." The Hardcore looked at the fire and said, "Flame of Extinction, that's high-level magic." A super huge flame rushed straight towards the Hardcore. Burned by the fire, the Hardcore exclaimed, "Ah, delicious, just cooked." Park Bu-jang said in shock, "Why doesn't my magic work?" Hardcore rushed like a rocket towards Park Bu-jang and said, "I told you, I'm very strong." His arm went straight to Park Bu-jang's face with a shocked look on his face. In 1 second, the Hardcore pushed Park Bu-jang straight into a corner of a tree. His mouth was covered in blood. Hardcore rubbed his hands and said, "Don't worry, you won't die, I just broke your skull." Park Bu-jang now reports to someone, "Report, mission failed, is the team of Hardcore leveling warrior, he is immune to our magic." On this side, Light was surprised when he received the situation, a Hardcore leveling warrior. He looked up at the hacker who looked exactly like the Hardcore opposite him and said, "So who is that?" The paralyzed bamboo man was thinking, "What is that sword, unable to move? Wizard Oz is worried about me, I think it's the hacker's character." The guy from the Giga Empire said politely, "Don't worry ma'am, we're here to deal with him." Light thought, that Hardcore leveling warrior is immune to magic, and this one has a hacked sword, so which one is real? The destination Light is still ahead. Sora said tiredly, "Being hit was really painful, both tired and hungry." Hardcore told everyone to take a break, but they had to leave now, time was running out. Dark sat down and said, "Hey, give me a health potion or something, I'm exhausted from fighting too much." Hardcore took out a potion and said, "Unfortunately there is no health potion right now, let's use this mana potion for now, kid." Hardcore took out the food and smiled and said, "Sora, this big piece of meat is laced with anti-poison herbs." Sora happily ate and said, Thank you, hardcore leveling warrior. By the way, this question is a bit random, but this is dark. She said while eating, why do you play this game, and then spend millions and billions to play? Dark replied, the reason I play this game. Hardcore speculated, for inheritance or anything else. Dark angrily said, who do you think I am? Everyone is like you, I knew you would say that. Dark thought back to that time, when his grandfather was getting weaker. There is a rumor that the best lucid adventure player in the family will inherit, and the best one is the only one who can do it. My family knew that I was very close to him, like two friends, so they tried to stop me from playing the game. Every time I logged in they immediately killed me. That was before I met Heart Heater. It's just a game, why is everyone crazy about it? And me, I'm just a kid. Me, I don't care about money, I just want to meet my grandfather. My parents didn't care about me at all, only he was always by my side, laughing, talking, and playing with me. And after I met this person. Sora saw that he was silent and smiled and said, it's okay if you don't want to talk, but Dark said it's okay. I just want to see you again, that's the only reason, and. The boy said seriously, and it was fun to go with the two of them. Hardcore and Sora heard that and were speechless. Dark said embarrassedly, say something, you idiots. Sora happily said, oh so cute, I completely agree, playing games is supposed to be fun, I also like you two very much. Hardcore also said tremblingly, of course, you make me feel warm inside. Dark blushed and quickly said, I didn't say I liked you, I didn't say anything. But at this moment, an arrow rushed straight towards them. Hardcore immediately ordered, Sora took Dark to hide under the tree. Damn, ambush. Sora also immediately grabbed Dark, Dark come here quickly. Immediately, a rain of arrows rushed straight towards them. Hardcore realized, they must have planned it all. The rain of arrows continued to fall. Up in the tree, there was a party with everyone holding bows and arrows. Golems were deployed to protect them, and when they saw that, they swore, no way, damn it. The one who just rained arrows was Unit 3, the archers. The party leader, Axeman from the 1st Berserkers unit, smiled and said, okay guys, this bet is a big fish, we can recruit up to 10 parties, after defeating them we will get 1,000 points. The 2nd unit, the Healers Guild, is also ready. The hardcore was still standing there and Dark summoned a golem to block the arrow. He shouted loudly, what are you doing? I'm out of mana now. Hardcore smiled and praised and said, good move, kid, I see you are clearly getting stronger. He looked up and said, so as a reward, I'll give you a performance. They immediately rushed to the hardcore shouting, I've caught you, die hardcore leveling warrior. The group of people from Unit 1 rushed forward with weapons. Above, Unit 2 is also shooting arrows continuously. Dark heard them cursing at each other, you idiots, you guys are shooting at your teammates. But the 2nd unit still said, just shoot, leave them alone, keep shooting. The hardcore can easily dodge these arrows. On the contrary, the people in the 1st unit who were cursing were shot with arrows. At this time, people from Unit 3 also took action to heal. Those around the hardcore have been healed again. Hardcore thought, what a chaos, they risked their lives to attack me and then retreated collectively to make up for the previous shot, it was just a waste of energy. It's so heartbreaking, please reincarnate them so soon. Hardcore said, welcome, and goodbye too. Immediately he used Hellfire, the announcement board rang, the 3rd unit was destroyed. Hardcore laughed and said, the smell of burning corpses, how did they put this smell in the game? Aceman panicked, why is he here, I don't understand, where is the healer? Turning around, it turned out that Unit 3 had been taken out by Sora and Dark. Aceman shouted loudly to his subordinates, kill them quickly. Hardcore said, hey kid, wanna know why we play this game? It's simple. Hardcore laughed and said, I play for money. Hey kid, the protection fee is only 1 million, what a boring bet. He thought, Sora hasn't recovered yet, Dark is out of mana, and there are 10 crazy guys swinging their swords around, it seems I have to show my skills this time. Hard smiled complacently, leaving Sora and Dark without understanding. But right at this moment, darkness suddenly changed, he rushed into Unit 2, slowly used 1 combo, 2 combos. 3. 4. 5, 6. Up to 9 combos to handle these crazy people. Finally, the sword pointed at Axeman's neck and said, what about you, what are your last thoughts? Axeman couldn't believe it, it's impossible, my tactics are perfect. Hardcore smirked and replied, really, when you revive, remember to spread the news that the hardcore leveling warrior has reappeared. Finally a loud sound rang out. On this side, Light uses combination magic activation. Immediately over the forest appeared great rays of light. Wizard Oz thought, wow, I've never seen combined magic before, he must be a master magician. Skillfully combining movement, buff, attack and illusion magic. So many spells, how many spells can he use at once? Light analyzed, that sword seems dangerous, it's okay, I can dodge it. He immediately used divine light magic. Light thought, I have never seen anyone other than Giga who can dodge the divine light, it cannot be underestimated. He thought, if you dare to disturb the order and peace that my father has established, this crime will definitely not be forgiven. Light directly activated the strange skill. The hacker on the cliff spoke up, detected the threat, and switched to manual control mode. The two looked at each other silently. Light was also extremely surprised. The hacker suddenly stepped back. Before falling down the cliff, he said, with that power, you almost know the secret. Light heard that and was shocked. Before falling completely, he smiled maniacally and said, we will meet again. Finally, his body faded away. The subordinate worriedly asked if he had disappeared, would he return? Light just silently looked down. Then he asked, how was the remaining hardcore leveling warrior, had he been dealt with yet? The subordinate replied, I doubt not, the party there has not responded, the fighting location has. Light turned around and said, the sun is about to set. He thought, we've wasted too much time, let's hurry. Light ordered, let's go meet the remaining hardcore leveling warrior. The sun sets, it's the final hours of qualifying. Shav above controlling the power said, this is the last group, they will be present in the main round so they must be fully fed. Shav used his power to summon a bunch of pigs and said, let's get it over with, there's also Dakin's cake. The pigs immediately fell like a rain of animals, but they were all eaten by the monsters below. Shav exclaimed, look at them eating. At this time, a park fairy appeared and said there was an emergency call from Dakin. A picture appeared from the table. Dakin angrily said, Shav, what the hell are you doing? Shav apologetically replied, you didn't do anything, you didn't eat my cake, okay. Dakin angrily scolded, what are you talking about, you have to follow the gods, now where are the 10 gods? Shav calmly said, calm down sister, I just fed these monsters, those guys are gods, nothing to worry about. Dakin still scolded me, you told me to feed them this morning, thank you, nothing is done. Shav apologetically apologized. This Dakin gritted his teeth and said, the gods are very unpredictable, don't you remember last year's incident? Her eyes were full of worry and she said, be careful it happens again this year, no one wants that, so get your ass up and get to work. On this side, an old man with a bracelet on his head is happily holding a beer cup and saying, drink it, don't get drunk, don't go home, watch and learn, kids. He directly drank an entire bottle of beer. Right now in the qualifying arena, at the finish line. Everyone at the finish line was celebrating for some reason. The Halloween group finished 28th, with 4 places still remaining. This side of the Halloween party, they looked around, knowing that, they wouldn't believe you, their noses are as good as a dog's, they're good at lying, there are still 4 more seats left, what's going on here? They were surprised, what is this, a chaotic party? A person appeared and said, we are all preparing a party for you. Medusa was shocked when she heard that. The part-time employee smiled and said, welcome to the arena, eat and sleep well, there's even a hotel there. The Halloween party saw that and was surprised and happy. In front of them was a giant hotel. The vampire asked, what about the fee? The part-time employee replied that everything was free, he was shocked. The vampire immediately happily held the bottle of wine and said, that's enough, let's go. Even the werewolf was extremely happy and said, I want to drink too, but because the boy is only 15 years old, he can only drink strawberry juice. So sad for the little boy. Medusa calmly replied, can you take me to my room, it's too noisy out here. The part-time employee immediately replied, it's a bit early but okay, I'll take you somewhere quiet. She took out a glass of juice and said, you fought hard, just relax, there's no fighting in this area. Looking at the cocktail glass in front of me. Medusa immediately replied, it looks delicious, okay, thank you. Over here, the vampire has already gulped down his 3rd barrel of wine. After a while he blushed and laughed loudly, having already gulped down the 10th barrel. Not just him, and the other guys who had downed the 11th or 12th bottle were already red-faced. Umai above exclaimed, the party is heating up, it's crazy. He shouted loudly, like this, we have to have a wild party every week, drink to see who is the drinking boss. He said loudly, the rules of the game are simple, drink a lot to get rewards, let's get excited and drink up. Medusa held the glass of water in front of her and exclaimed, you idiots. At this time, a demon next to her said to her, what's wrong? Once in a while it's good to see everyone happy and forget about life, don't you think so? In this world, we can eat and drink vigorously. Medusa also admitted, thinking about it, it's true, it's just a virtual world, drinking alcohol makes you drunk, taking beatings still hurts. The devil asked, I like it here very much, so what are you doing in real life? Seriously evil, I'm looking for a job but it's not going well, that's why I'm here, I should have joined Giga's guild. Medusa thought, I'm just a student, he's not much different from me, she said, we're here to forget the world out there, what are you asking? The devil smiled and said, sorry, I must be drunk. Now you said, I heard this year's award is very special. Medusa smiled and said, everyone knows that, but no one knows exactly what it is, it's just a rumor, but the Giga spent a lot of money on this tournament so it must be true. Another girl also replied, if I win and sell my prize, I can quit my job, she exclaimed, sometimes I can't distinguish this world from the world out there. She thought, I just want to stay here forever, come on, it's just a game, there's a whole life waiting for you, I guess. They talked, but I'm serious, I wish this was the real world and the world out there was just a nightmare. This side, Umai has already beaten the other guy. Pack and the vampire who fainted. Healeraiser and Oz and Dong have drank 29 cases already. They continued to drink until the 30th barrel. Umai continued talking, both barrels were empty, let's see if they can stand it. He commented that Oz seemed numb. But at this time he continued, what a mess, sir, the Healeraiser has already met Hugh, it's so horrible. In the end the winner is Oz, Umai said, let's hear what she has to say. Oz drunkenly said, hey you bastard, you dare to treat me so badly, if you weren't handsome I would have kicked your balls. Umai laughed loudly, haha that's the scoop, she would probably be so embarrassed. At this moment, the part-time employee rubbed her chin and said, she won, what more do I need to say? But at this time a voice rang out, impressively, the god of war, Daikun had appeared, so this employee was the god of war, being carried home by Daikun. The god of war exclaimed, it was so fun, everyone was so cute. Daikun angrily called Shav and said, I'm responsible for this so now I have to deal with it all, and remember to pay for food and drinks, too. Looking at the group of people who are drunk and tired, my head is starting to hurt. The sun is about to set, the hardcore said, I think it's almost there, thanks to those idiots from before, I have enough points. Sora looked towards the light pillar and said, I see the light pillar, there is also a very fragrant smell. The announcement rang out, surprising all 29 seats were full, only 3 seats remained. Hardcore said, the sun is setting, there are only 3 places left, hurry up. But at this moment a sound rang out, don't wait, Light. Secretary Kim and his subordinates appeared and said, it's okay to stop here. Dark was startled, I knew this voice. Light looked down contemptuously and said, Carter Han. Dark frowned and looked at him, Lucas Han. There are also Flex and Tenth secretaries. Light raised his hand, wait, you two don't need to come up. The guy said, it's very dangerous, we don't know what he is, maybe he's a hacker. Light immediately activated the illusion puppet skill and spoke to his subordinates. Take this clone of mine to the finish line, I'll follow you two after we're done with these guys. They replied yes sir, we will wait for you at the finish line and immediately left. The hardcore immediately said, you are playing stupid, that guy. He summoned fire in his hand and said, I will teach you a lesson. The hardcore activated the Hellfire skill, a huge fire broke out. Hardcore thought, this move might not be itchy, but let's see what he will do. The fire covered Light but could do nothing to him. Even in the firelight, he used his power, activating Divine Light skills. Immediately out of the fire a boss of light appeared. Hardcore frowned, damn, that light will kill both Sora and Dark, damn it. The beam of light rushed forward at exactly the speed of light. Immediately, the hardcore ran to block between Sora and Dark. He cried out in pain, it was so painful. Sora panicked, hardcore leveling warrior. But the hardcore continued, if you are the best magician in Giga then this bet is too easy. The unharmed hardcore stood proudly between the two people, besides Sora who was touched, Dark only felt that this person was too boastful. But immediately, Light used his foot to physically impact him. Light analysis, the report is correct, you can resist magic. Light continued to use his feet to attack the hardcore. Light thought, then I'll just beat you to a pulp, it won't change much. Hardcore gritted his teeth and thought, it's hard to breathe, a magician plays close combat, that's really scary. Light said while fighting, you don't belong to our world. At this moment, Sora promptly rushed forward, one hand blocking the hardcore and the other using ego to block the attack. Hardcore exclaimed, Sora, but Sora coolly said, remember to thank me later. Dark shouted loudly from below, you idiots, watch out. Light this time activates the Shining Blessing skill. An explosion rang out in their direction. Smoke spread across the screen. When the mist turned away, revealing the hardcore raising his hands in a defensive stance, Sora behind him happily asked, Hardcore, are you okay? Over here, the nosebleed hardcore replied, damn, being hit directly in the face is quite painful. Light thought in surprise, it was just a little pain. At this time, Dark, Sora and Hardcore stood next to each other. Dark said, Hardcore divides the work, I will block his magic, if he comes close, the two of you will deal with it, let's play. Light continued to activate the Divine Light skill. Hardcore said as he blocked the attack, you're stubborn, but you can't defeat me. Dark ordered from behind, the hardcore lifted his ass up to block the rays that were going around the water, yes, I'll take care of them all. Light saw that and thought, what about this? This time he directly used and activated the Divine Rain skill. All three were shocked and thought, how could it be too much to block time? At this moment, Sora suddenly shouted loudly, ah damn, sorry hardcore leveling warrior. She grabbed the hardcore's hair. Then she used the ultimate rotating human shield move, spinning the hardcore like a pinwheel. Hardcore is both magic blocking and painful and angry, it's so painful. Light was stunned, what the hell was she doing? Sora immediately said, right now. She pulled all three and jumped straight towards the light. Dark stood on Sora's salary and raised his stick. The boy said loudly, Gunsu, I will fight for myself from now on. Light frowned, this brat, he shouldn't have wasted mana on the puppet just now, there was no other way. Right now, Light appears on the notification board. Light flashed on his body. Dark was stunned, it's not over. A giant black light attacked straight down to the ground. Light looked down. He exclaimed, he missed it. A panicked sound rang out, oh no. Sora, the hardcore and the darkness on the ground were shocked, are we still alive? A man appeared in front of them and said, wow, we almost died, luckily we teleported in time. You guys can't die so soon. Fondue, Tempest, and Choco BB appeared and said, let's live and keep playing. Isn't that right, ally? Hardcore muttered, you guys took too long, we almost died. That guy replied, sorry, we still have to take care of the Giga kids, it's better if we're still alive. Hardcore was angry, what a bunch of chickens, we only needed 3 seconds to take care of them all. Sora said admiringly, Choco BB group as well, well done Hardcore, the allies you got are very strong. Choco BB said, yeah no problem, our team finished 31st, so there's only one spot left. He pointed, see that line, if you cross it, you'll officially be in the next round, it's 100 points, the hardcore wondered, why only teleport us here? Choco BB replied, you see, people in our group were a little suspicious of him. A gun appeared, I'm Tempest, I'm looking for the hacker who killed Swag. And until now, according to my research, that guy has red hair, red eyes, a strange knife, and looks exactly like you. Tempest said, prove your innocence, hardcore leveling warrior, or I'll give you copper candy. Hardcore said loudly, why do you think I'm a hacker, you idiot? If you don't believe me then ask my team, I was with them the whole time. He thought to himself, I thought it was just some hater spreading nonsense. That night he covered his face so I couldn't see him clearly. Tempest said with a serious face, traitors often make excuses, what if your team lies? I don't know who you are, what you can do, even if Swag accepts it, I still won't believe you. Tempest said frankly, if it weren't for him, you would have been beaten by now. Sora shouted indignantly, hey, that's too much, the hardcore said again, it's okay Sora, he's like that. Hardcore slowly stood up and said, do you have any proof or did you just hear nonsense? Then sit there guessing, even if I say anything, you will still call me a liar, that's the guy, unpleasant. Tempest heard that and immediately fell silent. Hardcore sat down on the ground and laughed, let's do some games. Tempest didn't understand, game, What game? Hardcore replied, simple, it won't take long, don't worry. Hardcore directly held a gun to his head and said, shoot me. Tempest doesn't understand. Hardcore smiled confidently and said, if I die, you win, this alliance is over, if I live, I win, this alliance continues. Now at the arena stop. Sora sat down on the bed and exclaimed, at least the bed was comfortable. Dark asked again, do you remember what the hardcore leveling warrior said? Sora lay down and replied, he said he had something to do, we could log out now and not wait for him. She also said, what was he thinking telling that idiot to shoot him? Dark exclaimed, he's reckless, but he's not the type to play dumb, at least. In room 2 and 9, Dark said, okay, I'll log out, see you later. In an 8x8 room, a voice rang out, really, you shouldn't have shot. Hardcore sat in front of the fondue and Choco BB said, I said that and I still don't believe it. Hardcore's face has traces of laughter and talking, he shoots straight, this guy just ignores him. Tempest said again, stop whining, what was that about? Returning to the previous scene, Tempest asked, are you made of steel? Choco BB also wondered if it was because he was an idiot. Hardcore cursed back, be quiet, there you are, look at your head and then speak up. He explained, simply because I am resistant to all types of magic, and your bullets are magic bullets. Tempest asked again, what if I use real bullets? I don't always use magic bullets. Hardcore replied, I know, but I also know you only use real bullets when in a dead end or for tactical purposes, and then have to spend time casting bullets. Tempest was silent after these words. Hardcore smiled confidently and said, I always have complete information, that's why we win, and simply because I'm so good, I never bet on the bottom. Choco BB also said, very good, I wish I could also resist magic, now I know, if I can get into the fighting circle, I won't use magic on you. Hardcore also said, don't worry, you won't pass the hunting round anymore, let alone. Fondue said dejectedly, what are you talking about, why are you hunting and fighting so much? Choco BB explained, talking about the tournament, the qualifying round, the hunting round, the siege round, the fighting round, going to the tournament without knowing what the rules are. He explained, after the qualifying round is the hunting round, this round we have to hunt monsters to earn points, we don't know what monsters are, all we know is that every year it changes, but the difficulty is the same, that boss, usually the 3 of you can't defeat it, so parties often cooperate with each other and divide the points. Hardcore continued, the role of each party is very important, so listen to me clearly. The first person is the tank, the person responsible for taking damage for the team and attracting monsters, the DPS, the team's main damage dealer, the healer, the person responsible for healing the team, and support, providing support by buffing the team or monster debuffs. Hardcore concluded, most parties participating in the tournament have uneven roles. If the team only has DPS, it will deal good damage, but if it encounters strong monsters, it will evaporate immediately. As for a team full of tanks, there is no damage, so the tanks are useless. That's why all 4 of our parties have to take on separate roles, the other 2 teams have logged out. Hardcore and Choco BB shook hands and said, well, we'll sign out, it's a pleasure to cooperate, it's so solemn, it's good work. They said hello, see each other tomorrow, what time is it? If I'm late my girlfriend will be angry, but it's really late, at least he has a girlfriend. Hardcore told them, don't be late. Then the hardcore leveling warrior also logged out. Ethan Gong slowly opened his eyes. Opposite him were still 4 walls and a toilet. Ethan Gong slowly sat up and came back to this place. His stomach made a few gurgling sounds, it hurt so much. There was a sound outside the cell, donuts of this taste, donuts of that taste, what's the difference, she's very picky, so what's the use of all these donuts? They talked to each other, I heard that Ethan Gong has been doing a good job lately, there will be a reward for him later. The cell door opened, the guy in the suit said, kid, there's a gift for you, work hard, keep it up. 6 eyes looked at each other with a spark of love. They arrived just when Ethan Gong was going to deal with his sadness. After flushing, he even covered his nose and said, damn, that stinks, kid. Ethan Gong opened his mouth to provoke him. The man in the suit threw the bag of donuts on the ground. The guy frowned and said, this son of a bitch. Immediately he threw Ethan Gong down and continuously kicked him and cursed, I told you, if you haven't paid your debt yet, you will demand money, you don't want to demand it, you bastard. Ethan Gong trembled and hugged him and said, please, please forgive me. He took a breath and said, if you don't drink the wine, You'll have to drink the wine as punishment. For the next 2 weeks, just drink water to calm your breath. He smiled evilly and said, if you don't eat, you won't have to poop, it's too convenient. He pressed the piece of cake with his foot and said, shut your mouth and pay your debt. Then do whatever you want. The cell door closed again, his voice still echoed, or I'll throw your body to the fish to eat, ha ha. Lying on the ground, Ethan Gong remained silent. Then he laughed until his whole body trembled. His laughter echoed throughout the prison. He thought, in this world I am treated like shit. But in Lucid Adventure, I'm a VIP, ironically enough. Ethan sat up and thought bitterly, just wait, I will have enough money to show you. And, he looked towards the donut that was stomped on. Ethan put it in his mouth and thought, I'm going to get the hell out of this place. Sora munched on a delicious donut. Hardcore saw that and immediately ran out of reminders. Hey, you've eaten too much, it's your 5th box of donuts. Sora heard that and asked, why do you want to eat? Hardcore is speechless. Donut again. No, I will win and get out of this mess. A park fairy appeared and told them, okay everyone, it's time to go hunting. The park fairy explained, before leaving, I will restore you guys, and at the same time repair all your equipment. Sure enough, the system has sounded a notification, full health, all debuffs removed, all equipment is gone, corrected. A book appeared, the park fairy continued, I noticed that there were also some mentally retarded people who didn't understand the rules of the game, so I decided to compile them all into this book. It said, now I will teleport everyone to the place of the war god, be careful there are many terrible monsters there. Before you go, please declare each person's role so we can declare. After the hardcore finished speaking, the park fairy also said goodbye, good luck, and continued teleporting to the hunting area. The group immediately teleported to the corner. The hardcore successfully landed and also caught Sora, leaving the dark boy to fall straight down. Sora was shy and Dark angrily cursed, this damn guy, you did it on purpose, right? Hardcore put Sora down and said, shut up, be quiet, kid. Otherwise, you will share the same fate as those people. In the distance, Dark looked in shock at the group of people who had just arrived and met the monsters. Before they died, they only knew how to curse, why is it so difficult? The 3 hid in a corner. The hardcore explained, that 1 star means it's as strong as the boss. Hardcore thought seriously, he couldn't rush in carelessly like that. He said, let's go meet Choco Bibi. In his hand was a Choco Bibi doll, injecting mana to teleport to Choco Bibi's location. Returned 2 hours ago to room 8 and 8. Choco Bibi told everyone, the hunt will start at noon like the qualifying round, so we have very little time. The hardcore asked how the other 2 parties were, for some reason they couldn't contact them. Chakov replied, so after teleporting, just regroup. Choco Bibi said, but first let me explain the rules to you too, and this fondue idiot too. Actually, it's simple, kill monsters to get points. In the next round, the unique buffs of each role will be applied, so it's time to decide to go. DPS will have a 10% increase in physical or magical damage, tanks will have a 50% increase in defense, healers will have a 30% increase in healing effect, and supports will have a 20% increase in buff or debuff effects. The lowest level of a monster is 1 dot, 5 dots becomes 1 star, 1 star monster is as strong as a boss, the highest level is unknown. Unlike the qualifiers, we have to hunt overnight, many players will take advantage of this. At the end of the round, the first 16 teams with the highest scores will advance. Hardcore continued, the problem is how to do it. Choco Bibi did not deny that, yes, almost half of the 32 teams had followed Giga, and they would definitely join forces to take down the other teams. Right now there are 15 teams following Giga, whether the remaining teams follow or not, they cannot be ignored. We have 4 teams, something is better than nothing. The problem is the remaining 13 teams, if they fight against us, the possibility of winning is even lower. After the qualifiers, the Gigas could have bribed the remaining teams, or at least put pressure on them. Dark commented, I think we should avoid the Gigas as far as possible and just focus on hunting monsters. Choco Bibi countered, I told you, 1-star monsters are as strong as bosses, and you know how difficult it is to defeat the boss, right? We have to have a specific strategy. If you want that, you have to understand it first. Choco Bibi Pioneer said, I am a witch who can cast all kinds of spells, but my forte is space magic, belonging to the support team. Tempest said, okay, I specialize in magic bullets, can use everything from shotguns to heavy guns, DPS. Fondue smiled and said, I'm just a muscular swordsman, part of a tank team. Hardcore also said, you are resistant to all types of magic, in general the most powerful. Dark said calmly, Dark Witch, I specialize in combining summoning magic with other offensive spells, as support. Finally, Sora said, I am a female sword master, if you need to cut or cut, just call me, and this is my sword Ego. When Fondue saw the sword, he was angry because it was a fake sword. Finally, both teams said goodbye to each other. But at this time Choco BB said, wait a minute. He took out something and said, after the teleportation we will be separated, let's use this to meet each other. Hardcore took it and exclaimed, this thing looks so strange. Back to the present, the Hardcore has used it, okay let's take us to Choco BB. Immediately all three changed places, Choco BB saw them and smiled and said, oh they're here, Hardcore leveling warrior, why so long? Hardcore looked up in shock, what is this? The three of them were surrounded by the Lime Lady, Choco BB said with a smile, ha help us. Hack was silent then said, Hardcore leveling warrior, help, they fly in the same group. He turned his head and said, do you want to fight, that guy? Hardcore didn't understand and said, hey, I thought we were in the same boat. Poo immediately said, oh, so these people are also allies, she immediately told Lime, okay. Miss Lime let out a frustrated sound. Hack surprised, ally, what are you babbling about Poo? Choco BB's party was finally released. Hack angrily said, I told you not to cooperate with that bastard, he will secretly stab us all and chase them all away. Poo just answered, that's why I didn't tell you, we're competing against Giga's Lucas Han, how can we fight against just 3 people? Apu recalled, remembering when he was miserably tied by the neck because he was not, unlike him, the Hardcore leveling warrior was immune to magic, cooperating with him in this round was an advantage. Hardcore also smiled complacently and said, if you don't like it, come find me in the next round, you chicken. Then he also said, oh wait, what age are you to pass this round, which made me angry, the chess player will kill you. Choco BB said happily, the two of you became friends very quickly. He looked around and said, what about that big guy over there? Above their heads, a 1-star monster appeared. I waved my hand and said, never mind, let's relieve some stress. He immediately used his Justice Punch to smash the monster's mouth. The monster fell to the ground. Hack said proudly, yes, why the hell do we need your help? At this time, Choco BB said, I didn't say that one was weak, but that one. They both raised their heads and gasped, oh god, it's so big, what is that? Above their heads, a 3-star monster was floating in the sky. The two couldn't help but wipe away their sweat. In another place, the God of War happily said, the situation is interesting, let's see how they play with 3 stars. Dakin then asked, sir, you seem more excited this year. The God of War smiled and said, oh you think so? Dakin continued, normally 3 stars is the highest. She thought, but this year, you produced a 5-star, we can't even handle him. The God of War smiled happily and said, hee because this year there are so many different contestants, so I increased the level, it's just a little difficult. In another place, standing in front of the monster, everyone shouted in shock, it moved, we were discovered. Someone called out, are the supports ready? Immediately a golden chain was released. They activated the golden lion chaining skill. The angry monster roared, how dare you guys? The metal masters were surprised, how could it still stand? But one guy smiled and thought, it's okay, with the things provided by Giga, he will collapse soon. He ordered, hey, group on the left, focus on it, it's been destroyed, don't underestimate it, it's a 1-star monster. The monster narrowed its eyes and howled in pain, releasing me. Another team rushed forward and said, it's surrounded, attack the warriors. 5 of the sword masters rushed forward. They activated their magic weapons, the golden lion's claws, and attacked the monster one after another. The monster roared, a notification appeared, you have killed the Genon dragon monster, the team's score has increased by 1 star. In the distance, the Giga crowd exclaimed, providing equipment and buffs to the weak teams very effectively. He said, this way is better than letting a team work independently, and doing so will give you a lot of extra points. Light said, I heard that there are still some teams that have not responded yet. The subordinates replied yes, there are 5 teams left, the rest will resign. Light calmly replied, then I will personally meet them, I don't like to hear rejection. The subordinate said again, you sent the quadruples team to deal with the hardcore leveling warriors team, do you think they will fight back? Light commented, it's true that hardcores are resistant to magic, but that's all he has. Quadruples don't have any problems, they're quite suitable for this job. After all, they've fought hardcore leveling warriors before, from before. Light thought seriously, I won't let anyone touch the prize this time. He thought, God's blessing, with it, I can catch up with father. Over here, the 3-star monster said, oh my, you guys look so fresh. Stand still there so I can eat it quickly. It's Octonash, a giant monster in animal form. Tak sweat dropped and said, what the heck, 3 stars? Octonash spoke little, then gathered a large amount of power from its mouth. The attack came towards them at rocket speed. Chokov dodged and thought, that's too fast, we have to do something now or they'll all die. He gritted his teeth and thought, damn it, I was going to save mana, but he immediately activated the group standard translation skill. In front of the monster, a huge explosion rang out. Octonash was stunned to see that the group had disappeared somewhere else. He doesn't understand, what the hell, how can you do that? But then Octonash continued to approach and laugh, weak but also somewhat martial. But right now, behind Octonash there are some smaller monsters, he said, come on guys, catch them for me. The mini monsters rushed forward at fast speed. Choco BB then spoke again, everyone, I have an idea. Next, Sora and Dark will take on the protection duty while I cast spells. Poo and Lime will support Fondue and Tempest. In the end, Hardcore and Tak will distract it. Both of them are not very happy about this situation. Choco BB said again, Tempest and Fondue, you two remember to summon it, remember to time it correctly. CAE guy nodded. On this side Choco sat down. Sora and Dark immediately turned on protection mode for him. Choco BB activates the collective teleportation skill. Octonash said contemptuously, it was an effort, and from its mouth continued to prepare to spit out a blow. But at this time, Tak and the hardcore shouted loudly, hey Octopus Head, this side is better, your fire can burn us at any age, what if you provoke me, then I am the boss. Immediately, a piece of fire sprayed towards the two of them, luckily both of them dodged in time. On the other side, Tempest used his gun to continuously attack the monster. He shoots monsters with an extremely cool face. Octonash said contemptuously, haha, it's itchy, that's all. But right after that, the places on its body that were shot by Tempest suddenly exploded. Tempest explains, timed explosive bullets, made specifically for big guys like you. At this time, Tak jumped on the limb and said, help me a little. Hardcore and Tak jumped up and said, this squid, this big monster. They charged straight at Octonash with furious justice, beheading him. Octonash got angry and said, you trash dare to hurt me, I will make you cry and beg for your lives. At this time, Sora and everyone were surprised, why did it become small? Lime thought, transforming, it was turning into human form, this was dangerous. At this time, Octonash had transformed into human form and smiled and said, oh, I have transformed, unfortunately everyone who meets my human form has died. She looked around and said, let's see, which guy should we kill first, who wants to volunteer, let's go with that guy. Hardcore, Tak, Sora and Fondue were surprised. When Octonash appeared behind Choco BB, she poked him and said, your teleportation magic is very annoying. Everyone was shocked. She looked around again and said, I like it so much, who's next? She smiled contemptuously and said, oh, my heart was punctured and I was still alive. Choco BB's mouth was bleeding and painfully thinking, I didn't expect it could transform, what should I do? Octonash kicked Choco BB down and said, tough kid, you're making me lose my fun, lie there and die. Tempest shouted indignantly, bastard, then he shot forward continuously, but the magic bullets could not reach their destination because Octonash had summoned a backup shield. She said in shock, you're the guy who shot me just now, right? She thought, they can't penetrate this barrier, it's the Dark Lord who gave it to me. Octonash pointed and said, these bullets are yours, right? The bullet immediately shot back towards the Tempest, a huge explosion rang out. Octonash exclaimed, he's so cute, he even knows how to stand with his arms crossed. So Fondue pulled Tempest out of danger, he cursed, are you crazy, you almost died. Tempest said again, damn it, what about Choco BB? At this moment, Tak and Hardcore also rushed in. Both have the same goal, a distraction strategy, to buy time for Choco BB to recover. Octonash soon realized this, you guys were trying to distract me, okay, move on if you like. She waved her hands continuously and said, Ha ha, you can't penetrate the Dark Lord's barrier, hit harder, scratch my itch. Hardcore thought in surprise, he just said it was a Dark Lord, so there must be another stronger one nearby. At this moment, Octonash jumped up and said, what is the penalty for distracting me? Her hand reached behind the Hardcore and said, heart-piercing. Hardcore was startled and shocked. But right now Tack punched her. Octonash said while flying, oh that's terrible, I'll fly away. Octonash was punched and thrown to a distant mountain, cursed, focus, you idiot. Looking towards the rocky hills and mountains with a hole in it. Tack said, that thing isn't done yet. Indeed, in the darkness Octonash chuckled. Over here, Choco BB is lying on the ground in pain, thinking, just a little bit more, damn it. I'm about to finish chanting the spell. Dark frowned and said, what should we do? Sora replied worriedly, there's no way, his heart is punctured. Choco BB gritted her teeth and thought, haha, what a shame, I should have been more careful, this team doesn't have a healer. The system rang, warning, you were seriously injured and about to die. I thought, it's not over, it hurts too much, I'm sorry swag, it seems I failed. But at this time Lime slowly walked towards them. Poo also came and said, don't give up so quickly Choco BB, we still need your magic. While Choco BB didn't understand anything, Apu reached out and said, Lime can help you, you're not dead yet, Lime, do it. Lime immediately activated his special skill, a revived cage, enveloping Choco BB. Lime felt, I could feel the magic in his veins, a dark, grassy color too. She proceeds to restore her heart. Choco BB an amazing Lime body. He smiled and said, thank you, I'm much better now. Lime then slowly retreated. Choco BB with a blue heart smiled and said, I'll be fine, thank you very much. He raised his hand and thought, I can chant the spell now. Choco BB told everyone, let's fight, it's about to explode, be careful. After counting to 100%, ready to summon, Choco BB smiled and said to everyone, let's go. Immediately a blue light appeared on his body, activating the god's arsenal skill. A sword and a box of some sort appeared in the air. Apu exclaimed, it's so beautiful, I don't understand the darkness, what the hell is that? Choco BB said, Fondue, Tempest, I've been waiting for a long time, let's have fun. Both of them now jump straight towards the two summoned items. Fondue has activated the magic hand skill. Holding that giant sword in his hand. Here the box opens a collection of guns, the Tempest also activates the skill to summon a squad of armed angels. On this side, the Hardcore is still using Moon Soul Beheading but cannot break the shield. He thought angrily, the shield is too thick, where are the remaining DPS guys? Octonash raised his hand and laughed maniacally, saying, you tried, but it's time to sleep. She pushed the Hardcore to the ground with one blow and then rushed forward and said, die. At this moment, a gunshot rang out, the incoming bullet was able to break the shield surrounding the Octonash. She was shocked, that's why. At this time, the army of armed angels was also frantically shooting down. Octonash was both defensive and confused, where did those bastards come from? Then she was surprised, is it an angel? At this moment, an angel held a bomb and threw it straight forward. The bomb jumped straight towards Octonash. A huge explosion rang out, sparks flashed in the shape of a cross, the ground is broken into 4 parts. Octonash thought angrily, angels, where did they come from? She looked up, without a shield it would be useless, damn it, she should have been more careful. Octonash immediately ran away thinking, let's go, I'll be back soon. But just as she jumped up high, Fondue appeared holding a giant sword and said, where are you running to escape? The sword gained momentum and slowly swung out. Fondue shouted loudly, let's go home. He activated the ultimate skill Beheading to attack Octonash.
The attack with terrifying destructive power rushed straight forward. Octonash was slashed and knocked away, but what scared her more was, my wound wouldn't heal. A ray of light flashed onto the ground. Fondue slowly walked down. The surrounding area was filled with smoke and clouds. Dark was confused. It died. Sora and he both raised their guard. At this moment an arm reached out. Fondue also answered them. Not yet. Indeed, Octonash is still alive, she said angrily. You guys are done, you trash. She thought, I have to deal with those gods' weapons, otherwise. Right now a sound rang in her head. You disappoint me, Octonash. Hearing this voice, Octonash trembled in fear and said, Sir, I can still fight, please let me deal with them. Tempest and Fondue slowly approached. Octonash said madly, "I will take their heads, and offer it to you, please believe me."
She immediately gained momentum and madly rushed to curse, "I don't have much time, stand still and let me kill you quickly." Tempest said in surprise, "She's still standing." Fondue said again, "Let me finish her off." At this moment, Octonash raised his hands and shouted loudly, "Dying." At this moment, both were shocked to realize something. Tempest said, "What's wrong with the weapon?" On this side, Choco Bibi shouted loudly, "Sorry guys, I'm out of mana, I ran out of it from the beginning." Fondue cursed, "Why didn't you tell that guy earlier?" A fatal blow was coming, both had no choice but to dodge. "Now the buff is gone," Fondue said worriedly, "if I watch any more then it's gone. What should I do now?" Choco Bibi actively talked about not knowing. Tempest couldn't even look at it and cursed. Octonash rushed towards the Tempest and said, "Write your will, brat." But at this moment a voice rang out, "I see you've lost your shield." The hardcore appeared waving his hands and cursing, "You stupid octopus." Octonash was stunned by the attack just now. The hardcore directly used the moon soul slash to knock her away. Somewhere else, a voice rang out, "What do you think?" The other guy replied, "Hardcore leveling warrior is good." Looking at the fallen Octonash, that person continued, "I didn't expect Choco Bibi's group to be so good, they defeated even 3-star monsters, very impressive." This group of people spoke up, normally it would take 50 people to defeat them. A person holding a stick said, "Divine weapons, I thought they weren't included in the game yet, I want one." Behind him, someone spoke. She said, "Hey, they've all used their ulti, they're all exhausted." She pulled out her sword and suggested, "Let's take this opportunity to take them down." The leader put his hand on his chin and thought, something was wrong, but the other person still said, "We should take them down before they had a chance to recover." He thought, the monster was dead, but I could still feel her dark energy. There's something huge inside it. The sound rings, "You have destroyed Octonash, received points and items, each person has an extra star on their head." I held up my chest and exclaimed, "Fighting so hard must have produced good goods." Hardcore slowly opened the box. Then he smiled and said, "Oh good, the selection is here. Alpha of the Octonash Princess Necklace, hero level, giving the wearer 10% more points in the hunting grounds." He took out the remaining pile and said dejectedly, "All that was left was trash." Sora also happily said, "I won the trick, look what I got, this good armor with high stats." Choco Bibi next to her immediately said, "Give it to me." After hitting it, all the stuff went away, but Sora immediately refused, "Don't bother." Choco Bibi told everyone again, "I think that one is the strongest, last year it only had 3 stars at most, now it also has a necklace, everything is going smoothly." He looked at the information board and was speechless. It was worth it, but the team was completely disbanded. Choco Bibi's party status was generally low on health and mana. Fondue now silently looked at Octonash's body. He thought, why is the body still here? It should have disappeared. Thinking so, Fondue immediately shook her body and said, "I'm sorry." But the body only rolled away a few minutes. But at that moment, slight vibrations appeared right at the wound. Fondue was stunned, "What is this?" Fondue slowly bent down and thought, "There's no way I can live." The whole team got points for all the items. At this time an indicator appears, Octonash, the amount of blood remaining. Fondue felt strange, what the hell was this trip? The people watching above were also surprised. The leader also said, "That's right, it's not over yet." "My accomplices don't understand, what do you mean?" The leader suddenly said, "Everyone, run now." The other group of people didn't understand, what, such a golden opportunity to miss, but that guy said, "Something very strong is coming here." "He's gone, so strong that even if we stand here it's not necessarily safe, they're dead for sure, so we have to go now." The guy holding the stick agreed, "If you say so, then let's get out of here quickly." Fondue still doesn't understand, or is there something wrong? From the abdomen, the wound suddenly moved. Fondue was stunned as something strange jumped out from Octonash's body. Fondue said in fear, "We must warn everyone immediately." But right now, that thing shot out really hard, as if it had just attacked the Fondue. Everyone was shocked at this scene. Something rushed out. It rushed straight to where Choco Bibi was standing. Choco Bibi didn't have time to dodge and just thought, "What is that? I'm lucky I still have some mana left." But at this moment Tempest suddenly burst out and said, "Choco Bibi, watch out." Choco now smiled tiredly and thought, "Damn, there's just enough for one person." Then he raised his hand, Tempest stunned. In the end, Choco BB teleported the Tempest somewhere else. The evil demon rushed straight towards him. The injured Choco BB turned around and smiled and said, "You idiot, please bring me an inch later." The announcement rang out to everyone's surprise, the dead member, Fondue and Choco BB. Poo said seriously, "The dark power was so strong, it made my whole body cold." Dark said in horror, "What is going on? I thought it was over." Hardcore immediately said, "After all, she is an octopus, moving a little is normal." Dark was angry, joking too much. The thing that came out from Octonash's body was as big as a hot air balloon. Gradually, it gathered into the shape of a monster. Approximate Hardcore, it is even bigger than Octonash. Above all, who is sitting on its head like that? At this moment, I don't understand why that person jumped up. On this side, Dark also suddenly felt something on his ring. The ring is emitting red light. Lazio walked out and said, "The guy sitting up there, I know him." Dark was surprised. "What?" They all said in shock, "Do you know that weird guy?" Lazio replied, "He's not just weird." He said seriously, "He is the strongest demon, the Dark Lord Rigos." Rigos just looked at them silently. Dark told everyone, "My summon beast said that the guy sitting up there was Rigos, the Dark Lord." After hearing this, everyone was shocked, Poo thinking, "No wonder he's giving off a cold aura, damn it." The monster slowly walked down. A voice rang out, "Octonash, my girl, what's wrong with you? You can't handle these common people, what a shame." Lime looked at the liquid it poured out, it was enough to corrode the ground. The man continued, "Look at you, you even transformed into human form, so stupid, so stupid." The monster's body emitted a dangerous green light and said, "Maybe these guys are harder to eat than the ones we just killed 5 minutes ago." Hardcore gasped, "Killing all the octopuses isn't the end yet." Rigos sat up there thinking, "It's all his fault. But I have to be imprisoned here, these trash are not worth my time. Let's just get it done." In his eyes, it clearly shows the strength of the entire Hardcore group. Rigos raised his hand and commanded, "Go Totish, avenge your sister." The monster named Totish shouted loudly, "Ha ha, very willing sir." From his mouth radiated great power. Totish is like a giant frog spewing out his power. Hardcore is amazed. In front of them, Totish's power was like giant storms. Upu also realized that it was a poison attack, so she shouted loudly, "Lime, helmet, hurry up." Immediately they were all covered in lime slime. Totish continued to spew out gas. Poo shouted loudly to everyone, "The helmet only lasts for 30 minutes, do not open it at all costs." Totish shouted again, "He knows how to make hats, so what about this attack?" Hardcore and Sora were running and suddenly realized that Dark was still behind. Sora immediately pulled him along and said, "Come here, kid." She panicked, then they both ran straight without looking at the road. Totish exclaimed, "That's interesting, get your ass up and run away, you worms." The surrounding space is surrounded by gas. Tack reminded him that if he concentrated or he would die. Tempest also said, "Thank him." The Hardcore here thinks, "Damn, this game has huge buffs." On this side, Dark cried out in panic to Sora. Sora's body suddenly had blue blood vessels, and she couldn't finish speaking. Dark thought, "It's my fault that Sora is like that. I cannot stand alone." "You are determined?" 50-50. "If I fail, I will surely die." At this time, Dark directly activates Dark's special fighting skills, turning back time. A key passed through Sora's body and twisted it. Sora said in surprise, "It doesn't hurt anymore." Dark was also surprised, was it successful? But then Sora said in shock, "Oh, where is my old state, ego?" Now everyone hears the voice, Poo here, "I'm using telepathy to contact you guys can detect us based on the sound." Hardcore leveling warrior and Tack should not be tanked. Because the poison is so strong, the two of you will melt in the blink of an eye. "So let me tank," she concluded. Immediately, Poo uses the introductory skill activation. Upu spat blood and said, "Damn, that octopus is so heavy, my body is under pressure." She said again, "Tempest, can you still use the magic weapon?" Tempest answered her, "Of course. But I only have one left, I'm saving this for the strongest one." At this moment, Totish appeared and opened his mouth to scream, "Melt, you bastards, I will chew your heads off." But right at this moment, Upu in the form of Octonash appeared and knocked the monster away. A loud explosion rang out. Totish said angrily, How dare you use my sister's body, that hurts you bastards. The monster continued to take a defensive stance. Then it immediately jumped up high. From its mouth, it spit some liquid and said, "Melt." Apu was surprised, even the corpses melted. We had to wait for Tempest to deliver the fatal blow. The rest of the group were still running away to avoid the poison, Tak cursing, he vomited so much, he was done drinking. Tempest listened angrily and said, "Enough is enough, I have to kill it." He said, "Tak, throw me away, I need to get closer to that one." Tak immediately picked up Tempest and said, "Very willing, how far do you want?" Tempest just said, "The farther the better." Tak lifted Tempest into the sky. Toadish saw Tempest jump up and was shocked. He said loudly, greeted the toad and then smiled and said, "Prepare to go to hell." Rigos, who was watching, was also surprised, a god system weapon. Tempest immediately activated the suicide bombing skill, which also meant sacrificing himself to jump forward. Tempest smiled and thought, "BB, fondue, sorry but I didn't make it to the next round." A huge explosion rang out in front of the monster. Dark shouted loudly, "Did he succeed? Did he defeat it yet?" In the ring, Lazia frowned and said, "No, that makes no sense." They were all shocked, he was still alive. Rigos only scratched his mask, he cursed, "A brat broke my hat, that's pretty good, but you guys are running out of time." Rigos said from above, "You little shrimps also tried hard." Apu looked up in shock. Rigos continued, "But it's just here, you should be honored, because I will personally take action." Apu sweated and thought, "The power is so terrible, I have to take action immediately or everyone will die." She raised her hand and said, "Run everyone, I will stop him. Lim, come over here and help me quickly." Lime immediately escaped from everyone. Apu this time used the skill to connect the soul with the bodies of brothers Octonash and Toadish. The two immediately merged into one. Finally the connection is complete. A pair of giant arms rushed towards Rigos. In front of them, a monster was combined by Octonash, the one-star crocodile king from before, and the giant Toadish. Its arms pressed tightly against the Dark Lord. But from that slit, a giant light appeared. Rigos easily broke free from the restraints and directly smashed those hands. Apu is worried, he is too strong, her body is also affected because of this. Rigos looked down and said, "It's over you lowlifes." Apu still talking loudly, "Lime, Tak, everyone, get out of here now." But at this time Lime said, refusing the order, "Apu's safety is my #1 priority, must protect Apu." Tak also rushed forward and said, "We won't leave you behind." Apu thought with his mouth full of blood, he's already dead but he's still friends with his friends, why do I know these idiots? She reached up to control the monster and said loudly, "Damn, why are you guys so stubborn?" Rigos then rushed to Tak and Lime said, "I'm starting to get bored." He gathered his strength and said, "Let's end the scene." The Dark Lord used the Cold Sword Ice Prison skill to attack all three at once. Tak, Lime and Apu couldn't help but be surprised. Rigos said again, admitting that you guys are quite strong. The guy landed and said, compared to Shrimp, all three had been headshot. He slowly approached the last group of people. The hardcore community is extremely vigilant. Right at this moment, Lazia came out from the ring and called, "Rigos." Rigos calmly said, "You are a demon, I have seen you before." Lazia silently remembered. 1 year ago, a female demon approached and said, Lazia, have you heard the news?" Lazia immediately asked, "What's going on?" The female demon Cassina replied, "We received news from the castle." She continued, that Rigos from the western country is challenging the god of war. At that time, Lazia thought, challenging the god of war, I know that Rigos is very strong, but he is no match for God. Cassina then continued, I heard that he was also helped by Nightmare. At this point Lazia was surprised, he was already a part of Nightmare. In that place, Rigos turned upside down on the ground, a long sword extended, a voice rang out, "It's fun. I really don't want to kill you." In the distance, the god of war smiled and said, "Let me tell you, you will never win against me like that." Rigos still says, "No one can stop me, not even God." The god of war smiled and said, You're so confident." At this moment, Rigos activated the skill, making a contract with Nightmare to the god's surprise. Rigos smiled triumphantly and said, "Ha ha, this is just the warm-up." In space, the ground suddenly shook, a strong subsidence appeared. Rigos is restrained underground. The god of war calmly replied, "Come on. I am the creator of this world, how can I lose to you? Rigos was just silent. The god of war continued, but it's been a while since I've seen a strong guy like you, so obediently stay here and relax. Immediately the Daas's face slowly fell. Rigos was locked deep underground. Outside, the god of war called, Nightmare. He said, Zero, try to practice a little more. In the underground, Rigos was stunned, it was so cold. Returning to the present, Lazia frowned and said, he is the traitor who broke the taboo, I will. At this time, Dark and Lazia have combined. He shouted loudly, damn, what should I do? Rigos said contemptuously, now you are a servant to humans, how humiliating. Hardcore asked again, did you just change your equipment, was that light just now your new skill? Sora replied, no, it was Dark that saved me, I was just poisoned. She said, but it's strange, now I'm wearing old equipment and old stats, as if I just turned back time. Hardcore was stunned, so that's it. Dark shouted, hey, focus, he's very strong. Rigos said seriously, the fun is over, I don't want to play anymore. The guy immediately rushed forward and said, I don't want to play anymore, die, you small fry. Dark shouted loudly, the only way to defeat him is to play tricks, activate the deja vu skill. He thought, I can see his attack, but... Dark gritted his teeth, but there was no possibility that we can all survive. He sweat dropped and thought, is that it? Wait, that's not possible. Dark was surprised to realize, how has the future changed? Hardcore leveling warrior will sacrifice, that's strange, then what is this coin? Hardcore and Sora rushed forward. Dark already had a coin in her hand. How annoying, thought Rigos. The guy attacked Sora first. Then directly use your hand to pierce the Hardcore's body. Hardcore vomited blood and thought, one shot will kill you, but... Immediately the Hardcore activated the self-immolation skill. He thought, I won't die that easily, I have to buy a little more time. Dark shouted loudly, this idiot. Right now, the lucky coin is the only way to defeat him. Dark immediately tossed the coin up and grabbed it. The system rang, the lucky coin was activated, and Dark's success rate when casting the move increased to 100%. Immediately Rigos attacked first. The pain in his leg made Dark frown. He immediately backed away. Rigos continues to attack on the face. Dark still tried, he activated the time rewind skill. This time the key was turned on the Hardcore. In front of Rigos, a special light flashed on the Hardcore's body. Rigos sneered, playing resurrection, it's useless, no matter how many times you come back to life. But now he was shocked, what is that? What kind of energy source is this, how can humans? Hardcore slowly stood up and said, happily, I thought I was in a haunted house. He said, that kid did it. Rigos said in disbelief, who are you, how is this possible?
Hardcore proudly said, who am I? I am a hardcore leveling warrior.
Hardcore confronts that Rigos head on. Rigos thought to himself, I have never met a person as strong as him, it must be the skill of the horn-headed boy from before. A skill that I couldn't detect. Rigos clenched his fists in excitement, this is interesting. He immediately rushed forward like a god. The Hardcore calmly looked towards this Dark Lord. Just as Rigos's attack came, the Hardcore also raised its hand to attack. Face to face, eye to eye, both sides looked at each other with a spark of love. Hardcore smiled triumphantly and said, that's it. Yet the Hardcore was able to block an attack so powerful that it shook the ground like just now. Rigos angrily withdrew his hand and said, you dare to grin while fighting with me. 3 small ice cubes appeared in his hand and he said, that's a bit rude. Rigos activates the blizzard skill. A hurricane rushed straight to the Hardcore. Before this storm, he slowly froze. Just waiting for that, Rigos immediately rushed to the completely frozen Hardcore. Hardcore looked at the key winder behind him and thought, the maximum time is 6 minutes, so I just need to defeat him within 6 minutes, right? Hardcore immediately activates explosive skills. From his body, a huge explosion rang out, knocking away even the approaching Rigos. Hardcore calmly lands on the ground. Rigos gritted his teeth and thought, how could he break it so easily, this is high-level magic. At this time, the Hardcore slowly pulled out the sword from behind his back. He happily said, long time no see, oh my baby. Oh, you're so cute, I wish I could hold you a little longer. Rigos said again, you look so different, you lowlife, now you're using a sword. At this moment Rigos kicked his feet on the ground and chanted, in the name of your master, I summon you, the sword that freezes my enemies. A black sword emerged from the ground. He continued, the sword I haven't used since I challenged the god of war. I will sacrifice your life for this sword. Having finished speaking, the Dark Lord immediately rushed forward. He slashed a powerful blow towards the hardcore below. The sword's echo was so strong that it shook the surrounding area. Its cold has frozen the mountain masses. But the most shocking scene was, while everything was frozen, the hardcore is still standing there, not doing anything. He just sighed, his cheeks were so cold. Then the hardcore got angry and said, hey, you scratched my armor. Then he thought, but wait, it will be gone later. Right now Ragose was standing in front of him and said, I know it's not over yet. The Dark Lord immediately launched 1,000 soul attacks from different angles. The surrounding area continued to pile up other layers of ice. Ragose said incomprehensibly, how can you block that blow? But it's okay, what are you doing? Hardcore proudly hooked his nose. The coolness level of Hardcore leveling warrior has increased by 1. Hardcore smiled and said, I'm just enjoying my dominance. Ragose cursed, you lowlife. Then he raised his sword and said, that's enough acting. The Dark Lord slammed his sword on the ground and said, you must be honored to see this move of mine. He activated the skill Death's Hand. Hardcore frowned, he already knows this move, no one can dodge this move. Ice Hands immediately emerged from the ground, a high-level binding type skill. Notification system, the hardcore leveling warrior's arms and legs were completely motionless. He thought, am I being too lenient on him? Right at this moment Ragose swung his sword. He shouted loudly, it's over. But then he was shocked, the sword in his hand completely shattered when it touched the hardcore. The hardcore also spoke, ending the story. Ragose was stunned and couldn't believe it. Hardcore screams, it's not me, that's the end, it's your bastard, you goddamn thing. The hardcore immediately uses the Iron Head to perform the hardcore leveling warrior effect. Just one blow caused the Dark Lord's mask to explode. The guy was even thrown away. Not only far away, but also dozens of mountain ranges away. Ragose used ice to block himself. He muttered, it's amazing, there is such a strong person. The hardcore at the top said, oh, this time I only got 3 hits, in the past, I only got 10 hits, it's really different since I haven't done it in a long time. Ragose, whose armor was almost broken, said angrily, don't underestimate me, I will show you true strength. The hardcore came forward with a sword and said, you're barking too much, you can't get tired of talking forever. This time, he continued to use the moon spirit to tear Ragose's body horizontally. The man cried out in pain, but this time, Ragose has activated the Nightmare skill. Hardcore was surprised, he used the Nightmare skill. Immediately the hardcore was slapped on the cheek. Ragose knocked away the hardcore. Ragose smiled evilly and said, you made me waste so much effort. If you dare to make me crazy, you must pay the price, trash. After speaking, 2 large blocks of ice appeared in his hands. Hardcore flipped a coin and said, you're tough as a leech. Hardcore has activated the Lucky Coin skill. 1 year ago, also the 2nd year of Lucid Adventure game, the top 1 guild named Nightmare was established. This guild worships an entity called Nightmare and is granted power by it. One player proudly said, let's see, if we kill this much, we will definitely level up. Nightmare level missions include killing a child, burning down a house, killing an innocent person, killing a surrendered person, plundering a village, killing the village chief, and killing the village blacksmith. The guy happily said, okay, now I have to kill innocent people and a child. Right at that moment an old man was passing by. He smiled happily and said, great, killing innocent people is over. That guy did not hesitate to slash the old man. Guild Nightmare wants to destroy everything in Lucid Adventure, whether it's the players or the world itself. The more destruction it does, the stronger the Nightmare gets. That's the quests and how they level up. When a character is exposed to the power of Nightmare, its attributes change. Nightmare Guild is getting stronger and stronger. They believe they can complete the game by destroying everything. One person even appears and says to that barbarian, hey, let me fight, but he baldly said, go away, this guy is mine. The innocent old man said in fear, you bastards, stop it. The bald guy put his lower leg on the trunk of the car and said, if you're dead and still pulling the cart, that's a bit strange, old man. From the trunk of the cart a boy appeared. The bald guy is even more excited, he has more goods to level up. But at this moment, a loud roar rang out, the houses echoed loudly. Those people didn't understand, What magic was that? We don't have a magician in our group, the captain has been disqualified, what's going on? Then a guy said in shock, Guy, who is this? In front of them, a guy appeared. Hardcore slowly turned around, he easily slashed the other two guys and told the boy that he was safe. Hardcore threw the boy a bottle of medicine and said, I was worried about dealing with the kids outside so it took a while. Having finished speaking, he turned away, now you go and deal with the kids inside. At this time a person in the distance said loudly, You, hero, we are coming with you. Hardcore just said, It's okay, don't worry about me. He flipped the coin and said, I win the lottery a lot, so it's very difficult to die. And there are also people with other goals, they try to protect and maintain the order of the world in the game, they are Giga, Yopi, and gather a number of other small countries, they are called allied countries. At this time, the lucky coin continues to be activated. The hardcore is surrounded by red power, he said, he is lucky to have a good card. Hardcore calculation, 3 cards to choose, which move should I borrow now? Then the hardcore holds 3 cards in his hand. Rigos ran out of patience and said loudly, I don't have time for a lowlife like you. Hardcore slowly stood up. Rigos immediately unleashed a giant ice attack and said, Freeze. The ice attack is so strong that hardcores are lucky to dodge it. Hardcore thought, Nightmare's power is so annoying. It penetrates all types of defenses. The system also sounded, the hardcore leveling warrior's 2-step shoe equipment was destroyed, and the movement speed decreased by 20%. Rigos said triumphantly, Give up. He said contemptuously, the effort was useless. The hardcore's feet were as cold as ice, he said, Peanut, you just broke my beloved shoe. He rushed forward and said, I must avenge him. Immediately the hardcore used Moon Soul Slash. He thought angrily, he lost his shoe, he was too slow, he missed it. The attack just now was so powerful that it could split a mountain in half. Hardcore is planning to pick up his sword again to fight. But in a moment, he changed his mind and directly used his foot kick. Rigos was hit once. Not stopping there, this time both used physical force. The match is still going on. Hardcore calculated, he could barely resist, his strength index was over 900. Rigos was also frowning, his strength was strange. Right now, one leg of the hardcore was grabbed by Rigos. The system continued to announce that the hardcore leveling warrior's movement speed was reduced by 20%. Hardcore immediately retreated. Rigos saw the opportunity had come and thought, now you don't want to escape. The Dark Lord slowly said, this place is now my home yard. He slammed his foot on the ice and said, now I will show you my ultimate move. Hardcore was surprised. Pieces of ice turned into swords and rushed forward. Ice chips become ice wounds. Rigos proudly laughed crazily, skewered his old man to death, skewered. Looking back from afar, it looks like a meteor shower moving from top to bottom. Wherever the spears poked, the Dark Lord happily went there. Until the ice spears have formed into a boss. Rigos just stopped. He held his hands in a defensive position and said, die. Immediately, the pile of ice exploded. That's a bit of an effort, Rigos thought. But then he was surprised, what, the hardcore was gone. Rigos looked around angrily, you're so straight, where are you? The hardcore was now hiding behind a mountain range breathing out a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, how can he avoid such a move? Luckily this guy has magic. In his hand is Choco BB's teleportation card. Then the hardcore takes out another card with a lime recovery bubble to heal. The system rang, activated the recovery bubble, the hardcore happily said, good now, good move. He took out the last card and said, now this card. Rigos is still cursing over here, get out now, you vile bastard. Hardcore shouts and activates with the card bearing the image of light. On this side, Rigos looked forward in surprise, a light appeared. That was Lucas Hahn's skill, Divine Light, which pierced right through Rigos's body. He collapsed, then immediately gained momentum to move. Rigos found where the hardcore was standing and said, pretty good, trash. Hardcore was shocked, he froze the punctured area. The Dark Lord drew blood from his body and turned it into a spear and said, I have gone beyond my body's limits, I will kill you with a spear made from my blood. The spear immediately rushed straight towards the hardcore. He thought, he couldn't dodge in time. At this point, the hardcore can only slowly back away. Immediately after that, he used his familiar leg lowering technique. Rigos can't believe it, what? The guy collapsed, The hardcore also gasped and said, your band just saved me. The system rang, hardcore leveling warrior can activate the lucky skill. Hardcore activates the lucky punch skill. Immediately, the hardcore punched Ragos directly in the face. The number board keeps spinning and spinning. Finally it stopped at the number 99999. Ragos was beaten and thought in pain, I will die like that. Finally, he collapsed in front of the hardcore. Ragos' body was immediately wrapped in a sealed box. A large chest appears in front of the hardcore. The mainspring also sounded a notification that the skill was about to expire. He quickly ran back to the chest and thought, damn, I have to return to the state of dying. The hardcore immediately placed his hand on the chest. A bright yellow light emitted. The hardcore just prayed, please, give me that. The chest slowly opened. These are all bright yellow items that look extremely cool. Hardcore happily said, there it is, delicious rice, I'm truly lucky. What he's looking for is Lorena's tears. Legendary level recovery equipment is the tear that Archangel Lorena's cried during the battle with the devil. The tear that revived 100 angels has the effect, every member of the team is restored born with adequate blood volume. But at this moment the mainspring made a sound again, the validity period expired. Immediately the equipment slowly disappeared. The hardcore thought angrily, wait, just a second or two more. Finally he collapsed right next to the chest. In the distance, a person is also there. The guy said, phew, I almost died. The system now sounds an announcement, the hardcore leveling warriors group has defeated the boss of the round. The subordinate said in surprise, the vice president couldn't. Light was silent and then replied, quite good. Light wasn't worried and just commented, but after those guys beat the boss, they won't even be blind but will be crippled. During this round, everyone must spend the night here. The guy said while fighting monsters, there was plenty of time to catch them. Light ordered, find them and make sure the other teams know too. High above, camera bats are flying in the sky. Umai shouted again, hello everyone, it's Umai again, I have some breaking news. During my 10 years of BJ career, finally, your Umai was sponsored by Giga, yes Giga ladies and gentlemen. And here's the big news, Giga has offered a huge reward to whoever captures the hardcore leveling warrior and his accomplices. Umai continued, how big is it? 50 million won per person, you just need to kill, the event is over guys, the entire war will be reported on my channel. At this time, the system is reporting that the hardcore leveling warrior's health is very low. A foot hit hardcore's face, he angrily said, boy, who else is this, go away, be careful, I'll kill you now, you opportunist. This person just calmly replied, Lorena's tears too, that's a rare item, ho ho great. That person immediately took it and said, if you don't use it, it's a waste of hardcore leveling warrior. Hearing that, he cursed loudly, oh shit, we need it, bastard. At this moment, the potion emitted a large light, activating Lorena's tears. The vial of power radiates out in all directions. Everyone from Dark to Sora, from Lime, Upwood Attack, even Choco BB, and Tempest, Fandu can enjoy it. The system notifies, waits for the player to die or log out and log back in. The healed hardcore also slowly stood up and said, so it's you. Hardcore said with a sigh of relief, also lucky. Hardcore smiled triumphantly and said, everyone is alive again. The person from earlier just now appeared. The girl revealed her face and smiled and said, I am Lila, your last ally, fortunately I arrived in time. Sora was confused, what's going on, I thought I died and logged out. The hardcore replied, I asked you to help me with this, I'm surprised, did you kill it alone? Dark calmly said, so he succeeded. Rewind is a curse type skill, returning the target to a weaker past state. Dark thought, but for him it was a huge buff. Hardcore asked again, how long does it take to rewind? Dark answered, according to in-game time, 1 year for each person. Hardcore got bored and cursed, damn, luckily everything went well. The hardcore asked again, where is the stupid orange-haired guy? Choco BB replied that he was going to the toilet, please wait a bit. The hardcore immediately said, okay now I will distribute the rewards. It's all great stuff, I'll divide it equally. Tempest gets a gun, sword and an unknown item, it's all there, the hardcore points are up, the demon lord's internal organs are yours poo, and Uncle Tack, take the skills from Ragos, the succubus's anti-aging cream is for Lime, high quality demon products. Hardcore calculation, Ragos horn and ancient demon stone are for Sora and that kid. The hardcore holding the horn was surprised, the energy was so strong, so this was a devil's horn, Lazia was in a mess. On this side, the ego sword is eating delicious demon stone and complimenting it, making Sora regretful. Hey mom is trying to mold it into armor. Hardcore looked down, and his part was this photo. That is Zero's memory, God level, a piece of Rigos's memory. When qualified it will activate the hidden quest. The hardcore is stunned, this girl. Hardcore looked serious, not sure what you had to do with this demon, but finally found it. At this moment, Dark realized and looked up and said, that thing was flying around above our heads all this time. The camera bat looked down in shock. Hardcore looked up in surprise, yellow one-eyed bat, there's no such thing as a monster in this area. Lime immediately grabbed it, she said she had detected the target and then captured it for analysis. She commented, while analyzing, this is an image transmission device, I detected a flow of mana. On this side, Umai's accomplices also said, hey Umai, we found them, but we were also caught. Umai proudly told everyone, okay everyone, our target, our huge pile of money is in the 4th region of the southwest, let's see who comes to pick up the goods first, see you later. Lila was speechless, hey, that BJ Umai discovered me, maybe everyone is flocking here, Hardcore gasped, TSK, no way. Hardcore reviewed the enemies and said, this bet is worse than fighting the boss. Umai's party is rushing in, Umai reported, hello everyone, our group is looking for the hardcore leveling warrior, has anyone been there yet? Probably not yet. Tempest said, everyone knows where we are. Apu asked, Lime, can that one still transmit the signal? Lime assured him that it's not, it's safe. She determined, analyzing the mana, loading the connected object's mana. From this bat, images of other players are appearing. Lime finally said, overload, too many links. Choco BB sighed, God of heaven and earth, everyone is hunting us, so many teams. Lila smiled and said, they offered $50,000 to each of our group. Moreover, we are far behind their points, so killing us is the appropriate option, rather than hunting monsters to earn points. Choco BB exclaimed, $50,000. The guy immediately asked, if I surrendered, would I get a reward? Tempest immediately gave him a punch in the stomach. Choco BB laughed and said, it's just a joke, God hates dirty players who only know how to use money. Hardcore said at this time, the winner can receive a reward of up to $1 million. Sora was surprised and said, wow, this game is not practical at all. Lime now reports, a group of enemies is coming. She analyzed, they were the fastest group, they would arrive in 3 minutes. Hardcore asked Choco BB, can I use teleport to buy time? But Choco BB said, wait another hour or 2 to have enough mana to use each time. Hardcore opens the calculation panel, yes, so you can't use that move all the time, you can't leave this arena anyway, how can you last another day, they are very strong. He searched for a while and then decided, okay let's use this first. On this side, the other people are rushing at lightning speed. The guy with the stick spoke up, I could feel them, over there. The leader was surprised. The group of hardcore leveling warriors was right in front of them. All 8 people just stood silently. The girl from before immediately jumped up and said, you guys look so tattered, let me turn you around. Just one strike was enough to shake the ground. But at this time, the hardcore people suddenly became confused. Choco BB then smiled and said, okay let's go. That bitch is angry, bitch. A huge explosion rang out. At this moment, crazy sparks pointed in 3 directions. In the opposing team's sight, they had already left. One guy frowned and said, knowing that he would try to buy time, but just ask the bats to find them, they're about to run out of mana. The leader is also opening Umai's live view. He ordered, go to the nearest group first. On this side, Umai laughed loudly and said, here's news for everyone, the group of hardcore leveling warriors just split up and ran away in small groups, they're probably also watching her channel. By the way, you guys remember to watch this, okay, now back to the main topic. He smiled and said, these are the new coordinates of each group. 3 people are in the south, 2 are in the southeast, and the remaining 4 are in the north, but why are they so covered? Ah, he commented, it must have been a disguise. On this side, the hardcore and tack are running continuously. Hardcore thought, the guy who impersonated me last time. The hardcore held up the photo and thought, using the same ability that Zero used on himself, that's it, he thought. That night, the dagger that stabbed the great gamer, and the dagger she used to stab herself, both had the same effect. At this moment a ray of light flashed. Hardcore was stunned. This was the memory of 2-0. A new mission appears, hunt down a mysterious killer. The reward is the memories of 03, located at the God of War arena. Hardcore was shocked, he's still here. At the same time, where the Hardcore leveling warriors' allies were, a person appeared and spoke, standing there. Not just one but a whole group, they said, I can't sense the Hardcore leveling warrior. The leader held up a piece of paper and said, are you his little pawns? The guy immediately threw down the piece of paper. Activated fire skill. The red fire master turned towards the three of them. Right in the blazing fire. Everyone immediately ran out of the cloak. At that time, the Hardcore said, it seems we have to improvise. Everyone dispersed. The final result was, Team 1 consisted of Sora, Lila, Lime and Tempest. The other two were surprised, huh? One frowned, just a bunch of pawns, but each one was still worth $50,000. Sora shouted loudly, don't call us pawns, we are not pawns. Lila thought, an ego sword, let me see how you use it. Immediately Sora unsheathed his sword, it was the 3rd level ego sword. Hack rushed forward and shouted, hey, I'm just following you guys because I'm in a hurry, but what's the plan? Tell Big Ant to leave. Hardcore explains, the situation is to divide into 3 groups so that the enemy must also disperse. Our current amount of mana and skills are far behind the Higas, now reaching 15 groups. In this round, our score is the highest anyway, the problem now is how not to get robbed, and there are too many enemies. Hardcore gritted his teeth and said, you should use the divide and conquer strategy, or escape with the best strategy if you find you can't play, you have to buy time to wear down the enemy's army. Tack rushed up and said, in short, we're playing hide and seek, right? They'll be exhausted, but why do I have to be in a group with you? Hardcore replied, hey, we have important things to do. He continued, there's no point in separating each other, if they catch them, they'll die slowly, so we have to do it first. Then he shouted loudly, covering their eyes. The two rushed to slash the one-eyed bats, but first they had to deal with the Umai guy who specialized in touching trim for hire. Hardcore smiled and said, your number has come. Umai smiled happily and said, ha ha well, look who's here. On this side, Sora pointed his sword and shouted, come on ego. That woman scorned, you chickens even have an ego, you really are moldy chopsticks and lipstick trays. Looks like that sword's level is still low, so it's easy to take over, everyone, she's my toy, no interference. The leader also replied, well, do whatever you want, you'll just go solo anyway. Lila in a corner thought, they're looking down on us, well then we're lucky, Sora also said loudly, each guy stepped up and she played. Lila stood in a corner thinking, let's show off your talent Sora. The girl now rushed straight to the other woman. She was able to dodge the first swing of her sword. He even chuckled and said, ha ha, what are you doing? The girl dodged the sword around, surprising Sora. She immediately swung her sword and shouted loudly, this is what we call fighting. Sora struggled to use his sword to block the attack. The blow was so strong that her legs were imprinted on the ground, she said more, then continued activating the skill. Sora was stunned, that is the skill of Great Earth Strike. A huge explosion rang out. But at this moment, the opposing woman gritted her teeth and thought, come on, it's a one-on-one fight, is my attack being neutralized? Lila stood in front of Sora and said, you're a bit too harsh with a girl who doesn't know how to hold a sword yet. She immediately cursed and talked a lot about who you are. Then everyone looked up in surprise and said, where did the food come from? There was no such thing all this time. Lila class is a super chef, she said with a smile, I used your attacks as ingredients. At this moment, next to her appeared the leader and the guy holding the stick. The two of them activated the fire attack skill, and the red fire master and ice spear attacked the two of them. The shaking ice and fire attack flew straight towards Lila. This girl said, look and learn, Sora. She thought, so that's it, no wonder you put me in the same group as Sora, hardcore leveling. She raised her sword and said, the ego sword must fight like that. Lila immediately raised her sword to directly confront the other two attacks. They were shocked, they could even cut off magic. The two activation attacks of the stickman and the leader were shattered, and in an instant turned into delicious delicacies. The leader was stunned, transformed into food, the fire master had turned into lion stew, and the ice spear had turned into mixed watermelon. Tempest was surprised, what kind of move is this? never seen it before, and Lime is reminding Sora, calm down Sora. Sora said while eating, the trick is great, I want to learn it, it's so delicious. Lila said calmly, the attack was just a lump of energy, so I used a cleaver to prepare it. She said, the more powerful the blows, the more fattening the food will be. She thought, this technique also has limitations, but don't reveal it too early. After finishing eating, Sora was filled with enthusiasm and shouted, oh yeah, hey blonde girl, let's go solo again. All of Sora's stats temporarily increased sharply. She was filled with strength and said loudly, thanking Lila. Sure enough, the blonde girl continued to rush forward. Above, another guy appeared, using Nam Cold Ninjutsu. Taji darts flew straight towards them. At this moment a gun appeared. Tempest destroyed the pile of darts and said, you guys leave me alone. The guy holding the stick said again, they are stronger than the information you gave me, I will deal with the strongest one, remember to take care of it, the leader is the leader, that girl in blue seems to be tank. Over here, Sora and the blonde woman are fighting solo. The guy rubbed his mask and said, okay, come on, I'll cover it for you. Taking off the mask, the fairy smiled and said, how can I fight alone, being both a chef and a gunner, this time I have to use my hair, they belong to the Kim team of the Giga faction. He took a handful of hair from his head and thought, even though the moves level was a bit low, activate it. Immediately, a few strands of hair turned into a human-like fairy, it turned out that it was a hair cloning fairy technique. They rushed forward. Over here, Sora is still sparring with the blonde girl. She waved her sword and said, it's just a temporary buff, how dare you act like that to me. She activated the heavy earth strike skill and said, I am still much stronger than you. Sora gritted her teeth and thought, she's right, her strength stats are about the same but her skills are still stronger than mine. I'm in a passive position. Ego's sword flashed. Sora determinedly thought, like Lila said, I have to find this Ego's ability, then I can hope to defeat her. The two are still confronting each other. Meanwhile, Dark's group, Dark, Choco Bibi and Pua Poo looked around. Dark concluded, it's not over. There are 4 large teams in front of them. Dark is desperate, why did you teleport us into the middle of the enemy? Dark said, we have to use the escape skill, but Pua Poo reminded me, calm down, you can't keep moving, and this is the right place. Dark didn't understand, what? Apu came back and complimented, this place is good Choco Bibi. Choco Bibi also smiled and said of course, I'm a great teammate. Choco Bibi looked at the group of people rushing up and said, just because we see the enemy is large, we surrender. Pua Poo also said, watch and learn, this is how our dark masters fight. She activated the skill to summon corpses. Immediately an arm appeared underground. The corpses have been revived. One guy gritted his teeth and said, zombie, that's easy to play. But then they looked behind in shock. There was a loud noise, I was bitten, the monk came out to heal, these people are too strong, where are they so crowded? That group of people were surrounded by an evil army of dead people. The corpses and remains of the warriors who died in the previous tournament are all buried here. Pua Poo laughed and said, don't try to play with me. At the same time in another place. System notification, Fondue has been revived thanks to Heavenly Tears. Fondue happily said, oh sorry, I ate too much yesterday so I was gone for a while. But now there was no one around. Fondue looked around, where was everyone, did they leave him behind? The system rang again, there was equipment that reacted to Fondue's mana. The message from Choco Bibi appeared, Fondue was also surprised, he left this message. Fondue picked up the doll and read the letter, hey Orange Head, the enemy is looking for us so we have to split up. You have to use divide and conquer to hope to survive, you also have to do something very important, in this letter there are instructions on where you need to go, and you smell like shit, what the hell did you eat yesterday, so? On the other side, a player is frightened by the zombie in front of him. Immediately a woman rushed forward to kill the zombie and save him. Mr. Park was surprised, the manager. The manager holding a hammer said, these guys are just weak, what are you doing? She said loudly, are you getting paid to lie here and get angry? They're just little zombies, stand up and start fighting. Mr. Park was startled and said yes. Right now, the Giga army's morale has increased and they are no longer mixed. Dark is worried, they are no longer afraid, our zombies are gradually decreasing. Choco Bibi exclaimed with Pua Poo, that little knight, having a leader is different. Apu smiled and said, she is a good commander, even if those guys are weak, thanks to that, they have become much stronger, okay so let's find a commander for our side too, Look here, Dark. Her eyes suddenly lit up, activating the Spirit Whisper skill. She said, remember, your memories, he used to be a knight of a kingdom, he and his teammates were suppressing monsters here, he was not strong, but he knew how to plot and was knowledgeable about military tactics, so he was admired by everyone. Stay awake, old warrior, and fight with me. The name zombie suddenly screamed several times. He immediately became a high-ranking corpse. In essence, I have returned from the dead to serve you, master. Dark was surprised, not only could he summon the body but also the soul. There was such a trick. Apu just said, you can also turn back time. Dark, in this world nothing is impossible. The skeleton general drew his sword and shouted loudly, my fellow soldiers, the souls that have disappeared, those who were called back from the grave. He continued, remember the glorious memories of the past, stand up together and defeat the enemy before you. Whoever has the sword holds the sword, whoever has the ability to use magic. The Giga people were also shocked, they suddenly became stronger, the zombies even used this sword. The system also announced, the zombies had remembered their previous memories, becoming high-level corpses. Mr. Park shouted loudly, the zombies used all their skills, manager. The manager was surprised, using magic on such a large number of zombies, there was no way they had enough mana, it was unreasonable. Apu explained, adding more pieces on the board does not mean winning, I have clearly assigned roles to each piece, this move does not require mana, I simply whisper to them. She continued, we black magicians are the bosses that attract and destroy the enemy squad, there must be about 5 or 6 Giga teams here now, another team is about to reach Sora's place, we have to go help them immediately. She commented, it was a good exchange, right? Apu said to Dark again, go to the next area and do it yourself. Dark, do as I did. The system also announced, Apu has become your master. Dark was startled, what, it's just me. Apu continued, I know your level is very low, but this is the basic thing, if you can't do it then quit your job, ask less and do more. Choco Bibi teleported him away. Dark was shocked, why do it right away, but he was teleported somewhere else by Choco Bibi. Choco Bibi smiled and said, completing the teleportation, this area is the same as the previous one, KK can you do it, kid? Dark just gritted his teeth. The two stood on a rock peak and exclaimed, oh look how busy they are. Choco Bibi speculated that it seemed they were coming to Sora, so they could act as soon as possible. Dark is a bit shy, 9 guys. At this time, Choco Bibi behind him asked, can I do this? If not, then fine, but Dark interrupted and remained silent. His notice board appeared, there was a new mission, it was a challenge from Master Apu. The first task was to use a combination skill. Dark said seriously, dare to despise me. The system rang, the training process began, the approval state began to take effect activating the mind-reading inner, he thought, I can feel the corpses buried underground, this time they are different very. Choco Bibi next to him exclaimed, oh, that kid has a job. He raised his spear, activating the skill to summon mortal bones. Dark shouted loudly, Master, what the hell are you talking about, watch me show off my skills. Meanwhile at the group of hardcore leveling warrior and Tak. Tak gritted his teeth and said, so it's you guys, how dare you cut us off without permission. He was rushing straight towards the furnace. But at this moment an arrow rushed through his pink cloak. Umai needs to have fun and laugh, it's almost a joke, this time we have to play rapid fire. On the other side, a green turtle swung its fist, it is continuously hitting towards the hardcore. Hardcore thought while dodging, that's strong, getting through the qualifying round is no joke. Tak on this side was hit by the destructive rays of the bats and shouted loudly, ah, I'm dead, sobbing with joy, good, I killed him. But then he laughed loudly and said, no, just kidding. Tak punched his mouth and sobbed and said, this is not a mistake, it's a normal punch. Tak looked at the ascended furnace and immediately exclaimed, this guy was probably only worried about concentration because he dared, too weak. At this moment 3 arrows flew forward. Everything was in Tak's hand, he pouted and shot slowly. Tak turned around and said, who are you? Umai immediately replied, haven't you heard of a famous BJ, Umai, do you know how to surf the web? I'm surprised, Umai, every time I'm eating noodles I see you streaming. Umai is a good archer but why do you shoot so well? Tak said seriously, so who are you really? Umai laughed loudly and said, stop talking nonsense, if you can't shoot, I'll use a bow on you. On this side, the hardcore continuously dodged the green turtle's attacks. The green turtle waved his fist and said, he was good at dodging. On this side, the hardcore is still trying to move back. The green turtle activated the 6-turtle rocket fist skill and said, "What age is he?" But right now, the hardcore swung its leg and hit the green turtle's belly shell. Immediately the green turtle fell down. The green turtle shouted in panic, Hey wait, I've been overtaken, cheated, fight again now." Hardcore reminded it to stop struggling. "I did that on purpose, all this time you've been punching the floor." Then the hardcore uses Moon Soul Slash. Easy ascension for green turtles. The hardcore then turned around and asked, "Hey, have you finished taking care of that guy yet?" But then the hardcore was stunned. Over here, Tak is constantly fighting with Umai. Umai is talking loudly, "Too slow, too slow." Hardcore was surprised and thought, "I'm losing, it can't be." Hardcore also drew his sword and rushed forward, "Let me help." Tak said loudly again, "It's not him, this is not Umai." He laughed loudly and said, "Well, you're right, very sharp." Hardcore immediately rushed to cover Tak. Hardcore was shocked to realize, what kind of power is this? This cannot be a archer or a mistaken archer. Hardcore launched an attack and said loudly, "Who are you?" Umai easily dodged. This also makes the hardcore's eyes widen. Umai smiled from ear to ear and said, "Guess who I am?" He summoned the third knife and said, "It's not time yet, but either way, you're about to disappear." Hardcore was startled, that knife, that weight. The bulletin board rings, there is a new side quest, you have found a guy who looks like the target, do you accept the challenge? If it is the target, you will get Zero's memory, a message from Zero, if not, 30 luck points will be deducted. Hardcore silently thought, what should I do? On the other side, the guy with hair like a strawberry stalk alerted everyone and discovered the enemy. The Giga players were stunned, these skeletons, here they come. A cat-faced player comes in, I've seen it before, this is Carter Han's summoning technique. Dark thought, just like Poo said, listen to the soul, actually in the real world I'm already used to it. A Giga player can easily defeat skeleton monsters, just small fry, in one fell swoop. Hardcore closes his eyes, he can hear the screams of 7 very strong souls, but his current level is not enough to summon, if that's the case. The Giga players easily dealt with the skeleton monsters with just normal attacks, they despised, these weak skeletons, they just ignored them. He shouted loudly to Dark and Choco BB, you guys teleported to the wrong place. They immediately rushed over, good, this time the money will definitely go to us. But right now in front of them, Dark had activated his skills, ghostly memories, and summoned dead bones. The larger group of skeletons stood silently in front. The strawberry stalker was not afraid to rush over and even cursed, he was still just a few dry bones, get out. But Dark now continues, activating the deja vu skill. He ordered the skeletons, seeing through all their attacks, because of their carelessness, the players were wiped out by high-level skeleton monsters. The cat-faced player immediately attacked and said, you're done, kid. Dark was startled, damn there's still one left. But a sudden cry rang out. The cat's face was shocked. Lazia got out of the ring and dealt with the cat-faced guy, he also said, thank you for the horns, master. Dark said in surprise, Lazia, you're a little taller, I don't like it, Lazia explained, when absorbing Rigo's horns, Atoy grew a little bigger, I'm not a childlike master. Choco BB looked at Dark in surprise, this kid is really scary, he learned that move in such a short time, maybe I should call the guild master to recruit him. On the other hand, Sora and the blonde woman were still fighting fiercely. Sora blocked the sword and focused on looking at her. She stepped back and said, do you get it? Then she rushed forward and said, too weak. One blow went through Sora's thigh. Blood flowed, Sora was in pain. The blonde girl looked at Sora kneeling down and said, before it was a little better, but now it's gone. Lime reminded Sora to quickly retreat and heal, but Sora refused, no need, Lime, I will defeat this bitch myself. The blonde girl calmly replied, speaking loudly, that's it. Sora thought, both dark and hardcore leveling warriors are getting stronger, if I lose this battle I will never progress like them. She stood up and said, I plan not to use this move because after using it I will be hungry. Her body suddenly burst into flames, she said, let's eat, then activated Devourer's special skill, switching from satiety to damage. For a short time, convert all feeling of fullness into damage, when the buff runs out, you will be in that extreme state, the blonde girl smirked, not giving up yet, you idiot. She rushed forward and said, this time let me reincarnate quickly, let me cut off the other leg too. But this attack was blocked by Sora. Sora frowned, Damn, she was so defensive. Ego also comforted her. Mom, just try a little more, just a little more. Sora heard this voice and was shocked. Who? In her mind that voice spoke again. It was Ego. Over here, she laughed and said, maybe she would cut off her hand so she wouldn't be able to hold a sword anymore. This time Ego frowned and said, don't dream. Immediately, the Ego sword activated Sora's special skill, which is chewing and swallowing everything. That woman was now surprised. My sword, broke so easily. Sora smiled triumphantly and said, Ego slowly chewed the sword every time the two swords touched, and finally destroyed it. She said, if you're barehanded then die. Sora held his sword and rushed forward. In the end, Sora finished with the skills to buff food, buff fullness, and earn Ego. Lila next to her exclaimed, the sword likes to chew and swallow, that's great, just like its owner. She used her sword to block the sword wielder's head and said, Sora on this side is also done, Tempest has also controlled the dart guy. Lila smiled and said, so there's one more, you fairy magic. The fairy magic clone is standing opposite. The fairy smiled and said, Lila, I didn't expect you to follow them, there's no other way, let the cool ninja go. At this moment, the ninja activated the smoke bomb skill. A burst of smoke rang out, Tempest immediately pulled out his gun and fired. The trailblazer climbed on top of the ninja. He immediately knocked Lila away and smiled and said, sorry, it hurts my ribs a bit. He smiled and said, I hate seeing my teammates die, so that's it for today, let's meet again next round. The leader has activated the skill of running away from people. Lime was healing Lila and said, Sora come here and heal quickly. Lila said angrily, damn that fairy magic thing, almost took them out. Sora picked up what that team left behind and smiled and said, either way, we won, let's gather with the other groups. The hardcore on this side remained silent, looking at the mission notice board. He thought, why don't you be afraid to play, this is a rare opportunity. At last he shouted, I accept the challenge. The system also rang, the hardcore leveling warrior accepted the hidden quest, another PvP battle, hardcore leveling warrior and anonymous assassin begins, other players are not allowed to interfere. Hack stood from afar clenching his fists and cursing, what the hell was he thinking? Hardcore activates the lucky coin skill to get random buffs and then says, it's you, right? The hacker goes stabbing one person after another, no matter who the father or son is, he will play them all. The hacker threw a knife and laughed loudly, lucky coin, you got the card. You know this sword well, if you can dodge it, you need 100% evasion ability. A strong stab came, he said, the hardcore leveling warrior player had just been stabbed by the knife of destruction and was paralyzed, the second blow would cause permanent death. Hardcore thought, he has activated the borrowed skill, I know I will be stabbed, because that knife is always 100% accurate, so I will borrow tax skills and stats for a bit. Umai smiled and said, don't you dodge. The hardcore immediately raised his hand, the hand of the fire swung out and smashed the mask. Hardcore thinks, if you accidentally get stabbed, then play right away, that's the effect of the lucky coin, 100% accurate. The hacker knelt on the ground and exclaimed, so you didn't dodge. Hardcore said again, who do you think you're playing? He shouted loudly, don't try to compete with me, boy, you're almost out of blood, prepare to punch him to death. The hacker stood up and smiled and said, you have changed, not like before. He bowed his head and said, war like this can't fight. Hardcore provokes again, it's the same anyway, my age ignores me. But then the hardcore had to roll its eyes. The hacker changed his appearance and smiled and said hello, honey. Hardcore in the current world is very different, and Ethan Gong thought, I'm an incompetent guy, how to say it correctly. Things in my life have never been okay. The newspaper pages echoed with gossip, is there any information about that kid, where are his parents, are they all dead, does he have any relatives, no, it's really stressful. He thought, when I realize that life is unfair no matter how hard I try. I don't want to live this life as a bullied orphan. Finally, Ethan Gong then applied for a leave of absence from school. Life is empty, I'm lonely. Ethan Gong works as a convenience store clerk. Received a bonus from a customer, when asked what he would do with that money, he thought. That's right, I will get rich, of course I have to go to the casino to get rich. When he failed, he called the loan shark. Ethan Gong remembers, I spent the first $20 on gambling, and that's how I earned money, ready to bark and make fun of people with money. Then one day, Ethan Gong said, I picked up a phone on the street. Including installing Lucid Adventure, a famous game. That I can play while sleeping. I tried. Ethan Gong remembers that day. When I'm in that world, everything goes smoothly. As if it was trying to make up for my pathetic life. I felt like I was the luckiest person in the world, even though I had nothing, but I was the best, until that bitch showed up. Is the woman who defeated the hardcore. Steal all the equipment from him. And then pushed him to have his head gnawed by the monster. Returning to reality, the hardcore once again faced her. Hardcore is indignant. Why did you do this to me? The more he talks, the crazier he gets. I have to tear you into 100 pieces, before you dare to appear in front of me. Hardcore immediately rushed forward and said, I will kill you. Hardcore held her knife as it fell to her ground and thought, being paralyzed isn't that bad, with Tack's magic resistance skill, there's nothing to fear. But now she said, it seems like I said, you will crazy chase after me. Hardcore was overwhelmed by madness and could only scream and shut up. Two streams of power crashed into each other. Hardcore cursed loudly, I have to kill you. Both sides fought fiercely. Both immediately backed away. The woman smirked and said, you dare to lengthen my line. She turned her sword and said, I will knock you out like last time. Hardcore indignant, why me, what have I done to you, really, who are you? He immediately activated the dark coin skill. The woman was stunned. The hardcore now exuded a huge black aura. Tack from afar was shocked, what is this, is it a nightmare? Hardcore has reached 50% nightmare state. He looked crazier than ever. The hardcore immediately rushed forward. This time the woman removed the sword from her hand. That sword was then duplicated many times over. She ordered, skewering him with the 6 gold sword. Immediately the swords rushed towards the hardcore. Hardcore dodged and said, don't bother. The two sides fought fiercely. This time the woman used sword number 30, the guillotine. She then activated the skill to finish off the enemy. The sword was capable of grabbing the hardcore tightly, then preparing to finish him off. The hardcore was stunned, unable to move. This shredder sticks to enemies with 100% accuracy. The woman said calmly, obediently stood still and walked away. Hardcore before being beheaded said, don't try to kill me with this shrimp. He used the skill to copy and destroy weapons. The woman said displeasedly, you ruined 2 of my bars. Hardcore replied, prepare to worship the sky. The woman summoned another sword and said, you must be erased. She commented that you don't belong in this world anyway, go away. Hardcore stood there and said, I don't care, this world is my home. The hardcore uses his final move, all bets. The sub also uses his 16th sword, the avarice sword. Both did not hesitate to rush straight towards each other. 2 powerful attacks rushed forward. It seems like both sides don't need a network. The attack was so powerful that it created a surrounding battlefield. Tack outside was shocked. What is this? 2 swords touching each other is so powerful. At this time, Dark also appears. Not only you but Uppu and Chakov also came and said, we're done. After their group, Sora's group also arrived. Tack explained, this place is also finished, just something happened. In front of them was a cloud of smoke and fire. Hardcore prison to the ground. Sora and everyone were shocked. Hardcore just silently looks forward. Dark also called out worriedly, hey. His hands were full of blood. The hardcore was silent and replied, missed, but the system also announced, the hardcore leveling won the battle. The reward was the Sword of Glory and the 7 Truths. In another place, a fish monster jumps from the air. It's a 2-star monster that's attacking like crazy. Light gently raised his hand, its body was exploded by a series of rays of light. He activated the Divine Explosion skill. Giga's Lucas Han had received 2 stars and was ranked 5th. The subordinates commented that this new trick was not too bad. The deputy chief reported that all the monsters in this area had been dealt with, but there were some problems. Light asked, what's the matter? The confused subordinates reported that the group sent to hunt the hardcore leveling warrior party failed. The remaining group fell into a trap. Some remaining people were kidnapped. Currently more than 8 teams have been eliminated or captured. In addition, there is information that hardcore is cheating again, sir. Light was silent then said, it's him, this time we have to do it ourselves. On the other side, Fondue happily said, okay, it's time to play. Choco Bibi sent a message telling Fondue to set traps in a number of different areas. Even though he is a sword master, he has the ability to disguise himself to help set traps without being detected. Choco BB creates a high-level teleportation trap by casting a spell. Anyone caught will be immediately teleported to a previously specified place. The strategy is to teleport the enemy to a dark or Upu battlefield, or an unhunted area with strong monsters, very effective against gangs bribed by Giga. After the enemy's numbers decrease, the hardcore group can overnight safely. Here, Choco BB asked, do you still have enough mana? Lime, who was tying up the Giga people, reported, yes, there's enough left to last until noon, which is when this round ends. The hardcore next to him is trying to lift the Sword of Glory. Sora admires it. I thought I would never see it again. Dark joke, now I can't even lift it, how can I use it? Hardcore still tries to say, I have to be able to lift. After a while of trying it was okay, Sora cheered, wow, great. But then Hardcore found something wrong. Dark and Sora looked towards the room. The sword was too hot and the Hardcore was overturned. The sword hit the ground and created a terrible explosion. Sora looked at the stone hill being split in half and admired, was this the immortal Moon Soul beheading move? The Hardcore was speechless, no, I just fell. Hardcore rubbed his head and sighed, he probably couldn't use it yet. But he thought, but also unlucky. The contract between me and this sword hasn't expired even though it was taken by that girl, it can still be used if the strength stat is up enough. From now on, I have to work hard to grind it, I need at least 800 strength points to get it, I couldn't swing this thing, so the Hardcore immediately put it in my inventory. The sun was almost at its peak, the match would end in a few minutes. Tempest opened the rankings and said, it's reassuring to have such a high score, they're still hunting monsters while trying to find us, but haven't improved their score much. Lila exclaimed, Choco BB did well. Choco BB sat down and said, if they want to get here, they have to get past 7 of my space traps, they won't be able to hack it in time, but they've already run out of tricks. Right now in the sky, a ray of light appeared. Light broke the traps. The guy looked down and said, there you are, cheat user. Choco BB laughed, I lost, that guy is too strong. Lila pulled out her sword and said, next time you do it, just say so. Light said again, first we will deal with the cheat user, then the rest. Light looked at the Hardcore and said, you cheated last time too, you're really used to your old ways, you smell like a nightmare. He summoned his power and said, according to Lucid Adventures user terms, clause 3 and 4, all players are prohibited from using nightmare because it can cause chaos. He summoned a control device, an Emperor's Glove with God level, a glove with extremely strong control ability, an ancient relic. He said, anyone who violates it will be executed without mercy. Hard player, core leveling warrior, you have been captured. Hardcore said loudly, you know what, you Higas think you are ruling this world. Hardcore is so good. The official admin of this game must have some program to punish players for using nightmare. I know you guys like to be as realistic as possible, but this is a bit too much, so I'm out. This condition, if you give it to us, I will release your comrades, okay. Light heard that and remained silent. Then he smirked. Light said contemptuously, think whatever you want, I don't care, those guys don't mean anything to me. The Giga players who were shot made me cry. Light activated his control equipment towards the Hardcore and spoke loudly, so he should shut his mouth and be tied down. Hardcore gritted his teeth and thought, I took these guys hostage but it seems ineffective, I'm dead. I'm about to be banned, what should I do? I'll probably have to use nightmare more, even if I use it too much, it'll be bad for my profit. At this moment, Dark rushed in and said idiot. Sora also rushed up. A loud sound rang out, stopped. To everyone's surprise, the Hardcore was protected in a shield. Hardcore was surprised, this kid, the God of War spoke again, it's noon, the second round is over. The God of War smiled and said, in the new round, you can fight. That's my rule, or do you have an opinion, Light? Light shouted loudly, he is a cheat user, I have to arrest him immediately, even the hands of God will be ineffective against this person. Light remembered, never touch the gods, maybe that's what his father meant. The subordinates also reminded, Vice President, we were told not to provoke God, we need those hostages for the next plan. Light answered yes. Let's retreat, he gritted his teeth and thought, waiting for the Hardcore leveling warrior. Light collected his equipment and said loudly, today I will let you off the hook, but next time I will definitely kill you, then ordered his accomplices to clean up. Both disappeared, the system announced that the Giga group had moved. Hardcore thought with a sigh of relief, thinking he was done with his grandparents. The God of War called Daikun and said, Daikun, announce, and bring all teams that pass this round back to the starting point. Daikun laughed loudly and said, listen up, time is up, 16 teams will advance to the next round, I will take you back to the starting point. Shav continued, the next round will start in a week, the starting point is the same, your rewards are now in your inventory, what are you waiting for? The announcement rang out, the group of hardcore leveling warriors who won round 2 received their rewards. Hardcore told his teammates, according to the agreement, we get all the experience points, and you guys get all the gold. The God of War smiled and said, you guys are so happy, I thought you were all killed by Rigos. He said, each person's personal attributes are also very interesting, especially you, kid. I crossed my arms and continued, it's all Giga winners now so there's nothing to see, I hope next round you perform as well as this round. Hardcore confusedly replied, okay. Then the God of War called again, hey redhead, you should quit that trick. The god waved his hand and said, I will neutralize the remaining traces of nightmare, but just for fun, everything has a limit, there is no next time. When it's done, the person says, okay it's all done, take a rest, Daikun. Daikun listened to the order and told them, I have given each of them a talisman to return to the village, see you in the next round. Choco Bibi smiled and said, it's just a cooperative game but it's fun. Tak smiled and said we'd meet again someday. Pua Poo reminded Dark, remember to practice hard. Lila also said, I'm happy to work with you, hardcore leveling warrior. After everyone left, the hardcore also said to Dark and Sora, everyone is gone, let's go home. Notification system, hardcore leveling has moved to the starting point, the heart heater's home. Get where you need to go in the blink of an eye. They exclaimed, finally going home, where is the heart heater, have they gone to collect debt, I don't know. The door of the house remained silent. After that, Heart Heater slowly walked out and smiled, saying that everything was done, waiting for you guys. He asked, have you lost everything? Hardcore answered incorrectly, go inside and talk. Rim still poured tea for them as always. Heart Heater smiled and exclaimed, I didn't expect all of them to win this round, Lila did a good job, the hardcore group, yes it's good but it's so expensive. Heart Heater asked, what did the hardcore master learn? The stronger he is, the less you pay, the hardcore told him, go ask him. Heart Heater asked the master what he got, Dark just said, it was a little bit, including the master. He also said, Sora, your ego is getting stronger, but I'm also worried because my ego is always hungry. Hardcore then asked, what is that box, a reward? Heart Heater said again, try opening it. Just opening a stream of power, the hardcore told them, Daikun said this would be useful for the next round. The things in the box confused everyone, what is this, a plastic model? Dark opened the box of the model and read the information, did the engine produce workers? The box clearly stated that opening before the second round was prohibited, he wondered, this is a plastic model, how can this be called a reward? He remembered, oh yeah, the next round will be a siege, right? He speculated that a siege ring must have a citadel, so use this to build it. Heart Heater threw something into his cup of tea and said, I've heard it before, unlike the first round, this round will challenge tactics rather than each person's stats and abilities. Hardcore also said it, meaning that even lowly guys like us can win if we have good strategies. He recalled that the rule seemed to be to build a small citadel and develop it. In battle, winning was the only way to win the opponent's citadel. The bracelet lasts about a day according to Lucid Adventure Time, and all players are returned to level 1, although each person's individual attributes are still retained. During the round, players can hunt monsters around the castle to level up. At the same time, they have money to upgrade their houses and build stronger castles. Players not only have to use skills but also think, tactics for limited resources, basically like small-scale war. In this round, there are also many artificial creatures called Hawaiians, which change based on the player's decisions, so you must always consider signing. Heart Heater smiled and said, now there are 7 days left, it's enough to worry about plowing, because this round still allows personal stats to be kept. Heart Heater replied, I already know. At this time, Dark asked again, this stupid question. Hardcore immediately replied, what's going on? Dark said, your Dark move now. It's a banned move, right? Hardcore silently listened to him ask. Then he said, well, anything. Dark replied, I'm being hunted by the Higas, so I have to hide carefully. He said, I don't know what kind of people they are, anyone who gets in their way will be destroyed, I played banned good so they pinned me. Dark seriously warned, so don't play that trick again, okay? Hardcore then laughed loudly and replied, if I don't use it, do you think I have any chance of winning? Hardcore pounded the table and said loudly, let me say it again clearly. You think we're best friends, okay. I didn't trust you from the beginning, just pay me and don't ask questions about the rest. Dark doesn't understand, what are you babbling about, idiot? Heart Heater also laughed and said, you're just a teenager, if you talk like that again, I'll double your profit, so know your fate. Dark angrily walked out of Heart Heater's house. Dark was angry, what is this, is he crazy, suddenly angry? Sora quickly said, calm down, Dark. Heart Heater silently drank his tea and said, maybe he's been boiled by someone before. In Yopi Land City, Hardcore muttered, stupid boy, what can he say, phew, maybe I said too much. Ah, I'm tired, there's no need to talk too much, let's go get some things first. Hardcore walked past the demon weapon and muttered, I need a new armor. Look at the Hardcore shop and calculate, is there any item as good as my anti-magic armor? Unfortunately this item cannot be repaired, this place makes items upon request, is the owner of the shop another player, but it looks talented, too. At this time a sound rang out, hey Hardcore leveling warrior, where is your friend? The Hardcore turned around in confusion. The Great Gamer smiled and said, thinking about finding you to talk for a bit, let's go to that pub over there. The Hardcore immediately turned away, making the gamers angry, hey, how dare you ignore him? Hardcore sighed in frustration. At this time, the Hardcore said again, listen, I will cooperate with you to pass the second round, that's all, nothing more, nothing less, now it's over, don't come around and try to be them again. Hardcore turned back and said, I don't want to have anything to do with your guild anymore. The Great Gamer heard that and immediately said, Constant, do you still hate him? The crazy Hardcore grabbed the Great Gamer's neck and said loudly, don't open your mouth, mention that name in front of me. They met 2 years ago, when Lucid Adventure first opened, somewhere in Cobalt City. The Great Gamer who was then the Master Swordsman smiled and said, I heard you're strong, I've wanted to test you for a long time. Hardcore when it replied, do you want to fight? This is no time to divide high and low. Hardcore was then ranked 88th and laughed, saying he had to bet on something to be happy. The gamer immediately said okay let's play and then pulled out his sword. He said, but you have to beat your brother first. Hardcore tossed a lucky coin and rushed forward to say, let's see, anyway, he wanted to try a new move. Hardcore launched a powerful sword attack, the lucky gamer was lucky enough to dodge it. But the mountain range behind him was not so lucky and was split in half. Hardcore was also surprised and thought, how could he avoid it? The Great Gamer laughed and said, the moon slashed his soul. He quickly handled the Hardcore. Hardcore lay on the ground and cursed, losing to her. The Great Gamer laughed and said, you are the first person to scratch my forehead. He reached out and praised, well, very strongly. Hardcore stood up and said, I'm ranked 3rd anyway, no joke, okay, whatever you want, say it quickly. The Great Gamer immediately said, I want you to join my guild. Hardcore was surprised, the guild liked it. Dakin also said above, Master Swordsman, you want the Hardcore leveling warrior to return to your team as a reward for this match, okay then. But the Great Gamer said, wait, I don't want to force it. He said, Dakin, I will take 1 gold from the Hardcore. Hardcore was stunned, what, just 1 gold? The Great Gamer said, if you force him to join the group, he will definitely betray you. He smiled and continued, we need people like you. Hardcore heard that and was silent. Dakin reminded, Hardcore to do it, hurry up, it's very busy. Hardcore directly throws the Great Gamer a gold coin. He turned his head and said, don't waste your time trying to persuade me, I don't like partying. The Great Gamer just smiled and said, we're near the north gate of Cobalt Citadel. Hardcore also replied, not interested. But right at the north gate, the Hardcore looked around, where was it? He looked at the crowd confused, it was so difficult. Hardcore dejectedly thought, hey, if you know that, don't look for injustice. A moment of inattention, the Hardcore bumped into a blue-haired person. Hardcore hurriedly said, oh sorry, are you okay? The blue-haired man now happily said loudly, you are a Hardcore leveling warrior, you came to join the group, right? Hardcore asked confused, who are you? The boy blushed and said, I am a constant, my fan. Somewhere else, a match is going on. The yellow turtle flag flies in the battlefield. A red-haired girl, the leader of the Zara guild named Arma, she smiled and said, okay let's fight. Hardcore also said, if I take the life of the enemy guild leader, I will get a rematch. Hardcore smiled triumphantly and said, "This time I won for sure." Hardcore with the Master Swordsman, not a single win in 112 matches. The great gamer is speechless. Do you plan to make me rich 1 gold coin at a time? But at this time the Hardcore rushed up and said, "Look, this move just worked after studying his brother's weakness." The great gamer gently stepped back and said, "I'm studying electricity, but I see your brother plays water." He immediately jumped away and said, "I'm not playing Pokemon." Hardcore punched his hand deep into the rock and growled angrily. He continued to draw his sword and prepare to fight. Looking at the person in front of him, the Hardcore thought, "Damn it again." Sure enough, the great gamer used the Moon Soul Slash to defeat the Hardcore. The great gamer laughed and said, "If you play dirty, it's still too late to defeat him." Hardcore leveling warrior with Master Swordsman, another loss. He looked at the Hardcore lying there and smiled and said, "If you keep copying moves, how can you get better?" The Hardcore just said, obediently accept a gold coin. The gamer said, "No, I won't take money today, now let's go to the dungeon with my brother." Hardcore wondered, "What, dungeon, are you going to hunt bosses again?" The gamer laughed and said, "No, just there to congratulate Constant on promotion." Constant also came and smiled and said, "Hardcore, it would be great to have you come." In the Hardcore's mind, he thought, "Well, where can I get money from low-level dungeons with experience? Today is the deadline to repay the debt. Never mind, just finish it quickly and then find a good place to plow it in time." Because so he replied, "Okay then go." Hardcore looked at the eggs and said, "Well, you shouldn't touch these things, looking at their enormous size, they must be dragon eggs." But Arma immediately broke the egg and said, "Hey, come here and eat, everyone, it's so delicious, no wonder people say dragon eggs are a delicacy, it's not wrong." At this moment, the floor suddenly shook. The crying dragon appeared before them. It is crying full of pain and anger. Hardcore immediately stepped forward and said, "Leave it to me, quickly run away." But the dragon immediately knocked the Hardcore away with ease. The great gamer pulled out his sword and scolded, "Hardcore, if you like to show off then practice for 10 more lives, let me, everyone run away." In the end, even he shared the same fate as the Hardcore. Everyone is frantically fighting and slashing. "Here, tie up its legs, Arma, what the hell are you doing? Good, tie up the wood, Hardcore, Master Swordsman, attack." Finally, they had a delicious meal of dragons and eggs. Constant happily said, "One day, we even caught a deer near his father's mansion, still alive, so me and my sister," the gamer, got excited and asked, "Does she have a boyfriend?" Boy replied, "Well, I'm not her type, haha." Hardcore heard them tell stories in real life and immediately fell silent. Constant now asked again, "What are you doing, student?" Hardcore thinks, "Well, I hate guys like this," naively pretending. Arms also looked at him silently. Finally he stood up and said, "Well, unemployed, ah ha ha." He turned his head away and said, "I'll just go level farming, this place is so crappy I can't get anything out of it." He thought, "It's almost time, I have to get up or I'll be late." Hardcore thinks, there's no need to say it, there's no need to tell them how miserable life is. At this moment Arms suddenly stood behind him and said, "Hey! You don't like us?" Hardcore blushed and said, What, no, it's just that I really need to level up." Arms immediately grabbed him by the neck and scolded him, saying that he had just upset us and still dared to leave. Arms smiled and said, "Relax, I don't care who you are, unemployed or rich." Hardcore heard that and was shocked. He thought, if they knew my situation, would they sympathize when I was beaten like a dog by loan sharks every day? Impossible. Hardcore went to a food stall and gave him 5 kilograms of pork belly. The shop owner smiled and said, "This is a fruit shop, ladies and gentlemen, there is no pork, but I bought some, come here and I'll share it with you." Stepping inside, the Hardcore threw out the bag of money and said, "This is enough for this month." The shop owner replied, "Oh, that's heavy, it's all jade." He reminded me, "You're about to pay off your debt, I know you're talented." Hardcore just said, "I want to finish as quickly as possible so I can worry about living, see you later." The shop owner smiled and replied, "Thank you, take care." At this moment a loud sound rang out, Hardcore leveling warrior. Hardcore said in shock, "Constant, what are you doing in this suburb?" Constant happily said, "There is a special herb sold here, are you leveling up here?" Hardcore deflected, "Yeah, how about you, go to the guild area." Sitting on the dragon's body, Constant said, "Thank you for helping me hunt just now, you must be very bored." Hardcore replied, Well, it's because you lost to the old sword master, that's why. Constant happily said, I'm very happy to have you join the group, you have high skills, strong moves, sharp mind, having you in this guild is like a tiger growing wings. Hardcore just said, anyway, you always lose to that grandfather. Constant replied, oh, he's a monster, so are you. Hardcore asked, did he lead you guys to fight Guile already? Constant replied yes, so now only Arma is left. They all looked down in shock. What happened? Who robbed the guild? Hardcore reminded, hey Constant, I'll go down there to clean up the scene, here when I call you down, come down, remember. Then the Hardcore immediately pulled out his sword and jumped away from the dragon. He thought, come on Arma. Just got off the Hardcore and shouted loudly, who the hell are you guys? Then he was surprised, was it a zombie? Hardcore swears, do you know how much it costs to build this Otosan house? He was fighting and running, get out. At this time, a zombie with a bomb suddenly glowed. Hardcore looked back in shock. A series of huge explosions exploded. Hardcore is angry, playing explosively. Behind Arma shouted loudly, your Hardcore is back. Arma said with difficulty, those zombies explode when they die, they knew there was no one in the house today and attacked. Hardcore quickly ran over and said, are you okay, Arma? At this moment, a huge monster appeared behind him. Arma shouted loudly, Hardcore you idiot. As soon as its attack gradually fell, Arma rushed forward. She promptly knocked the Hardcore away. Arma was then punched flat by the monster's attack. Hardcore shouted in shock, Arma, no. Arma smiled and said, you lost a lot of blood from the explosion, you won't die, you'll be reset. Hardcore shouted loudly, I can protect myself, why did you do that? The Hardcore immediately unleashed a fierce beheading attack to deal with the monster. Hardcore shouted loudly, revealing the damn dark monk, a sound rang out, ho ho. A clown face smiled and said, you've grown taller, don't dream of escaping me yet. Constant is next to Arma healing me. Hardcore stood in front of Arma and said, why did you save me, say quickly. Arma laughed and said, ha ha, there's no reason to save your comrades, you'll be indebted to me from now on. Then she was surprised, hey, are you crying? Arma was surprised, you cried because I saved you. Hardcore kept saying, thank you, thank you. Then he blushed and turned away and said, see you tomorrow. The system notifies that the Hardcore leveling warrior has logged out. Arma smiled happily and said, what, ha ha. Constant also said, Arma, I'm also logging out. Arma also said, hello, see you tomorrow, I'll call the swordsman to fix this place. Real world. Hardcore opened his eyes, he cursed, damn it. Ethan Gong sat on the bed and looked into the distance. He smiled and said, never mind, I have to be stronger. In another room, a boy bowed his head and said hello to Uncle Jin. The guy named Jin smiled and said, if you can't repay the debt, then at least you should finish the job, right? He trembled and crouched in the corner of the bed. The boy said tremblingly, I'm sorry, I didn't know it would turn out like that. Jin smiled kindly and said, are you kidding me? A slap rang out. Jin said, do you still dare to open your mouth to make excuses, Constant? That's the story in the next room. At this time in Tay Guild, in Don Don Guild Citadel, the system announced, Tay Guild's last base is being captured, Zara Guild's troops are infiltrating. The Great Gamer called out to the 500 brothers behind him, everyone be careful. At this moment, Destroyer Tay Guild Vice President rushed forward and said, so you are a master swordsman, let me see how strong you are. The Great Gamer ordered, Choco Bibi, perform like in practice. Choco Bibi then worriedly said, now, I only learned about my personal attributes yesterday, it's too risky. The gamer fought the destroyer and shouted loudly, I believe in you. Choco Bibi immediately activated the teleportation skill, causing the destroyer to lose his footing. The Great Gamer laughed and said, I didn't tell you what I saw, that's good. Immediately after that, he activated the old speed beheading skill and exclaimed, these guys are too weak. The Master Swordsman is currently the Vice President, he said, okay, where is the President Tay who dared to destroy our house? He is at the Hardcore leveling warrior place. On the other side, loud sounds rang out, there he is, kill him, he's alone, take him down now. Regular members of Zara Guild rush in. Immediately a loud blow rang out. The president of Tay Guild, the big radish Kimchi said, you little shrimps want to deal with me, I can crush them to death with my bare hands. The Hardcore sat in a corner and said, can you aim to take me down? Arma also called out, Kimchi. Kimchi also said at this time, Arma, you attacked my guild for an absolute mission, right? Looking at the pile of corpses of members in front, the hardcore said. You destroyed my guild's land and houses, and even dared to injure my guild members. I ask you again, can you take down me? The hardcore was the leader of the guild's vanguard squad at that time. Kimchi laughed and said, you dare to show your face to me? I've never heard of you before. Okay, if you can beat me in doubles. He said, I'll tell you everything you want, including the page. Well, okay, Kimchi said loudly, let's play, haha. Hardcore immediately activated the lucky coin skill and said, you're also very hardworking, isn't that kind of power? He thought, this type of person can only close their eyes and fight haphazardly. An attack landed. The hardcore, thanks to the lucky coin's effect of doubling its speed, was able to dodge it. Hardcore thought happily, the strength index I had accumulated to play the old sword master was now more than 800. He rushed straight forward. Hardcore punched Kimchi's head and said loudly, you go and die. The opposing guild leader was stunned. That guy had just punched his armor to pieces like it was nothing. Hardcore looked and asked, why so hard? Is this guy stone-headed? Hardcore turned around and said, Arma has defeated him. Has any page appeared yet? Arma looked at the book in his hand and said, strange, defeated him, but... A sound rang out, activating the nightmare skill. The hardcore was shocked to realize that Kimchi was swinging his hand towards him. At this moment a sound rang out, Choco Bibi, do it again. The hardcore is teleported out of danger. The lucky gamer also activates the fragmentation skill to destroy the opponent. He smiled wryly and looked back, then said, what is that black effect? It's not good at all. Looking at the Kimchi broken into hundreds of pieces, he affirmed that if broken into that many pieces, it would not be able to come back to life. Arma said again, oh, you two don't know this guy's unique attributes. She smiled and said, it looked like this was a tall guy wearing oversized armor. She continued, hey Radish Kimchi, wake up, this guy's attribute is a stone man. He built a castle on this rocky mountain to exploit good minerals. The rock under Arma's ass, or more accurately Kimchi speechless, well, so you know Arma. Hardcore is surprised, so you really are a rock head. The absolute mission, which is available to all players as soon as they create a character, is to conquer this world. It sounds absurd, so at first most people think this is just a mission, event-based service. If a player forms a guild, builds a stronghold, and raises an army, they will receive a book as a quest reward. Only the guild master will have that book. To complete the book, the player must take each other player's page, so conflicts between guilds are very tense. Arma looked at the book and said, great, Hardcore exclaimed, this guy's book is also made of stone. She looked at the second stage, which was 70% completed and said, that's 70%. Based on the book she analyzed, the next target is Cobalt City, a city of a very strong NPC, also a very large trading place. This bet is tight, it has never been captured. Hardcore looked at it and thought, into Cobalt, there, it should be okay. The Great Gamer said, hey Hardcore kid, don't be so cold. Hardcore is suspicious, you're talking nonsense, Dad. The Great Gamer looked hurt and said, I just saved your life, thank you, and started crying. Hardcore blushed and shouted loudly, wait, you already told them, oh no. Constant saw them talking and said loudly, Arma, I have healed everyone. He saw the Hardcore and the Great Gamer and Arma happily talking to each other. The boy was silent. Arma saw him and immediately approached, oh Constant, you're done, good job, you're running out of potions, right? You used too much mana to heal. Constant just replied, no, it's okay just. At this moment, Kimchi took advantage of the chaos and ran away. He thought, run as fast as you can. If you were foolish, the admins are about to come and get you. Immediately a group of people appeared and said that they discovered the player was using cheats and he was caught using an ancient artifact. Hardcore is surprised, something. Arma is also surprised, it's Giga's security side, why are you using cheats? The hooded person just smiled and said, don't worry, we're just working. That person took off his hat. It was security team leader Nathan Han of Guile Giga. He said, recently there is a new type of cheat in the game. Arma saw Nathan and immediately said with interest, he's so handsome. Nathan pointed at Kimchi and said, this cheat is very dangerous. If you see it, please notify us immediately so we can handle it promptly. This is probably the first time you've seen this cheat. Arma was surprised, dangerous. Nathan explains, this cheat is very unpredictable. It completely changes the player's stats, skills, and personality. We call it Nightmare. Some people take advantage of this to get stronger in a short time. The great gamer immediately asked, "It turns out that dark atmosphere, is it from this nightmare?" Next to him, Constant thought in surprise, getting stronger in a short time. Where no one noticed, his foot touched a strange black rock. Nathan replied again, "In addition to this, we are also following Zara Guild. You are making great strides in your absolute mission." He smiled and said, "Your next goal is to become Cobalt. Our guild is also doing this mission, so sooner or later we will clash. Even though we manage this game, our motto is the company is as real as possible, so we participated in the game." Nathan suddenly smiled and said, "Recognize that your guild is strong, or join our guild. Before my guild destroys you, Giga takes good care of its members, you don't have to worry about anything." Arma said seriously now, "What nonsense, we will definitely not lose to you guys." Nathan heard that and just shrugged his shoulders and said, "It's up to you guys." He left with Kimchi Radish and said, "Have fun." Constant and a common soldier said at this time, "Arma, refuse so bluntly, sister, I heard that any guild affiliated with Giga is very happy." Arma explained to them, "Idiots, there is no such thing as a guild joining together. According to them, it means the Zara Guild is their slave." She put the book away and smiled and said, "Financial support, do you guys want all the years of hard fighting to go to waste? If you take them away, the mission will absolutely be lost." She told everyone, "I don't care about money, let's go to the horizon together." At this time, she laughed loudly and said, Hey, say something, you have to celebrate this occasion, let's have fun, let's show off your talent from the chef class." Everyone immediately shouted, "Oh goat." At night, the group of people were having a fun campfire. The gamer was silent and then said, she should have taken money from them to treat her illness better. Arma sat in a corner and smiled and said, "Hey, you called me out here just to say these words." She replied comfortably, "You know best, I don't care about that anymore, now I just want to focus on my guild, enjoy every moment with you guys." The great gamer just kept silent when he heard that. Arma looked at his brothers having fun and said, "Great, the smell of this campfire, moments like these are so precious." On this side, the Constant asked the Hardcore, "Are you lifting again?" The Hardcore smiled and said, "Yes, you lifted all your karma, but it was worth it." Hardcore smiled again and continued, "Constant, I heard your special feature hasn't been activated yet." Constant said sadly, "Yes, my level is over 40, I probably don't have it." Hardcore consolation, "Don't be discouraged yet, this game still has many things to explore." He comforted me, "Maybe my attributes are too strong so this level is not enough." Constant also smiled and said, Hee, I hope so too, thank you bro." There were sounds of laughter and laughter. No one noticed that the constant stone they were holding contained something like an eye. At this moment, a sound rang out that attracted everyone. Everyone heard it clearly. Arma above smiled and said, "Give me a few minutes, everyone, did you eat well? Today's victory over Tete is thanks to the great efforts of each and every one of you." She continued, "I love you guys so much." She gave a like and said, "I hope you guys will continue your efforts, anyone who wants to follow me to the end should raise their hand and shout loudly." The space suddenly became terrifyingly silent. At this moment, an arm was raised, surprising Arma. Hardcore blushed and whispered, "Oh goat." Great gamer and everyone laughing and joking, "Really?" Everyone in the guild now happily raised their hands. Hardcore looked at everyone in surprise. Everyone cheered happily, "When our guild wins, you will do well, President. Our guild will be the first guild to complete the absolute mission, defeating the Higas." Arma happily said, "Fuck Giga guys." In the real world, the Hardcore smiled and thought. To defeat Cobalt, the castle is said to be unassailable. Gil Zara began to carefully strategize for each of them, and 2 weeks passed quickly in the real world. At this time in Cobalt City, which had never been conquered by any player, a loud sound rang out, "Brave soldiers of Cobalt City, from the day we were born and established on this arid land." A person above told the soldiers, "We have never fallen before the enemy for any reason." The people below heard that person speak, "Because we are people who have experienced hardship and pain." On the other side, a player reported that the corpse has a barrier. "Our team has already punched through the barrier so it's easy to eat." Choco Bibi and the others immediately activated a huge buff skill, amplifying mana. He was worried, not knowing if he could do this. Then he ordered the couple to quickly come closer. "Let's go." Immediately, Choco Bibi activated the collective teleportation skill. They all appeared above the soldiers. The leader was stunned. What kind of magic was this? Did they break the barrier? He ordered, "They are still in the air, where is the gunner? Shoot them quickly." Arrows rained into the sky. Arma told everyone, I knew right away, Dorita, Lotus Girl, quickly counterattack. The two people next to her immediately activated the direction exchange skill and accelerated. In a moment, the pile of arrows immediately moved in the opposite direction, killing those who had thrown the arrows. The soldiers were worried. The leader shouted loudly, Don't panic, it's just a small group of enemies. Looking down, Zara Guild thought, this is the infamous magic army. The great gamer smiled confidently and said, let's chop it all up and see how it goes. He rushed straight down to the soldiers, activated his sword master skill, and slashed furiously. He thought, swords are not very effective because every guy has a mana shield. But that's all. The soldiers all ascended to heaven one after another, the others also landed, the commander gave the order, they landed, everyone just follow the plan, Master Swordsman, you take care of dealing with the soldiers. The group of magical soldiers shouted loudly, you dare, this city is impregnable, brothers cannot attack. Constant looked at it with fear and thought, just like the rumor. The Cobalt magic soldiers are so strong, I'm lucky I didn't participate in the war. At this time, the hardcore patted Constant Noise's head, don't be afraid of Constant, just hide behind me, I will protect you. Constance was stunned, he immediately activated the Little Angel's Blessing skill, the whole team's stats increased slightly. Arma reminded, don't forget the reason other guilds failed, it wasn't because of the soldiers or archers, but because they couldn't break through the main gate. If we want our troops to enter the city, the hardcore understands, they must open the door from the inside. Arma and the hardcore rushed forward with constant support behind them. Right now, something huge appeared. Arma shouted to everyone, the golem became Cobalt. The guardian of Cobalt Castle is a golem created from magical stone ores in the citadel, capable of casting spells and dealing high damage. Its eyes were like a demon stone, shining straight downwards. Arma said while dodging the attack, the magic is too strong, it's not good. The hardcore also reminded her to be careful. Next, the golem used its fist towards the ground. The hardcore was surprised, this time it's playing hand to hand, go away so I can hold it back. Hardcore immediately activates the lucky coin skill, greatly increasing defense and attack power to block the other fist. Arma said loudly, so you take care of that golem, hardcore. Let's go Constant, let's open the gate. Constant was worried but replied yes. Behind them, the hardcore was still holding back the golem's attack. He thought, this golem is so strong, stronger than I thought, there are many more. Hardcore jumped on the golem's hand and thought, this is going to be difficult. He continued to activate the lucky coin skill. The three great destiny appeared, allowed to draw 3 cards. Hardcore said loudly, I will split your head, you brute. Nathan spoke loudly, allowing the use of ancient artifacts. Immediately, the group of people opened their magical equipment. He was in a corner laughing happily, shouting, so scared, so scared. They thought with a smirk, punish them, the cheat users. Down below Zara Guild is still fighting. The soldier usually happily kills soldiers and then says, where does this source of energy suddenly come from? Ha ha, I'll die. Immediately the god's equipment appeared. The other player's body was pierced by it. The person from the Giga security team calmly said, that dark aura, there is no doubt that everyone is using Nightmare. The players didn't understand and said, what is it, the security guys, we don't know anything. The security guy laughed and said, I heard it. The security team appeared with a bunch of God's weapons and said, whoever uses cheats often barks that line. Elsewhere, Arma said, Constant calm down. She reminded, don't panic anymore, look around carefully you idiot, that thing I saw in Tay City, it must be right here. Constant said in fear, sad smile, told me to put this stone on the cobalt gem. Arma gritted his teeth and thought, I know that Constant has been coming back and forth to Cobalt City lately, but I still rely on him, that sad smile guy, he has set a trap for me. She frowned, why would he do that, wanting to destroy our guild, but that's not enough, there must be someone who hates our guild more than him, that guy must be planning to sabotage us from the start, inside. A voice rang out, I'm so sorry. Nathan appeared and smiled and said, I thought Zara Guild was very strong, turns out you're all cheat users. Arma replied with a smirk, yes, it's you Higas. Nathan smiled thickly and said, I'm just enforcing the law, so obediently obey and follow us now. He brandished his god's weapon. Arma said loudly, Constant escaped, he was able to control his power last time, and when he caught him, he had no way to escape. Nathan used the equipment and laughed loudly, still worried about the members, so touching. Arma frowned and said, "Shut up." Immediately, Arma activated his own attribute, Explorer Columbus. She said, "Now I have to teach these Higas a lesson." Just as the god weapon was charging, Arma grasped his sword tightly. She immediately activated the skill to set sail on the Santa Maria ship. Nathan and the others frowned. The gloves were blocked. No, she called this boat out to block the binding beam from the gloves. They kept using magic weapons and thought, is it a personal attribute? So she was indeed one of the 10 beta testers. Arma rushed forward and said loudly, "I told you, our Zara guild is not inferior to you Higas." Finished speaking and stabbed the sword straight at Nathan. On the other hand, the hardcore exclaimed, "Ah, I've been walking around all this time." At this moment the great gamer and Choco Bibi rushed back. Hardcore said, "I'm looking for Arma but I've been walking around in one place for a while now." The great gamer immediately speculated, it must be some kind of magic trap. They looked up and said, "What ship is that? That's where the gem is." The gamer replied, "That's Arma Santa Maria skill." Everyone immediately rushed over and said, "Go there now, Choco Bibi is very dangerous here, quickly retreat and revive mana." The great gamer thought, Arma rarely uses her own attributes, she is definitely in danger, please, try to hold out a little longer. On this side, Nathan's arm was cut off by Arma. He angrily told his subordinates, "You guys still dare to watch, you're lucky to take them away." The god's weapon immediately unleashed its power. The controlling power shot out from all directions. Arma spoke again, "Too slow." She immediately used Vanguard beheading to deal with them. In heaven, only Nathan is still alive. Arma stood up on one guy and said, "Juoff, I see, the whole security team couldn't catch a single person using cheats, it proves that you guys are not the creators of this game. If I spread this news, then what do you think will happen?" Nathan was stunned. "What?" There was a guy reporting on the other side. "Sir, the western area has been cleaned up, we have forced all the players to use cheats, although there are few casualties, we have already purged the nightmare, so can we proceed with deleting their accounts?" Nathan gritted his teeth and told his subordinates, at that moment, "Wait a moment, just take it slow, send me a picture of that area." The images appeared. Nathan said loudly, "Arma, it seems like your members are not very strong, they are all tied up, lying waiting for trial." Arma looked on indignantly, she thought, "I guess there must be one of those two, so both of them are coming to me." She was worried, she could take care of herself but these two idiots, it's over. Arma immediately said, "I lost, quickly release the members, you guys want my pages, right?" Nathan said smugly, "Well, you know that too." Arma sighed, puffed. But now Constant said loudly, "No." He cried and said, Don't give up like that, the hardcore leveling warrior and sword master are coming." Arma just told him, "Stop crying, idiot." She said, as the president, she must protect her members. Immediately, Arma was stabbed by the weapon's blows. Nathan laughed and ordered his subordinates to tie Arma up. He turned around and said, "The first group should help me, the second group should quickly withdraw." On this side the Arma have been tied up. Constant witnessed everything, he cried loudly in pain, "Sister Arma." Hardcore and great gamers have arrived on time. At Empress Citadel prison. Nathan ordered his accomplices, "Good, now everyone get out." Arma was tied up and kneeling in front of him. After her mouth was released, she breathed heavily as if she had lost her strength. Arma turned back and asked Nathan, "Have you released my member yet?" Nathan chuckled and replied, "It depends on whether she cooperates or not." Arma was startled and said, "I said I would hand over my pages." Nathan opened the book and said, "You can do quite a lot with less manpower." Nathan told her, "Are you going to complete the absolute mission to go get treatment or something? That's pathetic." He continued, "If you want to protect your shrimp guild, you must promise me one thing." He demanded that he would never be allowed to enter this game again, that he should keep his mouth shut and keep this a secret. Arma was silent then said, "Constant, he also saw it, what are you planning to do to him?" Nathan pulled out a sword and said, "Rest assured we will deal with him, but that boy is different from you, so we have to deal with it differently. Now, quickly hand over the paper." In another place, hardcore and great gamers called Constant in panic, "What's going on?" Both said worriedly, "Where is Arma?" Constant thought in fear, "Hardcore and Swordmaster, I can't tell them, I didn't do anything wrong, I didn't mean it, what should I say so they don't hate me?" Right now, his heart was still beating strongly, the system rang, his personal attributes were activated. Constant was stunned. Personal attributes right now, the announcement continued, learn the hypocrite's lie skill. Hardcore pulled Constant back and said, hey Constant, say something. Constant has now activated the skill, he said. This is a lie of a hypocrite. They took her away, the nightmares took her. Elsewhere, Sad Smile exclaimed, oh Jin just discovered his own attribute. As soon as you are affected by a nightmare, well, this effect is so widespread, if you avoid it, you will be unjustly killed. He immediately disappeared from the Cobalt City. Everyone in Cobalt City heard this lie. Hardcore and gamers are the same. Hardcore indignation, damn nightmares, I have to kill them. Constant looked down and thought, he had no doubts. After that, without Arma to lead, the Zara Guild was extremely chaotic. Some time later, many people left the association. They, and Constant were all recruited by Giga. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that could not be missed. Anyway, it was time to move on. In real life, Jin said to Constant, look, you're fully grown now, yesterday you still blew your nose, ha ha, don't forget to thank your brother. Constant just said, shut up. Jin angrily raised his hand and cursed, kid, are you tired of living, this damn thing? But at this moment a car appeared. Someone opened the car door and said, we're here to pick you up. Constant said to Jin, I won't forget what happened here old man, I will destroy you, remember well. Then he turned around and left. Jin gritted his teeth and looked at him and said, what the hell, what an asshole. On the other side, Nightmare's followers are attacking. Hardcore uses 1 against 5. He walked on a path of blood. Behind is a pile of ruins. Great gamer reminder, Hardcore leveling warrior, stop here, that's enough for today. Hardcore was silent and then said, traitor. Nightmare is gone, but we can't find Arma either. Back to the present, Hardcore speaks loudly, shut up now. Gamers just silently said, thank you. Hardcore still cursed angrily, sorry, you also abandoned Arma, you are just like Constant. The great gamer after a while also said, Arma, no longer in this world, so I just gave up. Hardcore heard that and immediately fell silent, he slowly withdrew his hand from the other person's collar. The Sword Master continued, I couldn't tell you this early, I'm sorry. I'm inheriting her, Arma's absolute unfinished business. This time the Hardcore decided to throw a punch. He kept hitting and saying, bastard, why are you only telling me this now?
Hardcore was so angry that he couldn't speak.
Sora and Dark were worried, what the hell is that idiot doing? The NPC guards are also rushing in, detecting a fight in the village and stopping it immediately. Hardcore is blocked by NPC. Dark and Sora also rushed forward. In the crowd, a girl exclaimed, wow, is there a fight? She looks like Arma, she said, hey, why are they fighting? NPC reminded, hey, calm down, if you continue to be stubborn, I will be forced to take action. Hardcore is still cursing, shut up, let me go fat guy, believe me I'll kill you too. Great gamer rubs his neck, it really hurts, he's still low level but it hurts like that, that's really aggressive. Hardcore still said loudly, fuck you, I'll kill you both. But at this moment suddenly a punch came. Heart Heater smiled and said, calm down, otherwise they will all die. He ordered Rim to handle this matter. Then a dog dragon appeared. The Hardcore was taken away by the dragon, Heart Heater said as he walked, this guy only knows how to destroy villages and hamlets, it's really speechless, let's go. Dark and Sora hurriedly followed. In the crowd, the Bamboo Man exclaimed, that's terrible, who is that guy, he's almost going to jail. The Bamboo Man wondered, who was he, who was that guy who just inhaled Hardcore leveling warrior, blindfolded, blue hair. As the Bamboo Person recalls, he was a notorious lender who only did business with VIPs and Heart Heaters. The Bamboo Man was startled and said loudly, why does Hardcore always interact with that kind of person? Wizard Oz tiredly ran after him. The Bamboo Man hid in a corner and watched the group of people. He smiled complacently, thinking, it turns out he got stronger so quickly thanks to the good information from that guy, so I must too. As soon as he arrived at the house, Heart Heater ordered the dragon grabber to let him go. Hardcore looked at the number of holes on his forehead and exclaimed, why do you still have 10 health, are you guys planning on killing me? Sora bandaged him, Heart Heater just said, if you can live then stop nagging, if you keep talking like that then pay the interest. At this time, Dark called again, hey idiot. Dark said, I'm sorry for what I said before. Sora was surprised, Dark continued, "You're right, thanks to that power we were able to win. I was just worried so I said that." Hardcore is silent. Hard Heater on the side of judgment, "You just let a young boy apologize a little, what a scum." Hardcore said angrily, "Hammer, I'm just a little sensitive." Hardcore rubbed his head and said, "I'm also sorry for raising my voice to you, it's just that there were some unpleasant things in the past." Dark was surprised, he also went down to apologize again, "You must really be short of money." Hardcore, "I'm in a bad mood, damn you son of a bitch." Hard Heater interrupted, "That's enough gossip." He reminded, there was a new mission, a pirated mission, so the reward was quite high. Hardcore asked in surprise, "What mission?" Hard Heater replied, "The mission was from Poo in Yopi land. While going to the tournament, some Hawaiian stole her things." Dark was surprised, "Master." Hard Heater continued, "If she accepts Thid, maybe she will provide good goods for Dark." The group of bamboo people in a corner overheard and were surprised. "Upu, he is one of the high-ranking people of Yopi, so this hardcore leveling warrior specializes in doing such quality missions." The guy smiled evilly and said, "It's delicious, I have to go eat bad food and make fun of them. By the way, I'll steal the experience points in gold." The girl suddenly appeared with them and excitedly asked, "Who is Poo?" The girl happily said, "Poo, the mission, it's still high level, it smells like adventure." The bamboo man was stunned, "Who are you, where did you come from?" She just smiled and said, "Take me with you, that sounds so fun." In this Hard Heater explains, Hawaiians are creatures that change based on the environment around them, like they are typical of the saying, "Near the ink, it's black, near the light, it's bright." Upu's thieves probably grew up in a harsh environment, they work for a notorious gang of robbers. I don't understand why they steal things, but they should get used to the Hawaiians first because they will use them anyway, they are in the siege circle. Hardcore rubbed his chin and said, "Hawaiians are easy to eat." Okay, does anyone have any other opinions? Finally all three agreed to accept this mission. "Go out to the yard," Hard Heater advised, "the Beard Gang's base is quite far, so Gabbert will give you a ride, he is the fastest dragon." Hard Heater smiled happily and said, "Please bear with it a little." All three crawled into Gabbert's mouth again like the first day. After stuffing all three into his mouth while the hardcore cursed, "Was it necessary?" the dragon immediately flew straight into the sky. The bamboo man said in shock, "Peanut, the hardcore leveling warrior is one step ahead of us." He turned into a shop and said, "Hey boss, this dragon is the fastest in the shop, right? Let's deduct it from that girl's account." That done, the three of them, 4 to be exact, climbed onto the dragon and followed the hardcore group. Near the Ice Beard base, in the Finger Forest, a Hawaiian spoke up, "Hey Sergeant," shouted. One person asked worriedly, "There's a dragon coming, what should we do now?" The other guy calmly said, Hey, things are already chaotic." He pressed the button next to him and said, "We have anti-aircraft missiles, fire." Immediately 2 large rockets rushed out. They crashed straight towards the Gaber dragon, injuring it. The 3 of them in the dragon's mouth panicked, "Why are they shaking like this? Are you falling, Gabbert?" The whole group fell into a nearby pool of water. The Hawaiians saw another dragon coming, and they continued to click on the button. Loud explosions rang out, all 4 in the dragons fell down, finally falling into the lake like the hardcore. The Hawaiians said to each other, "They fell into the lake, maybe they are still alive, don't worry anymore rookie." Experts say that there is something like that in the forest. At this time, the lake was quiet, a lovely hand raised. The hardcore in the form of Hawaiians rose to the surface in amazement. "What's going on? It looks like it just fell." Then he was shocked, "What the heck, why did I turn into a Hawaiian TVIOJ?" Sora pulled Dark and Gabbert to the shore. She was surprised, "Have I turned into a Hawaiian? So cute." Dark is not fun at all, it feels so strange, already short and now even shorter. There was a group of people in the lake struggling to call for help, "We were very afraid of the water, I didn't even know how to swim." In the end, Gabbert had to fly back and pull all 4 ashore. The hardcore was suspicious, "Who are you guys, why are you following us?"
Bamboo Man, Oz and Alpacaman raised their swords and shouted loudly, I have to kill you." Hardcore was speechless, "We just saved you, are you completely brainless?"
In the forest, the birds were flying away quickly. A pink bear slowly appeared. It walked towards the lake, its huge body shocked everyone. Oz and Sora are heartbroken in front of this pink bear. The bear snorted with both eyes. Then it opened its eyes. It turned out that its eyes were what I thought were ears. This is a pinky that likes to lick, usually closes its eyes, only opens when it detects prey, likes to eat Hawaiians. Now it's no longer cute, the two girls are in pain. The hardcore in the form of Hawaiians laughed loudly and said, I'm only big, not weak, I'll help. He used the technique of moon soul beheading. The monster was stunned. But then everyone sprayed glue when they saw the hardcore's move and only made it bleed a little. Immediately Pinky's long tongue wrapped around the hardcore, making him scream loudly, what the fuck is this, it's so disgusting. At home, Heart Heater suddenly remembered, I forgot to remind them about the Hawaiian lake, if they fell into it, they would be kicked back to level 1 or 8. He avoided thinking, it's probably okay. The hardcore had its tongue wrapped around it and was screaming frantically, what the hell is this? Sora and Dark ran over worriedly. On the other side, the rookie Hawaiian was surprised, isn't the Pinky a gentle animal? This is the first time I've seen one, I thought it would be very gentle without claws or sharp teeth. The knowledgeable guy calmly said, there's no need, they hit the Hawaiians on rocks or pound the ground until they're crushed so they can lick it and that's it. After hearing that, the rookie was afraid of being crushed. Hardcore was caught up thinking, what a shame, if I die here I'll go back to level 1. At this moment, the water in the lake suddenly moved. The follower in Hawaiian's form appeared and said loudly, the savior is here, hey I found its weakness. She threw 2 stones at the pink and said, it's those eyes that rarely open. The stone stabbed straight towards the monster's eye. Then, taking the opportunity to not notice, she promptly grabbed the hardcore out of the monster's siege. Both landed safely. Hardcore angrily said, hey, you ruined my hair, but she just laughed and said hey, when this is over, treat me to a treat. The Pinky continued to stand up. She smiled fondly and said, let me observe you. She activated the skill to probe strange objects. Information appeared, obtained information about Pinky who likes terrines, when angry will walk on 2 legs and his tongue secretes poison. As expected, the monster in front of them had already drooled all over his mouth. There is also information, heart-shaped marks on their bodies, one of them is a fatal point. Continuing to probe, she reminds everyone, one of those hearts, there is an upside-down one. She told everyone, whoever has a sword follows me. She said, everyone focused on dealing damage at that point, she and the vanguard slashed, the bamboo man and the dragon, Sora with the sword ego and the moon soul slash of the hardcore rushed forward. All 4 joined forces to form a level 1 4/ combo straight towards the upside-down heart, the Pinky shouted frantically. The whole group looked up in surprise. The monster finally fell. The system rang, the Pinky monster that liked to lick had been defeated, everyone was happy. Then the bamboo man suddenly remembered, all 3 of them shouted loudly, hardcore you are dead, hardcore speechless, a bunch of retards. At this time, the system distributes loot from Pinky again. She picked up the reward and happily said, it's a map of this area, it's great, I don't have to find my way around. The hardcore looked at the other person in surprise, her personal attribute was that of an adventurer, that's rare. At this time, a new mission pops up, the Hawaiians bandits need help, need a group of at least 6 people, hint, there are clues to help them all return to their original form. After reading it, the bamboo man was not happy, doing a mission with this guy, don't even dream, but Oz felt that if he wanted to change it back to how it was, he had to do it. The adventurer girl was also very happy and wanted to join. She said, okay everyone let's go. The bamboo man was angry, who told me to follow him. The hardcore didn't care about this guy, just said, be quiet and follow. The group went into the forest, the explorer exclaimed, this forest has many big trees, but we are small. Information appeared in front of her, she said, without this map, she would have been lost for 8 lifetimes. The bamboo man is still babbling, first you have to return to how you were before, then I will knock you out in the siege round, hardcore leveling warrior. Hardcore was surprised after hearing this, you passed the qualifying round, okay, that's so lucky. The person who dared to look at the map said, Pinky's drool has ruined this part, it's almost there, can anyone use flying magic? Oz said, I am a fire master, there is no way I can fly, and both dragons flew back. The explorer immediately said, so what should we do? Oh yes, hey bamboo man, I heard you can make it last longer, right, can you make it longer? The bamboo man calculated, his level was still low so he could probably pull about 50 meters. The adventurer climbed onto the sword and said, it's delicious, when I tell you to use the move on my sword. Hardcore remembers, that sword looks very familiar, I don't remember where I've seen it before. The adventurer came 1 2 3, the bamboo man immediately activated the stretching skill. The girl happily said, Yahoo, higher and higher. When she reached the limit, she looked up and announced, I see, right there. She was talking, and now she grabbed the sword and started to attack, but because of inertia, she was already deflected from the sword. Falling from a height of 50 meters was really fun, she screamed. The wind was blowing so hard, oh no. This time at Cobalt City. Lord of Cobalt City, Sad Smile sat on the chair and said, It's been too long, why are the beards so slow? He glanced at the person opposite, Little Beard. Little Bearded Deputy Gang Leader replied, We are not late, we finish ahead of schedule every time. He said, We have stolen what you wanted from Poo Poo. Sad Smile heard that and said, Then, don't give it to me anymore. Little Beard smiled and said, Look at you, even Sad Smile is afraid of Higas. Sad Smile just said, Well, things are a bit complicated with them, have you checked carefully? Little Beard replied, He bought the sacrificial knife on the black market, and there was another one, they were a pair. The Little Beard said again, The ritual knife is made from devil's horn, are you planning on playing the full game? Sad Smile was silent and then said, To defeat the Higas, that must be the case. Grassbeard waved his hand and said, Both are in our area, so it will be soon, don't worry, he thought, the Hawaiians have nothing to fear. Over here, the Hawaiians are being tortured by the Blackbeard gang, they are beating and saying, You bastards, where did you hide it? At this moment, the adventurer fell on that guy's head again. The other two men immediately rushed forward, thinking that the Hawaiians were calling for the group, and the hardcore and the rest of them had also arrived. They hurriedly pulled the adventurer away, the gangs chased and cursed, stopping these Hawaiians. In a dark corner, a Hawaiian came out from the ground and said, Here, at that time the notice board also rang, Hawaiian's offer, do you accept it? Of course they did, they all quickly ducked into the basement to hide from those people. The Hawaiians in front of them lit a fire and said, That Hawaiians fell from the sky. This person is the boss of the Hawaiians gang, he said, You are the people who fell into the lake, right? Help us take down the beardies, then I will show you how to neutralize them. Hardcore asked again, Don't you work for the Beard Gang? The boss recounted, At first it was true that we were their henchmen, we did whatever they told us, but really they were just taking advantage of us. We have protested many times, but our brothers are still exiled every day. The boss told the story, One day, they forced us to steal a very important item. But we turned around, sold it and built this village, at which time some other Hawaiians also appeared. At this moment, Dark suddenly saw his ring move. Lazia appeared in full form and said, Master, I can't stand it anymore. The boss wondered, Who are you and why do you have horns like that? There, my horn is in there, Lazia said. The boss immediately ordered his subordinates to take out the hot goods. Where were the guns? These people are just dirty people. He smiled and said, I will punch holes in them one by one. Hardcore frowned, Damn, is there no other way? Lazia said, Can I kill them all, master? My horns are. But at this time Dark said loudly, Hey Roundhead, what do you want? Money, right? Listen to my advice and do whatever you want. The tycoon laughed loudly and answered, Yes, the first problem is where's the money, kid? If we have money, our gang of Hawaiians will dominate this area. He recounted that our brothers had to endure heavy exploitation, and that time of humiliating suffering had ended. Hugged the boss and said loudly, Everyone's lives are on my shoulders, how can the kids understand? Only guys like Heart Heater can help me. Above, the people in the gang looked around, Hey, those Hawaiians were all mixed up, they had disappeared somewhere, maybe they had escaped, wait, is there any smoke rising from the ground like that? Dark below laughed and said, What do you think, this is the boss of that old hearth-titter. The boss was stunned, No way, kidding around to save yourself. Right now, the gang has found this place. They laughed savagely and said, So they're hiding under here, bring fire here and I'll burn them all. The Hawaiians' boss is scared, exposed. Dark continued, I'm not a kid, Roundhead, stop acting like that. He said loudly, What the hell is this burden, so now you can accept it or not. The Roundhead was surprised, this look, no way, he finally said, Okay, I have no other choice anyway. Dark immediately opened the box, So how are you? Dark picked up the staff and said, Do you need a new village? I'll buy one for each of you, but please let me have this first. It is the Lazia Demon Horn Dagger, a knife made from demon horn and cobalt, low damage because it is mainly used for ritual purposes, increases Dark skill level by 3, is a pair with the 38th knife of Master Blacksmith, when enough sets of items will have an effect, the owner is internally immune to curse status. Dark has grown back to its old state, even Lazia has become stronger thanks to his mana. Dark said proudly, he was back. The hardcore said loudly, hey dwarf, quickly use your skill to break the curse. Dark immediately replied. The hardcore was furious. Up here, the group of people in the gang laughed loudly and said, oh my, you guys are digging deep here, quickly bring the fire here and see. Right at this moment, Sora jumped out of the tunnel and skewered their father to death. The gang was stunned. Since when did the Hawaiians become so active? She said with a sigh of relief, that's terrible, a bunch of small fry, come up here and I'll take care of them all. But in front of her was a whole council of gang members. Sora's face turned black, it's crowded, it's too crowded, she's shy, yeah I'm sorry I was joking. They said loudly, don't underestimate our bearded gang, you guys won't whip it, your fate has come. At this moment, the dungeon emitted great power. The gang was immediately blown into the air, everyone was afraid, storm, mana storm. All were swept away. Dark has activated the fusion state, he said, the power is amazing Lazia. Lazia immediately said, this is just a small part of the bookmaster. Sora said in surprise, Dark you look so cool, horns have grown. Dark suddenly cursed and a large axe flew out of nowhere. Sora was also surprised, the axe, so fast. But Dark immediately summoned the skeleton who blocked this axe. Dark felt the stick in his hand, this thing was really good, there was no delay in the move, anything came to mind immediately. Below, a tall man said loudly, boy, you dare block my axe. This guy is the bearded bowler, the bearded bandit, he raised his axe and said, a bit heartbroken, let me remove the antlers. After speaking, he immediately swung his sword and rushed forward. Dark calmly said, good old man, this time even faster. Dark dodged 2 axes and then activated the Deja Vu skill. 2 axe attacks did nothing to Dark. Batbeard angrily said, I can avoid it, these kids are really bad. Dark said loudly, don't lecture people, you salty bandit. The bearded man angrily rushed forward and said, dare to be disrespectful to the elders, I have to teach you a lesson. The two fought non-stop. Dark said, just a robber but still showing off. The bearded man also exclaimed, wow, a dark magician boy possessing the soul of his subordinates, his tricks are also good, but your body is too weak. Dark also frowned and thought, too much damage. He thought, as he said, his damage increased, but his body remained the same, if he continued for too long, he would lose from exhaustion. The bearded man confidently said, also, my ability to use axes is the best, I can also use them to block all your attacks, if they break, just use a new one. He waved the axe and said, in short, as long as we have the axe, we are invincible. Sora said loudly, Dark is almost exhausted, I have to help him, but in the basement, Hardcore called her and said, I have a plan. Over here, Dark said to his subordinates, Lazia, can I use your close combat move? Lazia replied, your body may not be able to use that move 100%, but it can still be used. On this side, the bearded bull continues to swing the sword, if it's good then it's better, kid. Dark was determined, a line appeared on his head, he raised his hand in a defensive stance and said, okay let's try. Magic Fist 1, the attack went straight towards the bowl of beard, shocking him. After finishing, the beard still smiled complacently and said, very good, but my axe has blocked everything. He jumped up and said, in Yufeng, there are as many axes as there are. At this moment, a mumbling sound rang out. The bearded bull immediately felt something strange, the back of his axe was so light. Hardcore stood on Sora's shoulder and laughed loudly, ha ha idiot. If you're strong enough with an axe, I'll just let you eat them all and that's it. It turned out that they had let the sword ego chew on the 8-beard's axes. The 8-beard was shocked and said, the sword is chewing on weapons, what the hell is that? Dark shouted loudly, good job idiot, come back up. He continued to cast a second magic punch. Dark looked forward and asked, are you done, can you still stand? At this time, Bagua spoke again, the group of punches was like scratching an itch, if there is no axe, I will use my hands. He activated a hidden skill, his bare hands became an axe. The attack was so strong that it shattered the ground, Dark immediately dodged. He gritted his teeth and clenched his hands. The rocks I was swinging suddenly broke into smaller pieces. They all rushed straight towards the bowl of whiskers. This was Lazia's extremely powerful close combat skill combo, bear hunting. Dark said coldly to the old man, it's not over yet. The beard is so angry that he grits his teeth, this kid. Lazia thought, Master, this move is the first move I created. Dark continues to use the 2-bit bear combo to punch the opponent's muzzle and break it. Heaven and earth shook with the weight of the bear bull. Dark happily said, he defeated him. The Lazia move is really strong but it consumes too much mana. Elsewhere, Heart Heater carrying 2 dragons flying in the sky said, I'm a bit worried about you. But it seems like you're okay, boss. Heart Heater looked down and exclaimed, but it seemed like it wasn't over yet. Indeed, suddenly a beam of light appeared. Sora and Hardcore were confused. What? Dark also opened his mouth at the thing in front of him. The system announced, another bandit of the Beard Gang appeared. Hitler Beard, defeat Hitler Beard and protect the Hawaiians to complete become a task. Hitler's Beard said angrily, you guys were able to take down the Bowl of Beard. No, a second quest also appears. Hitler's Beard and Chimera, the pinky that likes to lick, are the monsters summoned by Hitler's Beard. Heart Heater sat on the dragon thinking, this time the enemy is also a summoner. He said happily, let's see how the master handles this. Standing on the Chimera, Hitler's Beard gritted his teeth and said, I cast a spell on the pinkies that like to lick to create this Chimera. This is my favorite one, it is much stronger than the others. Hitler Beard ordered, go ahead Pinky, kill them all. The Chimera heard the command and immediately rushed forward. Sora immediately used his ego sword to chase them away. She worriedly asked, are you okay, you look so haggard. Dark gritted his teeth and said, I'm out of energy, I'm recovering. Hearing that, Sora said, okay, let me buy some time. The Hawaiians were now also coming out of the cellar. Hawaiian's boss was surprised, what kind of pinky looks so strange? Sora raised Ego's sword and said, Ego quickly use a new move, transform. Sora activated the transformation skill for the Ego sword to change into boomerang form. She said, my throwing index is still low, let's go Ego. Immediately Ego flew up and cut off one head of the Chimera. She gritted her teeth, humph, there were still more heads left. Sora took back the Ego sword and frowned, so upset. Up high Hitler's Beard is amused, no matter how many heads you cut off, they will all grow back in a few minutes. My pinky has extremely high resistance to physical damage, you can't win. Then he turned around and cursed, and you guys too. He said the Hawaiians, the scum, dare to hire people against us, the boss is scared, he saw us. Dark used his hands to rush forward to block the Hawaiians' attack. He scolded them, why did they all turn themselves in like this, hide for them, the boss confusedly replied, I thought we were done fighting for a while now. Then he thought in surprise, this guy dares to endure pain to protect us. Dark said loudly, get back down, you guys are so annoying. Lazia, is there any move that doesn't cost mana? Lazia remembers, master means using blood, yes, but I don't know if he can handle it. Dark caught the monster's tongue and said no, what's the trick? Dark immediately activated his blood boiling skill, he jumped up to avoid the pinky crowd. Dark frowned and said, this creature's saliva causes damage over time continuously, at this rate all its health will be gone, well, if only there was any mana left. Hitler's Beard ordered, the Chimera quickly melted him. Immediately the pinky crowd activated the acid rain skill. Dark said as he dodged, hey, that guy was trying to target the Hawaiians. Sora also advised him, Dark, you're low on health, don't try anymore. The Heart Heater above said at this point, I guess I have to be better. Hitler's Beard was proud, haha, this Chimera has many skills that deal continuous damage, how can you kids have any chance of winning? At this moment the stick man cried out, the Hawaiians quickly gathered. He ordered, transferring everyone's mana to the Wizard Oz, she would transfer the mana back to Dark. Then Dark was surprised, where did the mana come from? He raised his hand and muttered, not knowing if it was good or not, but, thank you. Dark confidently said, okay, now I'll rewrite it. Hitler's Beard was disdainful, are you planning on using the move that defeated 8-Beard? It's useless, this Chimera has the ability to recover endlessly. Dark pumped his fist and said loudly, shut up, look at Dad. He rushed towards the Chimera and said loudly, Lazia's close combat technique. But at this time, Dark laughed and said, joking. He activated the curse-breaking skill for the Hardcore. Hardcore returned to its old form and smiled, wouldn't it be better to do it from scratch, kid? Dark has returned to its original form when it knocked it out. Luckily, the Hawaiians caught his body in time. The boss said loudly, he fainted, quickly help him, protect the master, Hawaiians. Dark was surprised. Ha, boss, is it me? Hitler's beard was stunned. Why did he use a plan to replace someone? Hardcore smirked and said, those lickers, I know all their weaknesses. Hardcore immediately unleashed hellfire and said, it's the eyes. The pinky group that was hit by fire immediately screamed loudly. Hardcore continues to activate the lucky coin skill. Notification system, doubled strength, can use the 7 Truths Glory Sword, has used the 7 Truths Glory Sword, he is happy, there is a good product. At this moment Hitler's beard said loudly, it's not over yet. He ordered the pinky guys, kill him, strangle him. Locked in a group of pinky, hardcore laughing and talking, just mediocre. Immediately, he used his sword to destroy these demons and said, I have crawled into much more terrible things than that. Hardcore said again, what about that head? Sora also jumped up and said, hardcore leveling warrior, let's play. She used her sword to cut off the last head. Hitler was both surprised and scared. Hardcore also took advantage of his inattention and ascended him. He praised Sora, good cooperation. The notification sounded, Poo-Poo's request mission completed. Heart Heater walked down and said, wow, that's impressive, I almost died, boss. I thought you were playing your old tricks again. They were all angry. Dark said, by the way, you didn't tell me all the details of that mission. The Hardcore also cursed, why didn't you say anything about a lake like that, we almost died. Heart Heater smiled and replied, sorry I forgot, to make up for it, I'll take everyone to Yopi. Bamboo Man, Wizard Oz and Healer Alpacaman shouted, hey take us with you, Heart Heater is not stingy, it's those retards from before, okay follow. In Yopiland at the Black Magician's laboratory. Poo-Poo looked at the Hawaiian's boss and said, so it's because of you Hawaiians, you dare to steal my things. You still give orders, if you drop it, I'll force you to feed it to maggots. Apu continued, the important thing is to find the mastermind behind this, the Hawaiians are being punished, Dark said holding the stick, what about this? Poo-Poo smiled and said, is it part of your mascot's body, I can feel mana from it, so from now on it belongs to you. Dark asked again, isn't this very important to you? Poo-Poo replied, I kept it so that no one can take advantage of this, but now that you use it, I feel secure. Dark immediately said, okay, and please release these Hawaiians, I want to keep them. Apu was surprised, why keep them, do you want to keep this group of former traitors, what an interesting kid as Yopi said. Hardcore and the rest of the group turned around and left and said, we're still busy plowing, so stop saying goodbye, there's no respect for the next round. On this side, the Hawaiian's boss and his brothers put down their stones and said loudly, the master has liberated us, quickly assist the master. Apu is speechless, this group is so lively. Below, the bamboo people said loudly, take us back to the way we were. Poo-Poo don't know what to say, okay, you guys will help a little. Apu activated the skill to neutralize the laziness curse, and in the end they all returned to the way they were before. The explorer happily said, the adventure was so interesting, I wanted to go again. Leaving the house Poo-Poo, Hardcore told everyone, finish the mission quickly, only half a day, are you hungry, go get something to eat. Hardcore thought as he walked, that girl with adventurer characteristics, no way. In the end, the Hardcore didn't care anymore, he asked everyone what they wanted to eat. At night, the lights at Heart Heater's house were still on. He asked, Master, do you really want to keep these Hawaiians? Dark was speechless looking at the group calling him Master. Dark asked again, what do you mean? The tycoon smoked a cigar and said, I saw with my own eyes that Mr. Dark sacrificed himself to protect us. The boss sitting on the table spoke loudly to the Heart Heater, so right now, we Hawaiians swear our loyalty to him. Heart Heater advised Dark, hey boss, these guys have a criminal record or are reactionary, they've already turned against the gang once, wouldn't it be better to leave? Dark said this again, no Heart Heater. You're serious, my grandfather told me to always keep my promises, no matter how big or small. He said, they will be useful, Heart Heater, if there is any land left over, give it to them. The boss happily said loudly, Mr. Dark wants 5, the Hawaiians also happily lifted up Mr. Dark and said, cheering for the master. Heart Heater calculated, near Yopiland there is an abandoned village that I often use to trade illegal goods, Sora, Hardcore do you two want to follow? Hardcore took off his armor, the armor was damaged and could not be repaired, he replied okay, let's go. Heart Heater was at a loss for words to remind him, don't take off your shirt like that, Dad, there's a girl here. Hardcore heard that and said by the way, I'll borrow your goods for a while. Hardcore wears a jacket and criticizes. The shirt is ugly and ignores it. Luckily it has a high defense index. Heart heater curses. There are few demands, in my opinion. Remember to write it down in the debt book. At this moment, an announcement rang out. Tomorrow is the day to repay Mr. Kim's debt. Hardcore thought as he walked, one more day is the limit. Then Hardcore turned around and said to the two people, "Oh sorry guys, I'm busy." The Hardcore said, "We have to go grind up the strength index for the round. Without lucky coins we can't swing the sword. Our current low strength can't hold the glory of the sword." They didn't say anything. "Okay, see you later." Arriving at a location, the Hardcore asked the person in front of him, "Do you really not have a trip to Cobalt City?" The dragon renter replied, "Yes." Hardcore looked at the dragons and said, "You have so many dragons, it's okay to just carry one." The other person immediately said, No sir, the situation near Cobalt Citadel is now very chaotic. The Dark Masters suddenly gathered in large numbers. They attacked anyone loitering nearby including dragons. Nowadays, traveling by dragon is very expensive. It takes a lot of effort to hunt, raise and teach them how to transport them." Hardcore angrily grabbed his face and said, "You're lying. If you don't want to carry him, just say so." He thought, if he doesn't pay in time, he'll be beaten to death by the old man. At this time, the boss said angrily, "Let me go so I can think of something. There is a businessman riding a snail here, let me ask him." The dragon boss said loudly, "Hey sir, could you please take this guy too?" The little snow family slug asked inexplicably, "Who is that?" The Hardcore stood above him. "He threatens, accept it, otherwise you will lose the slug." The little snow master sweat dropped and replied, "This boy is so funny, stop it." The two went together to Cobalt Citadel. In the Hardcore car, he smiled and said, "Hey, you're a novelist, it's strange to have this job in a game." The little snowman replied, "The good thing about this world is that time passes more slowly, I have more freedom, I also have quite a few readers in this world, I'm about to become famous ha." Hardcore started a conversation, "What did you name the novel?" "Lucid Adventure." "Ha, the same name as this game, so it's boring old man, no one wants to read it. In our real world there are many novels too, the theory is about the name of the earth, so what about you, boy, what is your story?" He smiled and asked, "I think I've seen you somewhere before. You participated in the tournament, right? You fought very impressively, both you and that dark magician." He continued, "Have you heard the news that recently there have been many corpses rising near Cobalt City?" The Hardcore immediately replied, "Oh yeah, that's why the dragons can't fly there." The little snowman slug is just now speaking, "I'm trying to find more information about the corpses to write a story, so there's nothing better than seeing it with my own eyes." Hardcore reminds you, "You could die, old man." At this point he said again, "Oh I forgot, there's also the end of the world. Hey boy, if both the real world and the game world are destroyed, which world will you save?" Hardcore immediately asked, "Is it the end of the world?" The old man explained, "I am studying the psychology of the main character of the novel. He is also about your age, so your opinion is very valuable." Hearing that, the Hardcore immediately said, "Me, of course I saved Lucid Adventure, the real world isn't any good." The little snowman replied with a smile, "Why is life so difficult?" He asked again, "Isn't it much better now than in the past?" Hardcore continued, "The past was the old man, and today is the present, every era has its sufferings." The old man said again, "Hey, you should be polite to your elders, who can like that kind of personality, you have friends." The slug merchant wrote and said, "That dark magician boy seems close to you." Hardcore said again, "He's not close, he's just an annoying kid whose house on the street is big." He thought, "That kid is very rich, that's why he hired me. At first I thought he was my type and was very jealous." Hardcore continued, "But it turned out he valued family more than money, after all he was just a kid." The little snowman said again, "Yes, everyone has their own story, what a pity." He continued asking, "What about that female sword master?" Hardcore immediately said, "Sora, she is a good person, the problem is that she knows my past, but I don't remember anything." The little snow family slug guessed that it was her who liked him. The Hardcore said, "Hey, no way, the little snow family slug is lazy, hot-tempered and even stupid." Coming to a jagged rock section, the slug merchant reminded him that he seemed to have arrived. Behind them, strange figures slowly appeared. The snail was suddenly startled and cried out in worry. Hardcore wondered, "Why did you stop, slug?" The merchant replied, "It was scared. Is there a monster?" Hardcore bowed down in frustration, "This is taking too much time, why are these monsters blocking the way? You stay here and let me deal with them." "Look at me, they are facing something right now. It's a huge monster and a group of test takers. Hardcore jumped off the snail and activated the lucky coin skill. He smiled and said, "Get used to this sword, let's buff your strength." But at this moment, the system rang out a notification, the toss hit tails, and the activation failed. Hardcore was shocked. "Oh shit, failure, failure." The notification continues to sound, "Due to failure, the lucky coin will buff the enemy." Hardcore gritted their teeth, they got stronger, why is this happening? Hardcore turned around and said, "Hey old man, run away, let me handle these guys." But then to his surprise, the slug no longer saw anyone on his body, so he quickly jumped back to answer the question. At this time, the slug merchant picked up the sword on the Hardcore and said, "Maybe the research on the corpses will be left later." Hardcore was surprised, "You haven't run yet, do you want to die?" But the old man held the sword of glory and said, "That's a good sword." The slug merchant picked up the sword of glory as easily as the palm of his hand and said, "Honestly, I'm just learning swordsmanship for fun." Facing the growing group of corpses, the old man smiled and said, "I wish I had a little more time to research these guys, never mind." Hardcore was surprised to hear the little snowman slug say, "Anyway, you already paid for the transportation fee with a few stories. I also understand that you really need to get there, so let's hurry up." Next, the old man easily used his glory sword to fly wildly. Hardcore thought in surprise, he swung that sword like a toy. He didn't understand, besides, only someone with a contract could hold it. He turned around and said to the Hardcore, "It will be soon, don't worry." The group of corpses immediately rushed towards the little snow family slug. Their hideous arms reached out. But the little snowman was able to easily dodge it. He moved billions of times faster than the slugs at home, running wherever he went and punching the corpse there. He exclaimed, "These zombies are not normal, they are very evil." Right at this moment, the biggest monster appeared. He looked at it and said, "But this one is not the type of monster here." The little snowman swung his sword, the monster lost both arms. But immediately, 2 new arms grew back at rocket speed. The little snowman slug smiled and turned back and said, "You buffed them a bit too hard, haha. Kids these days call this squeezing the balls, right?" Hardcore is angry, "Shut up old man." Facing the monster, the old man asked, "Hey, I've seen you use this move in the tournament, right?" Hardcore asked in surprise, "What kind of move is that?" The little snow slug immediately activated the Moon Soul Slash, cutting the giant monster in half. He turned around and said, "Here's your trick, copycat, let me show you the real version of it." Hardcore was stunned, Moon Soul Slash was his move. The wind blew his cloak away, and the little snow slug continued to perform the Moon Soul Slash. In the thick smoke, the power was so great that even tall stones were cut down. The monster was split in half. He turned his head and reminded the Hardcore, "You have to cut these guys really hard, so that they can't recover. Who did you copy this move from? It's so bad." Hardcore was stunned and thought, "Who is this old man? His swordsmanship is really amazing." Then the little snowmaster said again, "Come here, give me a quick slap on the back." Hardcore immediately punched this person's back, and the system also sounded a notification that the novelist's health had been restored. Hardcore asked again, "What is that old man? I have never seen such a move. Then how do you hold the glory sword? In general, who are you?" The old man gently said, "Well, I'm just a little good with swords. I wish my writing skills were like that, but you know, creativity stats are hard to increase." At this moment, the bodies of the corpses suddenly trembled and cried out. Hardcore also surprised the novelist. A sound rang out, it was so painful, the novelist ran back in shock and said, "Are you okay?" Then he asked in surprise, Is it you Lolly Luga?" This corpse also said in surprise, "Little, novelist Han." The novelist quickly supported his old friend and said, "Come on, man, what happened?" The Luga corpse replied, "Please, save us, there is dark magic in the castle." Hardcore asked again, "Do you know him?" The novelist explained, "He was a merchant in Cobalt City. We talked a little to buy pens and paper, but he died." Hardcore was surprised, why did NPCs turn into zombies like this? Is there a new event? The novelist showed the corpses and said, "What's going on? You're in a hurry, aren't you? Quickly go to the court, it's done." The two arrived at the Cobalt City gate. From above a voice rang out, "Please go, this is the Lord's order, no one from outside is allowed to enter the city." Hardcore angrily cursed, "What? Call him over here." The novelist reminded, "Hey, calm down, yelling won't solve anything." He turned around and said, Lolly Luga merchants and people are dying outside the city, don't you guys have to go pick up their bodies? The soldier said in surprise, so did Mr. Lolly Luga too. Then this person bowed his head and replied, thank you for letting us know, I will report back, but the order is an order, you cannot enter. Hardcore said angrily, hey, what the hell are you talking about? I have something to do in Cobalt City, open the door now. The people above still say, orders are orders. Weapon flashes emitted, the soldier said, this was the last warning. Looking at the arrow pointing at him, the hardcore gritted his teeth and said loudly, do you guys know who I am? The slug novelist said again, hey come on, but the hardcore still said loudly, no, I'm not going anywhere, I want to go in. The novelist smiled again and said, getting angry now won't do anything, I have another plan, follow me. Moments later, the two of them were on top of slugs floating on the water's surface, at Cobalt Castle, the rear area, snails are slowly crawling through there. Hardcore angrily said, hey old man, I need to go to the city now, what is your plan? At one place, he stepped down and said, okay, no one will see here, let's see, where are all the papers? Hardcore also jumped down and asked, tell me what the plan is. The old man took out a pen and paper and said, do me a favor. The hardcore looked at it and asked, are you writing a mission? The novelist said as he wrote, if I help you get into the city, in return you must help me study the corpses. Hardcore didn't understand and said, why, I'm very busy, but the old man retorted, so I won't show you how, you can come in yourself. Hardcore immediately said, okay old man, come in by yourself, why do you have to work for him? Next, the old man wrote again, wait a minute, if you complete the task I assigned, the reward will be very good. His request on the paper was to find the cause of the incident inside the Cobalt City. The reward, he continued, increased the strength stat by 500. After listening, Hardcore immediately changed his mind. The novelist smiled and said, what's up? The Hardcore immediately replied, okay, if you teach me the other trick, I'll do it. The old man scolded him, this greedy guy, never mind, it's not that important, let's play. The announcement rang again, the novelist's proposal, the reward was the soul-slaying skill. The hardcore smiled and said, okay then tell me how to get inside, old man, he thought, if I can get into the city then I will have to go pay my debt first. The novelist laughed and said, okay, step aside, let me cast the spell first. Hardcore stepped back and asked, what magic? The system rang at the right moment, the hardcore leveling warrior accepted the little snowman's mission, he stood in front of the castle wall and gently raised his hand. He said, open it and immediately toss it. The old man's strength was so great that he could split the wall into a huge hole. Hardcore sprayed glue and looked at him. He angrily said, hey, this isn't the plan, Grandpa, but the novelist just laughed and said, I'm overdoing it again, the guards are coming, you should go quickly. Hardcore immediately ran inside to avoid the soldiers and cursed, this crazy old man too. Running Hardcore while cursing. That stupid old man tricked me, hey, what's with the plan? He wants to give us a big beating, but we have to worry about paying off the debt first. Right at this moment, several machines appeared in front of the hardcore, this time they shot laser beams directly down. But the hardcore promptly jumped up to dodge the bullets and conveniently attacked the soldiers. The guards angrily said, he took advantage of our trap. Hardcore smiled, activated the lucky coin skill and said, nothing has changed here. Immediately his figure moved. The guards watched in amazement as the hardcore fled at lightning speed. They had no choice but to tell each other, that guy is a swordsman, red hair, quickly post a wanted poster and increase reconnaissance. Coming to the familiar fruit store, the hardcore slowly walked in. You're still talking, you're so stressed out, it's tiring to chase after them. Then the hardcore was surprised to see another person in the store holding something. This guy immediately turned around and said, okay, see you. The guy who received the money said happily, he thought he was late and was planning to ask for more interest, but luckily he was just in time. Hardcore pointed his finger and said, how can we repay the debt when entering the village is still difficult, how can weak people get in here? The guy holding the money said, because the corpses are near the castle, it's really troublesome. He said, it was done by the Gigas. The guy holding the money recounted that they were near Cobalt Citadel and were constantly experimenting with some very strange voodoo magic, as if they were creating new tricks or something. Hardcore was surprised, a new move, some kind of curse, there was no cure. Hardcore thought, wait a minute, if they turn NPCs into corpses and control them, that would be pretty cool. The debt collector said again, the Higas are worse than us, so I've moved the collection location to Ipka. Let's just do a small job near Cobalt City, but this area is too dangerous. Then he smiled evilly and said, that's enough, where's the money, uncle? Hardcore smiled and replied. The older brother impatiently replied that taking all of this would be very difficult. Money is placed on the table. The cashier happily said, that's delicious, you've been making a lot of money these days, go make some more money, if you want tuna to eat, go make some more. Hardcore quickly turned around and wanted to leave. Right at this moment another person entered the store and asked, is this a place with hidden quests? The guy holding the money happily replied, yes, feel free to look at the mission board over there. Before leaving, the hardcore heard that person mutter, Higas are so annoying, I thought they wouldn't dare attack their allies to become Cobalt, now there are corpses all over there, how can business be done? Looking at the quest that contained some Giga reconnaissance requirements, the hardcore thought, even the players are against Giga now. The hardcore quickly looked around before daring to open the notice board. He thought, I need to disguise myself immediately. The hardcore immediately used a pinky cloak to wear it, then used dye to change it to another color. Hardcore reopens the contract to read, Party A requests a contract with Party B, Party A is a Han novelist, Party B is hardcore. The first thing is to investigate the cause of the corpse rising that happened recently, by breaking into Cobalt Castle and reporting back to Side A. The reward is a 500 increase in strength and soul-slaying skill. Hardcore happily and complacently laughed, dying of laughter. He thought, there is no way to have 500 power without max level. If I learn the soul-destroying move, the upgraded version of Moon Soul Beheading, I will be at the top again like before. Hardcore exclaimed in the alley and was naturally ignored by the boss. Hardcore decided, I will complete this mission immediately. First of all, the requirements of this type of investigation mission are a bit unusual. Hardcore said, that old man's request was a bit too general, he wanted to know the reason behind the corpse's resurrection, in other words, he wanted to know as much as possible, so I also had to investigate carefully. He thought back, the only clues he had were that the NPCs suddenly turned into zombies even though they were still alive, and the Higas were experimenting with magic to turn into Cobalt. Hardcore remembers what the guy with the money said and deduces that Giga is the mastermind of this incident. First we have to go to the Cobalt mine to investigate. Right at this moment a child appeared in front of him. Hardcore startled and said loudly, startled, what is this, since when are you standing there, kid? The kid remembered, he came out of the Happy Fruit store, looking around wildly. Then he crawled into the alley and stood there laughing. Hardcore followed the boy's instructions and remembered, this boy was probably the merchant's son or grandson. Hardcore thought to himself, quite pitiful. The boy then smiled and asked, Uncle, are you from a faraway country? All the doors are locked, how did you get in here? Hardcore wanted to leave here and said, don't call your brother uncle, your brother is still young, stay away. Hardcore continued, do you know how I got in here? Because I was strong, and when I opened it, the guys immediately turned pale. The boy immediately frowned and said, oh really, why are you dressed like those guys? Stealing a dog made the hardcore angry, but the boy asked again, did he see a fat, bearded old man in civilian clothes? Hardcore was stunned when he heard that, then he turned around and replied, but couldn't see him. Immediately the boy said loudly, hey, you see him, right, it's my grandfather. Hardcore still said, no, I don't see, go away, I'm very busy. This time the boy jumped straight up, pinched Hardcore's face and said loudly, hey, forget me, where is my grandfather? 3 days ago he told me he was going to mine Cobalt but he still hasn't come back yet, it only takes half a mile to get here from the mine, it's just a day, I want to go find you. Hardcore replied with difficulty, hey let me go this kid, I said I don't know. The kid was still talking loudly, the neighbors said it was the Higas doing it, the Higas were kidnapping villagers, you saw that too, right? Hardcore said loudly, give it up. I don't care about Giga or Gigo at all, and stop calling me uncle. At this moment, the boy was hit in the head. A woman said loudly, Lawrence, you said it wasn't Giga's doing. The boy named Lawrence immediately replied, no, the Lord is a good person, he told me so, I believe the Lord, the Higas are the bad people. Hardcore was surprised by these words. So did the other girl, she immediately pulled her brother back and said, sorry. At this time, there was a sound in the city, someone broke in, this direction. The soldier immediately ran in the direction he was directed, but did not know that the hardcore had already escaped to the bookstore. Hardcore walked in, shocking the two Lawrence sisters. She said seriously, "We are closed." But the hardcore asked again, "What did you say about your lords?" The other girl kept saying, "Why do you care about what a kid says, sir? We are closed, please go home." Hardcore continued, "Lolly Luga is the owner of this place, right?" Both of them were shocked when they heard it. The girl immediately said, "Lawrence, go inside." The other boy absolutely refused. The older sister hugged Lawrence and said, "Grandpa, Mom and Dad will be fine, go inside and play." After there were only two people left, the hardcore asked again, her grandfather. At this point, she tearfully told the story. "My grandfather went alone to the cobalt mine to deliver goods as ordered by the Lord because the building was in danger. The Lord often sent scrolls and other miscellaneous things, but my grandfather felt something was strange. Giga's magic is very different from Cobalt's magic, so the shapes on the license scrolls are also different. In other words, if Giga wants to use the license, it has to be in Giga's shape, but they ordered several scrolls Cobalt-shaped paper. But my grandfather still had to go because the Lord had already ordered it." The girl looked down and said, "Then he disappeared, father and mother both went looking for him, but they still remained." Hardcore thought in shock, "That soldier from before, so he wanted me to leave this place as soon as possible." The contract with the novelist suddenly appeared, the system notification sounded, the lady's tears quest was combined with the novelist's request quest, the quest difficulty increased to Casp S. Hardcore was shocked, the combined mission, the new mission includes, breaking into Cobalt Castle and tracking the Lord, finding the whereabouts of the Leiling sisters' parents, reward, 500 strength stats, soul-slaying skills, and the lady's love. Hardcore has gone down the drain into Cobalt. Lawrence told him, "This is the place, the secret entrance to the Lord's castle. I often come here to play but my mother scolded me so I stopped." Hardcore immediately said, "Go into the dog's hole." "Okay, go in, then go in." "Hey kid, come here," I said. Hardcore covered him with his pinky jacket and told him to cover this jacket on the way back. "There are monsters in the sewers." He cast a protection charm so it's okay. After finishing, the hardcore will crawl into the other hole. Stepping inside, the hardcore was stunned at the scene before his eyes. The first guy saw the hardcore and got mad and said loudly, "Who are you? Why are you hiding like a mouse like this?" releasing the zombies. Immediately the zombies were taken out of the cage. Their appearance was scary and strange. The hooded man ordered, "Eat him up." Hardcore intended to use Moon Soul Beheading, but he thought again, now he can't use this move, he has to finish that Leiling girl's mission so he couldn't help it. Hardcore thought, one of these zombies could be her parents, they can't be slashed randomly, if I accidentally ruin this mission, my reward will be forfeited. Hardcore looked around and frowned, not being able to open the killing world was really annoying. Hardcore dodged the monsters and calculated how to stop them without killing anyone. At this moment, the other guy laughed loudly and said, "I know those zombies can't kill you, so they're just bait, let's all die." They immediately activated the fire curse skill on the hardcore. But the hardcore was lucky enough to draw the glory sword and block the attack. Hardcore angrily said loudly, "Look at this random magic shooting line, all my stuff is dirty, are you planning to kill all these zombies? Do you want to sabotage Dad's mission or something? That's a borrowed heart heater so watch out for me there." Right at this moment, a zombie bit Hardcore's neck, he was shocked, he was bitten by a zombie. But luckily this is just an old zombie so all its teeth have fallen out, it can only lick. The hardcore got mad and punched him and cursed, "If you don't have teeth, go drink porridge, Dad, it's giving me goosebumps." After fighting, I felt regretful, the hardcore was worried, everyone forgot not to kill anyone. "Wake up old zombie, it's probably not your father's Leiling so it's probably okay." The hooded group shouted loudly, "You bastard, don't underestimate me, I'm the second-class Dark Master of Cobalt City, let me show you my ultimate move." But at this time the hardcore appeared right behind them and said, "Don't go." The boss was shocked, this guy is not a normal player. But he fell to the ground. Hardcore demoted everyone and said, "Yes, you are not normal, have you heard of the famous hardcore leveling warrior?" Then the hardcore immediately used the equipment and said, "Temporarily use this to attack the villagers." Hardcore also attached the other two bosses and said, "Ha ha, let me taste the old zombie's tongue." The boss angrily said loudly, "Hey, you said you would release us if we revealed the Lord's location, Donkey Island." Hardcore walked up to a sword and said, trusting people to pretend to be ignorant, "But what is this that looks strange?" He thought, "It's cursed, you shouldn't touch it." Hardcore ran into the citadel and calculated, so the Lord is at the top of the citadel, good, now we just need to capture him and interrogate him. Hardcore laughed loudly and said, I'm about to get a good product, try to wait a little longer, my dear brother. In another place, a person was leisurely cutting a piece of meat. Sad Smile asked while eating, is this dragon meat? The chef said in awe, yes sir, we have prepared tender tenderloin marinated in butter from the best part of the dragon, just as you wanted. But then Sad Smile immediately spit out the meat. The chef was shocked and scared and asked, yes, is there a problem, sir? Sad smiled coldly and said, no, it's still the same as yesterday. But why is today so bad? But at this time another sound rang out, it could only be your mouth. A white-haired figure appeared, this person destroyed all the soldiers to come here. Sad Smile asked, what are you doing here? This person picked up a chair and said, talking to him is difficult to ignore. This person sat down and continued, I don't have time to come here and chat, I want to hear your answer. About what he's been doing lately. Seeing Sad Smile in silence. This guy laughed and said, are you planning on being a dog that bites back at its owner? Sad Smile wiped his mouth and replied, what the hell did you just say about Master Dog? The guy raised his hand and said, hey, do you know what it means to own a castle in Lucid Adventure? The wine was poured, Sad Smile continued, and he was allowed to collect taxes from players and NPCs in the city, and then had the right to manipulate each region, each trading area, and the mission system. He said proudly, it's all mine. He continued, it cannot be denied that the boundary between this game's currency and the real world is slowly disappearing, now everything in the game is worth more than in real life. Many corporations, even famous Giga companies, can be brought down here. Sad Smile said proudly, even a guy like me who only graduated from high school could do it, so now listen clearly, I have never been a dog, and you have never been the owner of anything of mine. At least, in this world, he finished. The blonde man laughed loudly and said, do you think you can joke with Giga if it's successful? He laughed and said, don't do that, it's not funny. Immediately the chef and the maid were manipulated into swinging their weapons with a sad smile. The other person continued, do you think you can take down Giga? Don't forget it's thanks to me that you've survived until now. Sad smiled and thought, this guy, I didn't even see him chanting a spell or preparing anything. He continued, this citadel. That guy sipped his glass of wine and said, I can destroy it in one fell swoop. The man raised his hand and pointed down. Immediately the chef and the maid fell to their knees. Sad Smile said again, but, you must be planning something, right, Chairman Kim? Another place, the Hardcore was breathing heavily, he was climbing up from the outside. Hardcore swears, you guys are serious, you have to have dinner on top honestly, Dad. Finally, he reached the highest peak. The Hardcore on the outside looked in and asked, are you a lord? Sad Smile thought in surprise, he is here. The white-haired guy also happily said, you're here, brother. Hardcore stood outside and said, why is Giga here? So the blue hair is the lord, right? But after looking closely, the Hardcore immediately broke the glass and ran in and said loudly, why are you here? Hardcore stood up at the dining table and cursed loudly, this son of a bitch. Hardcore gritted his teeth in indignation. Turns out this person is someone from the Giga Empire, Special Inspection Department, Constant Management. He smiled and said, long time no see, Hardcore leveling warrior. On the other side, the hooded man waved his hand angrily. He told his brothers, hey, wake up, think of a way to escape. He said loudly, the demon sword's energy was about to explode, the magic formation couldn't stand it anymore. As expected, the sword was making extremely scary sounds at this time. A stream of power rang out, and the room was filled with painful screams. Returned to the highest point of the Cobalt Citadel, Hardcore stood on the table and cursed loudly, why are you here, you traitor? Constant smiled and said, brother, it's been a while since we last met, let's sit down and play for a bit. Hardcore immediately swung his sword and cursed, don't even dream of me sitting at the same table as you. The wine glass in Constant's hand was easily cut in half. Constant smiled happily and replied, it's boring, ha ha, come on, you made my brother spill all the good wine. Hardcore was angry, he bowed and said, what the fuck are you laughing at? Constant happily replied, you're still as hot-tempered as before, that's why I like you. Sad Smile reminded again, hey there, if we're fighting, please pull each other up to the ward. Hardcore then threw the binding trap at Sad Smile and said, Lord, sit still for now. Hardcore rushed forward and used his hand to grab Constant's neck. Constant calmly replied, wow brother, are you trying to kill me? Hardcore raised his glory sword and said, what the hell? Hardcore swung his sword straight down and said, I will kill you continuously. Blood flows. Hardcore still says, no matter how many times I reset, I will kill them all. But Constant appeared somewhere else and said, I just met Dorita and Lotus Girl. Hardcore was shocked to realize that he had just slashed the chef. Constant continued, a bit shy at first, but now we're on the same page. Like the good old days. Constant happily said, we can go to the dungeon together, then go to war with other guilds. Hardcore smirked and said, are you crazy? I haven't seen you for a long time, I see you're even crazier than before. The Hardcore immediately activates the flame fire skill towards the Constant. In front of the black body, the Hardcore said loudly, die. But at this time Constant appeared somewhere else and said, I understand, brother, but it's in the past. Hardcore was stunned and thought, since when did my body not move? Constant put his arm around Hardcore and said, do you want to follow Giga, fight together like old times? Then he said, oh, do you want to hear the good news? Constant said, that lord is Chairman Kim, that notorious creditor. Hardcore is so fucking hot, what the hell? Hardcore thought, the lord of Cobalt City is an old man, yes it actually makes sense, but how does this guy know him? Constant now confided, hey, actually I'm just like you. I was also locked in that basement, beaten day after day, and subjected to hard labor just to pay his exorbitant words. It seems like you are still suffering from that situation now. Hardcore silently listened to what he said. Constant continued, but now he can't do anything to you anymore. He pointed at him and said, at first I just wanted to chop him into pieces, but when I could do it, I thought differently. You know what I thought? Constant said, it's too easy to kill him now, I want to kill him when he's at his strongest. Constant said with a crazy smile, it's much more fun that way, right? Hardcore thought to himself, this guy is crazy. Constant smiled and continued, you're right, it's much better, right? You know I want to kill him too. Constant enticed him, just follow Giga and you'll have everything, no need to worry about anything. He held out his hand and said, okay bro, only now can the Hardcore move his body. He asked again, Giga pays very well, don't I have to worry about anything? Constant smiled and replied, exactly, come to Giga with us. Hardcore smiled. Then he poked his sword into the ground and said, I honestly don't want to see your disgusting face, but that's it. Hardcore smiled and finished, okay then follow. Constant happily said, wow, really? Then he immediately received a slap. Hardcore said loudly, there was that flag. Hardcore frowned and told him, Giga's monthly salary is nothing compared to your brother, go away. Constant was bewildered, then he smiled tremblingly and said, ha ha hey, so what do you want? You have to force me to join the team, right? Constant came forward again and said, do you know how much I like you? He smiled vaguely and said, come here, brother. At this moment, the necklace around his neck suddenly opened the light. But then Constant screamed in pain. The Hardcore was surprised and thought, what is that? Did the move fail, or was it because of that circle? Constant turned around and said, phew, it doesn't seem to be working today, I'm so sorry. His neck was swollen with blood, his mouth was full of blood and he laughed, next time remember to follow us. Right now a centipede appeared outside. Constant said, it seems you've been here for a while, someone is waiting for you. Above the centipede, a girl said loudly, he said he was only spying but he was making such a fuss like this. She continued, there's still a lot of work to do, let's go back quickly. Hardcore quickly chased after and cursed, don't ask to escape, I'll have to beat you to a pulp, just stop there. But at this time he was stopped by a few corpses. Constant also said, I don't want to go anywhere either. The centipede left. Constant said, but see you later, Hardcore leveling warrior. Hardcore still tries to curse, you bastard, come back here now. But this time Sad Smile called again, hey, Ethan Gong. He still laughed and said, can you let me go now? Hardcore gritted his teeth and thought, I'm dead, there's old Kim too, this is starting to get confusing. Sad Smile continued, hey Ethan Gong, let me go quickly. Hardcore slowly approached him and said, wait a minute. Hardcore used the dispel activation, the bindings were immediately severed. Sad Smile stood up and smiled and said, phew, that's a bit tight, this kid, will you impress me? He smiled and said, Ethan Gong, you are one of the few people who refuse to follow Giga. He hugged the Hardcore and happily said, you like my basement very much, Aren't you afraid that after Giga you won't see me again, right? The hardcore said on the surface. Yes, it's a bit complicated, but inside he cursed, this old man is naturally friendly. Hardcore thought again, but if you think about it, Giga's salary is high, you're too angry and you're losing your mind. Sad Smile said, oh right, normally you still go to Cobalt City to pay off your debt, why did you go all the way up here now? Hardcore didn't reply yet, he activated the Lord's Eye skill and said, let me quickly see for myself. Lord's Eye is a unique skill of a lord, can read all information of players in his territory, has no effect on players who have protection charms of other lords. Hardcore thought, I have to continue the mission. Sad Smile said with a smile, wow look at you, doing an S-level mission. Hardcore said loudly, don't be so careless dad. Sad Smile smiled and continued, the reward is 500 strength stats, where did you get this mission, why bother climbing all the way up here? He said let's see what the mission is, rescue the parents of the Leiling sisters who broke into Cobalt Castle and investigate the cause of the incident. Hardcore gritted his teeth and thought angrily, damn he saw it all. Sad Smile then rubbed his chin and said, Leiling's parents, are they the grocery store owner's niece? Hardcore asked again, did you kill them? Sad Smile raised his hand again and said, I don't know, if I say it, your mission will be finished, right? What should I do? Hardcore cursed angrily, my mother wanted to punch him in the face. Sad Smile smiled and said, whether or not you complete your mission depends on me, investigate the cause of the death, and rescue Leiling's parents. He said, I will help you, but on one condition. Sad Smile took out a contract, he activated his personal attribute, unfair contract, and said, you have to help me with something, it's just a small thing. Hardcore thought in surprise, his unique attributes, never seen before, he said, I've been tortured enough by you for now, if I sign again, God knows what else I'll have to endure. Sad Smile smiled and said, how dare you say that to me, okay if you are scared then. He decided, I will add the clause, never harming hardcore leveling warriors to this contract, okay, no fear. Hardcore experience, then calculate, the first step in returning to the top one is to have enough strength index. Hardcore was silent, finally he nodded and replied, okay. Sad Smile said triumphantly, good, let's complete the contract. Then comes this signing part, pouring this ink, then stamping. Hardcore had a bottle of red ink poured on him and was forced to press himself into the contract. Hardcore cursed in surprise, what the hell is this skill? Sad Smile smiled and finished the contract, he thought, well, I rarely do contracts like this, but I need you to become stronger so that you can still be my effective henchman. Sad Smile said, now you have enough information. The system also rang, find the whereabouts of Leiling's parents, they are safe, investigate the truth about the death. Final announcement, mission complete. Get 500 points of strength, strength with increased muscles and physical skills, increase physical damage. Next is learning how to use Soul Cutter, needing more intelligence points to understand how to use it. Hardcore was shocked, what command is this difficult, then what else, there's no need. The board also said, complete the mission, receive the lady's love, the affection level of the girl who is raising you is at maximum. At this time, a sword monster appeared outside. Sad Smile looked at it and thought, the demon sword exploded, so this is a monster created from a bunch of people experimenting with the energy of the black core. At this time, the hardcore pulled out his glory sword and said, leave me, hey. Hardcore thought to himself, the sword was now as light as nothing. Now the monster is coming. The hardcore leveling warrior is extremely excited with his superior strength, he will immediately slash that monster. But at that moment, a whispering voice made the hardcore freeze. It was the old man who was having a hard time saying, help, save me. But hardcore leveling warrior wants to test his new power. To see how much control he has. Hardcore calculated, I have to cut that monster with the speed I get from this extremely terrible muscle power. He jumped up and said, I just need to destroy the core of the demon sword. Hardcore jumps on top of the monster. He smiled complacently, it's good, it's okay. I can control it like I did when I was number 1. He jumped up and repeatedly hit the demon sword. A moment later in reality, the cell door was opened. The guy in the suit said, the boss told him to go upstairs and clean it up. Ethan Gong happily went with him. Then he turned around and said loudly, look at you guys have reached the next floor. Some people in the cell immediately said, what, take us with you, can you send some food down here? Ethan is still happy, your father is about to eat well. Old Kim smiled and said, eat as much as you like, now you're tired of eating tuna alone. Hardcore eat until happy, hic it's so delicious. Mr. Kim still laughed and said slowly to avoid choking, he thought to himself, ha ha now you are mine. Hardcore continued, I still have to go to work to prepare for the tournament. Jin also nodded and said, now that I have the strength, I have to plow to get to the top floor. Hardcore says the right thing on the outside, but on the inside he has his own calculations. Stupid old man, do you think I will become your slave again? Don't even dream, I will use the kid to get out of here. On this side, old Kim also thought, ha ha I know you, I'm planning on using the kid to escape here. He looked at Ethan eating and said, just eat as much as you want, he thought, don't bother, you will have to betray that kid will also side with me. In the game world, Hawaiians are actively building houses. They even called on some dragons to help. A new village for the Hawaiians gradually took shape. Rim asked them, is everything okay? The boss smiled and said, very fine, my juniors are a bit tired but everyone is still trying their best. Rim reminded us, Uncle Dark generously gave us this land, but we still owe Heart Heater money for construction materials, let's finish it quickly and then worry about repaying the debt, the owner really hates debtors, there. Rim continued, what else do you need now? The boss looked at the plan and said, we have enough wood, we need 3,000 more bricks and tiles, 100 bags of limestone. At this moment, a noise rang out, and I turned my head suspiciously. Is Leiling and Lawrence flying dragon to the same pile of things? Leiling whispered, so this is Yopi land. Hardcore leveling warriors' whereabouts. She said loudly, but, seriously, those heart heaters are too much, why do they force people to deliver goods so urgently? Rim heard that and immediately pulled out his sword and said loudly, ha, how dare you talk about master like that, I will split that bird in half to teach you a lesson. But at this moment the heart heater could calm down and say, come on Rim, swing your sword at those debtors, this girl is a business partner. Rim blushed and said, I'm sorry, master. Leiling jumped down and landed on the ground and said, so you are a heart heater, how can you order smuggled goods like that, and then have them delivered quickly? Heart heater just smiled and said, don't you want it, information about hardcore leveling warrior. At this time, Sora and Dark also arrived, they wondered, that idiot hasn't come yet. Rim also asked, master, have you completed the dungeon? Hardcore recounted, yeah it's not easy, only monsters use poison, I got a lot of good stuff, Sora also said, but in exchange for a lot of experience. Bo happily asked, I have a gift for Hardcore, when will he come here? Leiling heard that and immediately said angrily, hey there, who are you to call the name Hardcore leveling warrior, how do you know him? Leiling confronted, then what's with that attitude, do you want to scoop him up? Hardcore replied bewilderedly, scoop what, no, I'm just following the Hardcore. At this time, the Hardcore also slowly walked over and asked, what are you guys saying? Seeing the Hardcore, everyone had a billion different expressions. Hardcore smiled and said, sorry I'm late, I ate too much yesterday. Leiling saw him and blushed. She jumped on the bird's body and said loudly, don't like that crazy girl, Hardcore leveling warrior, wait for me, I will buy you. The desired Leiling information is the Hardcore's hobby, she wants to know more about the Hardcore. Heart Heater chuckled and thought, nothing but money, she was determined to become a millionaire to win his heart that. Hardcore asks first, tomorrow is the tournament, how are you two doing? Dark replied, I plow this country non-stop, I have cleared 3 levels of dungeons, thanks to the Heart Heater's support, your level has increased to level 58, and the level of your subordinate spirits is also increased to level 6. Hardcore exclaimed, that's pretty good, what about those time moves of yours? Dark opened the information panel and answered, normal skills level up at the same time as me, but special moves like Deja Vu or Reverse don't level up at all. Hardcore is not surprising, that's right, those moves are quite difficult to beat, there must be some conditions to level up, he asked again, okay, what about you, Sora? Sora also replied, I've leveled up quite a bit, Ego too, he's very smart now, I even learned dual swords, Japanese steel swords are made from steel and other metals and a percentage of precious metals. Her leveling has increased to 73, Ego's level has also increased to level 4, Hardcore smiled and said, dual sword and Ego sword, that's delicious. Hardcore happily continued, I even picked up a mini refrigerator, it can store a lot of food. Hardcore now said again, both of them have gotten stronger, but he realized that if he just went around and attacked the city, he would lose 100%, after hearing this, both Dark and Sora were shocked. Dark asked inexplicably, hey, how can it be 100%? Hardcore laughed, knowing he would say that right away. He explained, okay, now think like this, hey group, can we aim to take down the cockroach-haired guy? Dark was stunned, Lucas, but he is a top person and a master mage. The hardcore immediately replied, so you also know that he is much stronger than you. Let me tell you again, hi, do you know how much stronger the enemy is than us? Dark was surprised, Sora didn't understand, how much? Hardcore smiled and replied, yes, if you learn as much about your opponent as possible, your chances of winning will increase. He thought to himself, no matter how he met that cockroach boy, he would only get 5%. Dark angrily asked, then what, you want me to learn mind reading skills, right? Hardcore now smiled and looked at Heart Heater and said, oh, something like that. Heart-Hitter opened the box and said, these gems contain infinite survival instinct. Skill gems are made from pure mana, can contain skills, but only contain certain skills, quite expensive. Hardcore told both of them, eat it, you'll learn on your own right away. Dark ate the pearl and exclaimed, it tasted like an apple. Sora also ate and exclaimed, thinking it was cold, but it turned out to be quite warm. Immediately the system rang, skill learned, survival instinct skill learned. Dark immediately entered the control panel, the innate survival instinct, an attribute of wild animals, the ability to detect danger, was pushed to the maximum level. Both were surprised. Hardcore continued, now look around, see that rabbit? Dark analyzed, there is an aura around it. Seemed very weak. Then Dark looked towards Hardcore and was surprised. Hardcore asked, what do you see? Dark replied, yes, much stronger than the rabbit, I also saw some gold coins. Sora asked back in surprise. Gold coins, I don't see anything. Hardcore heard that and immediately thought, this passive is resonating with the kid's soul reading ability, in the next battle he will be a great assistant, he is truly someone's son. Hardcore said again, now look at the Heart Heater. Dark looked at it and was shocked. Heart-Hitter smiled and said, ha ha boss, I can't believe it, what is this? The power of the Heart Heater is much greater than the Hardcore. He smiled and said, don't be afraid. Dark thought to himself, it feels like a dragon, then he continued, I see, that's a useful move. Hardcore smiled and said, okay, now for another performance. We all went to a location and said, we will practice here. Hardcore said, now we can feel how strong the enemy is, so I will talk in more detail about personal attributes, stats and skills, sect types, object types, ignoring the super form, Vietnamese because it's so rare that I don't say it. Hardcore immediately said, Heart Heater gave it to us. He immediately took out the card and said, these are very hard to find, let's just save it in the debt book, that is the player's card storage. Each copy of different players will be stored in each of these magical cards, which can possess from 10 to 100 original powers depending on the creator's ability. When infused with mana, they will be summoned, disappearing when has been defeated. Heart Heater immediately threw out the card. He explained, these are the current top-ranking copies of Dead People. Dark was surprised, top-ranked player. In front of them 3 players appeared. They are only 15% as strong as the original. Somewhere near Nario Castle, the Sword Master's main guild base. It's a super huge snake monster. Fondue gritted his teeth and cursed, they were Giga's mercenaries, did they release the python? Fondue is a swordsman, he thought angrily, how annoying, poison is not poison. Fondue immediately activated his wood-chopping skill and dealt a blow to the python. The attack was not effective, Fondue said in shock, can't cut it, why are its scales so hard? The monster stretched out to attack. It immediately opened its mouth and swallowed the fondue into its stomach. But he suddenly realized there was no meat in his mouth. Choco Bibi dramatically teleported the fondue somewhere else. He sucked on a lollipop and said, so you can't cut it with a sword. The snake monster is still standing there. It rushed towards Choco Bibi and opened its foul-smelling mouth. Right now, Wheatfield View is an artist, she activated the enchanted watercolor trap and said, got it. These guys are being controlled, it's normally very difficult to catch them. The master swordsman reminded them all, there's one more. Fondue asked, Sword Master, are you done over there? Choco Bibi also said, let me call him. Right at this moment, the great gamer used the Moon Soul Slash to deal with the monster. The snake was split in half, even splitting the nearby hill. Fondue was surprised, he was truly a master swordsman, so strong. The great gamer said, this side is done, he thought, I can't use this move freely, this command is too difficult to execute. He ordered Choco Bibi to quickly take the python's corpse to the corner of the guild's hunting area, and the whole group was immediately teleported. Fondue asked again, "Why did we have to bring it back there?" Choco Bibi explained, "Some pythons can revive and become stronger. I don't think that one is the same type, but just to be sure, just bring it out away from the villagers." The Great Gamer muttered, "How could the hardcore leveling warrior be able to hit such great pythons in one hit?" Fondue was surprised. "What a hit," Wheatfieldview said again, "Are you still talking about that guy?" The new gamer told them that when he was in the top one, he was extremely terrible. Unfortunately, he was up and down. "That guy can't take down these guys with his bare hands, so is the rumor that he maxed out all his stats true? Probably because only maxing out all his stats can activate the glorious item set effect. I'm just wearing it." He looked up at the sky and thought to himself, "That guy must be plowing like crazy right now. Hopefully this time he'll be a little less childish." Hardcore is now thinking to himself, "I'm quite strong already. At least my current strength index is close to before." Hardcore looked at the information board and thought, "Now I need more intelligence. I have to have enough skills like before. When I have 999 points, I can learn 99 skills." Hardcore looked at Sora and Dark and thought to themselves, the two of them are still very stuck. They need to be trained so that they can at least help themselves. Dark looked at all three copies facing him and said, "Now, let's fight 3 against 3. The new Hardcore said, "I won't fight, just the two of you." Dark was surprised. It was 2 of us, but it was 2 of us, but it was 3 against 2. At this point, the Hardcore said, "No, pick one and have 2 people join it." Dark snorted again, "Don't look down on us like that." Dark looked at the 3 copies and said, "Their energy doesn't seem too strong." Hardcore laughed and said, "Ha, if you think so, go ahead, choose a guy and play." Dark looked at all 3 and said, "Okay then, choose this one, Chinese boy." Hardcore looked towards the Heart Heater. Heart Heater immediately ordered, "Clone, attack." Immediately, the ship boy rushed to punch the Dark mine at the speed of light. Both Dark and Sora were stunned. So fast, so fast. The Chinese brat still fought emotionlessly. Dark looked at her and was surprised. She was always playing close combat, but why is she suddenly so strong? Hardcore told them, "The first lesson is not to look at the face but to capture the image." Hardcore thought, even though they were just puppets, they were copies of ranked players. Sora immediately said, "So it's only when fighting that you know whether you're strong or weak, right?" "Okay." She uses Ego's special skill, Free Transformation. Sora turns Ego into a shield to defend and then attacks. Hardcore was surprised. "Oh, Ego can transform like that," Sora thought. "Huh." She dodged the attack and counterattacked really quickly. Dark said loudly, "Hey Dark, analyze it for me." Dark immediately stood up and said, "I'm doing this. Each name has its own attribute. We have to find it right away." Dark looked towards the ship boy, surrounded by the power of the animal's shape. Dark doubts, "Are there many animals?" Sora immediately said, "Is a master martial artist without armor." Dark immediately raised his magic staff and shouted loudly. He activated the combo skill, Unjust Soul Bogged Down. Sora also activated the level 10 decapitation skill. Right now, Sora's attack was blocked by something. Sora and Dark were shocked. The Chinese boy had summoned the legendary Lion Shadow. Sora's attack was blocked by this demon. Immediately the Lion's Shadow rotated continuously. Sora and Dark were surprised. What the hell is this? She can use both melee and summoning moves. Dark now realized, so her personal attribute is a dual sect type. This kid's name is Rui Rui. His profession is a martial arts master, but he also learned summoning techniques after releasing his personal attributes. He has a dangerous and unpredictable fighting style due to the combination of martial arts and summoning. He is one of a kind, hundreds of ranked players, of which the top 1 ranked players are those who were honored in the fight against Nightmare, initially chosen by Giga, but later considered to be the strongest player ranking at that time. The current guild is Giga. Dark exclaimed in surprise, "This is only 15% of her power." Sora also said, "Ego, return to normal form." "Dark, she is stronger than we thought." This time the special function was activated, and the Lion's Shadow immediately curled up. Rui activated the legendary kick skill. The Lion's Shadow rolled towards both of them at a fast speed. Dark immediately summoned a golem to block this attack. But the legendary ball's rolling attack was too strong. The golem couldn't stop it. Dark was stunned and said, "Hey idiot, do you know we haven't played our best yet?" He combined the summon with Lazia, easily blocked the Lion's Shadow, and then easily threw it away. Dark has mastered the use of magic power. Sora now confidently said, yes. She rushed towards the ship boy with lightning speed. Then using the dual sword Ego and Japanese sword to attack the enemy, she said, just joking around. As soon as he finished slashing, the system sounded a notification. Number 55 disappeared because it lost its hook. Hardcore saw it all and smiled. He complimented, come on, so you use dual swords to compensate for the low damage. Dark thought in surprise, did he just praise me? Sora blushed and thought, Hardcore leveling warrior just praised me. Hardcore now says, let's make another one. This time playing 2 against 1. Sora and Dark determination, 2 against 2. Heart Heater reminded both of them that this bet is not easy to win, he pointed out. I advised, this one has object-like personal attributes, it's very sword-like. His real name is. Someone with mythical personal attributes appeared. At this moment, that person rushed forward at lightning speed. Hearth-Titter smiled and said, well, the master will find out for himself. This guy is ranked 40th, has personal attributes like the subject of laughter, this kid is my opponent, what a bore. Dark was surprised, that thing could talk, Heart Heater explained, depending on the level of the creator, these copies could possess the personality, skills and appearance of the original. At this moment, Sora suddenly said, wait a minute. She realized that as soon as the Heart Heater gave the command, the girl next to her had disappeared. Immediately a voice rang out, oh, understand the problem quickly, don't try to catch me. Sora was stunned, when did she appear, but she quickly used her sword to defend. This person disappeared as quickly as lightning, only his voice could be heard. If you attack slowly like a turtle, how can you hit me? Dark thought in shock, I couldn't see anything, it was so fast, the guy has object-type personal attributes, this girl has index-type personal attributes. This person finally showed up, a girl ranked 76 with a personal attribute like speed index laughing and saying, what, a swordsman brat and a magician, both of them are slow. Dark looked ahead in amazement, at their power. Each name is extremely strong, but in a different way. Sora ran forward and said, let's go, Dark. Dark worriedly said loudly, hey Sora, wait a minute. Return to yesterday, at the 3rd dungeon. Dark shouted, Sora can't do it, immediately the sandwich turned into a monster. Dark promptly knocked the cake away and said loudly, I told you to be careful. Looking at the pile of cake monsters disappearing, Sora exclaimed, wow, the monster looks like a sandwich, so delicious. Dark was now angry and said loudly, hey. Sora turned around in surprise and asked, ha, she thought, did she just scream? Dark angrily criticized Sora, what, why are you trolling all the time, just eating like glue all day? Sora said a little angrily, pig, my personal attribute is to eat, the more I eat, the stronger I become, I already went ahead and tanked for you. Dark still angrily said, tank what's the matter, tankers just keep running first, do you know that if one of the two dies, it's all over? Dark turned his head in frustration, honestly, I'm far behind that hardcore leveling warrior, I'd rather go on my own, never mind, let's move on. At this moment, Sora's nerves of tolerance were suddenly broken, she thought, what did you just say to me? She thought, his hair looked like he was being cuckolded, he was just a rude kid from a rich family who dared to speak up to his sister. Sora said loudly, okay, go alone if you like. Dark also turned his head in surprise, what, the system announced, Sora left the party is no longer valid, you are currently playing alone in the dungeon. Dark asked in surprise, what are you doing? Sora said frankly, I share with you, you share with me, whoever clears the highest floor wins. Dark was angry, thinking he couldn't go on his own, he said loudly, if you like, you'll have your way, the loser must agree to one condition of the winner. The two immediately agreed and rushed forward like crazy. They went solo from the 20th floor, to the 30th floor, to the 49th floor. When they reached the top floor, they both arrived at the same time. Sora and Dark looked at each other like enemies. They both rushed inside and said, the boss is yours, mine. But at this time a frog appeared and said, well, there is no boss here now. The frog took out a banquet table and said, I'm about to have a meal, you two can share it for fun. Dark immediately approached the frog and said, stop joking. He said loudly, bring the boss out here quickly, what kind of dungeon is full of food, and kicked the frog straight in the face. The frog was thrown and rolled on the ground. Dark said, you're doing well, then he was shocked to realize that a notification rang out, he was poisoned. The frog now smiled triumphantly. Dark was stunned and knelt down thinking, Poison, me, I can't move. The evil frog said, you guys are so impolite, I want you to eat all my poisonous food. Dark worriedly turned around and thought, stupid Sora, stop eating. He looked at Sora in shock and said, did you eat it all? Sora immediately turned green after eating. The frog looked at Sora, who was retching, and laughed loudly. Bro, what a crazy brain. Sora took a glass of water, she drank it all and laughed with satisfaction, but choked a little. It was a bit sour, just like she wanted. The frog was stunned. That water was my poison, it didn't work, so what? Sora then looked ahead in surprise. The frog raised its hand, it activated the duel system. Sword and fire, he said, hey, I only want to use this move when I'm cooking. Sora was shocked. While fighting the boss frog, his poison, knife, and fire were all ineffective. Even the poisonous traps on the first floor can't do anything. The frog was scared and thought, can this one resist everything? Wait, maybe it's because it ate all the poison so it's gone. This time, Sora directly released Ego and let it swallow the boss frog. The announcement rang, Sora completed the dungeon, received many experience points and was rewarded with a mini refrigerator. Sora's problem is not like dark or hardcore leveling, Sora's character attributes are just normal types. The girl turned her head and smiled and said to Dark, I won, don't you remember that bet? Dark accepted, yes, he lost. Sora immediately said if he lost then keep his word. Dora happily said, buy your sister a set of armor when she returns to Yopi land, this is too much use. She's worried that one day she'll be left behind by the two of them, so she's trying really hard. There's something that Sora has always wanted. That is recognized by everyone. Returning to reality, Sora thought to himself, I have to take down this big guy and prove it to the hardcore leveling warrior. She immediately threw her palm towards the other copy. A loud noise rang out. Sora looked in front of him in shock. What? Directly slashed without any harm. The clone was still standing like a tripod, smiling disdainfully. He told them, that's it, then it's my turn. Sora was scared, it didn't work. What is this guy's attribute? At this time, he activated the piercing punch skill. His whole body was covered by the oncoming power. Dark promptly used curse magic, activating the deadly curse skill to block this attack. Dark shouted loudly in the distance, Sora run away, this guy. The other guy also thought to himself, the Koa does not cause much damage, this guy is really annoying, we have to kill him first. Dark told Sora, he is the hero in that legend, his personal attribute is Hercules. Dark once read an article online about a famous ranked player, who had dark skin with white hair, wore armor carved with lions on his shoulders, he didn't use any info weapons but had terrible power, kill bosses like playing. 40th ranked, Harryach, though this clone is only a fraction of its true power. Dark was shocked to see Harryach walking towards him. Luckily he was able to dodge this attack in time, the power was terrifying. The ground and rocks shook because of this attack. Dark was shocked, was this just a normal punch? He thought, I have to find his weakness now, before. Then he said loudly, Sora, I know how to defeat this bad guy, you should take care of the horny woman. Sora agreed. Then she looked up and spoke with difficulty, but this bitch quickly ignored her. She smiled and replied, ha, so who will fight me now? She disappeared and only heard her voice, I don't just have speed, die. She rushed forward at the speed of light. This time Sora was able to use his sword to stop her, but then she was surprised, the sword was broken. The horn on her head poked Sora's hand, she said loudly, the ability to penetrate armor is proportional to my speed, a sword like that will break. Now die. After saying that she continued to run up. Sora thought seriously, humph, that's too strong, but you're wrong. She told Ego, Ego gave the meat to Mom, Ego immediately took out a thigh from the mini refrigerator. Sora did not hesitate to take it out and eat it all, the system immediately rang, activating Devourer's special skill, receiving effects by eating meat. Sora slowly blocked the opponent's speed with terrifying strength. The system rang, the skill to hide the consumption effect was activated when Sora ate, this skill allowed the user to have different buffs based on the type of food. She was surprised, you can stop me. At this time, Sora took out his Ego sword. The spoon-shaped Ego sword is activated when Devourer's special skill is in effect, changing shape based on what Sora eats. She swung her spoon to kill the enemy in one blow. The one-horned girl said loudly in pain, why did I lose to a spoon? The system also announced, number 76 disappeared because of running out of blood. Sora gasped, already puffing. The hardcore side thought with satisfaction, Devourer, thought it was a useless sect that only knew how to eat, but it turns out that it can also coordinate with Ego Sword very well. Sora knows how to change to suit the situation. He looked the other way, so he probably didn't need to worry about her, now it was the other boy. At this moment, Sora threw his tiny fist at Harryach's face, but it was useless. Darm combined with Lazia and then punched and angrily said, "Damn, it doesn't work at all." Harryach's special passive is his body, which reduces physical damage received by 50% and is resistant to all types of weapons, an extremely powerful form of passive that is very popular on the internet. Dark luckily once again dodged Harryach's attack. Hardcore thinks that each person's personal attributes also reflect the good and bad sides of their true self, so being too popular is stressful, because weaknesses are easily exposed. Dark then stepped back and said, "Do you think I was punching you all this time? But actually it's just preparing for the next step." Dark pulled out his magic and said, "Look here." He activated the fire curse skill. Harryach said angrily, "Brat, you think my weakness is fear of fire." He said loudly, "You are wrong. Doing that will only anger me. I will tear you apart, boy." Notification system, the enemy is mad because of the curse, in a state of rage. Dark was immediately stretched out by the man's giant hand, he was terrified, he was so strong. But right now the hardcore appears to block this arm. He said, "Don't die when you're training, kid, you're staying pretty good, now get out of the way." At this moment, the hardcore's body emitted a huge stream of power. He used the Moon Soul to slash, sending Harryach flying with one blow. Dark said in surprise, "I thought physical damage wouldn't work." The hardcore immediately said, "If you're this domineering, you'll die anyway." Hardcore patted Dark's head and said loudly, "What do you think? It feels good right away." The three left the training ground. Hardcore told them all, "Now let's go change equipment." This time at the black market, at Kusham's house. Merchant Kusham said to all of us, "We've been choosing for a long time. Make your choice, lady." Sora was still in the dressing room trying to speak, almost done. Sora walked out wearing insect armor and said loudly, "What do you guys think of this armor? It's both strong and beautiful." Hardcore was speechless and advised, "Hey, you're a girl, why don't you wear something cute?" Sora immediately said, "You mean those outfits, so let's try again." Kusham was tired, she was planning to try this whole shop. Hardcore walked out the door and said, "Waiting for Sora must be a long time, I'm going to do something." Another day until the tournament. Unlike previous rounds. Hardcore thinks, the participants are very interested in this round. Siege Ring, in other words, OUS, mixes the RPG and RTS genres together. This is the favorite genre of Koreans. In short, this round is basically an RPG game. But a few more special rules were added, and the genre changed to OUS. Hardcore thinks that many major gaming channels on TV will soon broadcast this round live. Indeed, a reporter held the mic and asked, "The battle is for all first-level players, what do you think about this?" The big player replied, "That's fair, right? Everyone is equal in level, so it must be fair, you need your mind to win." "We are confident we will pass this round." Hardcore walked by and thought to himself, "Is this an interview? Look at the cameras, this is a dream world. So usually you can't take any pictures or videos, but there are also some people with personal attributes that can be saved and broadcast in here." He muttered, "That attribute when fighting is worse than Yasuo, who is not over 18, but it is also rare, so everyone wants it all. If you have this, money will flow like water." He exclaimed that the tournament should be so crowded. At this time, someone called him to make the hardcore turn around. "Huh?" Choco Bibi smiled and said, "We are promoting this guild, come here and have a cup of tea." Hardcore asked in shock, "Who are you?" Choco Bibi was speechless and just changed her hairstyle a bit. "It's me, Choco Bibi, I'm advertising for the Master Swordsman." Hardcore was surprised and picked up a cup of tea and read, "What is this? This handsome guy hasn't improved his beauty index at all. Please join our guild to go fight the boss with this handsome guy." The invitation is like, what the heck? Choco Bibi immediately replied, "It's true that I didn't increase my beauty points." Hardcore immediately asked, "It's almost the round." Choco Bibi then said, "Oh, that's right, I'm sure you didn't come here to drink water, or to join our guild." The hardcore said, "Don't you dare," bandaged head. Hardcore clasped his hands and said, "You came here to collect information for the tournament, brother. Also, I haven't forgiven you for daring to give up revenge for Arma so easily. The last round was just to take advantage, just a few people." Choco Bibi was speechless, he actually didn't mind that you were taking advantage of us. Listening to what you said was enough. There are currently a total of 16 teams left, and Giga already accounts for 9 teams, including Lucas Hahn's whole team. I heard that if 2 Giga teams clash, the weaker one will give up. The hardcore heard that and immediately exclaimed, "It must have been well paid, it's such a bad game, it would have saved a lot of time." At this time Choco Bibi said again, "I want to ask you a question." Hardcore immediately said, "Gi." Choco Bibi continued, "The name of the red-haired player we saw in the qualifiers, who is he?" Choco Bibi said, "I saw, for a moment. He suddenly stopped attacking him, like he was trying to fight off something." Hardcore doesn't understand. "What?" He thought in surprise, "I thought I had defeated him, so he ran away, but I didn't expect it." The new Hardcore replied, "He was some kind of nightmare that caused me to reset back to level 1. Choco Bibi was surprised, "That's all, isn't it something else?" Hardcore replied, "That's all I know, you must be mistaken, he won't let me go, hello." Choco Bibi silently looked at him and thought, "Actually, I just met someone very suspicious. The girl just drank all the juice here." Choco Bibi recalls, she had the face of that hacker in Arma. "Right now the streets are buzzing, really, there's a fight going on, come out and see, mixed with the sound, so if I win, then you'll give us a ticket to attend the match." Anchovy Edning, a wrestler on 16 of Giga's teams, laughed and said, "Yes." He took out a necklace and said, "But if you lose, then until I log out, you must become my pet." Chained for the ending's versatility, when chained it will become Anchovy Ending's pet, unable to log out in this situation, unable to speak laughter. He licked his mouth and said evilly, "But once he becomes my pet, he cannot log out, he is absolutely obedient, ha ha." The whole crowd around whispered, "What a pervert, what was he planning to do?" But I had to admit that that move was really strong. The girl then said, "No, I changed my mind." Anchovy laughed and said, "What, are you scared?" The other girl replied, "One more thing, you have to release the 2 of them." Anchovy is too lazy, "Ha, are you stupid, why do I have to do that? If you want to add anything else, just add it." She said, "In return, I will play barehanded." Anchovy was angry, "This brat dared to disrespect me." He immediately said, "Ha ha, if you like it then do it." Start Park, the park fairy above smiled and said, "2 NPCs are busy so I came to replace, you 2 know the normal part, so prepare, fight." Hardcore was walking on the street and also saw a crowd. He wondered if there was a fight. Anchovy is being admired by a whole bunch of people, he's so disgusting, he makes me want to vomit, my eyes, someone make him put on some clothes, why is there such a bad character like this? Anchovy smiled and thought, "That's right, just hate me, my personal attributes, the more I hate, the stronger and more violent I become." The system sounds, the crowd starts to hate you, increase all stats by 25%, the crowd is glaring at you, increase all stats by 35%. Anchovy proudly rushed forward, especially the girls who still hate me, especially after a fight with a female character, the damage will be doubled, don't let me lose to a woman. He pervertedly rushed forward and said, "I will pull out all your bones and turn you into my toy." The girl looked silent and then said, Anchovy rushed forward and said loudly, "Slurp it all up." But he was surprised to realize, dodge, but I was being buffed. Immediately, the rare explorer used her hands to easily knock him away. The notice board shows that Anchovy's health bar has run out. The adventurer frowned and said, "Put on some clothes, father, you're a bit weak without armor." The park fairy happily said, "No Name's final shot won." No Name replaced Anchovy in the tournament. Explorer No Name was happy, it was delicious, another adventure. Hardcore saw that and was surprised. He also recognized her. Hardcore recalls, "She was the person I met during the Hawaiians incident." He thought, that strength and fighting style looked very familiar. Reminds me of Arma. Then the Hardcore said in shock, "Wait, Arma." Hardcore tries to get in front, "Get out of the way, let me pass." He said loudly, "Hey, who are you Arma?" But when he climbed up first, the Hardcore was surprised, what, it disappeared. In front of him was only the disgusting Anchovy lying on the ground. Hardcore cursed, "Damn, she disappeared so fast." Then he remembered what the park fairy said, "Wait, she already has a ticket to the tournament." Hardcore just left and thought, that means I can meet her there, I have to find out the truth about this case. Another place on the rooftops. No Name was running and saying, You came quickly, I thought you guys didn't like crowded places. Stay away from me. No man cursed loudly, I don't know what you're talking about, so stop talking. She ran away from the group behind and said, I won't go back to that place. Behind her, a strange creature was still chasing said, unable to connect, neutralizing the target. Its body transforms, quadratically, allowing the use of force. This creature directly activates the nightmare skill. No Name gritted her teeth and said, please forgive me. She realized, damn it, I can't dodge this move. But at this moment a luminous sword appeared and knocked the tentacles away. The other creature was also extremely surprised. The bamboo man below holding the sword smiled and said, do you need any help? We still owe you. The creature rang again, a player intervened, discovered 3 targets, and offered to give orders. Someone elsewhere told him, no, it's better to retreat this time. No Name said loudly, oh, it's the sharp-toothed old man from before, thank you. The bamboo man said angrily, I'm not old yet. The announcement rang out, they were participating in the tournament anyway, quickly go back and form a team to play. The creature immediately replied, yes sir. Immediately, the creature disappeared as if it had never existed. No Name jumped down and said, thank you sharp-toothed old man. The bamboo man replied, I told you I'm not an old man, so there's no debt left, right? At this time, No Name smiled and said, can you help me with something? She confided, I was so hungry. The bamboo man immediately refused, saying, he was broke. On this side, the hardcore is buying things from a dog. Sora and Dark found him and asked, hardcore leveling warrior, what are you doing here? Hardcore hid the item and said, you ended up wearing the first outfit, so from the beginning try all C until you're tired. Sora smiled senselessly and said, because every outfit is beautiful, so I chose the one with the best stats. At this time, the hardcore took out a necklace for her. Sora wondered, a necklace? The hardcore blushed and said, that's a gift. Sora blushed, a gift. Hardcore then said, it's my lucky coin, if I don't take it then that's it. Sora immediately took it, no, take it, thank you. Dark sulked and said, hey, where's mine? Hardcore angrily said, rich kid, what else do you have? Just go buy it yourself. Dark cursed, you biased thing. Hardcore doesn't understand, your products are all good so there's nothing left to give. Dark says, I still want it. Buy it for me. Hardcore went all the way to ask the dog shop owner, okay, how much is this? But the shop owner said, woof, not for sale. Hardcore is lazy, a bunch of stuff that kid immediately chose not to sell. I will pay a lot of money, so just sell it. The dog who receives a lot of money immediately agrees. Hardcore gave the food to Dark and said to everyone, are you satisfied? Now let's go buy food. Hardcore thought to himself, I've spent all my money trying to show off to the kids, when it comes to the round I have to pay my debt. Sora asked them again, what should we eat? Let's eat something cheap, it's too much. Dark was holding the item and thinking, I couldn't believe he bought this for me. At this point the system sounds, you can learn a new move, shoot an arrow. Lazia also said, it's too late, master. In the end, he quickly ran after them all. The hardcore wondered, which helmet knows how to walk like this? Sora said, it's Ego, it seems to like that helmet. Somewhere else. Park Bu-jang hello sad smile, hello Chairman Kim. Sad smile smiled and said, did you even put up a barrier? He asked, so what do you want to tell me? Park Bu-jang said, I don't want this to be exposed to the public. The tournament is coming soon. One of your 2 teams will face Giga. You have to withdraw yourself as discussed before. Sad smile, not understanding and laughing. I sent you a gift through your special investigation guy Constant. Have you received it yet? But Park Bu-jang said, what, this time you sent something? Well, just, thank you. Sad smile thought to himself, this Constant guy is crazy, he didn't even tell me that he was going to attack Giga. He replied, oh maybe because of a problem you haven't received it yet, I will send it back right now. Sad smiled and said, I hope to continue to cooperate with you guys, and don't worry about our withdrawal anymore. Right now at the best food store. Sora still said as always, sorry, there are so many dishes to bring out. At this time, a guest in the distance also said, hey boss, is there a TV here? It's about to start. The pig chef immediately took out the remote and turned on the TV. On the screen, yesterday's reporter immediately said, next we will interview NPC Daikun, hello. Everyone immediately gathered to watch the screen. Daikun said, straight to the point, this is the list of participants in this round. Daikun said, before announcing, I will briefly explain the rules of the game. In this siege round, there will be 8 matches taking place between 16 teams. Only 8 winning teams will advance to the next PvP round, because the God of War wants to see the PvP round as soon as possible, so here is the list of participating oddities. First is Yopi Land and Giga Team number 5. Giga Team number 8 is a mercenary team with a free Black Knight team. Next, the free Medusa team fought against the free Ultimate Healer team. Giga Team number 7 is a mercenary against Giga Team number 2. The number 1 Giga Team will fight against the free Bamboo team. The third Giga Team plays against Choco BB team of the Grassroots Federation. Giga Team number 6 with Giga Team number 4. And finally, the Hardcore Leveling Warrior team freely fights against the Giga Team number 9, which is the entire participating team. The reporter immediately said, "Thank you NPC Daikun." Then she said loudly, "Next we will analyze the players, based on their intelligence, strength and agility index, who will have the highest index." The whole group ate and drank as usual and listened to TV announcements. Hardcore said proudly, "You're definitely at the top of the strength index, it's about to reach 999. Next, the intelligence index, number 1 is Lucas Hahn, number 2 is Choco BB and finally Wizard Oz. In terms of agility, number 1 is Nostalgia, number 2 is Tempest and last is DH Park. In terms of strength index, the first is the Phoenix Fairy, the Hardcore Leveling Warrior is only ranked 2nd, and the third is the Medicine Man Alpacaman. Hardcore was shocked, "What is this? It looks like cheating." Hardcore is not satisfied, "How dare you put me on TV to compare with a stupid guy, I've never seen it so I'm a stupid guy, please change the channel." It is said on TV that Feng Tian is also the youngest player sought after by Giga. Because he possesses the personal attributes of the God of War, and is also the strongest personal attribute of an object, when he discovered this, Giga paid a huge amount of money to recruit him, just 8th grade. The reporter smiled and said, "Next we will talk about the reward for the winner, please take a few minutes for advertising." Dark said again, "It seems like you're no longer the biggest." Hardcore angrily said, "What are you talking about? These 3 programs are sponsored by Giga so it's all settled, you can't lose to that brat." Right at this moment a fork came flying by. Ego promptly blocked this attack. Hardcore was surprised, "What is this? Who dares to play with me? Do you want to die?" At this moment, a voice rang out, it was a Phoenix Fairy with the power of 999, the boy said, "I thought that once he was the top one, he should know better, right? Turns out he's just a guy who likes to stab people behind their backs." Hardcore is getting hot, this kid. Hardcore immediately stood up and said, "You child whose nose is not clean yet, come here and slap me in the mouth." Hardcore curses, "Young man." Feng Tian also angrily said, "If I am a child, then you are a scoundrel." Hardcore grits his teeth, "Stop barking or I'll break your face." The Phoenix Fairy replied, "Try it and bark less," then he punched the Hardcore in the face. The Hardcore was thrown away. Sora and Dark were shocked. Hardcore bloodshed, "Kid. Did you just hit me?" The Phoenix Fairy happily said, "So what, there's nothing to worry about." Hardcore immediately switched to battle mode, pulled out his sword of glory and said, "I thought you were kind, prepare yourself to go temper with your child." Feng Tian also took out his weapon and said, "You know how to use a weapon, you see you can't beat me with your bare hands, right?" The boy was pleased and rushed in to find food anyway. Both rushed forward. But at this moment a voice rang out, "It's okay to fight hand to hand but don't use Phoenix weapons, if you kill him you'll be wanted." She immediately activated the sleep bubble skill on both of them. Immediately they both fell asleep like dead dogs. Both people from Giga pulled Feng Tian back and reminded her that she should also go, be careful that if she gets involved, she will be disqualified. Hearing that, Sora immediately pulled out the Hardcore and ran out of the restaurant. They all left, leaving the restaurant a pile of ruins, the pig chef being the most heartbroken. Now, in the deepest place of lucid adventure, the source. The creature from before was kneeling down. Zero asked him, half skin and half bone, "So, how is the God of War?" The creature replied, "He didn't know anything, he was just enjoying the tournament." Zero took out something that looked like a phone. She said, "There are some guys in this group who have very good qualities, okay, choose this guy." She said, "This guy will be the one who starts the end of the world." On this side, Sora said, "The Hardcore Leveling Warrior sleeps like he's dead." Immediately, a bucket of ice water fell, startling him awake. Rim held a bucket of water and said, "If you sleep, just pour cold water on it and you'll wake up right away, Hardcore said hotly. Where is that cheeky boy right now? Watch out for me. They all returned to Heart Heater's house. The system announced, the Hardcore has caught a cold. The Hardcore trembled and said, I've caught a cold, what now? Heart Heater said, take off your clothes and hang them out to dry, even though you're a former top one, you know it's cold. Hardcore then said, maybe we should log out to prepare. People often tell the story that there was a fellow player who was about to win a match. He had been playing continuously for several days, so hunger and thirst forced him to log out midway, thus losing. White. Dark was surprised, meaning he peed while playing, so horrible. That's what Hardcore says, remember to check the time, whatever you do, get it done, see you later. Sora is also planning to leave. After that, both quickly logged out of the game. Heart Heater also said, young master, I will prepare full equipment when you come back. Dark then said goodbye and logged out of the game. He slowly woke up from reality. Then I thought, it's too expensive. The boy was peeing when the blonde girl came in and asked, Master, are you awake? Let's have breakfast. Carter Han blushed, he washed his hands and said honestly, they just treat me like a child. Carter Han blushed and reminded, hey Helena, I told you to knock on the door before coming in, I was so scared. Just got out of the bathroom. Gunwoo was shocked, what is this, who are these people? Helena replied, the vice president sent them over there, they are waiting for you to wake up. She explained, this was a congratulation for him reaching the siege circle, a sumptuous meal. Carter Han was silent when he heard these words. Then he opened the refrigerator and said, thank you, could you please leave a message to him that I really like the food, how much did I pay, so go ahead and tell him so. He continued, the last time he fed me, I had to stay in the hospital for a week. When the chefs heard that, they immediately felt scared. Carter Han said again, Helena, did you eat a can of tuna? It's okay to stop eating bibimbap. He exclaimed, lately he's also addicted to this dish. 3 years ago at the Giga Corporation mansion. At the family dinner table. Giga Group President Roy Han spoke up, when will my daughter get here? The eldest son, Sam Han, answered him, his schedule is very tight, Mr. Chairman. Hey James, what are you going to do with the gang? The third one, James Han replied, can't think of anything, damn unions. Lucas Han is Sam Han's second son, 16 years old at this time. And Carter Han, the only child of James Han, was 12 years old. Roy Han was about to speak, or try to talk, when Carter asked, Sir, can we eat yet? James Han and Sam Han were stunned. James reminded, Carter, it's bad to say anything, you know. Carter confusedly replied, I'm sorry. But at this moment, Mr. Roy smiled and said, sorry, I shouldn't starve my grandson like that. He smiled and replied, let's eat a lot, kid. The meal passed in silence as usual. By the time I finished eating, Sam Han just said, you two go first, I still have something to say to the president. The two slowly left, and heard Sam Han ask his father, about the game development, president. Roy Han said again, it's okay to call Dad, Sam. Sam just said, that game project that you started right when you became president, it's too risky, Dad. Roy Han asked, how risky? Sam Han laughed and said, playing games while sleeping, my experts said it was impossible, why did you have to invest such a lot of money? Hearing that, he immediately laughed and said, I know it's difficult, but just wait and see, this game will be the future of Giga. Sam Han still tried to say, Dad, if Mom was still alive, she wouldn't agree, this is unreasonable, the company has many other problems, adding this case will cause problems. Roy Han continued to say, whatever you want to do, wait until I die. He asked again, James, what do you mean? James Han also replied, just like my brother said, I don't think this is a good idea. Roy Han rubbed his chin and said, is that so, do you really feel that way? He reminded me, how long are you planning to keep following others? He frowned and said, how can you get better like that, son? Roy Han finally said, you're still very naive, just wait and see and you'll see. Leaving the house, Sam Han exclaimed that his father has been absent-minded lately. He said, it must be eliminated. James said in fear, brother, what are you talking about, brother, that's our father. But Sam Han said, no, I mean that boy Carter, we have to eliminate him right away, do you think I don't know what's going on, you can't hide it from me. James is scared, what do you mean, hiding something? Sam Han just said, my wife has never been pregnant, She is living peacefully abroad. Why did mom give you that position when you only know how to cause trouble? James Han got angry and said, but I still raised him like my own child. Sam Han said again, if you don't do it now, who will? Remember, this is an absolute secret between us two. We still don't know what father's plans are. He commented, that boy is our family member. It will be tiring to deal with him in the future. Do you plan to hide behind your father's shadow forever? Before leaving, he also said, if you want to succeed, you must make sacrifices, little brother. He even opened his mouth, announcing that the packaging was on strike. Quickly bring it there and destroy it. James bowed his head in silence. He looked down at the burning cigarette butt. At this time in the house, Carter asked, is Grandpa going to work? He happily said, before leaving, I have a gift for this man. Roy Han smiled and asked, a gift? The boy took out an image and said, a bit late but happy birthday, I created the main character in the story you told. As soon as Roy Han took it, he said, it's so ugly, you really aren't skillful at all. Dark is embarrassed, what the hell, I spent so much time and effort on this. Roy Han smiled and said, everyone wants something from you, you're the only one who can give it back to me, Carter. He took out a phone and said, this is my gift, and this is the world I created, you can meet me anywhere. Then he said, okay, let's go to work. Carter wondered, what application is this? What is Lucid Adventure? That night at the Han mansion. Dark was wearing headphones and sleeping. The sound rang out. Welcome to Lucid Adventure, verify account, apply VIP code, DNA identification, Carter Han. Regenerating his body, Dark's appearance instantly transformed into what it is now. The notification rang again, character creation successful, random starting point, 100 meters from the ground. Carter was scared, what is this, am I falling? But at this moment he fell upon a dragon. A rider appeared and smiled, swordsman Roy Han, the first person in the game, he smiled and said, thank you gift, let's play. Flying on a dragon's body, he asked, which do you prefer first, traveling or making new friends? In the real world. James Han silently looked at his son who was immersed in another world. James Han silently looked at Carter Han sleeping. He struggled fiercely. Remember what my brother Sam Han said, we have to take action. Get rid of it at the factory, do it thoroughly. I have to kill Carter myself. His hands trembled, there was still silence in the house. In the living room, James Han sat there silently. He poured a glass of wine and drank it all. He gritted his teeth and cursed, damn it, Dad. As a child, James Han heard Carter say, Father, Mother. James was surprised and picked up Carter and asked, he's starting to talk, right? Then I saw Carter struggling, he was scared, hey, don't poop on me, I'm holding the baby, Mom, the smell. At a house by the beach, James calls, Nanny, where is Typhoon? He put his son on the table, opened the diaper and was speechless, he was all gone, seriously. He changed his son's diaper and muttered, like this, okay, it's beautiful. Seeing Carter smiling happily, James didn't understand, this kid, what's so funny, if only you knew your situation now. I remember when my mother told me, this boy is now your son, quickly go abroad to study. Then he was surprised to hear Carter say, Father, Father. Carter as a child smiled and called out to his father. James Han finally replied, it's Dad. He smiled and thought, it's not your fault. Returning to the present, James Han drank the entire glass of wine. He thought painfully, it was because of the adults. In the game, the notification sounded, equipping a t-shirt increased 2 defense stats, equipping leather shoes increased mobility. Carter was surprised to hold an apple, he chewed the apple and was surprised, is this a game, kid, feel this taste forever. Carter exclaimed, what game is so real? Roy Han said with a smile, it's just the beginning. Then he pointed his finger as a signal, an announcement rang out, changed position, teleported to the dungeon. He smiled and said, Carter, you like adventure the most, right? He pointed forward and said, this dungeon is about the friendly devil story that you like the most, we will play the characters in the story to complete this dungeon. Dark Wonder, Friendly Demon, the story of a demon born with a good heart, who accompanies a human warrior to save the world from 4 demon lords. The announcement rang, choose a character, Roy Han immediately said, the main character is a warrior so you choose, and I choose the demon for you. Immediately the announcement rang, his appearance and skills changed, becoming a demon. Carter said again, no, I don't like being a warrior, Then he looked at the hand he chose and said, Dark Master, it seems like this character died on the first floor. Carter Han changed his outfit and said, I know that too, but what if we do it differently? He turned into a Dark Master and laughed and said, what fun would it be to play a game if you know the outcome in advance? A Dark Master can also save the world. The announcement rang, the dungeon was open, the warrior and cleric characters, since there were no players, would be replaced by machines. Enter quickly. If you don't defeat the 4 bosses, the world will be destroyed. If you want to go home, go work. The boss of the first floor is the Blood Bird, Roy Han warned. Getting hit here is very painful, so be careful. The Blood Bird activates the Purge Flame skill. According to the plot, in this part the Dark Master will sacrifice himself for the warrior, but Carter said, who can stand this? He left the burning warrior and said, let's just stand aside first. After that, Carter said, I will get all the experience points and equipment by soloing it. He activated the 3 Rays of Destruction skill to kill the monster. Roy ran out of words to ask, since the warrior is dead, how can we continue the story? Carter smiled and said, calm down, let me turn him into a zombie and that's it. He has activated the skill to summon the dead book. Roy Han thought to himself, my nephew is so evil. Why are you my child? James thought as he poured wine into the cup until it overflowed. He drank the glass to the end and was drunk. He thought, me, what's wrong with my life? You don't like me, I'm not good enough, I've tried my best. My father has always been like that, always, him. James Han thought, he always looks down on me, always. James thought indignantly, making me feel self-conscious all the time, humiliating me, I'm not his tool. James Han slowly stood up. In the blush of alcohol, his eyes were filled with determination. He thought, that's right, I will follow my eldest brother, he has never asked me to do anything. Let's do it, he said as he returned to Carter's room. He thought, if you want to succeed, you always have to make sacrifices. After all, the boy is just his father's mistake, nothing more, nothing less. I don't feel guilty about anything, James told himself. Anesthetic, in case he wakes up, let's go to the workshop, don't ride in my car, there are surveillance cameras there. James Han slowly got into the car. He left the villa. The announcement sounds, you have defeated the 4th floor boss, the Green Dragon, congratulations on clearing this dungeon. Carter said, this one is so tough, sir. Then he let out a gurgling sound. Carter said loudly, baby, you can't breathe, notification system, which is transmitting the player's real-world status to Carter Han in Lucid Adventure. Roy Han said loudly, Carter quickly log out, he will be there soon.
Carter said in pain, I can't log out.
Roy Han worried, no, why, did you take any medicine before coming in here, Carter? He thought, damn, the boy is in danger, I have to log out and go to his room now. In the present world, James Han tied Carter to the car. Carter in the game is in pain, oh man, it's so painful, man. Then Roy Han said loudly, hey don't look anymore, do something, witch. Immediately a woman appeared, she said, stop whining. This person approached Carter and said, there is only one way, force the witch to log out. The witch thought, what is this, an anesthetic, if I wake the boy up by returning his soul to his body, he will die immediately, well, after all, you are one of the people who will see the end of this game, so we can't let it die, but don't blame me after this. She said, let me borrow your body for a bit, possessive. In the real world, James Han looked in surprise at Carter struggling. He was scared, the medicine had not been administered yet. But Carter was emitting a terrible power. James screamed in fear, monster. In the car, Carter is carrying the power that can destroy wires. The car only left the sound of screaming. James Han scared. The car was therefore steered, sending both people and cars plummeting into the abyss. A funeral for James Han is created. During the funeral, the eldest daughter of Giga Group, the second child, Jun Han did not understand, she committed suicide, why? Sam Han was silent and then said, our little brother, it seems like he is seriously depressed. A bottle of medicine was placed in James Han's room. Sam Han told his subordinates and announced to the media that my younger brother was depressed, so he dragged Carter along to die with him. Jun continued asking, how is Dad? Sam Han said, he is resting in the room. Jun Han folded her arms, she asked again. Carter's truck fell 20 meters off a cliff. Sam Han nodded, yes, the car dented the barrier and crashed down the cliff, burning completely. June doesn't understand, but, how is Carter still alive? Sam Han recounted that rescuers found it hanging right on the cliff, luckily. Sam Han said again, yes, fortunately, but there was not a single scratch on his body, which was strange. Monster, angel, devil, God, messenger of God, alien, those are the words for that thing in the real world, in the other world, which is the name of that thing. Some say she has existed for over 1,000 years, others say she won a bet with the gods and became immortal. The only thing we know is that she has the appearance of a child, Roy Han remembers, when I first saw her. At that time I was planning to create a game. An online RPG game that connects directly to brain waves. My ultimate wish is to turn my dream into another world. The bird flew into Roy Han's room and said, "You want to create a world too? What a greedy old man." Roy Han said in surprise, "A mechanical bird." The bird said again, "I came here to make an agreement with you. I know only you have the guts to do this. You want to create a virtual world, if you want to do that." The bird flew away, he said before, "Then meet me on the second floor of Donald's shop at address 20, and just go alone." Roy Han was stunned. He thought, I already know what to do, but the technology at that time was still too outdated. I have to listen to what she wants. Roy Han finally arrived at the address that Ocn Chim said. Even though he was surprised, the driver still took him there. Looking at the pile of toys on the table, Roy Han slowly sat down and asked, "Are you that blue bird?" There was no one in the store except the two of them. The woman took two models and said, "Look, these are toys that come with food purchases here and there, don't they look cute?" Roy Han was silent. He thought, what nonsense am I thinking, I must be old and confused. He stood up and wanted to leave this place. But the woman continued, "You know, the gods also like that toy very much. I don't know why, maybe they're bored or something, I've never met them." Roy Han heard the girl say, "And one of those toys, is the one that creates the world." She asked again, "Don't you like using it to create your world?" Only now did Roy Han stop. He said, "Recently there is a rumor, that there is a witch who always sells things that do not belong to this world, at a very expensive price." He turned back to continue speaking. "It turned out it wasn't just a rumor, it was you, right?" The woman smiled and took out her phone and said, "Of course you have the right to try it out first, and then pay it back later." She took out her camera and spoke. "Look at this old man, smile brightly." Then Roy Han was stunned, he fell to his knees, but his soul flew up again, and was directly sucked into the phone. This witch also jumped inside with him. Roy Han was stunned. "What is this?" The witch explained, "You are in that god's toy, but only the conscious part." Roy Han doesn't understand. "Is it my toy?" The witch explained, "Yes, this sphere, just think of it as an exe file." She took something out of Roy Han's brain. She continued, taking information from his brain to create another world. At this time, the orbs gradually opened their eyes. Roy Han was surprised, another world. Right now the ball shook, Roy was scared, it was about to explode. But soon the wizard said, "This is his world." Roy Han was stunned, an entire universe, and she was. The woman turned into another face, she said, "I am the one who runs this world of yours. 0, I am the entity created, from the fusion of your program and God's toy." Roy was surprised and said, "She looks like an NPC in the game." 0 continued, analyzing user data, creating bodies, and creating players. Creating a body for Roy Han, skills are supreme, all stats are at maximum level, receiving immortal status, activating all attack skills. Roy Han is surprised to see himself change. The notification still sounds, discovered other skills, can fly in the air, is worshipped everywhere. At this time, the surrounding area gradually took shape, more information was collected from reality, landscape data was recreated, climate data was created and began to take effect, and many villages and citadels were created. Roy Han was stunned, everything from his thoughts, the notification still rang, the world history was saved, more information was collected from the player's dreams, the server construction was completed, other players can log in to Lucid Adventure. 0 continued, "This is the world linked from his consciousness, it looks fake but is very real." The wizard appeared and said, "You look satisfied, so that's okay, you know, it's very difficult to become a god, remember to prepare the money carefully, sir." At this time, the sound rang out, logging out and returning to reality. Roy Han was called up by the worried driver, his phone is displaying a notification, installing Lucid Adventure. Back in the game world, the reporter is reporting, the turtle head has just suffered a large amount of damage, but he has been revived with a huge buff. Now he is even stronger. Team Medusa will face him. What happens here? The werewolf is rushing towards the turtle's head, and the turtle's head is already ulti. One punch is too strong, ladies and gentlemen, one shot will kill you, even if you turn into a wolf, you can't stand it. The garden is empty and the house is empty, only the city remains. Team Medusa will lose. Will they be able to stop the turtle head? The reporter excitedly said, "Oh, ladies and gentlemen, the werewolf is now down, his blood is dry, it's 2 against 2 now." It seems like Team Medusa still has some tricks up their sleeves, maybe they're about to turn the situation around. On this side, the examiner has already been defeated. This guy is too strong, who knows when he will be revived. The werewolf thought, I have to take him down myself. But he thought, how is that a healing robot possible? NS just turned an ordinary stunted guy into a heavy muscle guy, with moves like that. The werewolf thought that he was a healer from the robot race, which was absurd. His ability to buff and recover is huge, so he is his opponent's trump card. The werewolf immediately rushed towards the robot, using every means to defeat him. He said loudly, "Medusa, I will use my ulti, quickly assist." Medusa was surprised. What, wasn't he saving it for the last round? The turtle head proudly said loudly, "Jump in, I am no longer an ordinary turtle head but a super turtle head." But at this moment, the werewolf rushed towards the turtle-headed guy with a headshot and said, "I will let you both go into the golden stream, that is the vampire's ultimate, the blood path, piercing all deech in a straight line with blood magic with Medusa's buff." The robot quickly raises its hand to speak, detects danger, and activates the emergency defense system. When the werewolf was about to come, it fired its mono-stun gun. A super powerful attack that shoots far. The reporter was surprised and couldn't believe it. Ladies and gentlemen, how could a healer be so powerful, even neutralizing the skills of vampires? The healer has lost an arm, but it doesn't seem to have much effect. It is regenerating the turtle-headed man's body. On this side, the vampire has fallen. The reporter announced that the vampire had been defeated by the previous counterattack. Now the Halloween team was left alone with Medusa. She also thought, well, the movie is over. Without hesitation, Medusa raised the white flag. Their team surrendered. The reporter announced that the red team's citadel had been occupied by the blue team. So the winner is the ultimate healer team. They officially advanced to the PvP round. At the beginning of the match, it seemed like the Halloween team was sure to win, but the result was very surprising. The goddess of victory smiled at the ultimate healer team. Ladies and gentlemen, the next match is between two teams of 2 players. Before they can fight, they will fight first. The reporter excitedly said, "I think many of you are waiting for this match." It turns out the girl who was bragging was named Chacho, a commentator from GBC. She said, "This is the Phoenix Fairy, the one with the highest strength index. And our hardcore leveling warrior, who is maxed all stats. Their team is very strong, they are the 2 most talked about teams today." Groups of hardcore leveling warriors appear as free. Following that is the group of Phoenix Fairy, belonging to the Giga faction. Chacho continued, "It will definitely be an unprecedented battle. In this round the hardcore leveling warrior has an advantage. Normally, each group would start with 1 recognition team, but they ended up with 2 teams. These worker teams can convert surrounding resources into money," she explains, "and players can use that money to build more houses. Each group can use different types of houses depending on the strategy. Let's take a look at some types of houses that players can build. If you don't collect taxes, you will begin to self-destruct. If you are completely destroyed, you will lose. Worker generator creates working workers. Workers can turn nearby resources into gold. Swordsman training facility creates combat swordsmen. If upgraded, can create warrior special. And magic research room create battle magicians, can add skills. There is also a shop to buy and sell Hawaiian's equipment, pillars to deal damage or effects, and teleportation platforms to teleport to other platforms. Chacho announced, "The stage is ready. You can see the 2 teams are about to collide." Hardcore said loudly, "Hey you little guy, as soon as it starts, come out here and fight me one-on-one." Feng Tian smiled provocatively, "What's wrong, weren't you scared last time?" Chacho was excited. They were exchanging a bit before starting the round. I could feel that this match would be very friendly and humane. "Let's start, teleport to the ring." Hardcore immediately ran away and said, "I will go solo with that guy in the middle." Dark cursed loudly, "The last time he was beaten to a pulp, didn't he?" Hardcore just said, shut up and start building a house, kid. Dark has no choice, but when he's had his fill of attacks he'll know how to come back. Sora, can you install it? Sora immediately took out the box. Hardcore thought, I hope that's enough to provoke that kid, always dealing with guys with personal attributes is tiring. Hardcore thought, so Naast I have to investigate it from the beginning. The Phoenix Fairy also appeared. He said, you're late, I thought you had to run away because you were scared. Hardcore said loudly, scared of the cage, your dad is a hardcore leveling warrior. Hardcore opens the inventory and immediately takes out the glorious sword equipment. Fan Tian took out his weapon and laughed loudly, if you think you can defeat me with that blunt sword then you are stupid. The Phoenix Fairy's personal attribute is the undefeated god of war. He activated the one-on-one skill and said, I will never lose any solo bet. Immediately a circle appeared between the two. Lu Bu was a martial artist at the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty, his other name was Feng Tian. A traitor, stubborn, unworthy of being a hero. But the reason people remember the Phoenix Fairy is because of his terrible power. During the war, it was said that no one could win a duel with him. And this kid is the one who is that object-like personal attribute. Hardcore thought to himself, my skills are quite high, but not quite like before, so. Hardcore calculates, I have to attack first, don't give him time to point his finger. This is a siege round so level doesn't matter, this round everyone resets to level 1. If you fight it when its level is still low, you have a higher chance of winning, Hardcore also thinks, and his weapon. Effect of the Sword of Glory, the sword and the first master swordsman pulled out of the ground, only the chosen one can wield it, requires 500 points of strength or more, effect adds 5 points of skill swordsman. Hardcore grits its teeth in determination, so if both are low level then I have the advantage. Immediately the Hardcore jumped up to activate the Moon Soul / skill. The Phoenix Fairy smiled. Use your weapon to block the attack and say, your attack is too predictable. Hardcore is stunned, disabled. Feng Tian responded continuously and said, you probably think you have an advantage, you think your sword is better, right? Hardcore was stunned, what kind of pressure is this? Feng Tian continued, but you don't know. The Phoenix Fairy told the truth, that my strength index was already 900 at level 1, that's great, right? The personal attribute of the Phoenix Fairy, the internal strength index is more than 900. Feng Tian continued, I heard that both Quan Vu and Trong Fai had a hard time fighting hardcore leveling warriors, but that's it. Hardcore thought in shock, damn this is not good. Sure enough, the Phoenix Fairies attacked and said loudly, they are nothing compared to me. The Hardcore was lucky to avoid it, thanks to the lucky coin, he thought, wow, there's something like 900 strength points from level 1, I was thinking of saving the lucky coin, but it had to be. Don't fall down, Feng Tian thought, it's not a shame to win someone with top personal attributes. Feng Tian continued, because I'm playing solo, so my one-on-one skills helps increase strength index by 1.5 times. The Hardcore was stunned, meaning its stats now exceeded 1003. Although the Phoenix Fairy cheats and pretends to play chess, the Hardcore is calculating and fighting in close combat is solid. He flipped a coin and thought, I knew this guy was strong but I didn't expect him to be so strong, let's change the battle. Activate lucky coin skills, intelligence, increase intelligence stat, give maximum mana, can use 20 new skills during the buff period. He changed his equipment and took back the Sword of Glory. Hardcore thought, this time we'll use magic goods. He has switched to magic swordsman mode, equipped with a cobalt sword, a magical holy sword made from concentrated cobalt gems that deals a lot of magic damage. Each basic attack will enhance a skill, and also has a helmet. Apprentice Wizard is the hat worn by the Magic Master, made from magical cloth, increasing the ability to cast spells by up to 100%. Hardcore remember, it cost quite a bit of money, but it was worth it. Phoenix satirizes, what, if you can't compete with each other then switch to using magic, what an idiot. The boy rushed forward and said, the people who wanted to defeat me with equipment, are now lying and begging at my feet. As soon as the Phoenix attacks, the Hardcore activates the swap skill, reads the direction of the attack and automatically dodges. Hardcore calculations, this kid is too confident about his strength so he doesn't have any combos. But at this moment, the Phoenix Fairy rushed forward like a god. Hardcore thought in amazement, it was faster than my magic. Feng Tian immediately smashed the Hardcore from the air. Hardcore fell down and thought, the 5 barriers I had set up earlier were also broken. Hardcore calculation, each barrier blocks 1000 damage. So its punch does up to 5,000 damage. The Phoenix Fairy rushed up and said, "Prepare to die, child." Hardcore thought, I can't avoid it, I have to use all my mana to activate the wide area slow skill, focusing on it. The Phoenix Fairy's hand had slowed noticeably. The boy was stunned, debuff. Hardcore smiled and said, also, high-level fire magic, Lord Ignis. Feng Tian was stunned, high-level magic. But at this time the Hardcore laughed and said, just kidding, activation requires using the skill. A notification immediately rang out, the activated Phoenix returned to the city. The Phoenix Fairy instantly returned to its starting place. The boy blushed and thought angrily, that bastard dared to threaten me. He shouted loudly, Hardcore leveling warrior, don't let your father catch you. Notification sounds, buff time has ended, intelligence stat returns, equipment removed due to lack of stats. Hardcore sat down on the ground and thought, it's really dangerous, it seems like my efforts were in vain, but the plan was successful. Hardcore analysis, I need to see how strong it is, I can't defeat it even when it's level 1, and after the end of the tournament I don't even dream of defeating it, but its fatal weakness is overconfidence, on its own power, but it sided with Giga. Hardcore recalls, that girl seemed calm, probably following to keep an eye on the boy, while the robot was completely offensive and defensive. He remembered, a very powerful but very arrogant sword, a strategist who controlled that blade. And a sturdy shield, he commented, the distribution is good, this time is not easy to win, now we should return to the city. Hope they are okay, the Hardcore is immediately translated. Over here, Sora is begging the Hawaiians, hey don't, I'm begging them. Hardcore angrily looked at the amount of gold earned but still nothing, what the hell are you doing, playing babysitter? Then he was shocked, what, they don't work, what's wrong with the Hawaiians? Sora said loudly, actually it's all my fault. She said, when you were looking for things with Dark, you gave me the job of assembling, right, at that time. Sora assembled the equipment and happily said, they will be very happy. She looked at the instructions and said, let's see, the last step is to insert the soul stone into the hole, very important. But then she dropped it, and Ego ate it. Sora was worried, me, what should I do? Then she thought, right, I can use a substitute. She immediately took a high-level magic stone into the house. Back to the present, Sora broke down and said, I'm so sorry. Dark also returned and asked, what's going on? After telling everything, Dark was speechless, stupid sister. Now he turned to the Hawaiians and said, stand up. He said loudly, what the hell are you guys doing? Come together, I need your help, get to work. Unexpectedly, the Hawaiians immediately heard the command and responded, yes, Master, T. The bell rang, Hawaiians' morale reached maximum, increasing the gold earned rate by 200%. Hardcore asked in shock, what kind of skill is this, I've never seen it before. Dark just said, this move. During my time with the Hawaiians I learned that, the language of the king of the Hawaiians. Right now, Hardcore leveling warrior and Sora are still at level 1, and Dark has reached level 5. Hardcore praised, oh, this kid can level up several levels at a time. Dark recounted, while he was busy soloing with that kid, I went to kill level monsters. However, some of the children who went to call their father were very strong so they had to leave early. Then he smiled smugly and said, check the traps. In his hand was 300 gold, Dark said, on the way back he looted this treasure chest. Hardcore immediately patted his head, very good kid, the starting gold combined with Dark's money, they already have 500 gold. Hardcore said, now let's worry about building a house. He analyzed that both of them already know each other's position, if they attack now, we will definitely lose. Look at the number of houses equipped. In the end, the Hardcore spent 100 gold and said, build the defense tower first, take care of the defense first, this tower is strong at the beginning of the game. The Hardcore thought again, but that still wasn't enough to play against that kid, so he spent another 300 gold, a level 2 bird-shaped turret with the ability to stun the target. Hardcore calculation, okay, that's it, next you have to have some basic things, you have to have this house. Next, the Hardcore spent another 100 gold to build a swordsman training facility. Dark asked again, hey, why did you build the swordsman's house first, and what about the other types? Even though they criticize, the Hardcore still explains that the swordsman training facility will create 5 Hawaiian swordsmen at a time, they will attack and steal items from monsters or other players, the experience points earned by the Hawaiians will be divided equally between them, 3 people. In other words, if you want to level up, you must first build this house, in short, to get experience points. Hardcore concludes, in general these are just the basic first steps, after that each team can come up with their own strategy. Hardcore continued, now let's go hunting, you two go together, let me go alone. He explained that they are very strong, if two people go alone they will immediately evaporate. He also advised that if you encounter them, you should run immediately, because of the summoning magic, running away is easy. When hunting, choose a place close to the castle first to be safe, I will search for rare monsters to get buffs. Hardcore advises, when you earn enough gold, go back, build more houses and upgrade them properly. Sora replied, she thought, he set his house to prevent anyone from eavesdropping. After finishing, the hardcore left, the two of them probably collected money faster than me, let's see who finishes first. Dark also left and said, shut up, we'll finish first. Outside, the reporter Chacho commented, that is the situation of that team. Our former top 1 hardcore leveling warrior is directing very skillfully, ladies and gentlemen. Then she said in surprise, ready to be dramatic. A lot of people bet on Giga's team. Anyone who bets on the hardcore team and wins will be rich immediately. She said again, but as for the blue team's developments, the one who ordered the Giga team was this girl with a fiery body, Bubble. She has the personal attribute of being able to control bubbles, is an extremely talented player. That's why Giga recruited her in the first place. In real life, she's a Go player, so of course she's a perfect strategist in here. What strategy will she use for this round? Look guys, the bubble has flown up to become the red team. She is using her bladder, Chacho speculated, intending to attack the main city too. But because of his low level, even hitting him won't do any damage. Just then, Chacho noticed, she attacked the Hawaiian workers to stop the red team from mining the gold. Immediately her attack came down. But Lazia promptly appeared to save this Hawaiian's girl. Bubble was not surprised, leaving behind the guardian spirit. Lazia said again, stray cow, I won't let you harm these cute little Hawaiians. Chacho said loudly, the red team has guardian spirit staying at the base, ladies and gentlemen, the tower defense has begun to civilize. Bubble was lucky to avoid this attack. Chacho commented that Bubble had retreated, but had also successfully scouted. Hawaiian said with emotion, lifesaver, you are truly a hero, thank you, you saved my life. Lazia blushed and said, you don't understand what you're talking about, but stop watching, it's so cute, after all he's very soft-hearted towards cute things. Dark received a notification from Lazia, Master, I just finished defending the enemy's attack. Dark also said to Sora. It's okay at home, Sora, let's keep plowing. They are still frantically fighting monsters. On this side, the hardcore has also found its destination. In front of him was the orc martial artist, a rare monster. Hardcore recalls, rare monster, likely to be buffed when killing it. Hardcore smiled and said to him, ha ha, it's so funny. Hardcore is awesome, a bit stronger than normal monsters, and very easy compared to skilled players, I know all about you. The angry orc martial artist immediately rushed forward at lightning speed. Hardcore was stunned, what kind of power is this, why does it seem so wrong? Here, the god of war proudly said, I told you, this time I will increase the difficulty. Immediately the hardcore was punched and his mouth was broken by the orc. He was beaten and thrown away. Hardcore rubbed his face and said, that hurts. But this rare monster is still coming. His arm was raised, preparing to kiss his face again. The hardcore was able to dodge this time. Hardcore smiled and said, don't rush to be happy, I was just subjective. Hardcore landed on the ground and gave the monster a blow to the back and said, get the buff out quickly. Immediately an announcement rang out, defeating the orc master. Hardcore also receives 100 gold and additional buffs. Their buff is a 20% increase in gold received. Hardcore is satisfied, delicious, it's exactly your lesson. Chacho excitedly commented, while the hardcore leveling warrior is trying to get buffs for the team, there are people who are just working hard to make themselves stronger, the Phoenix Fairy. The Phoenix Fairy is frantically fighting monsters in the forest. Notification sounds, gain experience points, level 7, increase stats. Just as he finished defeating a class of monsters, a bubble appeared. The voice from the bubble rang out, it was too late. She continued, the hardcore team was being divided into 2 groups to hunt. The Phoenix Fairy heard that and asked, the priority is still leveling up, right? He left the area just now and said, quickly point to the next hunting ground. This area is clean. Bubble said, about 50 meters to the northwest there is an orc camp. She thought to herself, first the phoenix must be really strong, at least level 10. Up above, Bubble reviewed the whole match. Bubble was surprised, they were hunting near the park manager's place. Bubble blew bubbles and thought, based on Park's level right now, he has more than enough power to accept both. She ordered, Manager Park, Sora and Dark were 120 meters southeast of him, visit them to the south. Manager Park immediately agreed. After that, he activated his transformation skill, transforming into a horse and galloping like crazy. So fast, he has to match the speed demon. Right now, Dark also feels strange. On the golem's back, Dark asked Sora, Sora, did you hear the sound of horse hooves? Sora wondered, the sound of horse hooves, she didn't hear anything. As soon as she finished speaking, Manager Park in the form of a horse appeared right behind her. He rushed forward and rammed straight into Sora's position. Dark above saw Sora being gored and panicked. Immediately, Manager Park returned to human form and said, proceed to destroy. The character name of Manager Park is Manager Park 38, the 38th person in the Park family at Giga Corporation, in the game management department. Manager Park recalls, that was when I became Manager Park 38. Why did I make that decision as soon as I saw the notice? In my 4th year working in this company, I thought I was wrong. The notice states that we need to recruit more staff in the game management department, no experience needed, salary negotiable. He thought, or maybe I thought about her, my girlfriend, we had discussed marriage. If not, then I'm probably just bored, having to work like a machine on piles of paperwork that has nothing to do with me. I applied anyway. The recruiter asked, is the manager coming to the park? He immediately said, yes sir. The recruiter asked again, according to the profile, I don't see you playing Lucid Adventure, so why did you apply for this position? Sang Park silence and then said, yes, because this is a very promising working environment, I also like freedom. The recruiter continued, promise, you know what? Many people still think the game industry is nonsense, they say they don't want to join a company to play games, they don't have any faith, so there are very few people joining the game department, plus those people are all a bunch of incompetents. The recruiter continued, I'm glad that someone with your talent is interested, I like how you've discovered the potential of this industry, but first I need to see you in the game. This person headed towards the door and said, follow me. Sang Park was surprised, there is an elevator here. The person opposite replied, well, don't tell anyone. That person said, the president has poured a lot of money and effort into this. The Dream Connection technology was once considered a myth, but then one day we succeeded. It costs a lot of money to build this facility and that, I heard that the new terms have already been drafted. The stairs stopped at the 11th floor, the person said, welcome to the game management department. Stepping inside, the recruiter said, we have a few areas like this in other branches. Sang Park was surprised, oh, this place is huge. The employer said, because this game is played while sleeping, we must invest in a sleeping environment. The gate announced, permission at the door. This person introduced, this is the testing room. Sang Park was stunned, this place was like a secret base. The recruiter gave him a phone and said, take it, this is a device with a connection only for employees. Sang Park asked in surprise, oh this is Gigatronic 9, thought it was still in development. The person opposite said, I told you, the president is very interested in this issue, so we have enough. He said, you know how to log in, lie on that bed over there and try it. Sounds, switches to login mode, turns off lights, adjusts sleep level. Both closed their eyes, the recruiter said, see you in the game, then the sound rang, log in to Lucid Adventure. Sang Park appears in monster form. Park Bu-jang also appeared, the two quickly recognized each other. Park Bu-jang asked, what is your level? Sang Park replied, 24. Park Bu-jang immediately said that it doesn't have personal attributes yet, try this. Sang Park puts a hat on his head, which is the prophecy of the Shipperaba, one of the equipment that detects the wearer's potential. The hat quickly shook. Sang Park thought to himself, I'm being judged even in the game. The hat shows the results, personal attributes are farmers, the index rate is over 75%, you will be a good farmer. Park Bu-jang immediately said, 3-star farmer, not very good, it is true that there is an agricultural department but we are in need of more warriors, and being a warrior has a higher salary, but there is a way. The two go to the Machine City, which is Giga's territory. Park Bu-jang said, quickly go in there and become a robot. the robot race always has higher stats than the other races. Behind him is a 127 dimmer readjustment machine, a holy artifact of the machine god, turn ordinary people into machines. Park Bu-jang explained, this guy was also a member of the hippie tribe, always only knew how to sing, but since becoming a robot he is extremely strong, of course he also got a raise. Hearing that, Sang Park immediately decided to say, I'll go in, yes, there's nothing to be afraid of, it's just a game. Park Bu-jang explained further, once inside you will be reconfigured, no need to worry about anything. As soon as we got inside, Park Bu-jang finished speaking, oh, I forgot, it must be a bit painful. The machine emitted screaming sounds. Park Bu-jang exclaimed, why did it take so long? Finally, after a while, the machine released the person. The notification sounds, your race has changed from beastman to robot, basic stats increased sharply, maximum potential is limited, personal attribute changed to transportation, you can change body parts, reduce emotional adaptability, do not feel tired but will have endurance, do not feel pain. Sang Park thought, it feels like a real machine. Park Bu-jang just said, good, now you are useful, your personal attribute is transportation, try it. Immediately he activated the transformation skill, horse form, and then he thought to himself, have I passed the test? Park Bu-jang continued, that's great, recently there's been a kid with hero-type personality attributes, I'll be on the same team with him, if he plays well he'll get a bonus. Back to the present, Manager Park immediately drew his sword, activated the electric sword skill and said, detect the enemy, proceed to destroy, and attack. He rushed straight towards the dark place. Activating the lightning skill, Dark's golem quickly broke. Park Manager thought, for you, this game may just be entertainment, but for me, it is life. Returning to the citadel, the hardcore looked around and said, just to upgrade the wall, build more pillars on the wall, their citadel has reached level 3, solid rampart skills, strengthen the wall. Hardcore calculation, the defense part is probably okay, next is the soldier house. He looked in that direction and said, just building one would give you very little experience. Immediately, the hardcore said, build 2 more Wungsa soldier houses, you will get 3 experience points, go to work Hawaiians. Hardcore receives experience points, he laughed and said, haha now just sit around and level up. Hardcore looked around the siege and said, this strategy, after completing that building. On this side, the dark golem has collapsed. Sora also collapsed in a corner, having received a fatal blow so he could not recover immediately. Manager Park said coldly, you two are weak, die. Dark was surprised and thought, how did he know I was here, playing ambush? Sora thought painfully, I have to get up now. Manager Park continued, don't think you're weak and I'll go easy on you. The sword was pulled out again, he said, I'm just doing my duty. Manager Park slowly approached and said, I will deal with each of you first. He pointed his weapon at Sora, first the girl with the lowest health. Sora was stunned, Dark didn't expect that he even had a long-range attack. Dark slowly stood up and thought, I can't call Lazia at the base, just because of the ambush game, because the level difference is too big, if I get close to him he will disappear immediately, but I have the long-range advantage, right? Just try to tease him slowly. Immediately, Dark activated the skill to summon bone magic. Manager Park immediately fired his gun at the magic skeletons and said, still too weak. Right after that, Dark gave an order, preparing to fire the magic arrow. He activated the Deja Vu skill to see through the bullet's trajectory. Dark then shares the Deja Vu move link with his monsters. He ordered the crew to fire magic arrows to block all the bullets. Mist and smoke. Dark frowned, where was he hiding? There was so much smoke that he couldn't see anything. Then he saw Manager Park rushing towards him at lightning speed. What? He wasn't hiding. Manager Park skewered the magic bone with one hand and said loudly, then go away. Dark was just waiting for this moment and shouted loudly, dodge this move, you're in the trap. He immediately activated the bone wall variation skill. Park Manager was also surprised by this attack. Dark thought, good, it worked, he immediately called Sora. A recovered Sora quickly appeared. She rushed forward and said, it was very painful just now. But right now, the Park Manager continues to activate the horse transformation skill to avoid traps. Dark cursed, this guy is not easy to eat. Sora also analyzed that his level and defense stats are high. The horse-like Park Manager told them both to prepare themselves. This time Dark continued to activate the skill to summon magic bones. Sora also swung his sword in a defensive stance. Manager Park rushed forward and said loudly, "If you kill me, I'll get an extra reward. If you obediently die for me, I'll still have money." He immediately activated the gallop skill and rushed forward. Dark immediately activates his core skill, "Don't you dare touch me." This time, the park manager was not fooled anymore and immediately activated the rain of bombs and rushed forward. Dark's core wall was quickly broken. Dark gritted his teeth, so fast. Sora rushed forward this time and said, "Move aside, Dark." Dark said worriedly, "I can't fight him in close combat." Sora activates the beheading skill to attack. This guy also activates his center form to counterattack. Sora was stunned, he was able to block the attack, even in his center form. This time Manager Park took out the weapon from his body and said, "Die." Continuous blows rang out. Sora burned black and fell down. Dark ran back worriedly. He gritted his teeth and thought, "Damn, at this rate Sora will be in danger, even if he has 2 lives left. Without Sora he will definitely lose, she is a tank." Manager Park continued to take out the hot goods and said, "It's not dead yet, it's chewy." Dark ordered the magicians to quickly take Sora's beating and protect her. Manager Park rushed forward and said, "That's a great bulletproof block, but what about the sword? It's over." Sora just stood there watching the sword strike. But this time Dark stood up to block Sora's attack. Sora doesn't understand, "Why don't you run away?" The park manager also found it unexpected. Dark bleeding said again, "I'm protected a bit now, but not this time." He summoned something and said, "This time it's your turn to protect me." He activated the energy magic skill, breaking Manager Park's arm. Dark smiled and said, "I was about to shoot your skull off, what a pity." Manager Park lost his arm and angrily gave Dark a horse's hooves and cursed him, "This brat." Dark was knocked away. The notification sounds, 0 HP left, Dark player has 1 life left, Dark player returns to base to revive in 3 minutes. Manager Park activated the repair skill and exclaimed, "That kid concentrated his energy to shoot me in the face, really annoying. Now all that's left is that little sword master." Manager Park was surprised, "Where did he hide?" "Up high," Sora said, "Eat him Ego." She activated Ego's rage skill to its maximum level. Half of Manager Park's body was snatched away by Ego. But Sora isn't done talking yet. "Ego's rage skill is linked to me. This move is activated when I'm angry so I can't use it myself, but this is also Ego's strongest move right now." She speak to the Ego, leaving nothing out. At this moment a blue light appeared. At Giga's blue team, the announcement rang out, "Park manager had 1 life left." Bubble exclaimed, "Playing 1-on-2 is a bit risky. What a risky move." Manager Park said, "Luckily I was able to defeat 1." Bubble said, "Well then thought, we should prepare to attack." She asked, "How is the Phoenix Fairy situation?" "Over there," the Phoenix Fairy replied. "Oh, I'm ready." The boy smiled evilly and said, "I'm bored of talking for a while now, let's go pick up the corpse of the hardcore leveling warrior." The system announced, "The Phoenix player has reached maximum level." The sound of rapid footsteps rang out. At the red team of the hardcore castle, a group of Hawaiians are rushing towards the castle gate to attack. They quickly climbed the wall to get inside. But as soon as they reached their destination, they were turned into birds and smashed to pieces. The first bunch fell to the horror of the other Hawaiians. Bubble above smiled and said, "You'll be sure to defend, let's see if you can resist the magic." She blew bubbles and said, "The wall may be solid, but from above it is not." Bubble activates the iridescent bubble skill. Immediately, rainbow-colored bubbles rushed forward, attacking straight towards the tower. Bubble was surprised, she built an anti-magic tower. She thought, did they spend all their gold on defense? Bubble flew up and said, "So how about this?" She blew up a supergiant balloon, activated the omnipotent bubble skill and thought, not even a tower can protect you from this move. Immediately a balloon flew straight down the wall. But soon, the red citadel was protected by a shield. The hardcore used a magic helmet and said, "Do you think I'm stupid? Don't be afraid." He activated the shield skill. Bubble then said, "Not stupid but still very stupid." She thought, defend first. Following this strategy, "It's your turn, Phoenix Fairy, we only worry about defense." The Phoenix Fairy appeared with the Hawaiians outside the city. The boy held a human skull and said, "You can't handle the star pillars, they're too bad." As soon as the Phoenix finished speaking, he threw the skull hard forward. The announcement rang out, the tower was destroyed. The stone the Phoenix Fairy threw hit the tower with a fatal effect. The Phoenix Fairy said proudly, "I don't even need to use the move." Manager Park praised him and said it was a nice throw. Bubble activates the step bubble skill and says, "Great power, quickly jump on these bubbles and finish them off." The Phoenix Fairy immediately jumped onto the pile of bubbles and said, "Okay, your defense is useless." At the top, several birds are pointing towards the Phoenix Fairy. He said loudly, "There's no point in trying to build it, hardcore leveling warrior." Immediately, with just one cut, he was able to destroy all the pillars outside the citadel. The announcement rang out, all the pillars on the east wall were destroyed. The Phoenix Fairy cursed, "I have to break the wall to get in, it's so annoying." He said, "It's really annoying, hey, come out here quickly, stop hiding, come out here and fight me one-on-one." In the city, Dark exclaimed, "Another loudmouthed guy." Hardcore also said, "Why don't you go out, wouldn't it be better to stay in here?" Bubble continued to blow attack bubbles and said, "I don't know why you keep hiding, that shield costs a lot of mana." She thought happily, "As for your city wall, it is nothing compared to the power of the Phoenix Fairy. On this side, the Hawaiians are trying to plug the breach." But an earthquake rang out. Giga's side has activated his internal horse riding skill. The Phoenix Fairy shares part of his power with the horse he rides. He proudly said loudly, "You guys think this cheap wall can stop me? You're looking down on me too much." In the city, the Phoenix Fairy laughed crazily, "Don't you dare insult me, red-haired boy, come here quickly." Dark gritted his teeth, remembering what Hardcore said before. "Hardcore bro, don't die anymore, we only have 2 lives left, you alone can't die, because if you die, you reset immediately." Hardcore said, "If you die now, even if you win this round, you will probably lose the next round, so you have to worry about defending first. Now, if I were to fight them hand to hand, I would definitely lose. Therefore, we must take advantage of the blind spot of this siege circle, taking advantage of it is the only way to win." Hardcore advised, "Try to hide it until it's done. So the task is to buy time." The Phoenix Fairy sat on top of the park manager and said loudly, "Quickly come out here, hardcore leveling warrior." They galloped forward and said, "If you don't come out, I'll look for you." Dark gritted his teeth and thought, "This guy is so tense." Dark immediately activated the skeleton skill. The Phoenix Fairy was cursing proudly, these spells slowed down, surpassing one another, but the announcement still rang out, and the park manager's speed was temporarily reduced. At this moment, the ground suddenly shook. Where they stood collapsed. The Phoenix Fairy and the park manager were stunned, the foundation had collapsed. Was this a trap? Below is a group of monsters of unknown shape. The Phoenix Fairy was stunned, was it an orc corpse? Dark then said, "I secretly collected the bodies of the orcs you killed, and it was very tiring." The boy thought, corpses would do double damage to the person who killed them. So now, taste the angry corpse. Bubble above exclamation, "Trap." Hardcore asked Sora, "Are you done yet?" Bubble smiled again and said, "You all know that those corpses cannot defeat the Phoenix Fairy." In the hole, battles rang out. Then from there, the corpses of the dead orcs flew up to the ground. The Phoenix Fairy rode his horse up. The Phoenix Fairy has activated the first level heroization skill. Lubo said, "Practice for another 10 years before trying to trap me, but it's too late now." Hardcore gritted his teeth and thought, "There's also a hero transformation move, that's scary, we need to buy more time." "That's almost done, just 2 more minutes." Feng Tian cursed loudly, "No amount of trickery could defeat me, come out and go hardcore leveling warrior." Looking at their morale, Dark had to say, he was truly a monster. Bubble thought to himself, "There's a reason why I let Feng Tian reach max level, because he has a special heroic skill that only activates when he's at max level. Heroization skill, all stats and skills are strongly enhanced, all skills are upgraded, it is truly an extremely powerful skill, he seems to have become a real Phoenix Fairy, even hardcore also has no chance of winning." The Phoenix Fairy rode the park manager's horse and rushed forward. Park management also activates the gallop skill. The Phoenix Fairy is crazy, smashes and curses, "Come out quickly, otherwise I will destroy everything." Even the hardcore must exclaim, "This kid is really dangerous." With just one attack from the Phoenix Fairy, several of their red team's houses were destroyed. Part of the rampart was also smashed. Dark and Sora also gritted their teeth and thought, "He's crazy, he's destroying all the houses, just a few more minutes, I'll try to stop him, you protect that place, hardcore." Hardcore reminded Sora that she alone would not fight back, but Sora rushed forward and said, "If this guy causes chaos, the place will be destroyed. Where is Ego's food?" Sora activates the hunger relief skill, increasing Sora's strength index. She stood in front of the Phoenix Fairy and said loudly, "You have to step over my body first." The two confront each other. The two attacks collided directly with each other. The Phoenix Fairy easily ousted Sora and said, "You pests, go away." Sora gritted his teeth and thought, "Damn, that's too strong, I can just block his attack." At this moment, Sora looked up in surprise and saw someone helping him. Dark merged with Lazia and said, "Are you okay? Hand-to-hand combat won't stop you, go help the Hawaiians, let me tie up his legs." The boy thought, "I don't have the lucky coin of hardcore leveling warrior, so the success rate is very low, first I have to slow down." He immediately activated the broken gear skill. The announcement rang out, the Phoenix Fairy's movement speed was sharply reduced for a moment. Dark thought, "Good, he's been slowed down, now let's use reverse rotation to bring him back to his weakest point." But at this moment the system rang, the move failed. Dark cursed, "Damn that Bubble bitch too." Bubble above smiled and said, "Don't forget me." She said proudly, "The Phoenix will take care of the ground, I will fight in the air, at this rate your city will be hunted down." Dark stepped back and said, "Then I will deal with you first." Bubble laughed and said, "Probably not." She activated the skill, Fire, Ice, Electric Ball. She said smugly, "Before she can deal with me, you guys will be gone." Dark frowned, "If she focuses on the Phoenix Fairy, she will destroy the castle from above, I have to take action." Dark immediately caught the bubble. Hardcore thought, the kid and Sora were buying time, good, just one more minute, just one more minute. At this moment, the Phoenix Fairy also rushed forward. "In the end, it was just you and me, Hardcore. Come on, let me destroy the house forever, it's boring." Hardcore thinks, "Well, this round is mainly about destroying houses." Phoenix said loudly, "Why don't you fight like real men?" One blow from the Phoenix Fairy caused a castle to collapse. Hardcore is enthusiastic, "If the top of the red tower falls, then all the effort from now on will be wasted, there is no other way." Hardcore activated the Moon Soul / skill and thought, "I can't solo him, but I have to go up." The top of the tower luckily fell to another place. Feng Tian proudly looked at the Hardcore, finally willing to show his face. The boy smiled and said, "The woman." Outside, everyone is extremely excited. Here comes the dragon, the Phoenix Fairy's powerful provocative skills. The Hardcore team thought to themselves, "Damn, they put all their savings into this and are about to lose." He muttered, "He shouldn't have listened to the fortune teller. She said if he bet on the red-haired guy, he would win the lottery." If you knew that the Phoenix Fairy's hair would turn red, how could you be so calm? How much did you bet? Yopi smiled and said, 1 billion gold. The man next to him was stunned. 1 billion, officer, Yopi replied with a smile, "So dumb, auntie, just joking, the limit is only 1 million. At this time, the god of war also came and asked, "Give me some popcorn." After eating, they talked to each other, "What kind of strange taste is this, kimchi?" Looking at the two of them talking, he was speechless, these kids are really strange. At Giga, Three Kingdoms meeting room. A voice rang out, Feng Tian, despite being a newbie, having only been a hero for only 6 months, was fighting the Hardcore team in this round. One person said, "That's just the beginning of the heroization skill, even Trong Fai has only just gotten there, especially if it's the team of a Hardcore leveling warrior." Guan Yu said again, "That means that girl's team, right, if only I could crush them myself." The person in the dark said, "Hey, you've won the tournament before, you're not allowed to play again." One person also said, "Feng Tian's team must have good results for us to deploy the next plan." This person commented that the Phoenix Fairy is truly strong. But the Hardcore leveling warrior used to be a top-tier player, he must be hiding something. This side Chacho commented that the Phoenix Fairy was preparing to attack after the recent provocation. Hardcore swears, "That's why I hate them, those guys have really strong hero target personal attributes." Hardcore gritted his teeth, "I was plowing just now so I could use the coin 5 times, to fight this bad guy, I had to use it at least 3 times. Hardcore immediately activates the triple lucky coin skill. The notification sounds, use the lucky coin 3 times successfully, increase the strength, defense and speed of the Hardcore leveling warrior. He immediately rushed out to confront the Phoenix Fairy. Feng Tian was also surprised, how could he resist? The two fought with different goals. The Phoenix thought, I will make you pay for daring to disrespect me. The Hardcore thought, we must hang on for as long as possible, just a little more. The Phoenix Fairy thought, are you still trying to resist? This guy is interesting. The two sides fought each other continuously with no end in sight. The Phoenix Fairy smiled complacently, this time I'm faster, it's better. Hardcore blocks the attack and moves back. He gritted his teeth and thought, the buff is almost gone. Using 3 coins at a time will make the buff disappear 3 times faster, I can't. At this time, the Phoenix Fairy said again, hey Hardcore, my main weapon is the spear, I was just trying out a new product. The boy holding the spear said proudly, but I think you deserve one of my spears, whatever, can you handle it? Hardcore was stunned, humph, this guy still hasn't played his best. The Phoenix Fairy is coming, Hardcore thinks, it's too late to run now, risk eating too much. At this moment, a powerful attack came. Phoenix Fairy was stunned, what the hell is this? Bubble, who was fighting with Dark, was also surprised. She immediately rushed over and thought, someone just launched a powerful physical attack, does he still have an ally? He must protect the Phoenix Fairy immediately. A Hawaiian's voice rang out, shot. Immediately powerful attacks rushed towards the fairy. Phoenix Fairy thought in horror, how could he cause so much damage when he was in heroic form? Hardcore spoke again, finally done, the strongest Hawaiian's army, all equipped with rare items. There are also long-range commanders, and there are also close combat soldiers. Hardcore spoke loudly, the entire army attacked, the Hawaiian's army marched out. The army of Hawaiians came flying like missiles. The Phoenix Fairy was shocked, what kind of trash is this? How could these people hurt me? Immediately, the Hohoinas activated their Hawaiian swordsmanship skills, slashing fiercely. These attacks all rushed straight towards the Phoenix Fairy. The park manager also suffered a fatal blow. Bubble quickly rushed forward, the Phoenix Fairy also said loudly, Bubble, what's going on? This is new. Bubble frowned and thought, Hawaiians wearing hero-level equipment, this has never happened before, is this a new tactic? No, you can only build 7 types of houses, no way, upgrade then get rare equipment, then get stronger Hawaiians, no way. She was so scared that she opened her eyes. Did they understand that they were responding to the market, even in such a short period of time? It was unreasonable. Looking at the proud Hardcore, she thought, how could he? Back in the time before the tournament at Heart Heater's house, the Hardcore said, okay, let's talk about strategy. This is a mini map of the siege circle, with a few extra dolls to make it easier to visualize. Hardcore also said, Rim did it, everyone wholeheartedly praised it. Hardcore continued, you two know all the basic types of houses, right, and the rules of the game. The Hardcore picked up the 2 dummies and said, and now let's go over the strategy. First ask lightly, if both the Hardcore leveling warrior and the kid you bastard reach level 10 and go solo, who wins? Sora immediately said, surely the Hardcore will chew the first Phoenix's head in one fell swoop, what a simp. But the Hardcore immediately said, it's wrong, the dark-haired boy wins. He explained, even when this guy was still ranked 1, it was already difficult to fight, those people with personal characteristics like hero targets were very strong, too strong in other words. During the fight at the restaurant, that kid had already made a heroic move, so now it was very difficult to win. Dark suggested, but you're the only one who can, how about going all out and then I use time rewind on him? Hardcore replied, quite good, but you can't hit him, if you could. Each player still has 2 lives, what should we do if he revives? The move to turn back time has a very long cooldown, so if he revives we will definitely lose. Dark said again, so what are you going to do, give up? Hardcore spoke again, I was about to say. He smiled and said, instead of focusing on each guy, why don't we use this round's tricks, so my plan is to build a market. Dark and Sora don't understand, is there a house? Hardcore explains, a total of 6 types of houses can be built except for the main city, but there are some hidden states that will activate when a certain number of houses are built. If 6 or more worker houses are built close together, the industrialization revolution effect will activate, increasing the speed of resource exploitation by 30%. Sora was surprised at this moment, I had heard of the female effect. Hardcore smiled and continued to explain, this method requires a different number of houses and the effects are also random. And the house we need to build the most is the store. If you build 20 stores, and raise them to the maximum level, then you will get a market effect, the store can now sell rare items. A team discovered this effect 2 years ago, but no can do it because of lack of gold. Hardcore laughed and said, but we are different, thanks to my luck and the winning gift from the previous round. The Hohoina's army is equipped with all the awesome equipment, it's a sure bet. Sora was happy when he heard that, while Dark was worried. Is that okay? Hardcore continued, don't let them know, so let's build it underground. Hardcore told Bubble, because we built an underground store, but got the black market effect, but that's okay. The black market effect is to sell items more expensive than the market but increase the power of the equipment. Hawaiians have storm swords, Salsnarian, Hawaiian armor, so they are extremely strong. They rushed to activate the sword skill Hohoinas to attack the park manager. The announcement rang out, the park manager was in critical condition. Next, an explosion rang out, the park manager's blood ran out, he died, he had no lives left, so he was eliminated from the siege. Hardcore praise, good job Hohoinas, only 2 more lives left. At this moment, with a click, the system rang, removing the galloping skill and stopping the hero status. Hohoinas rushed towards him again. Next was that guy, bro. Feng Tian frowned and thought, these bastards. I didn't pay attention until now, but now each of them is like a boss. Bubble suffered an attack. The Phoenix Fairy below spoke loudly. Bubble looked like he was about to lose, there was no other way. The boy smiled and said, I have to use it that way, give it here. Bubble said loudly, but Phoenix Fairy, that way is too dangerous. She thought, I used that move on the Phoenix Fairy, but he still couldn't stabilize, using it in the tournament was also banned. But then she thought, Manager Park is eliminated, now it's 2 against 3, Phoenix Fairy is the last hope. She immediately activated Kicksnong, releasing the Black God helmet. Immediately the attacking Hawaiians also sensed something was wrong. The announcement rang out, the Black God's helmet burned the skin, causing continuous damage to the wearer. The announcement rang out, the Phoenix Immortal regime was a Black God. He said proudly, wonderful. Bubble above thinks that the Black God helmet is an equipment created by the company, which has the effect of controlling and adjusting Nightmare, helping the wearer become extremely strong, but if he cannot stand it, he will turn into a monster, Nightmare. The Hawaiians still bravely charged forward. They said, he was taking constant damage, a few more hits and he would be gone. But this time a Hawaiians was injured. The Phoenix Fairy activated the ultimate power skill, easily cutting down all the Hawaiians with rare equipment. The Phoenix Fairy laughed madly and said, dive into the slime, I will make salad. The boy also activated the energy release skill. The Hawaiians were stunned, what is this? Hardcore was also surprised, what move was this, never heard of it before, a Black God helmet. He frowned, feeling like it was a nightmare, but it wasn't. This side, the Phoenix Fairy has gone completely crazy. He alone activated the sweeping skill, taking care of all the Hawaiians. Even the Hawaiians on the Citadel were seriously injured. Sora is worried, our Hawaiians. The Phoenix Fairy frantically killed and then spoke loudly. Die, you trash. The Hawaiians are scared, what? Immediately after that they were all mutilated. Chacho announced, the Hawaiians are defeated, what's going on? It's true that I didn't expect it, ladies and gentlemen, the Phoenix Fairy released a strange skill and suddenly became extremely strong, now I don't know who will win. Yopi exclaimed, oh that's a bit tense, the God of War was silent. At this time, Yopi asked again, is this okay? The God of War ate popcorn and replied, don't care if you're tired, it's fun to watch, Yopi muttered, isn't that fun? At this time, the God of War laughed and said, if you want to treat me like a child, then continue like that, you look upset when your team lost, Yopi. Yopi also laughed and said, because I don't like stories that kill characters too early. The God of War also said, besides, that hardcore leveling warrior must be hiding his cards, it's just. They don't know that they themselves are cheating, so it's all even. Yopi remained silent and asked, so are they also planning something? Yopi exclaimed, I didn't know, it's true that God is different. The two continued to watch the match. This item, the Black God helmet, is an item created from a forbidden skill, greatly increasing the wearer's stats. But for the Phoenix Fairy, because his body is very unstable, because it is not compatible with the helmet, it continuously causes damage to him. Bubble reminded, there is no time to play, Phoenix Fairy. She was skeptical, but why, he could destroy their citadel with just one sweep. At this time, the Phoenix Fairy was frantically killing Hawaiians and then laughed loudly. She worriedly thought, I heard that people infected with nightmares will go crazy and want to destroy everything, Could it be that he has also become a nightmare? No, not yet, but it is also very dangerous. Bubble said loudly, Phoenix Fairy, there's no time, destroy their base quickly. But then she was stunned when she saw herself being stabbed by a weapon about to stab her. The Phoenix Fairy told her to shut up. He said angrily, do you think I won't fight against these guys, or do you think I'm just like them, without me you're nothing, so be smart and keep your mouth shut. Bubble is angry, what the hell are you talking about, this old brat, this is not play time, he is working, the helmet is making him lose his mind, he knows right away that he can't use it yet. She activated the tricolor bubble skill and thought, I have to destroy the castle myself. Dark said loudly, don't be shy, he activated the bone spear skill to pierce the bubble supporting her. Dark reminded, hey Bubble sister, have you forgotten me? Bubble cursed, these kids, then she continued to spit bubbles. The two sides continued to fight non-stop. On this side, the Phoenix Fairies are still fighting and killing the Hawaiians. Hardcore thought, too strong, damn, the main plan is ruined. Hardcore thought, that nightmare armor is slowly eating up his health, but at this rate, I will die before him, or just give up. But I remember what happened. Hardcore laughed again and thought, what are you thinking, you idiot, this is not you, Dad said it's not done yet, it's not done, think about it. Hardcore remembers, now I have 2 more lucky coins. Even if I increase my stats, I can't defeat him, so the only way is. Hardcore remembered, the skill he got from the old man last time. But now I still can't use it, so I have to put all my intelligence points into understanding how to cast the move. But the Hardcore thinks, there is still a problem. That monster won't obediently stand still and let me hit him, if I miss or can't use it, it's over, so I need to take advantage of his vulnerability. The Hardcore thought frantically, think about it, how to leave him vulnerable. The Phoenix Fairy also said at this time, I'm the only one left, that's it, he prepared to kill the last Hawaiians. But now Sora said, lie down. She rushed forward to block the Phoenix Fairy's attack and said, I will protect you. Sora said, I know you weren't born like us, but I also want to thank you for following me until now. She said, I can't protect everyone, but I will definitely protect you. Ego said at this time, that guy hit me too hard, I can't stand it anymore, Mom. The Phoenix Fairy also said frantically, I've been hiding behind them, and now I'm showing my face. Sora smiled again and said, I learned this skill just for people like you, the Phoenix Fairy thought in shock. What skill is this? She immediately activated the escape skill to grab someone to leave. The Phoenix Fairy angrily rushed over and said, don't mess with me, die. But at this time, Sora accidentally hit a rock and died, it was too dangerous. Feng Tian said proudly, ridiculous, die to be free of debt. An attack immediately rushed towards them. Sora, Hawaiians and Ego all fell down. Sora said, damn it, I'm sorry Hawaiians. The Phoenix Fairy grabbed a weapon again, he laughed maniacally and said, I missed, but don't miss it this time. The Phoenix Fairy activated the skill to release energy towards them. Sora whispered, damn Hardcore, it's all up to you. At this moment, the Hohoinas from before rushed forward. It stood in front of Sora and said, I will protect you. The Phoenix Fairy laughed even louder, do you want to die with me? But at this moment this Hawaiian's mouth suddenly emitted something. On the other side, Heart Heater was searching confusedly, did Rim find it yet? Oh my bad, where is it, the Guild Stone, the Dragon Soul Stone? Immediately on this side, Hawaiian suddenly activated the Fire Dragon skill. Feng Tian was shocked to see that his arm had been burned by fire. At this moment a sound rang out, well done Sora. Hardcore said, she had distracted him. On this side, he activated the lucky coin, increasing his intelligence stat twice. Hardcore rushed down and said, he was worried and didn't know what to do. The Phoenix Fairy still swung the attack and said, I don't need 2 hands, block this. Hardcore thought, I can't remember the entire chain of command to launch the move, but I know how to use it. The Hardcore immediately activates the soul-destroying skill. Then the Hardcore broke the Phoenix Fairy spear. Feng Tian said in shock, how could you cut my weapon in half, what kind of move is that, you bastard? Hardcore asked again, what nonsense are you talking about, just die. Immediately, the Phoenix Fairy's body was split in half, the Hardcore laughed and said, chicken. Dark and Sora were happy, that's great, idiot, I knew you could do it, only Bubble was angry, this idiot, he called for the main house to be destroyed. Dark was surprised, Bubble used the recall skill to return to the team. Chacho outside commented, Well, Bubble had to return to the defense, but the hardcore team is following closely behind. The Phoenix Fairy needs time to revive. It looks like the hardcore leveling warrior will win for sure. The old man from before happily jumped up and down, cheering and thanking heaven and earth. In another place, the Totara's water castle belongs to the third city of the Giga Empire. They all listened silently to the announcement that the blue team's citadel had been destroyed. Light said coldly, "What are you doing? Don't turn it off yet." A sound rang out, "Ha ha, Mr. Vice President, sorry." Light said unhappily, "When did you get here, Grandma, Sua?" Sua smiled and said, "Yukar's favorite team, you lost, you were still boasting too much, even using the black magic helmet." Light was angry, "Please go, my head hurts." Sua smiled and said, "Oh sorry, I just like to see how angry my younger brother's face is right now, it's been a while since I've seen it." Light said with a black face, "Have you seen enough, let's go." Sua left and said, "Okay, let's go, it looks like your sister is about to take my place, whoever wins this prize will be recognized by Dad, remember, see you again in the PvP round." Light angrily muttered, "Damn Carter, why did he pick up a hardcore leveling warrior?" At this time, Light asked again, "Who does Manager Park and Hardcore work for?" "Mr. Kim, right away, call him right away." He thought, this is a bit annoying, it's time to settle the score. Chacho announced that the hardcore team was attacking the Phoenix Fairy's base. There was still a long time left for him to revive. Oh, the city collapsed. The winning team was the hardcore leveling warrior. We all returned to the village. The hardcore looked around and were surprised. Where were there so many people? Was it an ambush? Were they assassins from the Giga faction? The crowd surrounded the three, surprising them. But then they heard these people say, "Hardcore leveling warrior, you're amazing. What kind of move is that? It's amazing. We will support your team with all our might. We thought you lost, but we didn't expect you to overturn the odds so horribly." Hardcore and Dark blushed, "Haha, what is this? What support? Am I dreaming?" Sora is happy again. "Oh fans, thank you so much." Right at this moment, a dragon came flying. Heart Heater was surprised. Where did it get so crowded? Now there were even fans. Heart Heater smiled and said, "Master, I'm here to pick you up." Hardcore asked again, "Is that just a kid? What about me?" Heart Heater immediately said, "It's a waste of 2,000 gold." But then he laughed and said, he was worried about whether he could beat the Phoenix Fairy or not. Who would have thought it would be so delicious? He did a great job, so he gave it away for free. Hardcore on the dragon asked, "But why are you riding the dragon? Do you have an urgent matter?" Heart Heater just said, "You're in the PvP round, now go watch the other guys fight to prepare." Hardcore doesn't understand, but we can't go into the match to watch. Returning home, Heart Heater said, "It's true that you can't go in directly." As soon as he entered the hardcore, he was surprised. What kind of screen is this?" Heart Heater explained, "This is a device used to receive magic waves for television. In your world it is called a television." He said, "I bought it so I wouldn't have to bother going to see it." At this time, Heart Heater said, "Sora, have you brought back the dragon stone inside that Hawaiians? It's very expensive." Sora said confused, "I'm sorry." She explained that when the Hawaiians died, the stone also flew out, and was eaten by the ego. She worriedly said, "Sorry, I didn't know it was so important. How much it was? Can I pay it back later?" Heart Heater smiled and replied, "Never mind, it's okay, if it's lost then that's it, no matter what, thanks to it we won, it's considered a tie, but that money pill can be eaten for a whole year." Sora was happy to hear that. "Really, thank you." Heart Heater put on a friendly face and said, "It's okay, but in the future, remember to ask before touching other people's things, okay?" At this time the sound rang out, "Oh, what's going on?" As soon as the match started, Yopi Land's team rushed straight to the enemy station. Giga had already lost a player. All three were surprised, it had just begun. Chacho hosted the show. No one could have guessed this. The robot Shin players were unleashing all their firepower, shooting continuously. However, there is only one commander of the attack, ladies and gentlemen. He is very leisurely walking slowly. Tak has received a fatal blow. When the smoke screen ended, Tak pouted and said, "That's all, I really wanted to punch Giga guys in the face, now my fate is over." Chacho commented, "The first game just started, he's only level 1 but he's okay." The Giga team began to increase their firepower, all pointing towards Tak. Tak slowly continued. Chacho the host was surprised. Yes, he was still unharmed. That was amazing. The commander always surprises everyone. I said loudly, "Your father is here, you bastards." The blue-haired guy worriedly said, "Hey Manager Lee, what should you do? Self-destruct or something? Why are you just standing there? You're crazy, the company pays your salary." Before he could finish his sentence, the blue-haired man was punched straight in the snout. Hack said loudly, "Stop showing off, why don't you destroy yourself first? Ha, you're dead in one punch." Hack left and said, "I'll let you live, I can't bear to see you have such a wretched boss." Manager Lee was scared and said no. "Over here Apu, Lime and the Hawaiians are eating tea and drinking cakes," Apu said. He said he would return before the tea cooled. He thought he was a Mandarin, let's finish it. On this side, Tak is activating the Rage Justice skill. One punch crushed the Giga team's citadel. Manager Lee was scared, just one punch could destroy the whole castle. Chacho commented, "What's going on? He's only level 1, he single-handedly took down the entire enemy team, destroyed the castle with just one punch. Yopi's team won, ladies and gentlemen. Hardcore is scary to watch, it's so scary, I hope I don't have to meet this guy again." Heart Heater said above that the siege round will officially end after this game. He continued, "And out of all the participating teams, there's one team that I'm quite worried about. Giga Team number 8 was originally just a team of mercenaries, but a female player no name replaced one of them. It must be said, this team was initially not outstanding at all. But since she joined, the team's fighting ability, positioning and coordination increased significantly. It seems like she has a lot of leadership talent. During the siege, she even defeated the entire team, Dark King, one of the most potential teams." Heart Heater continued, "Another interesting thing is, she used the same strategy as you, using market effects, to create an army of Hawaiians. Both games happened at the same time, so there was no way she could copy your strategy." Hardcore mumbled, "Big ideas meeting." Hardcore thought, "Before, she and I used to analyze the first game, could it be that it was Arma?" The system rang, the entire siege game was completed, prizes were awarded to the winning team. The park fairy appeared and said, "Hello, you guys played well. This is a gift from the god of war to you." Immediately a pile of boxes appeared. The fairy said, "I heard that this type of box is very popular in the world." Dark held the gift box suspiciously, acting like a postal worker. As soon as I opened the box, a beam of light appeared, surprising me. In the box there was the word exp. Dark was covered in pale yellow light and was surprised. The system rang. Dark received experience points, leveled up to 90. Heart Heater exclaimed, naturally rushing to level 90, high level has more options. Sora saw that and immediately opened the box and said, "Really, there is experience in the box, open it quickly." In her box were yellow onions, a type of onion that grows in dry lands and tastes delicious. When it was the Hardcore's turn, in his box a park fairy appeared and said, "Good job but better luck next time." Hardcore angrily threw the box and said, "Why can't you get anything by yourself, you bastard?" Heart Heater summarizes, "So Dark gets a level up, and Sora gets an onion." Hardcore said tremblingly, "But I couldn't do anything." Heart Heater said, "Master, you are 90 and can choose the second style." The system also rang, "You can use the second style." Dark said, "It's true that you need this to be able to win the PvP round, but what can you do?" Heart Heater said again, "Hardcore leveling warrior will explain to you, master." Hardcore is speechless. "Since when did you become a tutor?" "Okay, listen carefully, kid. There are two main factors to form a character in Lucid Adventure, personal attributes and sect. A character is a combination of the above two factors. You cannot choose your personal attributes, but you can choose your sect. Therefore, there are many types of characters born from the above combination. Moreover, there is no need to stay in one sect all the time. When you reach level 90, you can choose another, more specific sect. Choose the second sect that suits your personal attributes. For example, Tempest is a gunner, but chooses a second class, the divine type, so he becomes a gunner with godlike abilities, or he can choose to be a sniper or infantry. The Bubble Girl from the previous game was originally a mage, but chose to follow the natural elemental system, along with her personal attribute being bubbles, so that she could use many types of bubbles with elements. Choco BB, also a magician, has a personal attribute skill called teleportation. In other words, there are many types of magicians, so this game is so diverse. I don't know how many sects there are, but usually a person who follows all 5 sects is called a master." Dark exclaimed. His explanation made his skin goosebumps and he pretended to ignore it. He continued, "So it's as simple as learning to become an immortal. I don't know what to choose." Hardcore feels free to say, "If you don't know, look at the people around you, or go look at the sects of the players on the internet. Hardcore continued, there is a player with the same dark magic type as you, just recently. Heart Heater said, it's Yopi's left arm, poo. It's good to ask what she means. Heart Heater said, although she is not an expert yet, she has followed 4 sects, I am sure she can help you master. Hardcore said, I've finished fighting, so she's probably level now, okay let's go. Dark said again, it's not far so I can walk, are you going to follow too, are you bored? Hardcore said on the outside, follow along to make sure you choose the right system, but I know you are very stupid. In his heart he thought, maybe, I will meet her again at poo, that girl looks like Arma. Dark asked Sora if she was going, but Sora said, no Dark, I still have some things to discuss with Heart Heater. The two left. Hardcore also told Sora, if it's about borrowing money, that grandfather is very stingy. Heart Heater then asked, what's wrong Sora, is something wrong? If you borrow real gold, let me take a look at your finances first. At this point Sora said, Heart Heater, actually. On this side, the Hardcore asked, hey kid, do you have a girlfriend? Isn't that right, you can't have a girlfriend your size. Dark said angrily, are you crazy? If I had a girlfriend then why would I still be hanging out with you? Look at yourself, you've never had a girlfriend and you're just pretending, everyone knows you've been single all your life. Hardcore was seriously attacked by these words. He even tearfully said, please stop talking, I'm sorry. Walking on the street, the two continued talking, not paying attention to someone watching them from above. These guys said, sir, we have found her, can we catch her alive? The target hasn't been found yet, but a witness was found, saying he saw her leave Poo-Poo's place a few days ago. The other guy said, Poo-Poo, let's see what she knows, let's go. After speaking, the two quickly left. This time in Yopi region, the city of Poo-Poo. Hardcore asked, is it this place? Dark also wondered why it was so quiet, was anyone watching? Hardcore smiled and said, why are you so shy, my brother? Hardcore immediately opened the door and said loudly, is there anyone? But then they were all silent, then he said, there's really no one. Right at this moment a dart was swung. Hardcore immediately blocked this attack, he asked, who is it? The other guy said, oh, there's another guest. The guy glared and said, let me handle them. But his accomplices asked, what about the interrogation? Poo-Poo was paralyzed by the sword, he said, he almost did it. She frowned, unable to move. Hardcore said with a face, that effect looks familiar. Hardcore reminder to be careful, kid. That guy just now realized, Hardcore leveling warrior. They jumped down and said proudly, today I got the trick, I don't have to waste time looking for you. Hardcore asked in surprise, do you know me? This guy said with a black face, what you forced me to endure, now I will make you pay it back 100-fold. He took a long rope and said, with this power, I will erase you forever, this Hardcore leveling warrior. The bone weapon swung forward. Hardcore gritted his teeth, this weapon was similar to the one that woman used, that red lightning bolt. This effect, he thought, was very dangerous. At this time at the Heart Heater house, Rim was surprised and asked, Sora, is it okay, you don't eat cake, it's normal for everyone to eat. Rim continued asking, maybe the tea is too bad, let me add more honey, or do you like sugar better? Sora then said, it's not that Rim. She confided, in the match just now, the only reason I was able to win was because I had Ego and Hawaiian supporting me, I couldn't bear to think that I didn't deserve to win that match. She said sadly, I'm very angry, it would be nice if I had an extremely rare personal attribute like Phoenix Fairy or Dark. Then she said, but I don't want that, I will rise up on my own, I will try my best, I have to be strong. Sora said, so I can't just sit here forever, I need skills, a better teacher. Sora then said, Heart Heater, the swordsman that the Hardcore met, sell his information to me, I will pay any amount. Heart Heater smiled and said, Sora, my information is very expensive. He continued, actually, I also searched for information about that old sword master, but couldn't find anything, novelist Han, but, I can introduce you to another person, him. Now in Nario City. Sora looked around, somewhere around here. At this moment a giant cockroach suddenly appeared. Sora is scared to death, what the fuck is this? She was so scared that she collapsed, a giant cockroach, but the cockroach was cut to death. A voice rang out, who is it, oh ma'am? Fondue asked, female sword master from the Hardcore side, what are you doing in our city, there's nothing here. Fondue asked again, thinking about joining our guild. Sora was about to answer when a voice rang out, "It's okay, Fondue." The Great Gamer said, "What are you doing standing there? Let's help her up." The Great Gamer smiled and said, "Heart Heater has a favor to ask me, I owe him anyway, enough talking, let's practice." On this side, the guy with all black body said loudly, "Today will be the day I kill my sworn enemy." He brandished his weapon and said, "After all that time of plowing, I already met you, die." The deadly weapon was brandished. Hardcore told Dark, "Hey kid, you've seen that weapon a few times, haven't you? Just one hit and it's game over, dodge quickly." They all quickly dodged this weapon. Over here, the paralyzed Poo is thinking, the debuff is so strong, it must be a high-level skill, I've never had it. She gritted her teeth and thought, at this rate she would die, she wouldn't be able to counterattack. But this time a blow tries to hit the Poo spot. The other guy reminded him to lie still. The guy said in a cold voice, "If he doesn't tell me where that girl is, he won't die yet." The guy on the other side still said proudly, "You know you're scared, but you can't avoid it forever." This time 4 arrows flew forward. Hardcore dodged and frowned thinking, "Wait, this guy has bad aim." The guy was indeed cursing, why couldn't I hit him, this bastard was hiding like crazy." The Hardcore realized that he didn't know how to use this dish, maybe someone had just given it to him, so he was now so arrogant. Hardcore said to Dark, "Step back and leave him to your brother to worry about." He advised him to go and tell the security guard that there was a robbery. Hardcore activates Lucky Coin skill, enhancing speed. That guy is saying, "You use these 3 cheap tricks. One hit and you're gone, the weapon comes as fast as lightning." But Hardcore must be called Lightning's father, he immediately disappeared. The guy's face was shocked, why did he disappear? Hardcore appeared behind him and said, "There is no father, it's just your brother who is fast." The Hardcore activates the normal slashing skill, after all, his strength index is over 900, there is no need to use a few soul attacks. A huge explosion rang out. Dark happily said, "Good, I defeated him." But Hardcore said, "Not yet." Another guy saved the fat guy in time, the Hardcore said, "Now it's 2 against 1. The leader asked, "Are you okay, are you hurt?" The fat guy said, "No, boss." Hardcore rushed forward and said, "I don't care how many guys I fight, up here I accept them all." Hardcore has activated the Moon Soul Slash skill. This guy wearing a shiny shoe said, "It's been a while since I've seen that trick." Hardcore was shocked to see that the other guy was gone. He smiled and said, "You're old, Hardcore leveling warrior, and by the way, thank you for these shoes." Hardcore was surprised to remember, Golden Fire Dragon shoes, why did he have that? The other guy pulled out the sword from Apu and said, "I was assigned to complete the mission as silently as possible, but there is no other way." He said, "You must die." But at this time, it rang out from the eye, "Someone was coming here, take that dark monk with him, it's a good ingredient." The leader thought to himself, "Well, what a pity." The Hardcore then rushed up and said, "Give me my shoes back immediately." Both Hardcore and Lazia rushed forward. Hardcore cursed, "Lazia, why are you standing there? I'll use a soul strike to cut you off." But this name quickly disappeared. The guy in his hand was holding Poo and the fat guy said, "I want to see you cry and beg." Well, there are still many chances. After that, they disappeared, and the other guy continued to say, "Set an appointment to meet again, then I will defeat you, Hardcore leveling warrior." At this moment the sound rang out, "Everyone quickly go to Poo's city, it's urgent." Lime brought the army, but then she was taken aback. Hardcore stood there telling them, "It's too late." Hardcore explains, "They captured her, a kidnapping." Lime was stunned, "Kidnapped?" She immediately said, "All forces quickly go into battle mode, we have to save Poo right away, I want all the generals to do their duty." But at this time a sound rang out, "No need, then who cares?" Hardcore was shocked, Lime was happy, Poo. Poo in mouse form said, "Yopi and Tak are doing important things outside the real world, I don't want them to stop because of me." Hardcore doesn't understand, what kind of thing is this? Apu explained, "I could call it precaution, I left a part of my soul in a lab mouse, but they had already left Yopi land." Lime said again, "Can we follow them?" Poo shook his head, "Yes, but they are very fast." She said, "Going northwest, near Teto Mine, about to lose track, the soul connection line is weakening." She said, "If you want to catch them, you must chase them immediately. Lime immediately said, then let me go alone, I will catch them. But Apu said, it's very dangerous Lime, they're using nightmare. The hardcore now bent down and said, what are you waiting for, let's go. Apu was surprised, you want to help, what do you want? Hardcore said with an evil smile, it's nothing, just a little mutual affection from time to time. Hardcore continued, well, after finishing this case, would you mind helping that boy with the second sect matter, because I'm a bit busy. Apu replied, no wonder you two came to my city, it's true that choosing a new sect is not easy, she thought, there is no other way. Apu jumped on the hardcore and said, in this form I can't give you quests, the hardcore doesn't care, I know you will keep your word. Hardcore thought, I just want those shoes back. He thought, just wait, you two, I'm here to save you too. Elsewhere, a creature is dragging someone. His body was thrown below. Below the abyss are countless other similar bodies. The man opened his eyes and realized in horror that he was tied up and couldn't do anything. The creature reported, ready. Zero said, a night, good ingredients, let's start. The system rang, burned, the furnace burned. Immediately the box containing the other person's body caught fire. She laughed again and said, now let's grind, the system also rang, sledgehammer. A dumbbell flew down from the sky. It crushed all the bodies below. A shower of blood and painful sounds. Zero exclaimed, I always like to hear this sound. After a while, the two slowly went down to that giant box. Zero said, it's all gone, open it. Immediately, a stream of burning yellow water came out of the box. Zero exclamation, 99% pure karma, excellent. She said, hoping this time, the system would create a god-killing weapon. Immediately, that liquid floated in the air. They turned into strange shapes. Zero said, good, the karma stream has started to flow. Let's turn it into a weapon, the red effect is really magical. A few seconds later, the liquid turned into something and then fell. Zero said, this time it's a bow, try it. She summoned the god's hand, the god's own hand cut it off and said, see if it can penetrate the blood and flesh of that arrogant god. The creature immediately obeyed the command and picked up the bow. This weapon was amazing, it was the nameless weapon of the master blacksmith, just naming whatever he liked. The bow and arrow were quickly shot, the arrow flashed with electric sparks. As soon as the arrow touched the god's arm, a flash of electricity startled both of them. The creature exclaimed, its power was terrifying. Zero looked at it silently and said, it's a failure, there's not a single scratch on that damn skin. The god's arm is still intact. Zero left and said, let's call it another failed product of the master blacksmith. She turned around and said, give it to the people, ask for more ingredients for me. Over here, Apu said, they just passed the Teto mine. They all climbed onto the chimera, a monster made from the corpses of many animals. The hardcore asked, can they catch up with them? Apu replied, of course, the chimera is the fastest. Hardcore thought to himself, that item greatly increases the speed of the wearer, my baby. The chimera rushed straight forward. Hardcore asked again how much further. Apu replied, at this speed he will catch up soon. Hardcore continued asking, what do they want from her? Apu said, they are looking for a girl to accompany them on Hawaiian's missions. Hardcore asked, is that the adventurer sect girl? Apu replied, she hasn't registered in Yopi land so we don't know. Dark and Lime sat in the back. Dark thought, that idiot. He thought, when I first met him I thought he was just a gold digger, but it seems a bit different. He's not the generous type, but he cares about me. The chimera still flies straight. Dark thought, is this called comrades or friends? At this point the hardcore said, oh yeah. He turned around and said, hey kid, you said you wanted to beat your cousin with the antenna head, right? He continued, those guys just pretended to be noble, but they were all a bunch of nightmares, this time try to see through them. Hardcore blushed and continued, and let me borrow it for another year to look at it. While enhancing, I accidentally damaged the weapon, now I have to worry about repairing it, it's all dark, my mood is touched, I look like a lot of mobile phones, huh? Hardcore said greedily, no, you look like an unlimited credit card, seriously, your brother helped me so much and didn't get any reward. Dark was silent and said, let's finish this matter and figure it out. At this moment the chimera suddenly startled. Apu also said, damn, lost track. She said, they must have teleported, or used some kind of portal. Hardcore doesn't understand, if they could teleport, they would have done it in Yopi land. If you lose the trail in the forest, it means there's a portal somewhere around here. Uppu let the chimera fly even higher, then she said, there it is. They found a portal. Lime reported, detecting many strong energy sources around the gate, most likely it was being carefully guarded. Sure enough, forest golems, a type of golem that specializes in protecting forests, appeared. They surrounded and protected the communion. Lime rushed forward and said loudly, the gate is about to close, give Uppu to you too, dark, hardcore. She immediately took out her weapon to fight the forest golem and said loudly, go. A battle rang out with a huge explosion. The chimera quickly crawled into the portal. They exclaimed that inside this portal, it was very unstable. Uppu also said, the mana flow in here is very strong, be careful. Hardcore said again, this skull head is about to lose control, dodge quickly, hold on tight. The front gate has gradually closed. The chimera fell to the ground. They were all lucky not to die. Hardcore worriedly looked at Uppu in mouse form, is this mouse girl still alive? Dark is also in pain, and in the distance from them, No Name is vomiting. Everyone looked at her in surprise. Hardcore said loudly, Miss. No Name calmly said, well, it looks like an exciting adventure so I'll go, my secretiveness will be exposed. She smiled and said, you can call me No Name, let me come along and play with you. Somewhere else, a voice rang out, Sword Master, I beg you. Sora held the wonderful gamer's hand and said, please. The great gamer looked at her with difficulty. Sora still talks and teaches me too. You are determined, teach me the Moon Soul beheading technique. The wonderful gamer remained silent as Sora asked him to teach him how to behead the Moon Soul. Fondue in the distance was shocked, she was holding his hand so, he said, hey Sora or something, please let go. Sora doesn't understand, what's wrong, what's wrong? That's right, Fondue reminded her, because the master swordsman had never dated a girl in his 30 years of life. The great gamer's face was now as big as an erupting volcano. Fondue continued, contact with women was extremely dangerous for him. They all immediately returned to the city as he did. Cool gamer silently uses ice to cool himself. Fondue said with a smile, adding this to your series of embarrassing events that made you want to apparate? Sora was confused, I'm sorry, the great gamer just replied, it's nothing, I was just having a fit. Sora immediately suggested, I don't know if you've never dated anyone, I know a few of those girls, do you want to date any of them, but only after you teach me the Moon Soul beheading technique. The great gamer blushed and said loudly, hey, I have a date, but just schedule it for me, thank you. Fondue laughed and revealed the truth, it was true that he had a date, if he counted on getting dumped after 3 hours then yes. Great gamer changes the subject, so you came here just to get stronger, Sora, do you think that after learning the Moon Soul / move you will get stronger? That move can't even be taught, and that move is just only half of another trick. Sora immediately asked, what about hardcore leveling warrior? The great gamer sighed and recounted, he beat me and stole that move when he left the Zara guild, the only reason he got it was because of his personal attributes. Sora wondered, do you mean betting ability? The great gamer said, yes, moreover, that guy only focused on using that move because he didn't know any other moves of the Sword Master, there were dozens of moves stronger than Moon Soul / that guy took them all at any age. He continued, Sora, you already have all the delicious food, looking for this ego, and have a hidden sect that is an expert in seasoning, what you really need right now is real combat experience. He smiled and continued, no matter how good you are, if you don't know how to develop your skills in real combat, it's as good as nothing. The great gamer concluded, based on how she fought recently, I concluded she knew how to fight. The great gamer took out a document and said, so, she will have to fight these veteran brawlers, practice like that to get good at it. Sora was surprised, wanted, is that a group of players? Great gamers are speechless, yes, a bunch of tough guys, our guild is not very rich, so we have to earn a living like this, just go to a dungeon now expensive to ignore. He continued, I have spread false news to the NPCs recently, they will come soon. On the road, a long-haired man rode a cargo slug. Up high, a group of people watched the trip and said, is that the car right, the cobalt mine truck? 3 wanted generals, too much calcium said, cobalt mine too, this time I won the trick, that thing is worth more than gold. Cute Minky also said, yesterday I lost everything at cards, so now I need some more money. Alabag said angrily, if you guys dare to take more than me like last time, then watch out for me, this time divided evenly, okay. After the 3 discussed, they immediately went into battle. They rushed up to block him and said, "Hey old man, it's okay to die today." Cute Minky threatened, "Quickly hand over all the goods and then obediently die." The slug driver just exclaimed, "Oh my god." This person calmly replied, "They are robbers, I'm so scared, please spare my life." All three red players immediately charged forward with their weapons. At that moment the cargo door opened. The great gamer in the box cursed, "Hey you idiot, I told you to act well, not read books to them, acting like this will kill me." He immediately activated his counterattack skill to block. The red players were stunned. Great gamer, count, 1, 2, 3, that's all, this time you've made money ha ha ha. The guy with too much calcium said, "You bounty hunters, this is a trap." The great gamer said to Sora next to him, "Go up, remember we won't come in to help." He added, "If you die, we'll just revive you, then continue fighting." Sora pulled out his sword and replied, "In general, just take care of training yourself." The great gamer nodded, he remembered the 3 rules of her training: don't use ego, only use regular swords. So now in Sora's hand is a long sword, a normal sword cast from the smithy. On this side, the hardcore wondered, "No Nam, is that her nickname?" No Name immediately replied, "What is the nickname? Just a normal no name." Hardcore was silent, he thought, "Is she an NPC, never seen her before, is this a new mission, or an event?" No Name didn't understand why she kept being looked at. She said, "Hey, are you upset with me for sneaking along?" Hardcore thought, she uses the same skills, but her appearance is nothing like Arma. Hardcore continued, "They are hunting you, who are you?" No Name immediately said, "I told you, my name is No Name." At this moment, her inner instinct suddenly arose. No Name turned his head and said loudly, "If he did, just dodge immediately." Sure enough, immediately a beam of bright power rushed forward. Hardcore and Dark dodged in. Hardcore said, "Is this a magician?" A pink-haired woman appeared and said loudly, "Who gave you permission to come in here, who are you?" No Name saw her and laughed loudly and said, "Great, after I finish dealing with this bitch, please let me follow, okay?" She immediately drew her sword and rushed forward. Hardcore and Dark were also surprised, it was so fast. After a second, the female mage laughed loudly, raised her hand and said, "You crazy girl, my chanting speed is very fast, come any closer and I will punch holes all over your body." A series of flashes of power flashed. But all of them are easily overcome by No Name. The magician was stunned, it couldn't be, he twisted his body to avoid everything, monster. Right there, No Name activated the pioneering beheading skill, cutting apart the mage and her mini subordinates. All 3 people silently witnessed the scene just now. No Name happily said, "Why, am I allowed to follow?" Hardcore said, "Yes, it's quite good." In my heart I thought, that power, like a ranked player, who exactly is this girl? Hardcore turned his head to look forward and said to everyone, "They must be in there, let's go." Inside, a rustling sound rang out, Master, that one is dead, we are being followed." The 2 guys who needed the body Poo were shocked when they heard that. The dark-headed man said, "They can even get past the golems, TSK, they can do it if they like. Either way, my hands and feet are itching." The man turned his head and gritted his teeth and said, "Hardcore leveling warrior, you are tired of living." All 4 people quickly rushed forward. No Name activated their internal instincts and told them all, there was a golem on the left, and many sources of energy on the right, probably the castle's headquarters. Hardcore and Dark have grasped the situation. No Name immediately rushed up and said, "I will take care of the pillars, you guys take care of the golems." In front of them, giant pillars gradually appeared. Hardcore said to Dark, "Hey kid, you guys take care of the one on the left, me and Lazia take care of the one on the right." No Name said smilingly, "You guys also know how to coordinate." She activated the Vanguard slashing skill 4 times, quickly finishing off the towers in front of her. Hardcore and Dark both activate skills. They used Rege's killer moves, Bear Hunting, and Moon Spirit Beheading, quickly dispatching the 2 giant golems in front of them. Hardcore asked in confusion, "Hey No Name, this is the first time she encountered these guys, but how could she come up with such a precise strategy?" No Name smiled and said, "Oh it's nothing, you guys did a great job, followed my strategy every word." Hardcore exclaimed, "You will enter the PvP round, fighting with you must be very tiring." No Name said with a smile, "Oh but I like competing with you guys." The 4 quickly reached the citadel in front of them. Hardcore then said, why should I waste my time in this damn place? He turned around and said, hey kid, why bother wasting your time on these matters? If your brother was as rich as you, he would have been spending money like water. Dark said, you don't understand, everyone has their own problems, millionaires are the same. The boy continued, I have to be stronger. Whoever completes this game will inherit my grandfather's huge inheritance, and of course I don't want to lose, upgrading my sect this time will give me more strength. Dark asked back, so what about you? I know you're working for me, but is it worth doing all this, or are you also paying off your debt in real life? Hardcore and Poo amazed. Then the Hardcore said, there's more to ask, of course you want to be as strong as before. Dark doesn't understand, then what next? Hardcore laughed and said, it's even stronger, even stronger. Hardcore didn't answer anymore but turned around and continued talking, you don't understand, that feeling. Hardcore thinks, when I stand at the top of glory, surpassing everything. But then, I saw, something even higher. And I want to touch it. But then, that girl appeared. Just a little more, those words always haunt me. At this time, No Name went ahead and said, what kind of city has no doors? The Hardcore is concluding with the Dark, once you are strong, getting rich is only a matter of time. He said triumphantly, then your brother will smash a pile of money into Kim's grandfather's face. Then bought out his company, partying wildly with pretty girls every day, then hired him as a pet dog, feeding him every day, ah ha ha. Poo is speechless, thanks to his simple mind, that's why he's so strong. Dark said, money can't buy everything. Hardcore said, okay, why not? At this time No Name said loudly, watch out, there will be another change. She realized that it was not the enemy, but this citadel, everyone be careful. The tentacles kept stabbing straight down to attack the whole group. No Name said, one hit and you're dead. Poo said to them all, I can feel my soul at the top of the citadel. They are taking my body somewhere, the connection is about to break, this body will soon lose control. Immediately, the mouse turned into a normal mouse. It immediately senselessly ran away from danger. Dark cursed, tentacles were everywhere, all of them were huge, what should I do? The Hardcore then said, leave it to me. No Name was surprised, what, Dark cursed again, this idiot. Hardcore said proudly, you guys will cut down this entire city. He continued to activate the lucky coin, greatly increasing his intelligence. When the citadel continued to spread its tentacles down, the Hardcore immediately swung his sword, activating the soul-destroying skill. An attack slashed through the entire large citadel 978. In an instant, this citadel was split in half. Hardcore is proud, see how powerful you are, Hardcore leveling warrior, and I admit this move is really awesome. No Name says again, Hardcore, I see a change again. Hardcore smiled and said, what else, it's because I'm too strong. Immediately a guy appeared and smashed the Hardcore to the ground. Is the operator? Hardcore cried out in pain, wow. The Onion leader withdrew his hand and said, do you still remember what happened that day? You've been causing me to lose sleep and eat for so long. Hardcore said again, who the hell, who are you? These words directly angered the leader. The guy kept punching the Hardcore. The Hardcore said while eating and beating, this guy is seriously asking, who are you? Outside, Lime had finished dealing with the golems. The space was silent and cold as sheets. Lime looked down at the ground, she said. So the gate is closed now. At this moment a sound rang out, Lime. Yopi retrieved the summoning card and quickly jumped down. Yopi worriedly ran over and said, are you okay, why didn't you call me? He scolded, we can still be revived if we die, but if you die, it's over, you idiot, I told you to save your life. Lime said confusedly, I'm sorry, it's my fault for not calling you. Yopi was speechless and said, sorry for raising my voice to you, I know you and Poo are like brother and sister. Yopi continued asking, did Hardcore and Dark go to save her? Lime replied, yes, they went through the portal. Lime said, the portal is closed, but there are still traces of mana here. Yopi continued to take out the card and summon the magician Nutella. Mage Nutella is a mage from the Fairy City Uni, high level. She asked, what's wrong Yopi? She angrily said, don't you dare disturb the fairy's tea time, I told you to tell me before calling me, but I'll turn you into a toad now. Yopi said seriously, sorry, my friend was captured, she went through this gate, I need your help. Nutella walked to the portal, friend and friend. She analyzed, let's see, using gems to create star magic, it's cobalt ore, it's very rare, whoever can create this circle is very good. This kind of magic can only be done by people with personal spatial attributes. Yopi asked, space-type magic, can you track them? Nutella said, it's difficult, unless there is someone here who also has that attribute. Yopi immediately said, give Choco BB, call the Swordmaster Lime. He thought, the Nightmare Core had already been sealed, this was caused by its remnants. If not, could it be another hybrid? Are they targeting Yopi land? No, Poo was just accidentally dragged into this, so what is their real purpose? In this, another attack was launched. The leader attacks the hardcore leveling warrior without stopping. This time, there was real blood coming out. The guy continued to punch and punch without stopping to think. No Name rushed forward and said, the hardcore quickly bowed down. The leader was stunned. She activated the Vanguard slashing skill again. No Name asked worriedly, are you okay? The beaten hardcore replied, why did it take so long? The leader stepped back and said, comrades, since when does a selfish bastard like you have friends? You look strong, but there's no way you can beat us. Then he was shocked, she was his target. The Onion leader laughed loudly, ha ha, he didn't understand what was going on, but you went to the wrong place, where did you fly? It's time to hunt. Immediately, others appeared on the citadels. No Name calculated, there are about 78 names to be exact. The leader gave the order to capture him. Immediately this group of people rushed forward. He also added that if he caught it, he would be rewarded with delicious food and huge buffs. The whole group rushed towards No Name like rain. No Name gritted his teeth and thought, I can't run. At this moment a voice rang out, No Name, watch out behind there. She quickly dodged it and asked, who is it? Dark activated the Deja Vu skill and said, it's me, I also have the same skills as you. He continued to activate the Soul Possession skill and said, let's go Lazia. Dark activated Lazia's killer move, hunted the bear, sending all of them flying. They cried out in pain, they broke my bones, and the skin went off all my fingers and toes. A person appeared and said, if you are injured, step back quickly and take turns coming here to heal. No Name stands up and activates the pioneering beheading skill to fight. She said, damn, 1/ won't kill you, so they just keep healing, this will be too bad. Dark activated the skill to summon Mortal Bones and said, I'll cover the rear with Mortal Bones. The crowd continued to rush forward, both sides fighting wildly. The leader said again, good, but we will win, you will be exhausted before you can defeat all of us. Hardcore stood up and said, it's scary to have Dad's things placed on his face. He smiled and said, very good, isn't that right? The Onion leader rushed forward and said, I like you better when you're angry. He immediately knocked the hardcore away and said, die. The glorious sword was thrown away. The leader said, this is a sword that only gives you effects if you have a full set of items, so someone like you is not worthy of holding it. The leader immediately became angry after hearing this. Hardcore laughed sarcastically, coward. Hardcore thought, has it bitten somewhere yet? But the leader said, you think I'm stupid, hardcore leveling warrior, why should I risk my life with you? I'm strong enough to kill you now, that is. A sword appeared in his hand and said, thanks to this sword, I can delete you from the game, with the power of the Supreme Goddess, I will eliminate you forever, hello. A blow is attempted. Hardcore thought, as expected. The leader has activated the Weapon Nightmare skill. The attack goes straight to the hardcore. Dark was startled and shouted loudly, hardcore leveling warrior. Hardcore was stunned as he looked at his hair falling out. No Name and Dark startled. Bald Hardcore bewildered, huh? The system sounds a notification, receiving the title of Bald Head, increasing the popularity index. Dark and No Name and the other group kept their mouths shut, the leader couldn't help but laugh out loud. A burst of laughter rang out in all directions, the Bald Hardcore cried. He said loudly, you bastard, just cut my neck and that's it. The Onion head smiled and said, he looks good on you. Then he thought to himself, but it was true that I was aiming for his neck, why is that strange? There's no way he could have dodged that move. Then I started thinking, wait a minute, now that I think about it again. If I get the sword, plus these 3 items, my strength will increase a lot, I'm almost as strong as him now, but adding these 3 items will definitely make me stronger. Who knows, maybe I can get the city back again, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The Onion head smiled and said, hey Bald Head, I was thinking, if you're dead then I can't get that sword, so now I'll accept your bet, but under my conditions. Bald Hardcore asked, what are your conditions? Onion Head replied, now I give you 10 minutes, no weapons, you have to run away from me, if you can run then you win. Hardcore was stunned, what, 10 minutes without a weapon? The beginning of the action is disdainful, why is it so much, anyway, as soon as you start, you will die before you can even yawn. The leader of the attack turned back, scared and bald. Gambler is a type of personal medicine that focuses on betting stats and skills. In this poetic and adventurous lucid adventure world, no one likes that system, they just stay in pubs and play cards for money, therefore, very few people choose gambler as their personal attribute, and since they are no longer successful, no one chooses to become a sect later on. But this amateur gambler discovered great potential in one of these sects. Betting, playing a game according to the rules set by both sides, winner takes all, loser gets punished, very simple. Combining high luck index and this betting trick, helps that newbie continuously win tricks. If the opponent doesn't have enough money, he will take their things. If the opponent doesn't have items, then he will take their skills. When the betting points are maximized, he can take special items associated with the wearer, or even take their stats. Like the absorption technique of some martial arts series, after defeating many players, he rose to the rankings in the blink of an eye. But problems began to arise, after becoming a ranked player. Players whose items were stolen by the hardcore leveling warrior shared this incident on the forum, so no one wanted to bet with him anymore. Even though he was already strong, after stealing enough goods to become extremely strong, the hardcore began to think of other strategies. Should I change my appearance, or should I change the character's gender? In the end, he chose to pretend, or what people call bait, detecting the target, pretending to be weak to trick it, waiting for it to take the bait, then gently putting it into the preset trap. It sounds like simple, but, thanks to this strategy, the hardcore has become the player who maxes out all stats. This is a typical target, the hardcore pretends not to know him, but in reality he is a guild leader who has been defeated by the hardcore many times in the past. When the hardcore faced this guy, he thought, it's impossible for the old core to regroup with this guy. But he has my stuff, he only has 2 pieces, instead of killing and stealing, I'll let him live and follow him. Then I tracked down that girl, the girl who pushed me into this situation. This guy with the onion head will lead me to the other nest, that is the real purpose of the hardcore leveling warrior. Break the house, break the door, attract attention and pretend to be careless. Since the city is destroyed, that leader will definitely show his face. But I had. It will sneak attack me, but I still let it attack me. Just pretend like you're weak, just accept the punch and eat sticky rice. At the same time, take the time to check his stats. Not yet, need to get more information, after careful observation. I know he likes to wear my clothes a lot, it's true, but they're all high quality. Then just throw in a few sentences about what you're afraid of and you'll get stuck right away. Doesn't bite right away but will bite slowly. If not, then use the most fragrant bait, pretend to attack but actually drop this dish, let him admire it with delight, this dish is very delicious, do you like it? If you defeat a weak and slimy guy like me, you get to hold it, the whole child is back. He was still able to climb all the way here after losing all his stats, he was busy working so he definitely needed this sword, so he agreed to bet right away, hardcore thought, what an idiot. And now this bald guy is running around cursing like crazy, damn, there's nothing left to lose, I look weak and pathetic. Notification system, activating betting skills, summoning referees. The referee said, Nenasu, if the guy with the onion head wins, he will get the sword, if the hardcore leveling warrior wins, then the onion head must take the hardcore to the person who distributed the hardcore's items. Hardcore immediately rushed up. The bundle of onions thought, well, you think you're so smart, so your real goal is to meet him. The bundle of onions pulled out his sword and said, I know you already, hardcore. But it's no use, help it, the onion leader said loudly. He must have immediately activated the level 2 nightmare sword skill and swung his sword wildly. But all the attacks missed. The hardcore said loudly, hey guy, if your dad is bald, your dad will pin you, the hardcore thought, you have to be bald to pretend to be weak. His head was startled, he had dodged it all. Hardcore said loudly, I have to pull out all your hair. He immediately activated the soul-destroying skill, instantly destroying the pile of grass above the enemy's head. The leader did not understand, he was stunned. What is this, how can he use moves without a sword? I thought he was weak, I took all his things, thanks to Nightmare's power, how could I lose to him? Hardcore Fi comes and says, luck plus effort equals dominance. He activated the soul-destroying skill, cutting off the first man's hands. Oh, to be exact, all of his limbs were chopped off. The brothers were shocked to see that the guy had become a pig. I can't believe it. Hardcore leveling warrior, bastard, did he have it all figured out? He said loudly, okay, I lost, let's get it over with. Hardcore then laughed and said, it's not so fast, honey, do you know the rules? It's only been a minute, you thought of it yourself. He said, you are keeping my babies, if you don't give them back, God cannot save you. The leader got mad and said, there's no such thing in the deal, kill me quickly. Hardcore puts on a scholarly look and says, well, I don't dare add that because I'm afraid you'll get suspicious, but in general, return the things to Dad, but seeing that he's being stubborn, Hardcore says, okay, I'd like to do it too much, what? He laughed and said, how about I cut off all the limbs in your guild, then spread them all over Lucid Adventure? The Onion Head thought in fear, is this guy serious? The leader remained silent and then said, okay, I will return everything, please forgive my member. The crowd rushed forward, come on President, he was restored to health by his brothers. Dark was silent then said, satisfied. Hardcore is proud, the Mandarin's property is finally back in the Mandarin's hands, oh my two darlings. The leader still tried to say sorry to his guild brothers. No Name heard that and silently walked towards the Hardcore. Hardcore is still proudly saying, hey No Name, thank you, it's all thanks to you. Who would have thought that at this time, No Name directly gave Hardcore a slap in the ear. On this side, Daikon looked down, so it was you. She said, you're the guy who sent me a bunch of emails, right? Choco Bibi replied, well that's it, since you haven't responded then what can I do, besides I hate people who don't reply to letters, I started sending letters since the tournament first started, so by now the total add up exactly 371 letters. Daikon angrily tore up the letter and said, send the same content, always the same, don't ever send it to me again, I'm sick of seeing it. Choco Bibi was silent and then said, I will send a letter until it is resolved, so there is such a thing as a user request. Daikon thought to himself, I'd probably kill this guy right here, then she said, you're in luck today, I took the trouble to come here because the God of War asked me to. She threw her sword up and said, also, this is holy ground, using teleportation marks is forbidden. Choco Bibi looked at the skill notification system that had been disabled, he thought, I knew it right away. Daikon continued, giving a final warning, if you dare to do the next 3 shady tricks, I will cut off your mana flow. Choco Bibi quickly said, okay I understand. Daikon jumped up and said, quickly jump up there and follow me. She told me not to tell anyone about me or anything related to me that you will soon see, Choco Bibi quickly said, then understood. The two went to one sword, the holy land of the God of War. Choco Bibi jumped down in surprise and thought, so this is the temple of the God of War. The God of War now turned around and said, hello. Choco Bibi was stunned, don't tell me the guy who served last time was a god. The God of War was angry, so what, children aren't allowed to be gods, guy, your face looks so clear. The God of War continued, but I must say you were quite humorous, sending me a bunch of handwritten letters. The God of War continued, come here and sit down to eat cake and talk about this. Choco Bibi asked if this was divine food, if I eat it, my stats will increase. The God of War said, what are you talking about, I just bought it at Yopi land. Choco Bibi said disappointedly, the god in this game is strange, the blessing god is an old man with shaggy hair and beard, now the God of War is a kid. At this time, the God of War asked again, God bless him, why hasn't he died yet? Choco Bibi replied, how can God die, how do I know, the rules in this game are so vague. He continued, enough nonsense, you know my purpose, right? The God of War ate for a while and then said, of course, it's because you admire me, that's why you sent so many fan letters. Choco Bibi then angrily said, why don't you handle the Giga fraud case? The God of War is disappointed, so it's not a real fan letter. He was silent then smiled and said, this tournament has 4 rounds, qualifying round, hunting round, siege round, and PvP round. I created it just for fun. The qualifying round is to filter out the chickens first, the goal is only to run straight to the finish line. This can be considered a game version of the situation alone in a war zone. Through this round we can evaluate the player's overall strength. The hunting round must continuously fight monsters in the area. To fight, you must know how to organize the team, and then each person in the team must do well to defeat the terrible monsters. Siege rings, a miniature version of war, use every possible means. In the end, the god of war said, Giga did nothing wrong, he had the right to use every possible trick, but in the PvP round it was different. He said, the PvP round is like the strawberry on this cake, comparing talent, 1 against 1. Ha ha, if anyone dares to destroy this strawberry of mine, of course I will punish them. I don't remember which season it was, but that time Giga won the championship, but even in the PvP round, they cheated and threatened their opponents, it felt like eating a bad strawberry. I was very upset, but if I killed them it would scare the others, but I'm still addicted to this game, so instead of a reward, I put a warning in the box. Choco Bibi was surprised and warned. The god of war continued, actually only for one name. Instead of a reward, those who opened the box would never be able to set foot in this world again, they were so scared. It seemed like they really needed my reward for some purpose of their own. In the end they decided to keep it a secret. They didn't dare to announce that the guild that was supposed to protect this world had cheated, and was cursed. Punish. Only use skills, no other tricks are allowed in PvP, after the above incident, that's their rule. Choco Bibi was surprised, only using skills in PvP rounds. In the end the god of war said, so don't worry about them cheating anymore, no one dares, let's eat cake. Elsewhere, the battle is still going on Sora's side. Too much calcium is shocking, huh? How is this possible, why is this guy so strong? At this time a box was released. Fondue said softly, come back to my team, Skullhead. He held up 2 boxes and said, he caught 2 guys. The great gamer replied, okay good job, now let's see how the student is doing. On the other side, Alabag is fighting with Sora. The 2 sides fought continuously. Sora gritted his teeth, damn, this crocodile is so strong. Right now, Sora continued to attack it. Alabag laughed and said, are you practicing dancing, it's so bad. Sora cursed, damn it. The crocodile opened his mouth proudly and said loudly, you guys come here and look, this girl thinks she can fight you. Alabag is angry that the red player has killed nearly 40 people. Sora thought, I will eliminate you. The crocodile girl turned around and said, ha, where are you guys, it's not a long time since we finished everything. Then he was surprised, it couldn't be, they were all captured, in less than a minute. Alabag immediately turned around and ran away, these guys were stronger than he thought, a cage was the best solution. But at this moment a sword pointed out. The great gamer appeared and said, if you want to run, then step over my body. He threatened, quickly fight with that female sword master, listen to me or I will really kill you. The bad fish doesn't understand, what if I win, the guys will still catch me, it's not stupid for me to stay and fight. But the great gamer said, if you defeat her 3 times then I will let you go. Alabag was stunned, what is this? But she thought, I can't fight this guy, and I don't want to go back to jail either. Finally Alabag turned around, okay if you like then let's do it, if you want to play then let's play, let's go. Sora thought angrily, she despises me so much, let me tell you. Sora threw his attack and said loudly, I am also a member of the hardcore leveling warrior team, the best player on the server. But Alabag successfully resisted the attack and then attacked back, asking, so what? The system rang, shocked, Sora was stunned, she was so strong, she couldn't breathe. Sora was knocked into the sky. Great gamer silently observes the match. Alabag headshot Sora once and said loudly, then there are only 2 games left. When we were in the past, Hardcore said, that's what happens to those who are weak, let's get stronger. Sora was extremely shocked. Looking at his back from afar, she thought, he's so great. She was determined to continue practicing until she was as strong as him. Sora thought, that's why I took up the sword. Overcome even extremely difficult sect quests. And practice in the forest full of wild animals. Until one day I saw a man cutting a mountain in half with just a stick of firewood. This person rubbed his back and said, how is that sound spelled? This person opened the book and mumbled, swinging, swishing, cracking, the ground shook, right at the tip of his sword, okay, this scene is over. Sora immediately ran out and said, please teach me. The man replied, teach you, girl, it's okay to peek at me but, Sora is still determined, I want to become stronger. Looking at Sora's determined look, the man said, actually you look a lot like that, I don't mean anything, but can you keep your hair short, he thought, exactly the script in my head, as long as your short hair is fine. Sora immediately replied, okay, as long as you accept me as a disciple, the man replied, okay, but only until I leave this area. Sora remembered, I had forgotten the concept of time, winter was coming. Sora warmed his hands and said, Master is ready. The man held a stick and poked the potato and said, let's see, it's delicious, please throw it up, 2 portions for 2 people. The potatoes are quickly cut into pieces. Sora said excitedly while eating, the potatoes are so delicious, Master. The man smiled and said, it's great that you found these potatoes. Sora said again, I found it during training, but Master, now I only eat and drink, when will I get stronger, Master? The man replied, eating will be your skill in the future, only those who are honest with themselves can be strong. Sora doesn't quite understand, to be honest. A few days later, Sora was practicing his sword for the 50,000th time. Novelist Han then closed the book and said, perhaps it's time for me to leave these mountains. Sora was angry, what, now the master only tells me to eat with just one move. I'm not satisfied, are you really leaving me, Master? Novelist Han smiled and said, I've written enough, I have to go somewhere else to get more material, but now you don't realize it. He continued, but now just do it my way, you are already very strong. Novelist Han concluded, now the level is still low so you may not see it yet, but one day, you will realize that I am good at teaching and pretending, that's it, goodbye. Sora was silent then pulled his shirt and cursed, don't go, stay and teach your child. No way, Novelist Han said, then take this, it looks like underwear but it's actually armor, just material for writing a book. Back to the present, Sora has just been given a headshot by that crocodile. He disdainfully said loudly, you're too gullible. He even turned around and asked, hey Beard, can we count this one game yet? The great gamer nodded and said, Fondue, heal her. Fondue heals and prompts, only 2 lives left. Sora stood up and remembered, the great gamer said, listen, even if 2 players have the same stat, each person can still use it in a different way, more precisely that substat. In this example, her muscle stats are average, which is why she can use all her strength stats. Sora remembered, muscles, is this what Master said before? The gamer continued, there are many ways to improve if you invest in it instead of just focusing on the main numbers. In her case, I don't know how she practiced, but I admit that she has a good master, very good, but of no use without actual combat experience. He said, the guys we're about to meet here are all heavy hitters, just look at how they fight. The great gamer thought, she must have studied with someone very powerful, and with this battle, I can unleash all the potential that her master has in store. Alabag proudly wanted to continue, Sora thought, we have to have time to recover, first observe first, don't rush in right away. Sora activated his inner survival instinct and analyzed. Her movements have a very strong murderous aura. But maybe that scimitar is difficult to hold, so all the energy goes to the right hand, so I'll attack from the left. Sora immediately opened the mini refrigerator and took out an ice cream soda. Alabag said angrily, ha, it's time to eat, you dare to disrespect me. But Sora was able to speed up, thanks to the cream soda effect. But at the same time she dodged, her coat was cut off. Alabag was proud, you idiot, jumped up again. She waved her hand and said, keep going so I can easily hit you, just stay in the air and I'll hit you. Sora angrily blocked the attack and thought, damn, I miscalculated my move again. She looked at the sword was about to break, what should she do? Sora activated the double slash skill and thought, let's attack now. Alabag said loudly, ha, you think I'm slow? The crocodile dodged the attack and then attacked, it's so heartbreaking, hey, that girl. She opened her mouth and said, this dish is also very fast. Sora was stunned, teeth. Immediately she was stabbed in the arm. The crocodile happily bit Sora and shook it continuously. Sora is in pain, her teeth are so deep, this bitch is really strong. Sora was thrown away. The crocodile girl said, beating weak guys like you is easy. Outside Fondue worriedly said, that move causes direct pain, it's too dangerous, should we intervene? But the great gamer said, don't, if that's all you have to stop, then just give up from the beginning, I also practiced harder than that, he thought, come on, you have potential. That girl raised her sword and said, people say female characters have to go shopping for beauty treatments, I hate that. Sora then said again, I know why you are strong, you are honest. She opened the refrigerator and said, you be honest with yourself. A pile of food was taken out, Sora said while eating, I have to be more honest with myself, she activated the banquet skill. The crocodile immediately swung its sword. I know you will become stronger when you eat it, don't be afraid. Then she was surprised. Did it grasp the sword? Sora said again, even if God fights you, you can avoid eating. Sora had turned on the full mode 10 times already, she exclaimed, feeling full and ignored. Alabag was stunned. What is this? Is she filming Charlie and the Chocolate Factory? The great gamer is also a bit speechless. Is this her potential? The bad fish swings his sword. The trash dies. But this time Sora blocked another attack. She rolled like a ball and said, it's my turn. Great gamers are also amazed. What speed is this? Sora rushed straight towards the bad fish. She knocked it away and said, thank you. Crocodile is angry, you dare to throw me away. Sora says no and activates the dual sword skill. She continued to cut Alabag in half high above. The crocodile finally died and jumped down. Finally, Fondue locked this crocodile woman in a box. Sora burped, it was so hard to breathe. She blushed and thought, I hope they don't hear, gamers are speechless, I can hear you clearly. Vo happily turned around and said, win ha ha. She's proud, I just learned a new ultimate move. The great gamer thought, I didn't think it would turn out like this, her potential has not been released yet. Then he thought, never mind, she's stronger now, so it's probably okay. At this moment an announcement rang out, urgent news, my friend was captured through the portal, Hardcore and Dark were chasing them, we urgently need a space mage, message from Lime. Gamers were surprised, kidnapped right in Yopi land. At this moment Choco BB also arrived, everyone is here, what are you doing, hunting? The gamer asked again, having just mentioned, how was it? Choco BB replied, I said you can't cheat in PvP, so Higas don't dare to play tricks. At this moment he said, Choco BB, Yopi land needs your help. On this side, No Name gives Hardcore a slap in the ear. Hardcore confused, overwhelmed, why did you hit me, pretended to be in pain. Hardcore said angrily, do you want to die? No Name said again, you can still get the things without such dirty tricks. Hardcore is angry, who gives you the right to judge? At this time, the leader said, I don't need your pity, I'm not done yet. The leader continued, one day I will defeat you, Hardcore leveling warrior, but let's get this over with, this referee is too annoying. He turned around and said, I will take you to you. In the rubble, they all tried to search for Poo-Ah-Poo. Lazia said loudly, Master, she is here. Lazia said with difficulty, she was buried under the rubble, it looked like she wouldn't survive, I didn't understand, but I just saw movement. At this moment a light appeared, Poo-Ah-Poo said, very good kid, even I can't feel it. She said, see me, I'm dead, to be more precise, my body has stopped working. Dark is speechless, I'm not a kid, but now that you're dead, how will I advance to the next generation? Apu is more speechless, you're starting to sound like a hardcore, always worrying about yourself more. She explained, my body dies but my soul remains, but if there is no other body, it will disappear, in this form, I cannot help you, I don't even have enough mana to survive. Dark immediately said, use my body, I can let someone else possess the soul for a while. Apu said again, that's impossible, my soul and yours are not in sync. Dark said again, so what should we do now? Poo-Ah-Poo accept and say, there's no other way, I'm done, please tell the king I'm very grateful, for everything he's done for me. At this moment, suddenly a ray of light flashed in the sky. The rays of light stretched and grew as if tearing across the sky. Choco BB has opened the door here. Dark and everyone was shocked. Choco BB was also surprised, it was really good. Poo-Ah-Poo don't understand, this is. Next, Yopi, Lime and the awesome gamer, Fondue and Sora all rushed in, they said, we're here to save you Poo-Ah-Poo. Yopi retrieved the monster and quickly ran back, Poo-Ah-Poo her. Poo-Ah-Poo told them, King, you have more important things to do. She was confused and said, I have lived long enough. Yopi said again, you're such a bad liar, I know you're trying to keep your soul from disappearing. He took out a card and spoke, but remained silent and obediently took his new body away. The corpse of a witch, the corpse of the 28th witch in the eastern forest, only Yopi knows its origin, he said, I have prepared this in case of misfortune, this body is the same set with your soul, most likely one of your descendants. Yopi said again, Dark, you did your best to help her, thank you. Dark didn't understand but I couldn't help anything. Lime said again, no, thanks to you two I still have my soul. Poo-Ah-Poo continued, Thank you, King, I will transfer into this body right away. Dark was surprised. Transferring into Sao means she can transfer into as many bodies as she wants as long as she still has a soul. Sora asked again, where is Dark, hardcore leveling warrior, is he okay? Dark was surprised. Sora, you came too. He continued, making sure everyone wondered where that idiot had gone. He recounted, first as soon as we pass through this gate. Then the hardcore rushes into a fight with the boss here, then wins a bet or something. He said, I wanted to follow but he said, only the person who can defeat me can follow, so I went to find Poo. And the other girl said she would go find the exit, and as soon as the hardcore left, she would leave too. Yopi was stunned, a collapsed guild was trying to rebuild with the power of Nightmare. Poo said, when they caught me I heard it, karma. Apu came out with a new body and said, they are forging karma into weapons, so they plan to use me as a raw material. Some people were shocked, some didn't understand, and 3 idiots blushed when they saw her naked. Poo continued, they are just Nightmare's pawns, they are waiting for Nightmare to come back to kill them all. Lime quickly brought her clothes to change into. The fondue crowd and gamers also took the time to look. Poo said, this guild is only a small part, we have to find the mastermind. Choco Bibi said now, I'm just guessing so, he could be. He said, a person in the hands of magicians can create another dimension, use rare cobalt ore to cast spells, and have the ability to dominate small guilds. If I'm not mistaken, it's very likely that the Yopi immediately said, started a fight. Not only did he use Nightmare, he also dared to capture my people, I can use the army to crush the guy you're thinking about. Poo remind Yopi, King, calm down and then what, Giga will attack us. Yopi calmly replied, yes, you're right, thank you. Choco Bibi said to the whole group, let's just get out of this place first. This space is about to collapse, because I tore it apart earlier. They agreed, returned to Yopi land and then decided. Sora said again, wait, what about the hardcore? If he's still in here he'll be stuck. On the other side, the hardcore is accompanying the leader. Hardcore said, how far are we going? If this is a trap, I'll take care of you. The leader just said, it's almost here. Hardcore thought, soon I will meet that bitch, I will make her pay. Don't let me let you escape like last time, he thought. The leader said, come, you will meet him behind this door. The referee also said, confirmed, this guy did not lie, the bet was finished, then it disappeared. No Name was now in a corner muttering, this cave is too deep, have they stopped, it's too far away to see anything. She immediately activated the binocular skill. She thought, there's that door, so that's the exit. No Name thought, there are a few other people at that boy's place, they will probably be able to escape. The leader said, she is behind this door, say hello, next time I will kill you. Hardcore immediately opened the door, No Name also took the opportunity to slip inside. Hardcore looked in surprise at the scene before him. In front is a vast sky, Hardcore thought, this place is Cobalt City. Where the hardcore couldn't look, a person was already standing there. Sad Smile smiled, Ethan, your hair is beautiful, just cut it. Hardcore was shocked, this voice. Sad Smile smiled and said, what are you doing here, it's too cold outside, let's go inside. Immediately the door was opened. He continued, let's have some tea. Over here, Choco Bibi said, now you can go find the hardcore and then Sora, thanks to that doll, you can teleport to her, he advised, but the coordinates may be a bit off, because of the mana this area is so confusing, be careful, it will be the same when you teleport back to our place. Sora held the doll and smiled and said, I understand, see you all in Yopi land. Immediately both sides activated teleportation skills. Over here, the hardcore is sitting on the table listening to Sad Smile say, let's drink, what's wrong, it's not poisonous, don't be afraid, this tea is delicious. He held the tea and said, hey Ethan, honestly I'm very surprised. I didn't think you could get to this point so quickly. Hardcore asked again, since when, you lied to me from the beginning, right? Sad Smile sipped the tea and said, I have never lied to you. Hardcore shouted angrily, nonsense, you are keeping my things, what else? Sad Smile calmly replied, yes, it's okay for you to be angry. If you don't believe me, just try your betting trick, if I lie, you die. Hardcore continued to question, what are you planning this time, do you think I'm stupid? Sad Smile put down the tea and said, you know this too, right? He exposed his chest and said, this red effect. Hardcore was stunned. Sad Smile continued smiling, I was also stabbed by that knife, I died in one shot, but luckily I can also use my personal attributes to slow down this effect. This side Sora teleported into Cobalt, where am I, where are you, Hardcore leveling warrior. Sad Smile continued, now where to start? How can I make you stop misunderstanding me, Ethan? At Yopi land, Heart Heater's home. Dark opened the door and said, I'm home. Heart Heater saw him and immediately said, Master, are you alone, where are the rest? Dark just said, yes, I'll go home alone, the others will be a little late. Heart Heater asked about the sect, Dark just said, Poo just got attacked so he's not very healthy, we'll think about it later when he's better. He took out the Dark Master's necklace and said, she gave me this pendant. Heart Heater exclaimed, Poo was attacked, she is a high-ranking employee in Yopi land, who is so brave, is there going to be a war? Dark leaned back in his chair and replied, who knows, maybe. Heart Heater is fun, it's great, I can make money with the war. At Yopi land castle on the top floor. After activating the space block, everyone gathered in one place. Choco Bibi said, inside this block, no magic or sound can leak out, so feel free to say so. The monkey commented, so it's true Yopi, do you mean there is a traitor in this alliance? Yopi replied, there is definitely one guy, but I don't know if there are more. The Great Gamer said, that guy uses Nightmare, Giga is probably behind this, Monkey is scared, a lord is now on Giga's side what, so that means this alliance. After the Nightmare War, a fair balance was established between the Giga faction and the alliance, but this balance was very weak. If a traitor appears, it will cause internal turmoil. Poo concludes, then the balance will immediately collapse. And Giga is just waiting for that, one shot to take over the whole world. Yopi said, now instead of looking for the traitor, we have to consider when the war will break out, and be prepared, monkeys are worried, prepare, so what if they know? Yopi came up with an idea, on the surface we just look like we're participating in this tournament, now the balance has collapsed, fighting Giga directly is like committing suicide, we have to borrow the power of God. By winning this tournament and get God's reward. The monkey was worried, but then, do you know who it was, that traitor? On this side, Sora is still trying to hold on, I can't lean back, I have to jump up quickly. After a while, she was able to jump up. Sora looked around, phew, where is this? Anyway, I'm out of there, the hardcore is probably here, we have to find him right away. She activates her super sensitive internal sense of smell to sniff. Sora found out, could smell him somewhere nearby. Over here, Hardcore and Sad Smile are still talking to each other. Hardcore gritted his teeth and thought indignantly, you want me to believe you, I've had enough, you'll probably stab me in the back again. Sad Smile said, of course I know you won't believe me, because you're a clever guy, okay I'll show you. Sad Smile continued, the personal attribute of me, the one who made the contract, is a transcendent type of attribute. Amazing, transcendent hardcore, like that kids. He continued, a contract or contract is a term that both parties agree to accept, but we can only create 3 contracts at a time. If I create a 4th one, the one behind me will eat me right away. Hardcore remembers, the deal was what you did with me last time. Sad Smile said, that's it, you know the relationship between us is very special, Ethan. Hardcore continued asking, what about the other 2? Sad Smile continued holding the cup of tea, okay I will tell you everything but you have to believe me. The first contract, allows me to use the space skill form of the high-limit spacetime mage Philip. Hardcore realized, no wonder he could create it. Sad Smile said, he came to visit my castle, I saw that the space magic was too strong so I immediately took it, the second one is. The life of my character, when this red effect pierces my heart, when they defeat me. In the past, Sad Smile said loudly, I said I don't accept your proposal. He activated the space compression skill and said, who do you think I am? This person laughed loudly and said, if you refuse my offer, then I don't need to know who you are. That person stabbed through Sad Smile and said, because you will die anyway. Notification system, your character has been stabbed by a sword. Sad Smile is shocked, what is this, your character is about to be deleted. As he said, heroes, if you follow our side, you will be called a hero, but if you follow the other side, you will be called a devil, if you don't follow our side, you will die. Sad Smile thought bitterly, I will die, but that effort is now mine. I've put everything into today. At this time, a creature appeared and said, I don't want you to die either. It said, I will temporarily save your life, but only temporarily. Sad Smile was surprised. How could it speak? This creature continued, if you want to live, I will let you make a contract with the guy who killed you. That's the only way. If he refuses, then both you and I are gone. Sad Smile said, Giga, I will follow Giga. The other person was surprised. He wasn't dead yet. He turned around and saw the creature holding up a piece of paper. He smirked, this is your ability, what's the deal? You want me to make a deal with you to save my life, right? This guy was silent and then smiled and said, okay fine, I'll let you live, but, now you belong to Giga, so smile. Sad Smile recounted, and from then on the outside I was a lord specializing in bidding, but on the inside I specialized in doing dirty things for Giga. The girl who did this to you, she seems to be a nightmare boss or something. I only saw her once, after you were reset, she gave me your equipment, just the gloves and that's it. On this side a candle is lit. Dark, wearing a birthday hat, was speechless. Honestly, I didn't like these 3 events at all, but the person opposite told me to blow out the candles. He said loudly, what kind of cake is this? Hee hee hammer, it's disgusting, leave it alone. Rim sadly retreated and thought, I should have done something cooler. They sang the birthday song together. Dark said loudly, stop singing, Sora, then blushed and blew out the candles. Heart Heater continued, I heard that in your world, you have to make a wish when you blow out the candles. Let's make a lot of money this year. Dark is speechless, and his personal life is ignored. The cake was cut into small pieces. Dark was even more speechless. What cake looked like the scene of my body like this? It was so horrible. Yopi appeared from nowhere and said loudly, I want to eat too. They don't understand. Yopi still says, cake, I want to eat cake, do I need a card to eat it? Dark blushed and said no, but how did he know? Did the whole neighborhood know that my first birthday was today? Yopi recalls, yes that's true, there were also advertising bubbles. Rim said shyly, I asked Sora and she said, in your world, when it's a high-ranking official's birthday, everyone has to know. Yopi continued, they also came to congratulate him. A group of Poo Tack and Lime slowly walked in. Even No Name happily said happy birthday. No Name and Hardcore still don't like each other like ever. Yopi continued, it wasn't just us, a bunch of people were lining up outside, they heard they were getting free food. Dark was startled, what is this, get away quickly. Dark blushed and called, heartwarming, telling them that I would pay for all the meals at all the restaurants in Yopi Land and go out to eat for them. Everyone was moved by this domineering president. And so all NPCs in Yopi Land, whether rich or poor, old or young, were able to eat and drink well. Later, people remember this day by naming it Dark Day. Every day this day can come, Heart Heaters will get free food. Dark hugged his stomach, he was so full, it looked terrible but it was delicious. Sora also said, Dark, thank you for the meal. Yopi continued, tonight I came here to express my sincerity, thank you for saving Poo. He smiled and said, so I want to congratulate you on your birthday and repay you, I have a gift for you. The announcement rang out, Yopi Land the king has assigned a mission, everyone has this announcement. The king's mission is, let's give him a gift, whichever dish he likes the most will be given the king's blessing, starting reward, 10,000 experience points. Everyone was shocked after hearing this. Dark blushed and said, stop, today is already embarrassing enough. Everyone spread the word, I'm free now, let's do that mission. I'll give away some plowing gifts and that's it. All the players are trying their best to create the best gift. All the people of Yopi Land congratulated Dark's birthday, which was a gift from the entire Yopi Land. Hardcore also said proudly, the king's blessing, it sounds good, prepare to be surprised, kid. He immediately goes out, I will find the best gift for you. No Name quickly ran over and said, Hardcore I won't betray you, I will find something even more delicious. The two quickly chased each other, but the one there didn't dare, get out of the way, don't get in my way. Sora was excited, great, let's play, she thought, why am I sad, it's Dark's birthday. Sora ran out and thought, let's just focus on the gift first, she said, I will find the best food for you. Yopi smiled and said, Dark, there's nothing to be ashamed of, it's like you've never had a birthday party before. Dark listened quietly and then said, actually this is the first time. Dark turned around and asked, hey, how much did Rim spend on the meal plan? Rim tearfully said, sorry boss, I didn't know it would cost that much. Dark smiled and said, it's okay, thank you, I actually like it very much. Heart Heater asked again, Master, what did you wish for when you blew out the candle? Dark just smiled and said, it's a secret. The two talked, Master, how are we going to deal with all these gifts? I can't fit them in my inventory. I wonder what those people will give me. On this side, the hardcore is still running smoothly. He said, Thorny Mountain, haven't been here for a long time. Thorny Mountain, a mountain full of sharp thorns that can pierce everything. But, thanks to the indestructible properties of the shoes, you can just walk leisurely. If you follow the secret passage in Thorn Mountain that only hardcore leveling warriors know, you will find a dungeon that only opens once a year in the game. Hardcore smiled and said, every item that falls in here is all hero level, just wait, kid. I will find this delicious dish for you. So hey, no name is also running. She was confused, I ran all this time because I didn't want to lose to him, but now I'm lost here. In Long Sun, no name mumbled, wondering if there was any rare dish, hopefully there was a better dish than the hardcore leveling warrior. Suddenly there was a sound in the sky. A flock of birds flew down, no name looked up. A fingernail appeared along with a voice, that guy, you dare to wake me up, you have guts. A dragon appeared, then it stopped and said, wait, you're not human, right? Hardcore has already jumped into the Thorny Mountain dungeon. Then he was stunned, this bone-chilling cold was the king's room in the Mountain of Thorns. Gai Vuong dungeon is the tomb of an NPC named Mew, also known as Gai Vuong. This NPC is very influential in the game plot, so there are many equipment and objects related to him. The son of a concubine, Mew is a tyrant king who possesses terrible power. He overthrew the throne of the Karen kingdom. He became more and more obsessed with his power, until he was defeated by his brother. The hero Bimo sealed it into the dungeon he created. So this dungeon is only open one day a year, the day Bimos died. The 5 great knights were also sealed here, and the king's name was sealed into the tombstone, and so the 5 great knights played the role of protecting their king. Hardcore goes inside, if I get too close, all 5 guys will wake up. If I had enough gear, I would be able to take on all 5 guys, but now I can't. Hardcore thinks, we have to fight each guy individually. The hardcore walked up to a statue and said, this one has the item he wants the most. Kyo, a superb archer, is also the wife of King Gai, also known as the traitor of the elves. As the name suggests, an excellent archer, the strongest among the knights. If it weren't for Kyo, King Gai would not have been able to usurp the throne. After all, it was Kyo who caught the arrow through Lemu's heart, Mew's brother. Hardcore raised his hand and said, appear female archer. I have come to kill your King Gai. This is the sentence to wake up the 5 knights. Immediately, the statue in front of him flashed with enormous power. Kyo slowly took shape and then appeared as an entity. She still closed her eyes. When called, Kyo opened her eyes. Hardcore was shocked, it was so cold. He quickly drew his sword and thought, this cold is not from the climate, but is so strong that it makes me feel cold like this. Kyo continued, if you come here to see the king, then drop your weapons and kneel. Immediately ice rays appeared under the hardcore's feet. Kyo continued, you don't deserve to be near him. She smiled and said, if you cross that line, I will shoot an arrow that will pierce your heart. She is a super archer Kyo, one of the 5 great knights of the King of Gai, level 9 and 9, master of archery, wrong archer. Hardcore thought, oh so, the effect of having all 3 pieces of my item is to see the enemy's level, well, so she is a master archer. The hardcore's equipment includes, Golden Fire Dragon Gloves, plus 50 for all stats, 880 armor, triples the damage of the Glory Sword. The Golden Fire Dragon's shoes were dirty, his movement speed doubled, his armor was 225, and he was invulnerable and could jump 3 times. Hardcore mumbled, meeting, okay. Kyo looked at Hardcore in surprise. He walked across the ice and smiled and said, I'm sorry but I'm here to rob the grave, so obediently hand over the things and leave. Immediately an arrow was shot, the hardcore was lucky to dodge it. He thought to himself, just like in the legend, a nickname that will last forever suits this woman. Hardcore was surprised, she guessed her retreat and shot 20 arrows right away. At this time at Yopi food court, Sora walked inside in surprise. She looked around, it had been a long time since she came here, to see what to buy. She exclaimed, there's too much food, this hot dog. There's also tteokbokki, I wonder if it's delicious in the virtual world. Oh, and cotton candy too, but Dark probably doesn't like it, it's too childish. She looked around, there was more ramen, but it was too common so that was it. Sora rubbed his chin and thought, that's right, I guess I should have bought that. She immediately ran like crazy, looking for the specialty Yopi grilled skewers. At Yopi grilled skewers counter number 6, the pig staff is selling skewers. Sora was stunned. Oh okay, the line is so long. She was sad, but this place is the best. I'm too late, sorry Dark. But at this moment a hand reached out and said, hey, take this. Sora was surprised. Quan Vu from Team Giga held out the skewer and said, oh no need to pay. Sora was startled. She immediately turned her ego sword into combat mode and said, dare to ambush me, come in, this time I won't run away. Quan Vu quickly replied, hey, calm down. A person appeared and said, you are Sora, right, put your sword away. Zhou Tianj of Giga told you, do you know that General Quan Vu was reprimanded by the Emperor from the last incident? This grilled skewer is to express his apology, we have watched you compete. Zhou Tianj also said that her ego sword had eaten too much and then gave it a stone. Sora held the skewer and said, then please give it to me, thank you. After finishing, she said, but listen, if I have to fight on the battlefield, I will not hold back. They both bowed their heads. Guan Yu was speechless. So this is what it feels like to give a gift and then be cursed in the face. Zhou Tianj told you, people call it retribution, General. Sora immediately said okay, this part of me, hello, then immediately fell away. Quan Vu was silent. Zhou Tianj then asked, when she said battlefield, do you think she meant anything? Guan Yu bared her teeth. She said if she had to fight on the battlefield, ha ha. Guan Yu showed a deadly expression. That word came very quickly Sora, not to mention my whole body is already hot. Zhou Tianj also said, I have bought out the patent for Yopi grilled skewers, now we burn this country to the ground. Over here, a voice rang out, thank you, Dark. Dark sent Yopi and Tak back home. On the way back, Tak asked, hey, you're so nice to that kid, Yopi doesn't understand. Tak continued, are you really good or are you pretending? Yopi asked again, what do you mean? Tak finished talking, you told me, you do everything with calculation, do we need that kid? Tak continued, I know that using the king's blessings affects you a lot, putting aside all the bloody experience. Yopi replied, at least, we have a common enemy, Giga, right? At the heart heater house, he said, Master, about the gifts. I've already put it all in the storage room, the leftovers are loaded into the car, there are 10 cars, wherever you want to put it, 80% of that pile is just trash, get rid of it. Dark was surprised, that much, but he continued, without heartwarming. The boy said, all of those are gifts from me, no matter what, they are still very precious. Dark thought, my last birthday was at Giga University Hospital. Carter confided in him, I came to visit you, it's my birthday today. He confided, you've been scanned by that machine again, and at this rate I'm going to lock you in the hospital. I want you to get well soon so you can protect me, Grandpa, I'm so scared. Roy Han smiled weakly and said, Carter, you should have gone to school, why did you hang up? He said, happy birthday to you, Carter. Dark recalls, that birthday wasn't too bad. At this time a Hawaiians riding a bird came into the house and said, Nya Dark. Rim and Heart Heater looked outside, Dark was also startled. Hohoina smiled and said, it's your birthday Dark. He happily told proudly, how could we miss it, it's finally done, it's your village. Dark was surprised, did it happen to me? Heart Heater thought, pretty cool, those lazy Hawaiians finished it so quickly, I thought it would take a year, thanks to their loyalty. Hawaiians said, let's go see it right away. Dark immediately said, okay but Sora is coming home soon, wait for her to come home then go. At Dark's village near Yopi Land. The Hawaiians were struggling to shield a statue of Dark. They are working extremely hard. At this moment, Dark's statue arm suddenly broke and it fell straight to the ground. Down there was a boy standing, everyone shouted worriedly, there's a boy, get away. The Hawaiians were extremely worried. The stone statue fell flat on the ground. That kid thought he was dead, but he was still alive. It turned out that the healer Alphacommon caught it. The boy was so scared that he quickly ran back to find his mother. The Alpacaman healer put down the stone statue. He was silent then opened his mouth to say, I'm done, there's no one else, I'm late. In addition to the doctor, there is also the novelist Han and Dark's grandfather's character, Roy Han.